Non-Canadians, what is the first thing that comes to mind when you think Canada? The woods. Even though they're not talked about much, Canada's extensive boreal forests are super cool to me. It's disappointing how few people know that Canada has a rainforest, separate from the boreal forests. When most people think about the rainforest, they think about a tropical rainforest. Ours is really interesting because it's a temperate rainforest. Totally different vibe, unbelievably beautiful. Maple syrup and the Canadian flag. Honestly, that's what I just thought of. But also I think of trees, aeroplanes, and Saskatchewan. You have no idea how hard it is to insist to two toddlers that it's pronounced Z, when every single song, TV show, toy, etc. says Z. Definitely say that so casually I have to mentally think about not saying it. Apparently I do too. To the point Canadians have become excited, they think they found a fellow expat in the US. Nope, just a former Alaskan. Close enough, eh? First I picture the beautiful flag, the simplicity and the elegance which makes for a perfect flag. Then I picture the map, a huge country covered in unique and interesting nature. Then I picture the Mounties, dressed in their sophisticated red uniforms, gracefully riding their horses. Then I picture downtown Vancouver where I saw a hobo taking a piss in a hat. Stop, 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 you're making me weep patriotic tears. The Red Green Show. I will always imagine that show portrays the ideal Canadian life. If the women don't find you handsome, they should at least find you handy. I'm a man, but I can change, if I have to, I guess. Maple syrup and mousse. Lay's once released that as a chip flavour. Maple mousse meat. Poutine! Ah, the old Canadian salad. Sure is something tasty to poutine your mouth. For anyone who is unaware, the French-Canadian pronunciation, close to poutine, makes this joke work so much better. Sorry, but Ryan Reynolds. And Ryan Gosling. Sigh. And Keanu Reeves. And Jim Carrey. I live about 45 minutes from Canada in Michigan. Hockey, poutine, and a 19-year-old drinking age for me. Rush. I went to the same high school as Neil Peart and the guys who created Trivial Pursuit. R.I.P. Neil Peart. Yes, January 7th, 2020. R.I.P. Neil Peart. He was one of the greatest percussionists known to man. How South Park portrays them. Blame Canada! With all their beady little eyes and flapping heads so full of lies. With their hockey hullabaloo and that Anne-Marie too. I'm Australian. This is what I think of when I think Canada. Friendliness and politeness. The Canadian flag, maple trees, leaves, syrup, mountains, cold weather, poutine, speaking French, hockey. I always viewed Australia as like a cousin to Canada. Nah, you have to take Australia and New Zealand together and realise New Zealand is the Canada of that group, and Australia is the US. Same as Czech and Slovakia, or England and Scotland, Ireland. Ketchup potato burger. Okay, but they are delicious and my favourite flavour ever. Have you even had all dressed? Okay, honestly, they're like my third favourite. To me, probably heroism and loyalty. Canada played a very major role in liberating my country from German occupation in World War II, and every year during the 5th and 6th of May, we commemorate your bravery and sacrifice. So yeah, thank you, Canada. We love you too, Netherlands! Land of mini pancakes and the land of maple syrup. Such a wholesome friendship. Maple syrup. Real maple syrup. The fact that fake maple syrup exists is unfathomable to me. It comes from fake plastic trees. Phil Hartman, Jim Carrey, Mike Myers, Dan Aykroyd, Will Arnott, Tommy Chong, John Candy. So funny dudes. Yeah, I know, I'm old. In addition, Martin Short, Ryan Reynolds, Matthew Perry, Michael J. Fox, Seth Rogen, Leslie Nielsen, Eugene Levy, Dan Levy, Russell Peters, Norm Macdonald, Michael Cera, Howie Mandel, Lorna Michaels, Rick Moranis, Jerry D, Colin Mockery, Nathan Fielder, Ron James, Jason Jones, Rich Little, Rick Mercer, Will Sasso, Alan Thicke, and the kids in the hall and the Trailer Park Boys. So yeah, definitely funny dudes. A Wonderful Life Without Pennies. When it first happened, I had a guy flip out and make me refund an entire order because I couldn't give him 2 pennies. He started ranting about sending a letter to Harper that we couldn't rob him. When it first happened, I was in Zeller's and the cashier spent 3 minutes politely explaining that I was 2 cents short and she wouldn't listen to a word I'd say otherwise. I have a lot of friends in Canada, so I think of them. This is so wholesome. Lake Louise. Proposed to my wife there. Trailer Park Boys. No joke, Nova Scotia smokes more weed per capita than any other province, and it makes a lot of sense once you watch that show. We gotta deal with living here somehow. Robin going to the mall in Him. Let's go to the mall. The colour green for some reason, and the leaf thing. Also, murderous geese who will someday develop teeth and destroy mankind. Once a year we have a ceremony and transfer all our rage and hatred into Canadian geese. Right this moment, Letterkenny. How are you now? Good and you? Not so bad. I'm surprised no one has mentioned Alex Trebek. He's a national treasure. Bob and Doug McKenzie. The fact that my ancestors were ejected from Canada by the British. I wish people who could prove Arcadian ancestry, Cajuns, could get a track to citizenship there. I fantasized about moving to Montreal as a teen. Arcadian. My partner is Arcadian French from Nova Scotia. The cultural difference between them and Quebecois is crazy. I'm Arcadian from Moncton. Both Arcadie and Quebec were 2 separate French colonies with almost no contact for hundreds of years. Most people don't understand how different the culture is. Snow. Lots of snow. If it's not cold, it's hot in Canada, or at least where I live. Mounted police. I know a Royal Canadian Mounted Police officer, and he said none of them ride horses, and 90% of them are never trained to ride horses, let alone do police work on a horse. I've seen a lot of police in Toronto riding huge police horses, but no Royal Canadian Mounted Police. Nice people. My SO, said Trudeau, and then smirked. For me, maple syrup. I didn't know what poutine was till I came here, and it's the best thing I've ever had, after Indian street food. We're here now, but we're not from here or from the same place, if you know what I mean. Smirked in a true daddy kind of way. That hair and that goatee. This is weird, but honestly, Degrassi Next Generation comes to mind. Drake being on that show playing Jimmy cracks me up. Plus Spinner is my fave character for sure. Loved that guy. The Tragically Hip. Watched the long-time running Netflix doco last night and highly recommended it. Ain't nothing more Canadian than that. Canadian here. The most Canadian moment I've experienced is probably the night of the Hips' last concert, when it was broadcast live all across the country. Entire communities came out and watched together in parks, etc. on big screens. It felt like every single Canadian had come together in that moment, and the sense of national unity that night is something I'll never forget. Beavers! All dressed ruffle chips. Tim Hortons, and most importantly, poutine! It's funny because most Canadians I know hate Timmy Hoes. My girlfriend's small Canadian cottage town has been pushing against one being built for years. Tim Hortons is a shell of what it once was, and that's a fact. Where I want to live for the rest of my life. Poutine, maple syrup, coffee crisp, Aero bars. All the other chocolate you can't get in America. Seriously, the cashiers must think I'm a weirdo when I buy so much of it. Oh Canada, CN Tower, Stanley Park. How much I want to visit again after all this coronavirus stuff is over and they'll reopen travel from the US to Canada. I once saw something on Reddit, not sure if it was a post or a comment, but it was someone describing how a Canadian will reach past someone at a grocery store to grab something, and they'll pretty much always say this when they do. Just gonna sneak right past you there. This may not be exactly right, but it's still what I think about every time Canadians are mentioned in any medium. A backpack with a Canadian flag on it, maybe with some fluorescent lights pointing at it, and a sign that reads, "I'm not American!" Also, polite and friendly people, and a gorgeous landscape. Free healthcare. It isn't completely free, it comes off my paycheck and I barely notice it. I'm grateful for our single-payer system, but I think it could definitely be improved. Dental and optical should definitely be included, and mental health should be better. I don't know why, but I start imagining two people standing at the door telling each other, "It's okay, you go in first." Big red leaf. La Ronde and l'Aquapark. Because I went there in the 80s. Also, they had vinegar packets in McDonald's for the fries. Canadian here. There's vinegar packs in most places for fries. Is that not a thing elsewhere? The word sorry. This is actually very true, and I'm surprised I had to scroll this far to see it. I've bumped into a wall or inanimate object before and apologised, which I'm pretty sure all Canadians have done at least a couple of times in their life. This one post I saw on Tumblr that went something like this. Do Canadians even have a president, or is it just the moose with the biggest horns? The Netherlands' weird but wholesome relation with Canada comes to mind. Canada and the other Allied forces liberated the Netherlands, and the Netherlands was like, "Thank you, Canada, and no one else for liberating us." And to this day, we send Canada millions of tulips as thanks. I think part of that had to do with providing refuge to the Dutch royal family during the war, and temporarily declaring the hospital ward Dutch territory, so that Princess Margaret could be born on Dutch soil. The Royal Canadian Kilted Yaxman anthem from Ren and Stimpy, of course. Syrup! Now you're speaking my language. Lawyers. What's a law that isn't real, that normal people insist exists? In the UK, people often claim that if an item is listed for sale in a shop, then the shop legally has to sell it to you at that price. This is not true at all, as the shop doesn't have to sell you anything at any price. Often as a gesture of goodwill, shops will honour erroneous prices, but they're under absolutely no obligation to do so. Back when I had a goldfish, RIP Carl, I went to Pets at Home to buy him a bigger tank. It rang through at £0. Checkout girl raises an eyebrow. We share a laugh. She messes about with the system a bit more, but all she gets is £0, so she calls her supervisor. We wait a few minutes, a few more. The queue is building behind me. Eventually, she shrugs, prints a receipt for £0, and sends me on my way with my free fish tank. Good day for me and Carl. I was at TJ Maxx, or similar, once, and found a bunch of jars of orange honey, clover honey, and the like for $1 a pop. Absolute steal. So I grab one and take it up front. It rang up for $1,000. The cashier and I gawked at it, laughed, and then she said something must have been entered wrong in the system. She punched in $1, and then only asked that I not abuse their return system. Probate attorney here. I've had many people ask me when the reading of the will is going to take place. I explained to them that only happens in movies. But one of these days I am going to have one and hire a mysterious blonde wearing a veil to sit in the corner quietly. Then I'll tell everyone that she inherits everything. Provided, of course, that she must adopt the descendant's cute but troublemaking 6-year-old child no one knew about. Or she can spend the night in a haunted house. Her choice. There will now be a requirement for such a mysterious lady's presence at the reading of my will, written into my will, along with a handful of burly yet solemn fellows dressed in stereotypical G-man attire, complete with sunglasses and earpieces. One will be Russian, or at least able to fake the accent consistently, and should only be curtly acknowledged by the others. Every one of them should be entirely vague about how they knew me, except from business. And the men should all refuse to acknowledge the presence of the veiled woman and feign terror if compelled to look at her. People think it's illegal to be videotaped in a public space. I saw someone on Nextdoor complaining about my reasonable right to privacy in a public place when someone was shaming 20 people standing together waiting for takeout. Sorry, but that's the opposite of how it works. If big-time celebrities can't stop paparazzi from following them and their family 24/7, I have no clue why ordinary people believe they have the right not to be caught on camera in public. Sovereign citizen stuff. I feel like enough folks have claimed to be sovereign citizens that it's become normal. But no, generally you can't declare yourself exempt from the laws in effect where you are. An arrest isn't magically invalidated if the police don't read you your rights on the spot. There could be a whole thread of just misconceptions people have from watching cop TV. Miranda rights protect you from self-incrimination when being questioned by the police for a crime. It doesn't mean they have to Miranda you the second you get arrested. If you aren't questioned, then it doesn't apply. People also think it's illegal not to let them make a phone call after being arrested. In California, it's not illegal to discuss your wages with co-workers, despite what your boss might say. The Red Green Show. I will always imagine that show portrays the ideal Canadian life. It's actually illegal nationally for a company to retaliate for discussing wages. They typically just make up some other reason to fire you instead. It's actually not illegal anywhere in the United States to discuss wages or form or join a union, contrary to what many employers may claim. I also strongly recommend you do both to protect yourself and your colleagues from being taken advantage of. And I'm not sure if this is state by state or country-wide, but in some or all of the US, it's actually illegal for employers to try to prohibit it. As a former lawyer, UK, I lost count of the amount of people that thought jaywalking was a crime. Unless it's a road that specifically states no pedestrians or a motorway, no such offence exists here. Too much American media. It technically is a crime in America, so people think it applies in other places. Even in America, that is on a state level. In some states, it's just on a city level. Even though many people think so, there has actually never been a Danish law allowing you to beat up a Swede with a stick if he should walk across the ice on Öresund during winter. But even though the law has never existed, it doesn't mean it shouldn't. No jury would convict you. No Danish jury would convict him. This isn't exactly what you're asking for, but I think it's valuable for people to know. You do not need to wait 24 hours to report someone as missing. I would hope not, since every cop drama I've ever watched says the first 48 hours are the most important. If someone has to wait 24 hours, they lost 24 hours of that 48. The crazy thing is they say it on actual true crime shows, like, don't spread that misinformation. Fighting words is not a defense to battery. It just means that the government can prosecute face-to-face insults likely to lead to a breach of the peace. ETA. Not to say that provocation defences don't exist dependent on jurisdiction, but fighting words in the US refers to an exception to the First Amendment. It's a law that exists, but widely misunderstood is the concept of entrapment. If the police put a bait vehicle in a high-crime area, that is not entrapment. If the police are watching a bar known to overserve to see if there are impaired drivers at the end of the night, that is not entrapment. Entrapment only occurs when a government agent suggests committing a crime that you were not otherwise going to commit. In the UK, it's not illegal to park on someone else's driveway. It's classified as trespassing, a civil offence, not criminal, which means the police can't do anything. This particularly surprises people, as many think they have exclusive rights to the parking outside their house as well. You can go 10 over the speed limit. My dad thought this was true as he was new to the country and quickly found out by a speeding ticket that it was not. This comes from the margin of error of speed radars. They have a 5-mile margin of error normally, and thus people feel it's safe to go 5 over. If you're only going 5 over and get a ticket, you should contest it, and make sure to ask when the gun was last calibrated. Yeah, that's what my dad told me as well. He was ticketed in the 2000s, late 90s, but that was an isolated incident. South Florida drivers normally go 10 over, and the cops do so as well. As long as you're not holding up traffic or going blazing through the streets, you are fine. I'm no lawyer, but I don't feel like most of the villains in Scooby-Doo committed any actual crime. I don't think it's against the law to put on a mask and scare some trespassers on your own property. What if there's an abandoned gold mine underneath it? I think it would still belong to the property owner. In the UK, that it is illegal to drink under the age of 18. You can buy alcohol with a meal at 16, beer, wine, cider, and you're not breaking any laws if you give your child some alcohol in the privacy of your own home and they are over the age of 5. You can buy alcohol with a meal, but do restaurants have a final say as to whether or not they'll serve it? Yes, the restaurant chain I used to work at wouldn't sell alcohol to anyone under 18, even if it was just one beer to have with a meal. Good Samaritan laws aren't nearly as broad as people think. For context, I work in emergency services. Some people believe that "I was trying to help" are the magic words that can get them out of any sticky situation. If you live together for X period of time, you're automatically legally married. There are different time periods for different purposes, and being common law doesn't always have the same effect as being married. So for example, your employer might give your partner spousal benefits after 1 year, but division of property laws might only apply after 3. And all of this varies from one place to another. Some places don't have division of property laws or common law spouses, for example. In the US, only 8 out of 50 states have any form of common law, and most of them require more than just cohabitation. You have to actually present yourself as a married couple. The sheer number of times I've heard someone say, "We're common law in New York City," is absurd, considering New York abolished common law marriage in 1933. No laws against driving barefoot. Mandatory addition in the US. In Germany, while appropriate footwear is not directly required, you can be found at fault if your choice of footwear or lack thereof leads to your inability to avert an accident. I believe it's the same in Australia. If you have an accident whilst wearing flip-flops, you might struggle with insurance to prove that wearing them didn't cause or add to the causing of the accident. I'm not driving, I'm travelling. That one is incredibly hilarious when it's on video and shared. "Officer, I'm not driving under the influence, I'm travelling." When my parents die, the government is going to seize a big chunk of the inheritance and I'll get nothing. In the US, this is a very common misconception. Although state inheritance taxes vary, the US federal taxes on inheritance don't actually kick in until the estate's value exceeds $5 million. So, for the vast majority of working class folk, the federal inheritance tax won't have any effect. But people will still talk to their family lawyers and ask about how much Uncle Sam is taking away when mom or dad die. Paralegal. A lot of people think that the law requires you to be a good, decent person. If I'm sitting on a bench and see a blind person about to walk into the path of a bus, it's completely legal for me, in the United States, to remain silent, take my cell phone out, and take a video of his death. It's even legal for me to profit from the video. I'd be a monster for doing it, but there's no law imposing a duty on me to tell this stranger, "Watch out for that bus!" You should never tell a blind guy to watch out for a bus. Listen out for that bus! Freedom of speech in my country. That's from watching too many US movies. In Canada, it's pretty common for people to parrot American laws as if they were their own. I'm a lawyer. This is not a law that doesn't exist, but a law that is misunderstood. Typically, you can't just go get a restraining order against anybody. Most states have specific laws for who you can get a restraining order against. Typically household members or former romantic interests. Usually it's only in domestic violence cases or for victims of crimes. You can't just get a restraining order and comically use it to keep someone 100 feet away. In the United States, at least. I'm a law student, and definitely self-defense. Even though the law exists, people in my country really think it's broader than it actually is. It's federal law in the US that a plainclothes or undercover police officer has to identify themselves as law enforcement if asked. No, it's not the law, and they can tell you whatever they want. I'm reminded of that Breaking Bad cold open where Badger gets arrested for selling product to an undercover officer because of this exact made-up law. In many countries, escaping from prison is not an offence because the desire to be free is so inherent to humans that it needs to be respected. This is providing you don't commit another felony while escaping, like killing a guard. Germany is one of those countries. A real but widely misunderstood law is HIPAA. People think it protects you from literally any discussion of your health issues by anyone at all. Nope, not even close. Driving with interior overhead car lights on is not illegal. I had an experience with this. Got pulled over as a very new driver, 16, because my interior lights were on. The car and I were so new to each other, I didn't know all of the controls and I had just left a bright parking lot. No laws broken, but the cop told me he'd stop me for suspicion of DUI because it's an indicator of impaired driving. It's indicative of lack of attention. They cannot arrest a husband and wife for the same crime. That common civil liberty protections restrict individuals or organisations. Freedom of press, speech, due process, etc. only restrict the government. For example, most organisations can restrict your speech based on their internal policies. There are incidences where an organisation has to provide certain protections based on federal funding, i.e. schools implementing Title IX. Not a lawyer, but unfair firings are oftentimes not illegal. People often assume that if they were treated unfairly at work, like getting fired for something trivial that someone else got away with, that some kind of law has been broken and that they have a strong case for suing. In most cases, this is not true. There are only very few reasons for firing that get a company in trouble. Firing for race, colour, national origin, religion, sex, age, or disability is illegal in all states. Firing for anything else varies from state to state. In many states, this means you can be fired for a medical condition, your sexual orientation, tattoos, that stupid look on your face, your weight, etc., or just because I'm not attracted to you. What is the worst thing you've seen a coworker do and still avoid being fired? Crack Shack, which wasn't exactly creative, but we later found out that the owners were arrested for selling drugs. When you realised $360,000 in aeroplane parts is like one subassembly. One particular type of screw on my old jet was about $10,000 for one single screw. He tried to run over a security officer with his car when the security officer told him he couldn't park where he wanted to park. Almost succeeded too. He wasn't fired. Was he at least sat down for a stern talking to? He was not fired. He did have to meet with HR, so I'm assuming he has a note in his file, but no further action was taken. To my knowledge, he never even apologised. Accidentally send the last 3 years of account details back statements from one company to their direct competitor. Haha, I came close to this. Within my first few months out of college, working as a design engineer, copy and pasted what I then realised was a confidential, proprietary design that we created for a competitor of the client. My boss admitted blame, he signed off and certified it without realising I had copied it from a proprietary job, until I told him that was my reference material after the job was issued. We have a big database of industry standard reference material we use, but he also said I could use previous jobs as reference designs. However, I was unaware at the time that some of our corporate designs were proprietary. We agreed that, as the level of experience I was at and the training I was given I wasn't fully expected to know that at that stage. Needless to say, I've not done it again. That is how it's supposed to work. People make mistakes. Different from the casual bastardry that is a lot of these replies. When companies don't do what yours did, employees just get better at hiding and blame-shifting mistakes. Worst coworker ever was the credit mooch. He would constantly horn in on other people's projects, getting his name added to them to make it look like he was doing S, when he actually not. If people tried to assign him any work on said project, he would have a personal emergency, or a virus would make him lose all his work, or his schedule is booked with other projects, or the worst, he would pull some sucker in to help him with it, and said sucker would end up doing all in utter frustration. Because he was so good at stealing credit, he managed to get top marks on his reviews despite doing absolutely zero actual work for the company. I know at least 4 people quit due to this guy getting better raises than they did. Far as I know, they never actually got rid of him. That's middle management material right there. No, that's a straight shooter with upper management written all over him. Had a co-worker, as a standard business practice, falsely condemn furnaces in winter to pressure homeowners into buying new systems and pad his commission check. I couldn't do anything as I had no direct proof, but he would joke about it all the time. It did finally catch up with him when one customer smelled BS and called other companies with advanced testing machines. Took those results and sued the poop out of him. I ended up working for that second company and haven't looked back. Sued the poop out of him. Superb! I would rather have the money, but that's just me. This dude walks a server out of the server room every 6 months or so to sell on eBay. We have literally no security except the front door, but the owner is so ancient and out of touch, I doubt she even remembers things are being stolen. We had an IT guy that was stealing old laptops after we replaced them for employees with new ones. Funny thing was that we didn't give him a raise for 5 years since we knew about it, and apparently he didn't want to quit either out of fear of being discovered, or due to the extra money he was making. His raise would have been worth more than the laptop, so we just let it continue. No problem with the lack of character issues for IT position. Seems like a big security risk. As an assistant manager at a Valvoline instant oil change, I was dealing with an unreasonable customer that had just spat at a female employee that he didn't want working on his car. He didn't know that the guy under the car was her boyfriend. The guy comes up the steps, grabs an oil gun and starts pumping 10W30 all climate into the guy's window as he's frantically trying to start the car and roll up the window. The employee was reprimanded pretty hard, but it was understood why he did it. No charges were filed. The franchise owner paid a lot of money to have the guy's car cleaned. I never saw the customer again. If I remember correctly, the employee was suspended for a week. I'm very sorry that I misspoke. I was an assistant to the manager. Former Vioc assistant manager also. This would have been 12 years ago now. Our gun locks never worked properly, so for the most part, we always had to hold the trigger arm down to pump in the oil. No big deal, but probably better anyway. But the locks also prevent accidentally opening the valve when they would get caught on the gun rack, facing the passenger side of the car, with a woman's brand new $4,000 bridal dress sitting uncovered in the front seat. It was a complete accident, and thankfully the manager was there when it happened. I took the topside guy, who was visibly upset, verge of tears, guilty feeling, out the back door, talked him down, told him to take a long on-the-clock lunch. The customer's fiancé came up later that day to apologise for his future bride being rightfully pissed off at us. 2 days later, the corporate maintenance guy for our chain was replacing and testing every single gun on the rack. We had to suspend the guy for not following procedures. Area manager had to do it because the chain managers forced him to, and he quit while on suspension. But it could have been literally anybody in the store that day. We were lucky enough to work for a franchise owner that spent money keeping the stores and equipment in good shape and up to date. I couldn't imagine how shitty that guy felt. Kudos to you for seeing that he needed to get out of there for a while. Most of the managers I worked with only cared about the labour percentage and the ticket average. Nothing. Documenting work as completed when no actual work has been done. Management knew or was suspicious of it, but not so much as a write-up or a reprimand. Eventually, management changed, figured out no work was being done, called it fraud, and canned them. The job was easy too, and good money. I don't get why they didn't just do the work. Similar issue. Had an analyst who joined the team from an acquisition. Deliverables were quarterly. All is fine for about a year. Then I start getting the occasional escalation about overdue work or missing work. I address it and the employee assures me they're working on it. No big deal. We all get behind. But after another full quarter and more frequent issues, I decide to look into all her customers. Turns out the analyst wasn't doing crap until the customer asked for it. They played dumb that they didn't know they had to do it, despite me training them and they having no issues for the first year. HR required a performance improvement period. The employee busted ass and got all their backlog done in the 60-day period and was not fired. Fast forward to another 6 months and it all starts over. They quit before I could get authorization to terminate. Sounds like a stepping stone job that served its purpose. It was an entry level at an IT financial services company. Starting was 60k, so not insane, but nothing to sneeze at. And the work was not hard. The thing that made it suck so bad was 1, this person never had the bandwidth to step up for any one-off problems, despite not doing the work. But then 2, performed an entire quarter of backlog in 60 days. More than capable. Just lazy. HR rep found out about a person's elective surgery and made fun of her with a former employee. Let me recap. This person knew about an employee's private medical information because she worked with our healthcare plan and in her role as HR, and shared that private information with another person for the sole purpose of mocking the employee. She was not fired. That's not just worthy of being fired, that's 100% illegal. Edit. Please look for yourself. It's not illegal in jurisdictions. It's not criminal, but very likely could be civilly actionable. Definitely it's the company at a huge risk. The exact kind of risk HR is supposed to prevent. There is no private cause of action under HIPAA. It is 100% impossible for a person to sue for a HIPAA violation. One of my former co-workers, she's since been fired for stealing customers' lottery winnings, told an elderly woman that she was stupid for not knowing how to pump gas. This woman's husband had recently passed away and he had always pumped the gas for her, so she never learned. I had a horrible second-hand embarrassment when the woman came in and told us. We relayed it to the manager. This makes me so angry that such a sweet thing the late husband did for her got turned into an insult. Lesson for the not yet dead. Teach your family to do basic things so they are able to safely put fuel in a vehicle, replace a filter for the HVAC system, turn off water for the home, reset a tripped electrical breaker, etc. I worked in a medical marijuana state. One guy neglected to check a dry room for a few days, assuming all was well. All was not well, at all. The dehumidifier crapped out while the plants were being hung out to dry, and sat in a warm, dark room for 3 days before it was someone else's responsibility to check it. By that point, every single plant was coated in mould, and we had to throw out a little over $1 million worth of product. Side note, I had never done the math to see what he cost us until now, and am mad all over again. His only punishment was to be denied moving to day shift, but other than that, it was forgotten about. That one guy was able to make that mistake and cost you over $1 million seems more like a management problem to me. Oh yeah, that's an issue too. This guy is a lead though, so he should be a little more responsible than that. Drive around the yard on a forklift, no hands on the steering wheel, firing a nail gun at people and objects around the yard. We had an operator raise a guy 10 feet standing on the forks in order to pull down an overhead door that had been stuck. The scissor lift was literally 30 feet away. The nail gun adds a certain fun factor though. Nailed it. A co-worker jumped out from behind a door at my husband, who is a disabled combat veteran with PTSD, dressed as if he was from the Middle East. He was literally trying to trigger a flashback. No repercussions as he was the boss's friend. 2 weeks later, he fell down some icy steps and broke both legs. Karma took care of that one. Fell. I will say, my husband wasn't the only one who disliked him. Gravity seems to just have ways of finding people like that. One of life's greatest mysteries. I work in an agency that coordinates services for individuals with disabilities. We have one worker has about 12 people on her case that gets all of her attention and about 20 who are basically ignored. It's clear she isn't trying. One of the people on her caseload was my former client. I told her the correct contact info, the stuff in the online system was wrong. If she checked the yearly plan or looked in the physical file, she could get it. The next evaluation, 3 months later, she said she had called the number on the online system and nobody answered. I asked about the other ways of contact, and she said she wasn't going to check any of the other places. I sent her the info and she got on contact the next day. She constantly says we should drop people from the services because they can't be contacted, and then when somebody else tries, they get somebody the first time. Removing somebody from services and getting them back in can be a multi-month process, and if they were getting services, they would lose them and maybe not be able to get them back. During evaluations, she screams pretty non-stop when anything bad is pointed out. Thank you for not being her. You are welcomed. There is unfortunately a lot of people who don't care or worse. After I got promoted out of the role working directly with clients, my case mostly was split between 2 people. Both were out in a few months. One person ignored somebody who was having a major crisis when they were trying to get away from abusive house members who were trying to stop that. As far as I can tell, she never made an attempt to get involved, despite me actively working it and telling her she needed to get involved. The other person committed fraud in at least 2 ways. She said she lined a job for a client cleaning office buildings. Instead, he shoveled snow for 12 hours for the worker's husband and never got paid. She was fired for this, but in the course of looking over her work, she billed 10 hours to do a job that would be a stretch at 20 minutes. Non-politicians, how would you feel about limiting all members of Congress to an hourly wage of $14.50, double the federal minimum wage, and holding them accountable to a minimum of 40 hours of work per week? Actually, I'd do the opposite. Pay them $1 million per year. Ban all other income with penalty of jail time. No book deals, no speaker fees. For context, 2 F-35 fighter jets equals Congress's entire salary. Exactly. Limiting congressional pay means that basically only retired or independently wealthy people can serve. This is currently the case in many state houses, and it's problematic. Furthermore, the most qualified people would not want that job. Tell one of the most skilled lawyers in the world that they could make a fortune being a partner in a private firm, or make pennies working a thankless job where their entire lives are scrutinized to the finest details. What do you think they would do? Then tell a really charismatic, egotistical trust fund baby that they can be one of the most powerful people in the country and see how they react. Good idea, OP. Conversely, you may weed out all the people seeking power and money and only attract those who genuinely want to serve their country while living very comfortably on $1 million a year. Sounds like a good way to ensure only very wealthy people run for seats. If you read a lot of documentaries or follow the government business people, those CEO companies and the senator council seats are the same circles of people. Whoever that jump into politics shall not be allowed to own any position anymore in the private company or earn any income other than their politics position. This will help at least reduce people with hidden agenda, so if they can't earn money, they have to be rich before. They can be rich before, but have to let go their private business interests once they jump into politics, focusing their aims purely for the good of the whole nation. Politicians earn pretty high compared to many jobs, and they got high pension money on their retirement. If that is not enough, only human greed keep asking for more. I feel like this would open up politicians to more bribery. The less money politicians make, the more incentive for corruption. Bring back hanging for treason. So, a job where you can't afford to live in a city you have to spend 75% of the year in, and you'll be killed if you attempt to make more money. Sounds like people would really be lining up for that one. I think that was the point OP was trying to make though. If you can't afford to live with double the minimum wage, maybe raise it. People really need to stop using this sub to soapbox their new law proposals. Low salaries for civil servants encourage corruption. Not that it would here, since campaign donations already blow them out of the water. Either a candidate is rich, like a lot already are, or they just pay themselves from their campaign. Current FEC laws mean they'd essentially double their salary. If that's not enough and they're not already rich, then they won't run or will resort to corruption. And I can guarantee you every congressperson and senator spends that much time already on Congress-related duties if you include campaigning, strategy, meetings, communicating with constituents, etc. Unless you mean only time spent on floor, in which case that seems counterproductive. Senators spend up to 190 days on the floor per year, in probably one of the most stressful jobs in the country. Their pay is $174,000 a year. I think they're getting paid the right amount of money for what they do. And yet corruption still is a major problem for America, and it undermines its democracy every day. Our corruption is different from that in other countries. My parents are from a third world country, and back there, corruption means something very different. It means cops refusing to investigate crimes unless you give them a bribe, politicians enticing programs and outright skimming money from the top, and people just flat out taking money from the Treasury. In America, what we call corruption isn't that. It's when interest group X gives some money to their campaign to get re-elected so they can keep their jobs. The types of corruption are very different. If we limit salaries, then we're going to have more of the third world type of corruption, where politicians outright steal money or take bribes instead of, hey, if you help me get re-elected, I'll pass a law you like. While it's an okay theory, it would fail in practice. Why would you work for $14.50 in a high-stress job with low job security and no chance of a raise, when you could become a server or a bartender and make more without the stress? The only people who would go into politics would be the rich, who don't care about the salary. Do you want a government made up only of the rich? How is that different from the way it is now? Because it would be 100% rich people as opposed to about 80%. Excellent. We should do everything in our power to make sure no working class or poor Americans can afford to serve in Congress. Too many of them damn rabble, and we might risk a serious threat to our corporate hegemony. Furthermore, we should make sure that any time Congress seems dysfunctional, salaries are cut off. That should provide additional pressure for the working class schmucks to find a less stressful job that consistently keeps them and their family fed. Well, for certain values of consistency. No promises, lol. And after that we can change the voting laws so that only those who own land over a certain value, and thus have a stake in the country, can vote. Just like the Founding Fathers did. No more of these liberal ideas like universal suffrage. And in order to vote, not only do you have to own land, but you also have to be a Christian, straight, white man. I don't think lowering the wage would encourage people to get involved in government. It would filter out the people looking to get into government for riches and prestige. People should be involved in government to better the community and stuff, rather than to make a profit, right? I know that's great in theory, but likely to never happen. But getting paid a wage isn't profit. Sure, your primary driver is to better the community or country, but competent civil servants could often make a lot of money in the private sector. If you don't have some semblance of fair compensation, you won't get competent people holding public office positions. No college-educated person would want to work a high-profile, high-stress, high-turnover rate, low-wage job. We'd basically be leaving our governing up to people willing to work an insane stress job who aren't educated enough to get something better paying. Really seems like we'd be setting the country up to fail. You can drive a bus and make almost twice as much as that. Already wealthy people don't have to care about salary as well. Especially people who are wealthy and can just afford to pay for somebody else's expenses, who guess what probably hold high positions in companies and would benefit a lot of political power. They could make up the difference giving speeches after. The median rent in DC is $2,700 a month, and you want to pay them around $2,320 a month? That seems like a really bad idea. So they live like the average American then? Wouldn't the politician response to be to live with other people to help pay the rent? The average American doesn't make minimum wage. Those who aren't rich quit because they can't afford to be politicians anymore. Those who are rich and didn't care about the issue of minimum wage get to stay and increase, since people who weren't rich just left. You now have people who are rich making your laws, people who are owners of big companies and would benefit a lot from making minimum wage lower. since it would increase their income. And before someone says, but they don't get to make external money outside the job, their dad does, their mum does, their brother does. Very easy for people who own big companies to just pay for their brother, son, friends' expenses, so they get to stay there and incentivize them to make decisions that make them richer. Clichés aside, being a member of Congress is a 24/7 job. They spend all day in committee meetings and all weekend dealing with constituents and holding events like town halls at home. Even when the House and Senate aren't in session, they're back home in their district offices working on local issues. Don't believe the story that it's a part-time job. It's not. Yeah, the job isn't just legislating, it's dealing with constituents and running for office, like it or not. A congressman who you agree with who loses re-election is worth less to you than one you disagree with who stays in office and can deal with issue important to your district. We'd have to eliminate campaign funds, soft money, and lobbyists. However, if hypothetically this were to happen, and that was all they could earn and they clocked in like everyone else, we'd probably see a more realistic representation of Americans. The current politicians would leave for the private sector. That could be a great thing, but could just as easily be a total failure. I'd like to think if it more reflected our current electorate, the laws would more positively reflect what we want and need as a country. But I'm an idealist. Pretty much no sane person would want to have this work, unless you're already filthy rich, or your family can pay for your expenses. Also, encouraging bribes. Who do you think can spend hundreds of thousands of dollars for college, go into a very stressful job which consumes a lot of time and pays very low? People who already don't care about money. Oh, you're a mid-class citizen? Well, you better don't come here, because you won't have money to pay rent and student loans. Oh, you're a low-class citizen. Not even a chance to pay rent and food. Oh, you're really rich, and the salary doesn't matter to you. Welcome then. Why would you expect Ivy League law school workers that literally have to draft law to earn the same as a McDonald's employees? I think the point was that they increased the wage for, metaphorically or literal, McDonald's employees and helped the country to help themselves. Congress is a C-suite level management job and takes similar skills. If you do not compensate comparably, then there are only two reasons someone will take the job: civic duty or various forms of corruption. One can only ask someone to take so much of a pay cut in the name of civic duty. TLDR. Limiting Congress's pay excessively would increase corruption. I think you're right about corruption. It's a very common concern with the idea I pitched. There are only two reasons someone would take the job: civic duty or various forms of corruption. Plus, those who seek power for power's sake. They aren't necessarily corrupt, think religious zealots. Just want to impose their will on others. And the civic duty people would need to be independently wealthy, either rich or retired. So they'd be very limited and skewed to a small subset of demographics. I'd also like them to be made to wear the logos of every corporate sponsor they receive money from. Sort of like they do in NASCAR. If they want to be corporate whores, let us see exactly who owns them. Just to be clear, I'm not saying people in NASCAR are corporate whores. Corporate sponsorship is fine in sports. I'd also like them to be made to wear the logos of every corporate sponsor they receive money from. Sort of like they do in NASCAR. If they want to be corporate whores, let us see exactly who owns them. The only way that'd work is not as a law itself, but blackmail to get them to drop all the sponsors they wouldn't want exposed as in practice, as a law if they could control where to put the logos. As in practice, as a law, if they could control where to put the logos. If they couldn't, truly problematic ones wouldn't have room. They'd just put the shady ones someplace that wouldn't usually get shown to the public, like their armpits or whatever. My belief is that politicians aren't paid enough. Congress should get at least $1 million a year. Senate and Supreme Court, $2 million. President, $4 million. In exchange, they liquidate everything except for a house in their district. A couple of cars and some sentimental stuff will be allowed. The funds are held in trust by the Treasury Department for the duration of their term. While in DC, they live in a dorm and eat in a cafeteria. Discovery of any bribes leads to forfeiture of their assets. Let me guess, they also have to wear some kind of coverall uniform and liquidate all their clothes, and they can't talk about their past and basically other ways. Let's make this full young adult dystopia. including that they can't fall in love. This is not a hill I'd die on, pun intended. Term limits, an end to lobbying, and the dissolution of PACs are more important to me. Term limits are a common topic I've seen mentioned today. If the president, why not the politician? What Congress does is worth a lot more than $14.50 an hour. Nobody would ever want to be in Congress if that was their pay. Kinda defeats the point of having Congress. What Congress does is arguably not a whole lot for the average person most of the time. Only once in a great while have they passed laws that benefit people like myself. The fact the country exists and has roads and schools and jobs and exports goods abroad while trading back with other nations, and you can travel abroad freely, that people have freedoms and rights, that there's clean air and water, that police and armed forces are governed by the rule of law, are all things that benefit people like yourself. Yeah, except none of the guys up there right now have done any of this. This was all put in place, and people like you and me have been maintaining it now for a while. The country exists from people fighting for our stuff 243 years ago. Roads, First National Road was started in 1811. First American school was founded in 1635, and 1918 was when it was required to attend at least until elementary was completed. Trade started from the beginning. The US didn't start restricting travel until recently. The freedoms and rights was started back when the Constitution was written. The current elected officials have removed laws in place by the last couple sitting presidents that protected clean air and water. Flint, Michigan would like to have a word with you on clean water. The police are on an all-time high of abuse of power, or at least those being reported. Our current armed forces are running at 50% readiness due to production not willing or able to supply them with the parts needed to get equipment up to a more reasonable number. I won't even get into the fact that they dismantle many of the safety programs that would have helped us during this outbreak. Right now, there are 28 million people out of work, nearly 100,000 dead because those in charge are done nothing but try to line their own pockets and agenda. So tell me what the current sitting president or Congress has done that benefits the average person, because I doubt it will outweigh the things they have done wrong. Men of Reddit, what compliment would you like to hear more often? Compliments that have to do with what feelings you're evoking in another person. You make me feel safe, for example. That's always awesome to hear. She didn't have to say it, but the first time my girlfriend stayed at my house for the night, she fell asleep on me within minutes of going to bed, and she slept the whole night without being disturbed at all. I only know this because I was up most of the night, as this was the first time somebody had shared a bed with me in probably 7 years. I appreciate you. Exactly. I work my body off, and at home, general upkeep, yard work, landscaping, and renovations. Sometimes knowing you're appreciated makes it all seem less like a chore and more like a pleasure. It reminds you that your wife or kids know how hard you work and feel happy with you. And feel so happy with you that they felt they needed to remind you how much they appreciate everything you do for them. Sometimes it makes a bad day turn around. Any compliment about my appearance would be nice to hear more often, especially since I've never had one before. I once told a distant co-worker, he didn't work in the same department, going through a divorce. "Oh, I'm so sorry, well, you're so handsome, women are going to flock to you." He came back to me days later to thank me because it meant so much to him. He's never gotten a compliment about his looks before, and it helped his self-esteem to hear that. Which is wild because he was actually handsome, and what the heck, his ex-wife never told him? I'm constantly surprised by just how many men are never complimented on their appearance by their partners. My current boyfriend has told me he's never been complimented on his body by a girlfriend before, which is just ridiculous to me. I'm trying to encourage my female friends to compliment their male partners more often. Everyone deserves to feel like their partner is attracted to them. I've been with my wife for 10 years now, so you'd think her compliments on how I look wouldn't have the same punch by now. Nope, I still get all warm and fuzzy when she compliments me on how I look. It never gets old. Been with my hubby for just over 10 years. I tell him he's cute on the regular. I like his butt. A colour looks good on him. I like his hair, what he's wearing. But I also tell him I appreciate him and thank him for doing an extra job I haven't got to yet. I thank him every night for dinner and tell him it was good. I tell him he's a good husband and father, especially as he grew up with an abusive or absent father. And I appreciate him going to work every day for us. I can't work currently and it's not easy financially. I appreciate how he handles our money and bills, always makes sure we have enough for what we need and for birthday and Christmas gifts for our child. That I am smart and attractive despite the zits. Coming from a woman, I personally never notice acne. It never bothers me and I've been attracted to guys with acne. So don't worry about it too much. Totally agree with this. As a woman, trust me, we see past the blemishes. We see kindness, supportiveness, your own strength of character, subtle and calm masculinity. I fell in love with my husband when he helped a man in a wheelchair on a public bus. Don't mind the over-the-top masculinity. Being a good person will swoon the ladies and men every time. I'm lucky to be with you. My girlfriend told me this after she lost her job a couple of days ago. It warmed my heart so much that despite what she was going through, she still felt it was necessary to tell me that. Complete game changer for our relationship. You're beautiful. Can't describe why it hits so hard. I've wondered how a guy would feel if a girl told him he was beautiful. Because there have been times when I've seen a guy and thought, that is a beautiful man. It doesn't have to be a reference to physical looks. I was once called a beautiful person. It's one of, if not the most memorable compliments I've ever received. February the 26th, 2013, in between 2:30 AM. Her name was Sarah. I never saw or talked to her again. I feel safe and secure with you. Anyone held in your arms is bound to feel safe and secure with you. Told this to my partner before we went to sleep and oh man, NGL dude's a keeper. I enjoy the feeling of being desirable. Rather it's a look or just saying something that shows someone values you and they want to be close or around you. I don't know, I can barely take compliments seriously because I just don't believe them myself, I guess. Woman here, write down a compliment someone gave you on a sticky note and put it somewhere where you will see it several times a day, like your mirror, and it will sink in. It takes practice like most things in life. And just for your information, many women receive compliments on their looks all the time and don't believe it either. They gave to learn to take in good feedback as well. Take baby steps. You may not believe their compliment yourself, but work on believing that they think that about you. You don't have to agree with them, just believe that they think that about you. Then, once you've rewired your brain to believe that they think all those positive things about you, it's a much smaller leap to start believing them yourself. You matter, you're worthy, and you deserve happiness. I hope that one day you can rewire your brain to believe that about yourself. You're attractive. If a stranger were to say that to me, I would be flattered. Seriously, this. Talking with a female friend, and somehow got onto the topic of how tall would be too tall for her to date. And she said relatively short, like 5'8" as her max because she's only 5'3", and didn't want her boyfriend to be able to rest his arm on her head. I'm 5'11" and my wife is about 5'3" as well. And when I mentioned that the most I can do is get my chin on the top of her head, she said, oh. Her brothers are like 6'5", and just tower over her apparently. After thinking a bit, she said to my wife that if she ever wanted to share me, to let her know. Which I think is the first time I've ever received a compliment like that from anyone other than my wife. And the friend only had a general idea of what I look like because pictures we use for phone contacts are relatively old. I will probably remember it for a long time because nothing in how she said it sounded insincere. Though it also did sound light-hearted, like if my wife said in no uncertain terms, never that she would not be offended or something, I don't know. Probably some of the isolation getting to me. Moved across the country a couple of years ago, coinciding with me working from home full-time, so I haven't really met many people in our new living area outside of the personal trainer we use. I don't hear compliments whatsoever, but I compliment myself, which is pretty much a depressing way of coping for anyone who's alone right now. Lol. Positive self-talk is always needed even if you do get compliments. It gives you the energy and space to compliment others when you feel good about yourself. A car can't run on an empty tank. Something along the lines of, I'm really proud of you, goes a long way for men. Most of the time we don't care about physical compliments. I completely disagree with this, to be honest. I agree. I have been genuinely complimented on my physical appearance 4 times in my life, and I remember every single one of them. Thank you, drunk girl in the bar, gay guy on the subway, female friend, and a gay guy on the street. I think it's context. Whatever we personally needed the most stands out. OP is probably a decent-looking dude that gets hit on frequently enough. You're really sweet. This, but not facetious. as is typical like 99% of the time. In fact, I'd go as far as to say, "You're really sweet," or "You're so sweet," is probably the one compliment most men have heard, which figures because it's hardly ever loaded with any real sincerity. "I like your hair." Well, by that I mean I would rather not hear that it looks bad long. "I'm a girl and I love long hair. I convinced my husband to grow it really long. He was the most magnificent creature I'd ever seen." Men with long hair exude confidence, a disregard for the norms of society, and have really nice hair. Men with long and curly hair is an added bonus. Men really underestimate how important hair is in looking good, and long hair goes a long way to make just about anyone who actually washes their hair look spectacular. "I really appreciate all the hard work you do to make sure our family has everything we need. Thank you. Seriously, if you are considered essential, then you are really a hero. Thank you for everything you do. You are an amazing, unselfish person. Keep it up." Okay, so I'm not one to beg for compliments or anything like that. However, this page has made my day. If only us men could get these types of compliments more, I think it would positively affect our mental health. We need this on Reddit daily. And thank you again for the vote of confidence. It really is nice to hear. It's really the littlest things with us men. If you didn't know me, I come off as hard. After all, I'm 6'2" tall, bearded and bulky, with tattoos and the face that my co-workers call resting murder face. But in reality, I just really want to hug someone. I really do want to cuddle all the damn time. One of my favourite compliments I've ever received was about my eyes. But we are stuck in a world where if you're a guy, we are not allowed to ask for hugs, or to hold or be held by someone. We don't get compliments like girls do. The most we get is, "Good job, it looked good," etc. So yes, we really are starved for any form of attention or contact. Again, I'm 6'2", bearded, tattooed, look like I want to strangle you with your child's intestines just for looking in my direction. But a secret about me? I've a pillow that I've had since the age of 15 that I cuddle every single night. Ask for hugs anyway. Honestly, one of the most gratifying compliments to give, as well as receive, is "You give really good hugs." Everyone benefits from them, especially if they are heart to heart. A nice reminder to people, you are human and humans need touch. Infants die without it because of lack of connection, and serotonin and dopamine help fight depression too. So why are adults different again? Help break that stereotype. I hate the first impression equals expectation. Cuddle bears are often misunderstood and underappreciated. On behalf of who don't understand, I'm sorry. You're missing out on tapping in on some of the hardest working, genuine people out there. People like you are great friends to have around, so thank you for accepting who you are. Besides, gentle defenders are wicked attractive. Despite what is taught, displaying your vulnerable soft side means you're a family man type. It helps people trust you with their safety and to feel more secure with honest and true feelings. Don't forget to advocate for your needs' boundaries too. If not, it shows their own insecurities, intimidation, and it's not you. Thank you for being you. You're not fat, you're plus size. Just like some females in this world. As long as you aren't overweight in a way that is very unhealthy, I don't care about what a guy looks like. Actually, the first person I had a crush on was a little on the plus size, but I didn't care because what made me like him was he had went out of his way to help me. I'm still acquaintances with him, and he has a girlfriend who happens to be one of the more popular girls in school. When she first told me she liked him, I thought it was adorable, and as far as I know, they went to the last school dance together. So stay strong. Something authentic, with real conviction. Too many compliments are just given to make people feel good. They don't acknowledge specific, appreciated accomplishments. How many of us have gotten 100 "you're doing a good job" compliments from people who don't know what you're even doing? You did that carefully and deliberately. It's obvious you care about doing it right, and that says a lot about your character. Thank you for being so thorough. It's why people consider you a responsible person. I know that was stressful. It was more hard work than I'd expect from most people. I appreciate you volunteered to do it. But I think more generally, make a man feel like a man and his day is made. You can watch him do superhuman feats by making him feel like the doodliest guy. People of Reddit, what are some cool but completely useless talents you can do? I can eat a lot of pineapples, like 4 big pineapples a day. If I have more money, I'd buy even more pineapples. Isn't it true that pineapples marinate your tongue and breaks it down or some science stuff like that? If true, is your tongue the size of a nickel? I can tie someone else's shoes using only my feet. If you don't mind me asking, how did you obtain this skill? One boring summer day, I kept untying everybody's shoes under the table by pulling the loose laces with my toes sneakily, and when one guy eventually got fed up, after having to retie his shoes for the third time, he jokingly said, "Okay, this time you have to put it back, with your feet since you think it's so funny." And I just did it. We were all surprised, honestly. I can write in mirror image cursive backwards perfectly with my right dominant hand, as well as write in cursive with both hands at the same time, going in opposite directions. As in writing left to right with my left hand, while writing right to left with my right hand, mirror image, and meeting in the middle. Also the other way, writing right to left with my left hand, mirror image, while writing left to right with my right hand, both hands going towards the outer edges of the page. How did you learn that? I've been practicing writing with my left, non-dominant hand for 2 months, but it's still bad. When I was a kid, maybe 10 or so, I wanted to learn how to do it, so I sat down to figure it out and could just do it. There was zero learning curve. Brain's just wired that way, I guess. I can proficiently whistle while blowing air as well as breathing it in. Means I can whistle for much longer than the average human. Sounds like circular breathing. Didgeridoo players did this. Circular breathing, at least the way I understand it from classical music, is different. What they do is store a lot of air in their mouth or cheeks as they blow. When they run out of breath, they breathe in while blowing the air they have in their cheeks through the instrument. With practice, they can do it without a break, though there's always a moment where it sounds a tiny bit snatched. I unconsciously count the time of time-based events. Like, I know when the light will turn green at specific traffic lights, or in the game when an item will spawn on the map. Pretty much the same. I have just a very precise internal clock. When I take a nap, I usually set random timers, like 16 minutes and 37 seconds. Then wake up before the time, start counting at a random number and hit it, plus or minus 5 seconds. Counting seconds also very precise, although I have to admit I practiced. I have perfect pitch, which basically means I can identify a musical pitch with 100% accuracy without having to think about it. Back in college, people would play a song on the radio and I could figure it out in mere seconds on a piano or guitar. I work in IT now, and having musical talent is easily the most useless trait an ugly white dude like myself can have. Lol. Draw. Now, before anyone goes, "What? That's not useless," understand that drawing for fun as a hobby is pretty useless in the end. I don't feel comfortable selling art because I feel like nobody's ever going to be happy with what I make for them. So instead, I pick up a pencil once every 3 months to draw something, and then immediately realise I'm going nowhere with it when I see the absolutely massive amount of better artists than me on the internet that do actually make a living selling art. It's cool, but ultimately a finished piece can take me anywhere from 6 hours to 3 days, and that's a pretty significant time investment when I work full-time now. And doodles are just that, doodles. So, yep, pretty useless. So hobbies are useless in your eyes, even if they make the person happier. I can lock one eye in place and rotate the other one. Can you look left and right at the same time? It's creepy and cool at the same time. I attempted to do it many times, but failed. Yep, it's just as uncomfortable to do it as it is to look at. And how does your vision change when you do it? Blurry and extreme double vision. I have astigmatism, so my eyes try to do that anyway, but it's like 5 times worse. And if I do it too much, I get headaches, so obviously I don't mess with my eyes anymore. I can shake my eyes back and forth really fast. That is bizarre, but could save your life. My brother and I were watching The Invasion of the Body Snatchers, and the girl in it could do that eye boggle thing, and that was when she got snatched and replaced. That's how the guy figured out it wasn't her. Then my brother said he could do that too, and he did it. And I tried it, but I couldn't. So we figured out I may have been hollowed out and snatched by an alien, so my brother chased me with a toy gorilla and tried to kill me. So, yeah, boggling could save your life. I can tell the time period a movie came out within a few seconds. What are the triggers? Film quality, music, outfits? Or you just know every movie ever and when it came out? The first part, film quality, style, pacing, even how the frame is composed. It just screams a bunch of tells at me somehow. Vibrate my eyes equals useless. Raise one eyebrow equals useless. Undulate my tongue equals useless. Point out all 50 states in 35 seconds as a Canadian, 50 out of 50. I can raise one eyebrow. It's not useless for me because I'm a teacher, and it's an effective "I can't believe you're still talking" expression. I can silence a class with one eyebrow. Not me, but my dad can literally mimic any noise with disturbing accuracy. He constantly messes with us, making out notification sounds. One time he made very real bear noises, and I called him and ran inside with my dogs. He answered laughing, and I was sitting there crying my eyes out because he was carrying my third dog, and I thought she was attacked by a bear. I and a friend of mine are both gifted mimics. We can imitate clown horns, crickets, chirping, cats and dogs, and babies crying with disturbing accuracy. This benefits me a lot since I'm an amateur linguist, and I can reproduce accents and vocalizations with haunting accuracy after very little time. I can recognize people by the way they walk. Same, but not really useless for me because it's literally my main way of recognizing people. Lol. It's useless in the greater scheme of things because it's not like it's going to give you a ton of money or a great advantage, but yeah, it's useful in that you get to recognize who someone is very quickly. I'm wondering, since it's your main way of recognizing people, myopia or face blindness? No, but my eyesight has been really bad ever since I was little, and I refuse to wear glasses. So I couldn't recognize people's faces until I was close to them, so I developed this. Now I wear glasses, but I'm always focusing on the walk style instead of people's faces. I sometimes know which characters will die in a movie. My funniest example of this type of thing was my partner wanting me to watch his favourite programme. One of the characters in it is a ghost, and I guess it's this big mystery how she died because she can't remember or something. Halfway into the first episode, she said something, and I went, "Her boyfriend killed her." He looked at me like I'd just ruined his life. "How do you know? That's the big reveal at the end of the season." So he skipped ahead to the next season, and I basically guessed that twist too. If you pay attention to foreshadowing and think, what would be the most poetic thing to happen here? That's usually what happens. I'm hypermobile, double-jointed if you prefer, in all of my fingers and my elbows. I can, with my palms down, touch my elbows and wrists together the same time, and do this thing where I twist my elbow and shoulder inward, but not my wrist, which makes my forearm sit really oddly. Can't do much with my fingers anymore, but until I was around 13, I could press my right index finger all the way back to touch the back of that hand. That one really freaked people out, and other kids at school would stop me in the hallways all the time just to ask to see it. I had to stop showing people after I switched schools because it got annoying, and not doing it for years is probably why I can't anymore. Ooh, I have a couple of these. I can divide almost any number by 2, 3 or 4 in a very short time and with a great deal of accuracy. When I was a waiter, for the year or so after the credit card machines went mobile, it was then commonplace to bring the check and the machine and then find out how they wanted to handle the bill. So I got really good at grabbing 3 or 4 cards in hand and doing the math right there in real time. I can flip almost any oblong object really fast and catch it after X revolutions. So I can flip, say, a knife really fast and then grab it by the handle. I can't juggle, I've tried, but if I could juggle, I would very easily juggle knives or flaming torches. I know a lot about tarantulas, a lot, an obscene amount, more than is healthy probably. Related, I'm really good at buying and selling tarantulas at just enough profit to fund my tarantula raising habit. I am really good at making up songs on the spot that scan and rhyme and mostly make sense and are often at least a little clever. In another life, I would have been a killer marketing jingle guy or an awesome rapper. This is not a completely useless talent, as this random habit is very entertaining, and me and my son and wife spend a lot of time singing very silly songs, and then critiquing how good the song was, and then maybe singing a song about how much the song sucked. But it's not something I can put on a resume. I have a very in-depth command of post-war Japanese cinema, which really no one could possibly care less about. Maybe you can get someone to watch Seven Samurai if you're lucky, but that's about it. I know all the French verbs that use être in the passé composé instead of avoir. I have several Shakespearean monologues and a couple of poems memorized, just in case. Man, that seems like too many now I write them out. I can solve a Rubik's Cube in under 2 minutes. I can solve a Pyraminx in under 45 seconds every time, although it's a lot faster to learn than a Rubik's Cube. Took me about 20 minutes to solve it without instructions or looking anything up or consulting friends. I just looked up algorithms to make it easier later on, and I can get it solved in 10 seconds sometimes if it's a relatively easy scramble. I can burp at 3 BPS, burps per second, at any time of my choosing. Would love to be able to do that. Any tips? I'm not sure how I do it, but I'm pretty sure I know how it works. You have these 2 pipes, tunnels, whatever the hell they're called in your throat. One is for food and the other is for breathing. When air goes in the food pipe, you get rid of it via burping. What I do is inhale through my food pipe, which lets me burp. After some practice, you can do it faster. Practice doing sharp inhales and closing off the breathing pipe until you feel like you need to burp. When you do it right, try doing the exact same thing again until you get it. Good luck on your journey to learn to annoy your family and friends. I am really good at remembering people's preferences. I can remember how everyone takes their coffee or tea, or what their favourite soft drink is. I can remember allergies, as well as likes and dislikes. Example: my youngest son's friend that visited once 3 years ago is allergic to peanuts and strawberries. My best childhood friend from very long ago hated hot dogs. A customer at a place I worked at 20 years ago ordered a sausage pizza burnt every Friday. I remember details about people that they are shocked I can remember. I see it as my little superpower. I can purposely blur my vision or defocus my eyes. It's not double vision, but more like if you wear someone's glasses and they have a different prescription than you. The only use I've ever had is being able to flip through books to see how far away the next chapter is without accidentally reading spoilers. I also have very stretchy connective tissue, so I can pull my skin out really far. Most of my joints bend backwards when fully extended. I can clasp my hands behind me and bring them over my head and in front of me without letting go, etc. Zero use, and apparently I'll have really bad arthritis in the future, so negative use. I've got crazy hitchhiker's thumb. Double jointed at the knees too. Me too, my fingers are generally very limber. I used to do this party trick where I flipped them all to the side so they were curled in behind each other, and I tucked my thumb behind my hand. My mum tried it and permanently injured her hand.
If we are all living in the human body version 1.0, what sort of updates would be expected for version 1.1? Probably antivirus updates or something. Make sure it's McAfee. This is the virus. A bug fix when your mouth decides to malfunction and bite your tongue, cheek for no reason at all? I read this at the same time I was biting my cheek. No more hernias and allergies, please. Also, a sleep button would be nice. Thank you. Teeth growth like a shark's. Once you get a bad tooth, out pops a new replacement. No need for that root canal. But no wisdom teeth. The tube for air won't be next to the tube for food. Hell, they join up and pass through the same tube near the opening. It's called redundancy, for when your nose gets blocked. Great design, actually. Maybe we can make it so the poop tube isn't so close to the baby tube, or simplify it all to one input tube and one output tube. 3 tubes: baby tube, pleasure tube, poop tube. So you don't have to make the decision of risking a baby or risking poop. The fact that you don't start to sleep instantly is because human wants to be sure that no predators are near. The only predator I have are the thoughts when I don't get to sleep. So is the reason old people fall asleep so fast because they no longer care if they get eaten by a bear? No, their nervous systems just don't work that well. Well, then all of my systems are nervous systems. updated air filtration system, and a software patch to shut down overzealous antivirus programs when peanut.exe is active. To add on to the filtration update, the voice box wouldn't curse us with the ability to choke. We'll be able to breathe and swallow while eating, deep-throating popularity rises. An instant on-off button to get sleep when and where you can. How would you press on when you're off? My Windows laptop manages to wake itself up to install updates in at 3 a.m., turning on all my RGB lights, waking me up as well just fine without me hitting the on button. I hope they get these controls figured out. I still can't figure out how to make it go into combat mode, so I just glitch out in confrontation. Download alcohol.exe. It might work sometime, but you might lose some data. Not effective for everyone. For guaranteed fighting, you'll want meth.exe. But the microtransactions are a bitch, and the cancel option is hard to find. Common_sense.exe really needs some fixing. Why does everyone assume human body uses Windows? The weird, quirky, and unexplained behavior, the random crashes, the horrid security, and every time an update is applied, the whole system freezes. What else would be running? Linux? Ha! No. Unlimited replacement teeth, and they wouldn't decay or be an issue. Yes, I have a fear of dentists. And no, I don't care, I just destroyed multiple industries and professions. Same man. I have a lot of crowns and went through a couple of root canals, but I'm still getting anxious and scared of going into treatments. It's the worst phobia in the world. Yeah, getting one set of replacement teeth only is rough. At very least, we should get a third set around 50 to see us into our later years. That feels like a big update, like a speck of human body 2.0. Yeah, 1.0 was a total cash grab, front-end upgrades only possible as an add-on purchase, and back-end maintenance depending on insurance policy. I hope 1.1 is more complete with a better-looking interface and less back-end bugs in general. In many regions, back-end maintenance is included in the standard membership fee. It's not really a hardware issue, more like an issue with your supplier. Antivirus, and hopefully updated common sense. We have antivirus. It is just slow and imprecise. Needs a serious update to get way better at detection with less false positives. The problem with common sense isn't as much a need for update as the frequent failure to install it by the build and setup committee. And the common habit of destroying it is using the party function. Even when some of the BS committee try to install common sense, they modify it or damage it on installation, resulting in worse performance than the lack of installation or installation of the proper intact version. Changelog. Eyes can now fake photographs. Dreams no longer immediately disappear upon waking up. Body is able to regulate internal temperature. Telepathy has been added. Sleep requirement has been reduced from 8 hours a day to 3 hours a day. Mate, it's 1.1, not 6.0. All of those are backwards compatible. Depression and anxiety bugs fixed. I'll buy 2 copies for all platforms. Hey, we said a body upgrade, not Skyrim. Faster metabolism. Custom metabolism so you can choose fast or slow. Alcohol companies hate him. Learn how to get drunk on just 1 glass with this one little adjustment. Better knees. His. I only have so many snow seasons left in mine. Yes, I'm still bitter about lockdown ruining what was gonna be an amazing late spring shred fest. Wings. It's V1.1, only bug fixes and optimizations. You're asking for an API change. XD. What bugs need to be fixed? The desire to die in the middle of the air that too many people are experiencing. There's no leftover pee. Once you're done, you're done. No shakeage required. And when there's pee, it comes out in a single straight stream every time. Can you rethink butthole location and functionality whilst you're at it? Appendix has been removed. This is a legacy piece remaining from a feature not longer available to users, which has caused a lot of bugs. Actually, the appendix does have functions. A new thing for me, almost worthy. By the way, what is it with people linking every explanation on YouTube? Less sleep required. Telekinesis so I don't have to get up. Better memory so I don't forget what I was saying quite as often. Also, gills. Because underwater adventure potential. That's great, but crap, I forgot what I was going to say. This isn't beta? How did this half a design get through to development and market? Come on. This is like EA presents the human. Yeah, our lower extremities are still being rewritten from grasping to movement specialization. Not to mention the fact that there's practically a zero chance of a successful reboot after a system crash, which can happen in more ways than I can count, some without any warning. The ability to naturally digest plastic. We're all gonna unknowingly eat a lot of microplastics in the future. And the ability to poop it out like a 3D printer. Check out this cool new figurine I designed. I just pulled it out of my ass last night. Lucid dreaming at will. Better organization of memories. Libido can be turned off, on at will. Eyes can take pictures. Teeth can be regrown. Reduced ego. Immunity to cancer. More common sense. Increased visual spectrum. Ability to predetermine waking time before falling asleep. Stop with the teeth! What's new in version 1.1? Anterior cruciate ligament ACL size increased. This should fix common issues users report experiencing with tears and injuries. Fixed an issue with impacts to the side hitting exposed portions of the liver. Liver now resides entirely within the rib cage. Penis size variance decreased by 20%. Female genitalia has been redesigned for greater simplicity and ease of use. Parameters fat gain and fat loss have been readjusted to better suit current user habits. New feature, poop shut off. Option, ginger has been removed. Do I get to keep using my avatar if it's ginger? No, but you can select the color you like the most among the available ones in a character customization screen. Birthing a baby would be as easy as throwing a pin down a well, because version 1.0's process is long and hideous. It hurts like a knife-wielding. It rips your minge so bad that your pooper and your fanny become one. Then you're left with this helpless creature that needs constant attention, but you're already tired as. Then to top it off, you're left with a permanent wizard sleeve and a leaky snatch. Bonza, you're not ambitious enough. Ovaries should be a plug-in option like USB slot, and babies need to be grown in outside wombs so women can go work and not be physically hindered during pregnancy and birth. Good point. However, let's ditch the USB cord. Wi-Fi cordless all the way. Wire wisdom teeth still a thing. They are basically a bug in the design. A young child with adult teeth would be scary. Leftover code. Problem in the skull mandible. Skull maxillae and face classes may need a complete rewrite to fix this. I honestly feel it's just done on purpose by the developers. That way we need to get an update and maintenance later on. Not wanting to kill each other would be pretty solid. That's user error. Better teeth or teeth that grow back. A self-cleaning dental system or a higher resilience to sugar. Higher resilience to acid. Mainly, it's the bacteria in the mouth that eat the sugar, making acid and poop that all over our teeth. Increased orgasm length and intensity. Females now orgasm more reliably. Voluntary menstruation. Humans now manufacture vitamin C themselves. Human eyes now have nerves behind the light receptors. Inner ear hair cells now regenerate. Gray hair no longer occurs. Aging rate halved. Longevity is approximately doubled. Appetite now better linked to body weight. Some voluntary control of body temperature allows faster metabolism when losing weight. Baldness no longer occurs. Asian skin now default, and mild tan always present for lower rate of skin aging. Built-in immunity to wart viruses, HIV, mumps, rubella, tetanus, malaria, measles, coronavirus, and flu. Multiple p53 enzymes give most complete immunity to cancer. Skin no longer scars. Limbs now regrow. VO2 max is now doubled. Muscles now more responsive to exercise. Spinal column nerve now regrows if cut. Head-up display status for all vitamins, minerals, blood viscosity, and immune system operation. Pain is now less disabling. Previous build had this turned up too high. No more going to another room but then forgetting what you went to the other room for. Sleeping too much and then waking up even more tired. Now a thing of the past. You don't get the calories of something you ate, but ended up disappointed in. Sleeping in a weird neck angle one night doesn't cripple you for a week. Blood is poison to mosquitoes and other biters. Lucid dreaming at will, better organization of memories, libido can be turned off on at will, eyes can take pictures, teeth can be regrown, reduced ego, immunity to cancer, more common sense, increased visual spectrum, ability to predetermine waking time before falling asleep. Realistically, the need for physical abilities has dwindled quite a lot. Intellect would increase. Not realistically, laser eyes. Noses don't get plugged. I would love that. No pain from small things like paper cuts. Hopefully, it gets rid of my allergies and chronic illnesses. I can't even imagine life without having to fear peanuts. Must be nice. Immunity against corona. And maybe a little upgrade on the common sense department in certain individuals. I'd like the hunger mechanism to be tied more closely to the energy regulation system, so I only eat when my body actually needs to replenish its store of energy or nutrients, rather than when the stupid stomach is just empty. What will survive 2020 but won't be nearly as popular? Toilet paper. Bidets see their chance in the US market. This is the beginning of the rise of the 3 seashells. Any lifestyle change people were forced to make because they were quarantined. Washing their hands frequently, maintaining ample distance in public, cooking more for themselves instead of takeout, all that will be pissed away once things return to normal, because we as humans think they were weird to do. They were only done in tense times, and we can go back to socializing, partying, and not giving a damn about tomorrow. No, I'm a changed person. I'll continue washing my hands like a surgeon and often. How long does it take to form a habit? Like 1 to 3 months? Anyone who's been washing their hands frequently isn't likely to stop once it becomes habitual. Coronavirus memes. Or, like any 2020 memes in general, memes die ridiculously fast. The real answer is anti-vaxxers. You have an overly optimistic view of irrational people, I think. The prank YouTube channels. We can only hope. Corona prank gone wrong, gone sexual. To be fair though, there's a couple of good-natured prank videos on that site that were absolutely hilarious. Like the drive-thru skeleton pranks by Magic of Rahat. For most people, it's washing your hands. Unfortunately, I think you're right. Even without coronavirus, there's all kinds of other nasty diseases that people could avoid spreading if they just keep their grubby little mitts a bit less grubby. Essential workers. This is the real answer. Sad but true, everyone forgets by the moment this is over, no real actions will be taken. People applaud at 9 in the evening to pay their respects or put a candle for 24 hours as their profile picture to ease their conscience, thinking they have done something. But nothing happens, even now. Not taking a walk with your entire family. I have never seen as many families going on walks as I have since this whole thing started. Taking walks, jogging, driving their bike, here it feels like countless people have started to exercise. Of course, to be fair, it could easily be the case that those are the people that previously simply went to the gym, which is why you didn't see them outside. Buffet restaurants. I could imagine the food being behind glass panels and an employee putting it on your plate, becoming much more common. Might bump up costs a little though, so the cheap buffet restaurants may struggle. Cruises. For what it's worth, cruise ships have always been incubators for creeping crud. I've been on 20 plus cruises over the years and caught colds on a third of them. Why MMV, of course. Going into the office to work. Going into the office to work. More on this, plenty of companies have remote employees, but very few of them have built a remote culture to ensure their success. Often the failure of remote employees is really a failure of the company to develop a remote culture that keeps remote employees plugged in, informed, and productive. What we're seeing right now is a nationwide effort by companies to solve their remote culture problem, now that it's a matter of survival. Handshakes. Dude, I'm client-facing, and I feel so rude not shaking hands. so I always make a joke about it, and I'm getting so many responses. Some just laugh, others offer forward an elbow. One tapped my foot with his. Another, air high five. But my favorite had to be the Japanese thing. My coworker started that, and it's catching on with the whole team. Sharing beverages. This. I'm worried about movie theaters. They've been struggling for a while, and with them losing so much revenue and companies doing early home releases now, I'm worried they will be a thing of the past in a few years. Which makes me sad because I love going to the movies. It's the only extroverted thing I do. Like, why even date if we can't go see a movie? The Supreme Court overturned an old law recently, what means movie studios can now buy their own theaters. Once all the independent theaters die during this, Disney and Universal are going to make their own, and then they can do whatever they want. Coughing. Coughing is going to be frowned upon for a very long time. Not sure coughing was very popular. GameStop. I doubt it'll survive. Maybe the stores might get bought out by someone else with the name kept, but the current GameStop as we know it, it is done. Businesses, large and small, that took actions the internet population deemed wrong during COVID. I won't get into. No need. Coronavirus. I'm not joking. LOL. It'll survive 2020, but not killing as many people makes it less popular. Yeah, to be fair, not every coronavirus is this coronavirus. There are many of them flying around for a long time before this happened. Air travel. The more companies see how much they can do with virtual meetings and such, the more they can decide that this can be a huge money saver when things get better. I get this, and I think it'll be true in some cases. However, I think in the majority of cases, this will just highlight the limitations of remote meetings for many people. Makeup. I don't know that I'm going to go back to clogging my skin with foundation after going so long without. Home time. Celebrities. This crisis has shown the world just how insignificant most of them are. I can't get over that Imagine music video. Thing is, at least with Gal Gadot anyway, I can see that for a lot of people, their involvement might actually have been carried out with the best of intentions. They actually thought they would help by doing this. That if the poor masses could only see them, the wonderful celebrities, standing in their gigantic gardens and mansions and singing a song about hope with zero relation to the current pandemic at all, that they would be inspired out of difficulty. Like, no, you earn millions of dollars and about having to get locked inside your huge house with your private pool? Donate some money to hospitals and food banks, JFC. Making fun of preppers. I don't think anyone's really made fun of the sensible preppers who keep a couple of extra months' worth of food. It's the nutcases with a SWAT arsenal, a custom fallout shelter, and years' worth of supplies. Treating retail employees, especially grocery store and restaurant workers, like garbage. Obviously, there will still be those guys who keep doing that, but hopefully the majority of people will learn a lesson and treat these employees much better. You far underestimate the hell that is retail. I give it 1 week of respect for retail workers before the storm comes back in. Uber Eats. Normally it's so expensive, but with them waiving delivery fees and nobody wanting to go in, public people will overeat there and ruin appetite forever. On a similar note, I think Zoom is going to be the MySpace BlackBerry of video conferencing. I suspect another company will sweep in after all this. Maybe finding a way to make it a bit more professional. Maybe just make it feel different. Movie theaters. Man, I can't wait to hit the big screen and sit in one of the puffy reclining chairs again. Same. I really enjoy going to the movies. Staying home. Possibly living alone too. I'm living alone right now, hours away from my family, and oh man, I was fine when I saw my coworkers every day, but I still missed my family. The last few weeks have been so very bad. I haven't talked in person to someone in a week. I know that has to be hard. I worked in the office alone for half a week and was so grateful I had one person at home after spending all day alone with no human interaction. Hang in there. Face masks. I kinda hope the opposite. and that the Western countries will be more socially accepting of masks moving forward. Me too, as it perfectly and ironically coincides with the rise facial recognition and anti-mask laws. The N95 surgical mask is our savior. Gym memberships. A lot of people have bought their own equipment to set up home gyms now that their gyms are closed, and maybe even following some remote programming. Many will realize they live the convenience of working out at home, and it will save them money in the long run. Doing business with China. I wish this would show businesses all over the world that depending on a single country for so much of your labor just because it's cheap is a bad idea and leaves you vulnerable to all sorts of risks, and that investing in the local market is a better idea that helps everyone. But nah, most businesses are run by cheap guys who will save every penny they can on labor costs so their CEOs and shareholders can make unholy amounts of money. Air travel. Probably social media in general. Before it was already getting pretty bad, but you at least had an escape from it. Now, you're forced to use it non-stop. When people have something shoved down their throats, they get tired of it really fast. Physical contact though, that's going to have a huge surge after this. You take something away from people and tell them not to do it, they're going to want to do it even more. Though I suspect people are going to have to learn to actually socialize in person again after this too. Who's forcing you to use it non-stop? If you're stuck inside, you have to use the internet or phone calls if you desire to maintain the relationships you have with your friends and family who don't live with you. Since the general public predominantly uses social media for those purposes, it can certainly feel like you have to also excessively participate in social media to not become totally isolated. Cheek kisses in countries where they greet with cheek kisses. For-profit health insurance. This will convince people? You're very hopeful for the future of America. High fives. Letting someone taste your beer in a group of pals. Comfort in your 401k. Comfort in your 401k. Depends on your age. Younger working people shouldn't worry. The market will correct and survive. Older folks who are planning to retire shortly, are already retired, may have to make some changes. It's like the last financial crisis in that sense. China. Don't underestimate Chinese influence though. This is a perfect moment for them to aggressively push and control the narrative that they are the model state when every nation is struggling to prepare for the inevitable. Their efforts are starting to pay off in Italy already. Definitely COVID-19. The Republican current approach to healthcare, which is currently working this whole epidemic, has shaken the country, started a worldwide discussion, and universal healthcare in the US may be a side effect for better or worse, depending on who one may be. It's not going to be the same for at least 4 to 12 years, until we forget and go back to the way it was back in December of 2019, either by new administration or other things. Corporations, jobs. I think people will be very distrusting of corporations given how many people they have laid off in the past month. Plus, the fact that health insurance is tied to your job, and given that so many people now, neither will rub a lot of people the wrong way. It's an external sign of an ugly idea we've collectively internalized, that the human right to life is something we have to earn. What single event in history do you think changed the world the most? Asian man eats bat soup and comes down with COVID-19? Invention of the printing press. It allowed the proliferation and spread of ideas at an exponentially higher rate, and it allowed books to become something the masses could afford. The Enlightenment, and by extension the modern world, never could have happened without it. It represented as big of an information revolution as the internet does today. I remember the History Channel naming Gutenberg the most influential person in history, back when it still was a history channel. If the Ming Emperor hadn't ushered in a policy of isolation in 1433, the Zheng He, who would die shortly after, and his fleet, the largest in the world at the time, had been able to continue exploring, then the world as we know it would be significantly different, as China was the superpower of the 15th century and it just shut its door on the world. We don't have much detail about the ships in the fleet, but the accounts of Ibn Battuta and Marco Polo make them sound like incredible engineering accomplishments for the time. Discovering electricity. We'd still be using letters for communication. Construction tools wouldn't allow us to build any structure more than 10 or so stories. Spark is a key part of an internal combustion engine, so no cars unless you had a steam engine. A lot more came from the discovery of electricity. There's this neat tool called an MRI, which can find a cancer in your body shortly after it forms, rather than finding it slightly after your death. Invention of antibiotics. Came here to say this. Without antibiotics, the average life expectancy would still be like 45. You get a small cut while tending your garden back in the day, and it could potentially kill you. Vasily Archipov's decision to not fire nuclear torpedoes at American submarines. During the Cuban Missile Crisis, Archipov was one of the 3 commanders on board his nuclear submarine. In order to use the sub's nuclear weapons, all 3 members had to vote unanimously. Archipov's submarine had not received word from Moscow, and U.S. ships were dropping death charges on their submarine, trying to get it to surface. Thinking nuclear war had already broken out, the submarine commanders thought the charges being dropped were intended to sink the sub, and firing on them would be defensive. When it came to a vote, Archipov refused to give approval for use of the nuclear weapons, and the sub surfaced. Had he caved to the wills of the other 2 commanders on the Black Plague killed a massive amount of Europeans, changing the course of human history in culture, religion, medicine, etc. Hard to say if all those people survived, what family lines would have stayed and produced world-changing offspring. Taking this further, some political scientists argue that had the population not been culled so much by the plague, there would have never been modern democracy. Some claim that after the plague, the peasants held more power of their lords in feudal Europe because the workforce was so much smaller. This is a very paraphrased version of events. If any historians want to step in and fill in the blanks, be my guest. Another planet hitting the Earth when it was forming. Without that, the Earth wouldn't have enough mass to maintain a dense enough atmosphere to support complex life, like Mars, and there would also be no moon. I mean, if we're going to astronomical history, wouldn't creation be bigger? Discovery of fire. Cooked food freed up many hours in the day for other pursuits. It also provided fats for energy, enabling our brains to grow larger. The human brain uses 20% of the body's energy. The Norman conquest of England in 1066 has to be up there. It set into motion the rise of the British Empire, which shaped the modern world. It's not what I think. It's a known fact. The plow in Egypt. First time in human history, we had surplus food and could plan for the future, unlike any other animal on the planet. From here, all human civilization developed. The invention of writing. This literally took us from prehistory to history. Good call. The invention of vaccination. Just the fact that I am immune to various diseases that took millions of lives a century or 2 ago amazes me. The way anti-vaxxers are going, we are going to yo-yo on this one. The Columbian Exchange. So many cultures and species mixed. For instance, earthworms didn't exist on North or South America before. And that completely changes the plant and wildlife composition. And that's only one of many changes. Worldwide diets changed. Europe was introduced to tomatoes, potatoes, tobacco, chocolate. The fall of the Inca and Aztecs, as well as the wipeout of countless other natives. I'm surprised I haven't seen it mentioned yet. I've seen several historians argue it was the most significant event to happen to the planet since the death of the dinosaurs. So many of the other events never ever occur with the exchange. Fall of the Roman Empire. Everything about Rome in general has so much impact on world history. Romance, Latin languages and cultures, Justinian law, Christian schism, even the Renaissance. Every European emperor who named their seats after Caesar or saw themselves as an heir to the Roman-Byzantine continuum and legacy. Come on, dude. What have the Romans ever done for us? Romans gave us cheese, and for that I am grateful. No pun intended. It might not be the biggest one, but the invention of the Haber process for nitrogen fixation is definitely up there. It's what allowed the production of artificial fertilizers on an industrial scale, which was a huge contributor to the massive spike in world population in the 20th century. Quite literally, billions of us would starve if it suddenly disappeared today. I think it's yet to be determined, but here are some highlights and lowlights. Invention of the printing press, invention of agriculture, Black Plague, atomic bombs dropped in Japan, discovery of antiseptic techniques, antibiotics. Will COVID and/or other current events make the list? I really fear that in 100 years, it's going to be 2016, the election of the current POTUS. I mean, the atomic bombs and their respective testing changed the world significantly, not to mention just the lives of the Japanese people. It even changed the makeup of material around the world, as far as the fact that there is different classifications for steel as to when it was produced and how much radioactive saturation there is in its makeup. Low background steel. Plus the whole nuclear arm race. Not sure if it's classified as a single event, but the late Bronze Age collapse of civilization undoubtedly set the world back hundreds of years of knowledge. To think, where would we be today if those civilizations didn't fade from existence? Aye, we'd have Mycenaean yogurt. As a Brit, the American Mutiny. Without that, we could have won both world wars. As an afterthought, we could all share Boris Johnson. A trouble shared is a trouble halved. I'm trying to think of a scenario where Central Powers win if America stays a colony. I guess an all-in on the U-boats? Or perhaps Britain sits out the war altogether? Who cares about Europe when you have most of North America? The number one event, no question, was Kowloon's invention of cheap, durable, and easily produced paper. Various similar materials existed before, such as papyrus, but lacked at least one of the aforementioned characteristics. The ability to store and transfer information on such a massive scale literally changed the world. Columbus setting up the beginnings of European colonies in America was also massively world-changing. Not necessarily always in a good way, mind you, but definitely a dramatic change. And the introduction of Christianity, Islam, Buddhism, and Confucianism all deserve a spot on the list. Other religions and philosophies grew and evolved over time, but those four in particular have a clear starting point brought on by a specific person. So much of what is comes from some ancient Abraham dude be like, pee-pee go snip snip. Columbus setting up the beginnings of European colonies in America was also massively world-changing. LOL. That's such a hilariously American-centric answer. Why? The destruction of the Library of Alexandria. Who knows where we would be knowledge-wise if that hadn't happened. Most of that knowledge had duplicates. There isn't a lot of lost knowledge from it. It was just the largest depository of information in the world. Not unique. What was believed to be was science fiction 30 years ago is now part of our daily lives, thanks to the internet. We have all of humanity's knowledge at our fingertips, and carry a computer in our pockets more powerful than those we used to send people to the moon. The scary thing is that we still don't know if the internet will ultimately change the world for better or worse. IMO, the internet has mostly changed the world for the worse, seeing what kind of people there are now and on forums. Birth of Christ and rise of Christianity. It left an indelible mark on Western culture. We even date things based around this event. I'm going to have to disagree with you. Without the resurrection of Christ, his birth would have been just another birth. Besides geological type events, probably the birth of Christ, you could also argue Muhammad, but I would argue Christ had more influence due primarily to predating Muhammad by 500 years. Whether or not you are a devoted Christian or an atheist, Christ's life and subsequent theology had profound impact on the world, not just on religion, art, education, colonialization. Burning of the Library of Alexandria. No telling how much knowledge we lost in that building. but we do know that anyone who visited had to give them information if they wanted to get in. Scholarly manuscripts, building techniques, as long as it was knowledge, they'd take it. And then it was all destroyed. So you are saying that the previous versions of the Twilight Saga were lost? And all 49 Shades of Grey too. 9/11. It totally changed the world's perspective of Muslims. Where I lived, it actually gave a lot of young people exposure to the Islamic world. Some of it was wildly inaccurate and based on empty political rhetoric of the time. To this day, I know grown-ass adults who believe one of the 5 pillars is jihad. Without 9/11, I'm nearly certain I would have made it to university before learning about things like the 5 pillars of Islam or the Quran. That's just how insular some parts of even the developed world are. During the Cuban Missile Crisis, a Soviet submarine found itself surrounded by American destroyers and dove to avoid being detected. They lost contact with Moscow due to the dive and did not hear anything for a number of days. An American ship started to drop some practice depth charges, which the sub believed were real depth charges. 2 of the 3 senior officers believed that war must have started and decided to launch a nuclear-tipped torpedo. Luckily, unanimous agreement between the 3 senior officers is needed, and the 3rd refused to agree, realizing that they may have not been actual depth charges. He calmed the captain and convinced him to surface to re-establish contact. If it was launched, it was very likely that it would have resulted in a global thermonuclear war. If not for this 3rd man, it would be a very different world we live in today. The one in 2035 random chimp event? We're not ready for that. The invention of cinnamon buns, also Rocky Road ice cream. The Bretton Woods Agreement. It was this agreement that gave us the longest period of peace and unparalleled prosperity and advancement in human history. Gives the best answer on this thread. The only reason, though, that I would disagree is that it's not really a single event but a cluster of massive outbreaks across several centuries. Great question. Alan Turing building the first computer. World War II. The result was so close at times it makes me wonder how sad it would have been if Germany won and how different the world would be. I don't think Germany ever stood a chance, especially after invading the Soviet Union. There was just no way they could sustain that. A better question is what would have happened had the US pilots not spotted the Japanese fleet at the last possible moment of midday. The assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand. Numerous historical figures and regimes and ideologies would never have happened. No World War I, no Lenin, no Bolsheviks, no collapse of the Hohenzollern, Habsburg, Romanov, and Ottoman empires, no Treaty of Versailles, no Mussolini and the fascists, no stock market crash of 1929, no Hitler and the Nazis, no Stalin, no Spanish Civil War, no World War II, no genocides in Eastern Europe. Also, due to no genocide of the Jews, the State of Israel is never founded. Thus, no Middle Eastern conflicts, no nukes.
Germans have read it. How was Adolf Hitler taught in your school? In general, you come back to World War II and the Holocaust several times during school. I read Anne Frank's diary in religion class, I think in 7th grade. Hitler's rise to power and the Holocaust usually are taught in the 8th or 9th and again in 12th grade. However, you might analyse some speeches or the political system during other classes than history too. During the early years, you learn how evil Hitler and the Nazis were, how many people died because of them, and what the Holocaust was. Then you might learn what that meant on an individual level for Jews, Anne Frank's diary. As you go further, you learn how the Nazis came to power, why Germans voted for them, and how the propaganda worked. Finally, you start to analyse the conditions that made regular people become mass murderers or fanatical soldiers of the Third Reich. As you can see, you start with a clear black-white image, then learn why they came into power, and finally question yourself if you could have been one of those people, and how to prevent such a thing from ever happening again. Alongside this, you might visit a concentration camp. I myself visited Buchenwald and Hadamar, a euthanasia site in which, for example, disabled people were killed. Alongside this, you might analyse speeches, art or songs of that period in different classes. This was my experience. I went to school in a couple of different South German cities, Munich, Heidelberg, and Stuttgart. Starting in 8th grade onwards, we really seemed to focus on the Industrial Revolution and after. The last quarter of the school year was always focused on World War II with some pretty short, "Oh yeah, then we were split into 2 countries and that was bad, reunification happened in the 1990s. The older we got, the more detailed it tended to become. One of my graduation topics in German literature was exile poetry. There were at least 2 excursions to concentration camps built into the curriculum, Dachau in grade 8 or 9, and then Auschwitz-Birkenau during our senior trip. I went on neither trip because I realised pretty quickly I didn't want to be around a bunch of middle schoolers who only knew one Jewish person, me, in a concentration camp. The second one happened during Yom Kippur, which seemed oddly fitting. When I went training for a couple of weeks in Vilseck, I took a Saturday visit to Dachau. The impression that I got is that the Germans took extreme care to preserve the history and provide all the facts regarding the camp. It was very somber and emotional at some points. I felt like Germans are eternally apologetic regarding the Holocaust. Well, we first got taught about World War I and then went into how Hitler started. As a small boy, how he got into politics, etc. Then World War II and the Holocaust. After that, we went to a concentration camp near Berlin. It was truly heartbreaking walking around there and seeing everything. Seeing the gas chambers, the beds, the clothes, and the numbers they were given instead of their names. We even met someone who survived the concentration camp. I can't even imagine what he went through. That sounds very rough to go through a concentration camp. We never had a chance to do that. But we went to Bunker Valentin next to Bremen, where a factory for submarines was planned. Also the prisoner camp called Sandbostel, where the workers were held under pretty bad circumstances, especially the Russian ones. We heard stories about their food being made out of wood shavings. I am German and went to Dachau on a school trip. It is so massive and insane that it did not really affect me deeply. I know about the horror from school and the many books that deal with the subject from various angles, but the horror itself is so unfathomable, so beyond normal human comprehension, that my brain treats it like something abstract, almost fictional. I guess it's the same reason why watching one person die is horrible, but hearing about thousands of civilians dying is just news. We have him in school now. I'm from Germany. Well, basically he is taught to us in a very neutral way. We learn how he seized power, started the Second World War, etc. But when it comes to the very bad things like killing of millions of Jews, teachers usually say how bad he was. I learned half a year of 9th grade about him and the Nazi regime. Now we have him in the second half of the 11th grade, so we learn a lot about the Nazis, actually because the government doesn't want us to forget this brutal past. Wait, he's there in your class with you? Yeah, I see him in the halls sometimes between 2nd and 3rd Reich. I'm Austrian, but I guess that still counts. Also, please feel free to correct me on any grammatical spelling errors, as English is not my first language. We're covering World War II right now, actually. First, we learned about World War I and its aftermath. Then about how Hitler gained power and how he became Chancellor. Our current topic is the Anschluss. We've watched a video of one of Hitler's speeches, and next year we're going on an excursion to Mauthausen to see the concentration camps there. I've read the diary of Anne Frank, but we're not reading it at school. My teacher does teach the lessons neutrally, I think, but sometimes, like for example when we watched the video of Hitler's speech, or when we were talking about the deportation of Jewish people, she puts emphasis on how horrible this era of history truly was. I guess that if we didn't have an idea of how much people suffered during this time, and how many lives the war cost, history would be much more likely to repeat itself. Your grammar and spelling is better than my English teachers. I live in America. For some reason, English teachers in school always had terrible typing grammar in emails and such. I guess it's just laziness. Our history classes were very chronological all through high school. And by the time we reached World War II, you were clearly old enough to know about Hitler and World War II, so our history classes were really quite neutral and focused on facts and backgrounds. However, the topic of World War II, Hitler, and the committed atrocities by the Nazi regime popped up in other classes basically from the beginning of high school, even primary school. You'd read stories or books about it, watch movie clips, go to exhibitions, etc. When that topic was talked about in those classes, it was more about all the horrors that were inflicted by the Nazi regime, what it meant to the people at that time, both victims and followers, and a very critical reflection and analysis on why this could happen and how to prevent it from happening again. In the end, the subtext of all these classes were a lot about ethics, morals, human behaviour, human faults, human inhumanity, realising your own shortcomings and the responsibility you had to understand what happened, how it happened, and to prevent it from happening. Obviously, the way things were taught and talked about were very different depending on which age you were as a kid. But you have to realise that for Germans, you usually don't learn about the Nazi past in school, but you just know it before. It's on TV a lot, magazine covers, etc. Sometimes you still have older relatives who lived in that time. My grandparents were in their 20s during World War II, so I knew from them. But for me, school sort of brought all the snippets that I knew together and formed a bigger picture and made me understand a lot of things. Do the older people talk about it, like what they did or friends that went missing? It really depends. You can't give a general answer to this. Some are still traumatized or guilty themselves. Those usually don't talk about it. Then again, it was so long ago, by now there aren't many survivors of this era left. The last ones will be gone in a few years. I think this will be a big challenge in the future. We have to keep their legacy and memories alive, and keep telling their stories so no one will ever forget them, or people may start to think, it wasn't all that bad. I'm in my mid-20s. My grandparents were kids when the war ended. The stories they tell are rather about the end of the war and soldiers giving them gum than the war, since their families send the kids to relatives in the countryside to safety. They were just too young to really get what happened. That's why studying this in school and making it an everyday topic, lots of documentaries on TV, is so important nowadays. We've lost many people who can give us first-hand accounts to time at this point, and honestly, I think it's contributed to the weirdly blasé attitude I ran into with kids my age when I lived in Germany. I don't think any of their parents or grandparents talked to them about the war, or how they participated or stayed silent. I think Germany does very well in acknowledging its role. At the same time, World War II and the Third Reich being so omnipresent in every aspect of the culture desensitized people to an extent. And I think also breeds a certain level of resentment because the younger generation doesn't think it's fair that this is still held above their heads. Which, sure, it's not fair, but in order not to repeat mistakes, you have to know what went wrong. Check here, and I don't know what more to tell you. Our curriculum is almost identical to that of Germans. We're taught about both World Wars and Hitler in middle school, and then again in high school in more detail. And we don't stop there. After the war, we were forced to be a part of the Soviet Union, and we get taught about that too. It's probably the last thing you learn in history in high school, and it's mostly negative, of course. At what age do you graduate from high school? Here in India, we have junior school up to class 5, 10 years, and then high school up to class 12, 18 years. Well, when we're 6 or 7, we start elementary school for 9 years, and at 15 we go to high school for 4 years. We have maturita exams, basically a graduation, in the last year of high school when we're 18 or 19. Then you usually go to university or start working if you have the experience from high school. I'm not German, in fact, I'm Japanese. I lived and worked in Germany in the 1950s. The country was still in its rebuilding stages, and the evidence of the horrible carnage the country suffered was all over. I became good friends with a few Germans who lived in the same neighbourhood I did. They became friendly with me upon learning that I was of Japanese descent, and they sort of looked at me as an ally of theirs. We talked about the war and Hitler, and a couple of my friends were quite open with me, extolling the good that Hitler had done for Germany. After World War I, Germany was in pretty bad shape. They told me about how Hitler came upon the scene and he rebuilt the country and brought pride to the people of their new prosperity. To a man, they denounced the treatment of the Jews, but a few of them repeated some of the old suspicions of the Jewish people that Germans held before and during the war. Upon their asking, I related to them how my relatives in Japan were taken in by the nationalistic rhetoric of the times there, but now regretted their country's turn to its militarism. Like the Germans who told of how the country was brought up from its poverty after World War I to its new prosperity, my relatives related how life improved for them with the new regime that unfortunately led them to World War II and their new misery. Both my German friends and my relatives in Japan were taken in by their leaders and never envisaged the horror of the events that followed. My grandparents are Austrian, and the Holocaust absolutely breaks their hearts, because they really truly believed Hitler was turning things around. The propaganda was very real. Hitler was probably a little turned around. Hitler was turning something around, and it wasn't the economy, it was human rights. German school history in a nutshell, at least mine. Half a year ancient Greeks and Romans, half a year Middle Ages, rest of school career, World War I, Treaty of Versailles, National Socialist Germany. It was the dominant topic in school. Hitler was treated the way he was, everything on the table. We even went on a multi-day trip to visit a concentration camp, Dachau. Wait a minute, you didn't learn about the French Revolution a gazillion times? So much French Revolution. 90% of my history classes were Nazi stuff, followed by French Revolution, followed by Nazi stuff, followed by French Revolution, etc., etc. I wouldn't call it learning about. I think it got mentioned in the rush from the Middle Ages to World War I that took about 3 school hours. I'm from Austria, and I was told how he became powerful and what he did in order to get there, etc. Well, most of the things you need to know about the topic. But as I visited Hartheim, I got told a bit more. Hartheim was the location of a concentration camp for disabled people, and my mother knew someone from there. And he told us a lot of things they don't tell you in school. The Nazis made a lot of scientific discoveries as they tried to create the Aryan race. Basically, they wanted tall, handsome people with white skin and blue eyes, and they did a lot in order to get there. One of those things I got told was that they knew about the fact that if a woman is pregnant with twins and the blood of one baby gets into the eye of the other while they are in the womb, it could cause a change of eye color from brown to blue. So they made tests on living twin children where they took blood from one and ingested it into the eye of the other with a syringe. Another thing I heard was that especially in Hartheim, where they had a lot of disabled people, they did not see them as living things, so they made practical use of their bodies after these experiments. So they made bags and lampshades out of skin. Today there is a hospital, especially for disabled people in Hartheim, and one of the patients is an artist my mum knew from her childhood. He is painting pictures with his feet and mouth because he can't move his arms. Those are some pretty weird paintings. I try to find them. As a mildly disabled American, this is one of my biggest fears about what's going on right now. Well, the world is an S-hole, and there will always be dumb, ignorant S-heads out there. But I got the feeling it's about to get better as the younger generations get more and more open-minded about a lot of things. A lot of those ignorant, discriminatory people I see in my country are older generations. And I know it sounds hard to say this, but they are going to die eventually. I think everything you can do is make the best out of your situation, as this artist did I was talking about. He had no arms, which caused him to use his feet and mouth. In other words, don't focus on the things you don't have, just focus on the things you have and train them to the point where they get useful for something. Doctors who have been in an "is anybody here a doctor?" situation, what happened? My wife and I were waiting for a plane to take off, and someone asked for a doc over the intercom. My wife got up, and there was this guy lying in the aisle, already dead. She couldn't do anything, had to sign some forms, and they got the guy off the plane and made an announcement that the guy was in a stable condition. Which is technically true for some definition of the word stable. I had a guy die next to me on a plane. They put the oxygen mask on him and pretended he was stable. He was a really large guy and they discussed what to do when we landed. Decided it would be too hard to get him down the aisle with everybody on board, so they emptied the plane first. That's pretty horrifying and sad. Not a doctor, but I was on a flight from DC to Chicago and got so sick I passed out upon landing. As I was coming to, I was being aided by a man and heard another person shout, "Are you a doctor?" The man helping me replied, "I'm the Surgeon General of the United States." This was Vivek Murthy, and it happened around 2015. He was the kindest and humblest guy. "Are you a doctor?" "I am the doctor." I'm currently a first-year resident, internal medicine in Sweden. This happened last year, about a year after I graduated, so I was still relatively fresh out of med school. I was flying home from my vacation from the Mediterranean, a 3-hour flight, when they announced on the speaker system that they were looking for a healthcare professional. Stood up when they called out a second time, maybe 15 seconds later. It was me and a slightly older nurse who went up to the front rows, where a middle-aged male was awake but unresponsive. As I didn't really have a lot of experience and was somewhat panicking, kept the panic internally to myself, it's scary being alone, I fell back to ATLS and eventually noticed that I had a D problem, decreased strength in one of his arms and one-sided facial droop that was quite mild. Long story short, I suspected a stroke but couldn't really do a whole lot. We were 30 minutes away from landing at the time of the initial call. They didn't deviate or anything. I didn't feel like I did that much, to be honest, except to say that I suspected a stroke and asked if they could call an ambulance to the airport. The airplane seemed to land a bit faster than it usually does, and as we went off the runway there was an ambulance waiting off the taxiway. When the ambulance staff boarded the plane, I gave a short report and that's basically it. I got a thank you from the relatives and the stewardesses. They asked me to write down my name and email, but I haven't heard anything since. I used to work as a flight attendant, and thank you for making yourself known. It's always a support, no matter how little you feel you've done. We just get the basic training, depending on the airline, a little more or less. So it was always a godsend to me. Even when nothing happened, I always appreciated when doctors made themselves known during boarding. Our airline even has a doctor on board program where you enroll, show up on the passenger list and earn some miles. An eternal gratitude from the flight attendants. As for stroke, my basic training taught me there's not really much you can do on board except for a diversion or immediate landing. Since you were that close to the next airport, there was indeed not much you could do, but I'm sure the crew appreciated you being there. Thank you again for what you do. Just so that everyone has heard it once, we have a liability disclaimer which means you're legally protected against compensation claims. As long as you're not acting with a clear intent to kill the person, that is. Skilled lay assistants are equally covered, so I also love you nurse guys and paramedic guys, and basically every decent human being who is willing to help. Thanks for the kind words. I always loved aviation, but poor eyesight led me to get into medicine instead. Safe travels, and hope that flights return to normal sooner rather than later. Retired FA with a 22-year career. Every time I had a medical emergency on board, there happened to be a doctor on board as well. Even though we were trained in CPR, had defibrillators on board, and a liaison with medical personnel available via the cockpit, I was so happy that there were doctors on board who were willing to come forward. Afterthought, no one died. Seriously hope nurses and paramedics aren't considered lay assistants. Recently, before the coronavirus, I was taking an international flight. The flight attendant asked if there was a doctor on board. I was actually asleep, but somehow that woke me up. And I was like, wait, you need a doctor? Turns out a patient was experiencing some diffuse chest pain. Went to examine him, and my inner alarm bells rang when I asked him some questions. I had a very high suspicion that the guy was having an aortic dissection. I told the flight attendant who passed the information to the pilot. The pilot made an emergency landing at a different airport, met with an ambulance. I later called the hospital to find out what exactly it was, and it turns out I was right. If they had carried on, he might not have survived. Oh my goodness, great job! You should feel 10 out of 10 proud of yourself every day for the rest of your life. Thank you. It's a good feeling when you can apply these skills and save lives in the most unexpected situations. Also, not the first case I've had on a plane, but this was definitely the more severe one. My dad survived one of these in 2017, a type 1A, 8-hour emergency open heart surgery to save his life. In a coma for 4 days, ICU for over a week. The hospital had to call in an outside surgeon that day because all of theirs were in surgery. Dad's surgeon was actually on the highway driving to help his wife with a fundraising event for a local charity. And as it turns out, one of the top cardiovascular surgeons in our city. When Dad woke up, he didn't even remember getting out of bed the morning it happened. He banged on the door yelling for help, and I found him sitting in the hallway clammy and pale. He said it felt like an elephant was sitting on his chest. His tear was so severe it affected his entire aorta, from the top of his aortic arch almost all the way down to his legs. 2 other surgeries to repair the damage to his thoracic and abdominal aorta, and he is as good as new. I am eternally grateful to his medical team for saving his life. Damn, that's some scary stuff, and I'm glad your dad is okay. Don't forget to go get yourself checked. IIRC, the American Heart Association, recommends all first-degree relatives, siblings, children, of individuals with aortic dissections to get screened via echocardiogram. That's an amazing story, and also very classic of how this presents. Tearing, pressure feeling on the chest, pale, clammy, sometimes difference in pulse between the arms. Sometimes the dissection can also go up the neck arteries, carotids, and also affect the blood supply to the brain. I'm glad to hear he was taken well care of. Even if you get to the surgery, there is around a 50% mortality rate on the table. I'm so glad to hear your dad is doing well now. My dad had aortic dissection type B, as the ICU doctor said the best type. Usually no surgery required, just a couple of months ago. He was still in the ICU for a few weeks and thankfully is at home now and doing better now. Not a doctor, but the story is still relevant in an opposite sort of way. Was watching a children's soccer game. 2 11-year-old girls collided. One got up and her arm was hanging 90 degrees down halfway between her wrist and her elbow. It's not supposed to do that. She continued to play for a second and then realized what her arm was doing. She totally bugged out. She started screaming, "I think something is wrong here." All of the parents are yelling at the girl to take a knee and the ref to stop the game. I jump the fence with another parent. We get her to sit on her knee and rest her broken arm against the bent knee. I yell out, "Where's her parents?" Nothing. "Is anyone here a doctor?" Nothing. At this point, it's been like 2 minutes since the original and obvious break. I take my phone out to call 911. 911? Hi, what's your emergency? Me. I'm sure you've gotten multiple calls by now, but I just want to make sure. We've got a girl with a broken arm here. Has anyone called for an ambulance? 911. No one has called. Where are you located? There had to be 500 people watching this game. It was a regional tournament. No doctor, no parent, no one had called 911. About 10 minutes later, the ambulance arrived. Mother arrived at the same time. She had to park a mile away, big tournament, and just finally made it back to the game. Girl gets carted away. The remaining girls somewhat finished the game that had been shortened by 30 minutes due to this incident. Finally, the next game starts and I take my seat on the sidelines next to some random parent. Her husband comes up next to us a few minutes later and she turns to him and says, "You missed all the action. This man," pointing to me, "had to help a girl who broke her arm." "Really?" he says. "That's too bad. I probably could have helped." I turn to him and ask him why that is. "Are you a doctor?" "Yes," he says, "I'm a pediatric orthopedic surgeon." The first doctor to show up when it's too late is the most qualified doctor. I just stared at him for a few minutes, mouth agape. He looked at me sheepishly and just said, "I know, right? Don't feel bad, you probably did the same thing I would have done, but I would have known it was the right thing to do." Lesson of the day. The more people around, the more likely that everyone assumes someone else has called 911. TLDR. Child broke her arm in front of me. A child arm fixer doctor happened to arrive just after she was carted off in an ambulance. Bystander effect. The greater the number of bystanders, the less likely it is that one of them will help. Something about pointing at people if necessary might force them to actually do something. Indeed, A key part of my first aid training was about pointing at someone and calling them out by characteristic. Yelling, "Call an ambulance," is useless because people will assume someone else will do it. Pointing at someone and saying, "Woman in the blue sweater, call an ambulance," will hopefully have the required effect. I was a medical student flying back to start my second year. The flight attendant asks over the PA if there's a doctor on board. Me, having finished my first year of medical school, stays quiet. A few minutes later, the call goes out again to ask if there's a doctor on board. I decide to go and tell the flight attendant that I'm only a medical student going into my second year, and I won't be offended if they say they don't need my services. The flight attendant instead is happy and takes me over to business class, where a woman was just coming to after passing out. In my head, I'm thinking, oh damn, I haven't seen any patients and now they're expecting me to perform. As I'm very nervously checking her vitals, a licensed physician comes over and tells me to keep continuing with the vitals. He gets me to administer oxygen to the patient and assesses her responsiveness, HR, pulse, etc. It turns out she had passed out and was a little anemic after further questioning about her medical history. After we took her back to her seat, the physician explained what the issue was. Then he said he'll do the paperwork that the airline required and I was no longer needed. The plane landed at its destination and I ran off to catch my connecting flight. That's awesome that he guided you through it rather than taking over. Sounds like he made a good teacher. Indeed, it was a good lesson and he said that I was doing well enough for a first-timer, but he wanted to keep watch and take care of the paperwork at the same time. I was flying out of my home airport during my intern year. I'd just finished my cardiology rotation, intensive care. The flight attendant asked for a doctor because a passenger had severe chest pain. It turned out there was also my senior resident and my CCU attending on the same flight, unknown to me. All three of us had worked together for the past 2 months and signed off the CCU the day before. Like a well-oiled machine, we took care of the patient. He was stable, thankfully. An ambulance was waiting for him when we landed, and I was very grateful to have both my senior resident and my attending at the same time. What a coincidence! Also because the most exposure I've had to those terms, resident and attending, is via scrubs. I'm imagining this scene as Dr. Cox, JD, and probably Elliot working together on the patient. Cox probably yelling at Janet to pay some effing attention or whatnot. This makes the story even better. I imagine the look on Cox's face as he is attending to the patient as Janet runs up one aisle, exclaiming he's a doctor and here to help, just as Barbie runs up the other and trips over some luggage, falling and hitting the patient or something.
I am Kevin Mitnick, the world's most famous hacker. AMA! AMA! In the mid-90s, I was the world's most wanted hacker for hacking into 40 major corporations just for the challenge. I'm now an author and security consultant to Fortune 500 and governments worldwide, performing penetration testing services for the world's largest companies. I am also the Chief Hacking Officer to KnowBe4, a company that develops software to train employees to make smarter security decisions. Ask me anything. Can you hack my wife's text so I can find out if she's cheating on me with Brett? Brett already paid me to keep quiet. Kevin, just completed some of your training from KnowBe4 for work. I have my completion certificate hanging on my wall, but could we maybe get it in a font that's not Comic Sans? I'll tell you what. Get your certificate over to KnowBe4 with a copy of this thread, and I'll make sure that I sign it personally. What was the most sensitive, surprising information you found out? That federal judge in North California had an intercept on his line. I would check to see if any of my friends had a tap on their lines and stumbled upon the fact that a judge had one on his line. I just want to thank you for your business card. Sadly, I locked myself out of my house one day and had to take it apart in order to use the picks to break in. In short, you helped me break into a house and got me laid. Where can I get more of your cards? Wow, I better raise the price of my cards. Can you use Visual Basic to create a GUI interface to track the killer's IP? No need, it's already been done. Fun fact, when I had my role on the show Alias, I was still on probation, not allowed to use a computer. For my scene with a computer, I had a prop computer with a monitor that was being operated remotely to follow my actions. What would you say to teens that are into hacking? Are the consequences now worse than when you were freaking? What project should they channel their energy to? Don't follow in my footsteps. Become good at offense using virtual machines and the various tool sets that are available. Learn about development and network administration to get your fundamentals before going directly into security. The consequences are certainly more severe and likely will only get worse. This is because of the rise in publicity of hacking with public events such as the Russian hacking during the recent election and news around Edward Snowden. What you're seeing in the making is a war on hacking to replace the war on drugs. Hey Kevin, thanks for the AMA. What motivated you to go into hacking and what tools did you start with? What motivated me to get into hacking was because I was involved in phone phreaking and used to pull pranks on my friends. I wanted more control of the systems involved, and one thing led to another. My first tool was a telephone. After that was a VT100 terminal and a Hayes 300-volt modem. Remember, I started in 1978. What was the most memorable or impressive item of the Free Kevin campaign that you recall seeing? While I was in a federal detention center in LA, I could look out the very small window and was able to see an airplane with a Free Kevin banner flying around. Hi Kevin, big fan. If you had never been exposed to computers when you were younger, what direction do you think your life would have taken? What would be your job today? I would probably be competing against David Copperfield as a magician because I love magic. Kevin, for people thinking of getting into the security industry, what particular skills do you see being the most valuable now and the most valuable in 10 years? In other words, of which types of current emerging tracks or concepts will tomorrow's InfoSec managers be skilled practitioners? Right now, it depends on what area of security. For me, I'm always looking to hire expert pen testers. I look for people with skills set in physical, technical, wireless areas. What's hard to find today are those that have the skills to find bugs in web apps. 10 years? I need my crystal ball because I have no idea. I would say that one needs to constantly and vigilantly keep up to date with what is going on both sides of the fence. It's a matter of keeping aware of the landscape as it evolves. 10 years in this industry is 100 years in any other industry. What did we have to watch for 10 years ago? What are your thoughts on Fortran program language? Is it good? Is it dead? My university is insisting that I have to learn how to program in Fortran. So here I am asking this. Funny thing you would ask, the very first program I wrote was in Fortran. It simulated the login process of my teacher's computer, and I used that to fizz his login credentials. I never did Hello World. I got my teacher's password as my first project. C and Python make more sense, but if the university says you need it, well, you probably should learn it, but certainly don't stop there. Hey Kevin, big fan. What do you think your biggest accomplishment is both legal and illegal? Also, did you have any thoughts of harming anyone, including yourself, when the FBI was coming? My biggest accomplishment was turning my life around. Lemons to lemonade. I'm able to take all my skills and use them to improve security. I'm extremely fortunate that I've been able to take this mischievous behavior and use this to help businesses to protect themselves from the other Kevin Mitnicks that are out there. Look at it this way. It's like Pablo Escobar becoming a successful pharmacist. Edit to answer your last question. I never thought about harming myself. I did think about trying to escape, but I didn't want to end up getting shot. That would go directly against my general desire not to harm myself or others. What's the most important or foremost thought process when attacking or protecting a digital entity? Really thinking out of the box, expecting the unexpected. Really, to me, the thought process is like puzzle solving. It's much harder to protect than it is to attack. The attacker needs only to find one hole to make it in. Hi Kevin, do you think the rise of cryptocurrency, bitcoins, etc. will have a net positive effect? I think it's a positive effect. It gives the public another way to pay for products and services somewhat anonymously. It's just another tool that can be used by society in a positive manner. This is the best use case of crypto markets, and I love seeing sites, stores that offer these payment methods. It lets me know they're on the level with the changing winds of technology payment avenues. Back in the day when you were wanted, the tech was different. You didn't have tools like Metasploit, Armitage, etc. Was it easier or harder to break into stuff? And also, how long did it take you to adapt to the new ways of hacking after getting out and serving probation? Or did you need time to adapt? And also, in this day and age, it's unimaginable to be AFK for even a day, let alone for the time you were. So how was it? Big fan. Keep whistling those launch codes. I would say it's the same. Systems were less secure, but to compromise them, you had to write your own exploits. An effective method was social engineering the operators of the systems, a tactic that is still very successful today. That part works the same today as it did yesterday. While I was in custody, I continued to read and follow what was happening in the wild. Couldn't use a computer for 3 years, so there was some catch up to do, but I wasn't completely in the dark about what had been going on. People sent me books on HTML and whatnot, while I had no access to computers. How often do people try to hack you? Constantly, all the time. Since there was so many ways to compromise a target, I completely reload all of my systems at least once every 6 months from a trusted source. If I was on Windows, I would do it every week. Hey there, Kevin. What is one area of security hacking that you would like to improve at? What is your favorite story in hacking history that you were not a part of? In the security and IT field, there are so many things that are changing on a daily basis, so you can't be good at everything. Right now, there is a big need for people with the ability to find exploits in web apps. An interesting bit of data is that when my company does engagements, I still involve myself because I really enjoy the hacking process. I have many favorite stories, but I really enjoyed Kevin Paulson's attack on Pacific Bell. I was very impressed by his bravado and how he would physically go into facilities. I would have liked to have met him early on in my hacking career when I was hacking the phone companies, as that was my true love back in the 90s. Hi Kevin, do you think overall computer security is getting better as we devise ways to make things more secure? Or is the growing number of tech-illiterate people, or even techie people who just can't be bothered to keep to good security practices, offsetting the gains we are making? It's really hard to find skilled security people. We really need to help develop people's skills in security testing. Testing security is an important step that needs to be taken. Recommendation on a laptop? And what do you use and why? I could tell you, but I would have to kill you. Are you trying to do reconnaissance on me? I will say I like OS X and I like the aesthetics of the Apple hardware. I'll use VM for my Windows systems. I do use Linux, and I typically go with Debian or Ubuntu. What is your favorite tool? What tool blew your mind the first time you saw it? Burp Proxy Pro is really a great tool. X-Keyscore is what blew my mind the most. Back in the 90s, it was direct access to the DMV in CA. While Burp is my go-to tool for web app scans, the false positives make me want to top myself. What are your thoughts on Ed Snowden? My position is that Ed is a whistleblower, not a traitor. I was happy when he revealed that the US government was breaking the law by spying on our citizens. That was an illegal activity and needed to be revealed. It's my position that Ed shouldn't have revealed our operations related to the monitoring of foreign entities. That's what the NSA is expected to as part of their mission, just like foreign entities do with us. That's the spy game. How accurate was the book movie Takedown? I would say the book was 90% false and defamatory. The movie was 99%. The good news is that Jeff Astin, creator of White Collar, is doing the script for Ghost in the Wires. I hope that the script is picked up and it turns into something picked up by the production company. What's the best Wi-Fi name you've seen? Crack Shack. which wasn't exactly creative, but we later found out that the owners were arrested for selling drugs. Easy way to tell customers how to get there. Just drive up 5th until your phone sees the Crack Shack Wi-Fi. You'll know which house it is. That's actually smart. My brother set his mobile hotspot to hot singles in your area, and I'm never gonna get over it. Missed an opportunity for hot signals in your area. Mine has been 8 Hz 1 IP for a very long time now. People still don't get it. Subtle sometimes goes over a lot of people's heads. Rebellious Amish family. I scrolled down far and it was worth it for this comment. 100% worth it. I install internet etc. for a living. Best one I ever came up with was the Delta Phi sorority, Delta Wi-Fi. They loved it. My frat's Wi-Fi was called Lambda Chi Alpha. I'm sure you can guess which one that was. My dad's a huge fan of The Matrix and calls every router we've ever had the Nebuchadnezzar. Or he really wants a 15-liter bottle of wine, cosplays as Babylonian king. Well, that could apply also to fans of the Babylonian civilization. I had a roommate that named ours Batlan and Log In. I always thought that was clever. When I had an apartment with my buddy, ours was Nana Nana Batlan. LOL. For the longest time, I had my phone's hotspot name as Police Surveillance Tricycle. Turns out, it's a good way to get some people paranoid and have others amused over the whole thing when having it active during classes. I would use FBI Surveillance Van number 4. LOL, mine is currently FBI Surveillance Van number 6. I change the number randomly from time to time. My favorite is, it's on the back of the router. On the back of the router, it would say, ask my name for password. My Wi-Fi password for a while was on the router. Hilarity ensued. The following password was, it didn't change. My buddy has there is no password as his password for the same reason. One of my sons, probably about 12 or 13 at the time, Friends' father set up a Wi-Fi channel named Free Internet Porn when his son had a birthday sleepover. The father then sat outside the area where they were sleeping and listened to them spend hours trying to figure out how to connect. My son called that night asking how to connect to a Wi-Fi channel when you don't know the password because his friend forgot their password. I told him the only way was to guess. Evidently, it kept them busy and out of trouble all night. Until they broke the code. In my last apartment, I named my Wi-Fi New England Clam Router. Always like that one. When my grandma was getting her Wi-Fi set up, we asked her what she'd say to people who asked for her Wi-Fi. She said that she would tell them to go to hell. So that's now her password. So whenever people ask for the Wi-Fi password, she tells them to go to hell. That's good. I set mine as no for a long time. My brother would ask for the password and I would reply no. We don't have Wi-Fi. Password was, I don't know. Hilarious when anyone asked him how to get on his Wi-Fi. It was like a vaudeville routine. Guy walks into a bar and asks the bartender, what's the Wi-Fi password? The bartender replies, you need to buy a beer first. So the guy buys a beer and asks again, what's the Wi-Fi password? The bartender replies, you need to buy a beer first, all lowercase, no spaces or punctuation. Friends of mine did a similar thing at a party once. They taped up a huge banner on the wall that said, IITYWIMWYGAMAB. Everyone was asking what it meant. Friends responded, if I tell you what it means, will you get me a beer? Almost everyone who asked didn't get it and came back to them with a fresh beer. Chipotle guest. There's no Chipotle nearby. It's stupid like that cracks me up the most. I don't know why. I caused a small family panic when I named it Disconnected. Mine changed to Loading. I'll never get back the time I put into trying to fix it. Mine is Connecting. Lord of the Pings. Password, Lagoles. Fee, you fools! My friends, you bow to no one. My favorite was, Mom, click here for internet. Calling it now that someone else's mother who has visited their child within that Wi-Fi router's range has tried to connect to it. When OP's mom slept over at my place, she tried to connect to it. Totally safe Wi-Fi, no spyware, promise, and let it open without password. Haha, I've got my guest network SSID as very free Wi-Fi, no virus. Wi-Fi for hot singles in your area. I was in the back of a bus and the Wi-Fi name was Say Chicken Nuggets. I yelled Chicken Nuggets to the front of the bus. Someone replied, No spaces! I didn't get it at first, but after 5 minutes I was like, wait, put in Chicken Nuggets for the password and I was in. Back when my sister lived in a college campus, there was a Yelp for the password. Never actually tried it though. LOL, I'm imagining how awkward that must have been for you. Your kids get off my lawn. One of my neighbors used to have Get off my lawn. I'm in range of one with the same name except spaced out. My neighbor had one, two bros chillin' in a hot tub. My phone's hotspot is Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine. Troy and Abed in modem. That's mine. Password is cool. Edit. Yes, I know it should be cool. Cool, but I just did triple cool because that's the amount he says fast. 5G coronavirus, test number 1, strength 500%. I'm stealing this one. I got a bunch of Karens in my neighborhood, and I can't wait to hear about it at our HOA meeting tonight. Update. One lady lost her. She went off about how it wasn't funny and people are dying and how totally insensitive it is that someone would name their Wi-Fi. Thanks for the laugh, my dude. Who the hell is stealing my Wi-Fi? Actually did this during college when I still lived at home. I was playing Gears of War and all of a sudden my game became laggy. So I log into the router settings to see if I have something connected that I'm not aware of. I figured my laptop or something may have been downloading some updates automatically. Surprisingly, I see a computer called Jackie PC, which is odd because no one in my family is named Jackie. Turns out, my neighbor's daughter was home for the weekend and they didn't have Wi-Fi. I always just left mine open for ease of use with friends and family since I don't have many houses nearby. This was the first time it had ever been a problem, so I immediately changed my SSID to Jackie, stop stealing my Wi-Fi, and put a password on it. I don't mind sharing, but when you mess with my gaming, we have a problem. The Land Before Time. Password. Littlefoot's dead mom. The period is for extra security and finality. That's what she SSID. Free Wi-Fi. I jokingly set up a hotspot called Free Wi-Fi Airport XYZ. While waiting for a delayed plane, I shut it down after 5 minutes because my phone was getting DDoS'd by people trying to connect to it. Silence of the LAN is a top contender for me. Mine's pretty classic, pretty fly for a Wi-Fi. The Promised Land. House Lannister. King's Landing. Mine is The Lannisters Send Their Regards. Password, Why Fire and Blood. When my brother was in the Air Force Reserve, I went to his house one day and say his Wi-Fi name was Land of the Free. I'm in a military barracks and my Wi-Fi name is NCIS Surveillance Van. Mine was I Am Ironland for a while. Is this the Krusty Krab? The password was No, this is Patrick. Tell my Wi-Fi love her. I kinda wish the person responsible for that router updated the name regularly to fill everyone else in on how their relationship was going. Tell my Wi-Fi need more space. Tell my Wi-Fi want another kid but only if she's okay with it. Tell my Wi-Fi want a divorce. The Promised Land. Benjamin Franklin and Vladimir Roughton. Abraham Links's. My neighbors in college and had one called Uncle Touchy's Puzzle Basement. The best Wi-Fi name that I found led me on an elaborate adventure. It was called Help, Girl Kidnapped, Floor 9, Apartment 30C. On the door of that apartment was a post-it note that instructed me to go into the basement where there was a stash of free marshmallows, grabbed enough to add into a cup of white hot chocolate. Girl Gone Wireless. This is what I suggested for my Wi-Fi with my roommates. We settled on 2 girls and 1 gig. Fire Nation, because my folks are always fighting. Connecto Patronum. Nice. Mine is Atio Internet with the password Alohomora. Nice. Mine is Wi-Fi Guardian Leviosa. What's the best Wi-Fi name you've seen? Used to live in a rough neighborhood with lots of addicts. Husband set ours to surveillance van number 1. The whole police mobile command names are getting dated now, but before those kinds of names were well known, that was pretty good. I live in a medical marijuana state, but when the law was first passed, the police were pissed about it, and still did everything they could to get people in trouble without getting into it too much. Pretty stuff like that. If you forgot to lock the door to the grow room when frantically running to the front door to answer the screaming SWAT team who's threatening to break it down, they'd say the law says it has to be locked, and it's not. So you're getting charged with full-on manufacturing and doing 2 years in prison, even though you have a license. Things like that. You, Bill Shuett. Anyway, right about that time was when people just started naming their Wi-Fi after government entities, and the neighbor naming theirs FBI surveillance truck made me lose more than a few nights' sleep before I figured it out. I'm probably one of the few people who ever fell for that, and boy did it get me bad. Connecting. Mine is named Searching after reading one of these previous threads. My hotspot is loading. Knock 5 times for head, apartment 507. I love San Francisco. I once renamed my Bluetooth Aucun Peripherique Trouvé, which translates to no device detected. Then 2 weeks later, spent 45 minutes cursing my phone for not being detectable. Then it hit me. I've played myself. Mine is LAN Solo, which is pretty great. My 2.4 is LAN Solo and my 5 is Lando Calrissian. Abraham Linksys. I named mine that and the other is John Wildfield's Booth. I think John Wild's Bluetooth has a better ring to it. Chance the Router. Chance the Whapper. The Marshall Mathers IP. There's one in my neighborhood called something like Airdrop Nudes for Internet. I misread it for Airdrop Nukes for Internet. Lightning Strike Inbound. IP Egg on the First Date. It was an apartment complex, so there were a lot of weird ones, but that one made me exhale air from my nose more than the others. I was driving around Europe the summer of 2008, and the only way I had access to the internet was through internet cafes or connecting my laptop to random open Wi-Fis. One night, I parked in a somewhat secluded area to sleep, and so I grabbed my laptop and did a Wi-Fi search. Found one at it was named Sai Nit Here, meaning don't stay here or don't be here. Noped really fast away from that spot. Hide your kids, hide your Wi-Fi. Mordor. It was password protected. One does not simply log into Mordor. Mine is Toilet Cam 2. I live in a big apartment complex. I really hope it has caused some sleepless nights. A Wi-Fi has no name. A guest has no Wi-Fi. A girl has no Wi-Fi. I am under your bed and I look at you while you are asleep. I found one named Killer Clown in the dark while I was walking home at night, and since I had no 4G, I was looking if I could find an open Wi-Fi. Hours are set as we watch you shower and you look good naked. All of our neighbors kept their blinds shut or curtains drawn up until there was a tenant switch next door. This guy keeps all his blinds open in a complete power move. Dad, click here. Alternatively, Mom, this is the Wi-Fi. Look, Ma, no wires. Look, Ma, no LAN. Not the Wi-Fi you're looking for. The frat house across the street from me. It's not gay, it's brotherhood. Password, no homo. Mine is Panic at the Cisco. My neighbor completely ruined the ending of Infinity War for me. Since he was beginning to watch Game of Thrones and I was spiteful, I changed my Wi-Fi networks to Ned Stark Dies Season 1 and Jon Snow Dies Season 5. I'm not proud of it, but it did give some small satisfaction. Super slow. When I hovered over the Wi-Fi button in Windows, the pop-up said, Super slow internet access. I thought that was pretty cool. I was at an airport and someone's hotspot name was Yell Nice Rack for password. My friend named her hotspot Yell Leroy Jenkins for password. It's really fun to turn it on at an XC meet. My dad named ours Nacho Wi-Fi because we had neighbors who moved in who were stealing our Wi-Fi. They had kids our age and I was hanging out with one of them. When they said they had Wi-Fi, I said, "Oh wow!" And they said, no one from the Wi-Fi company came by, but they still managed to get some from somewhere. He didn't know where. Turns out his parents were using our Wi-Fi and not telling them because they didn't want them telling us and us telling our parents. Us being me and my little brother. My dad said the Wi-Fi had been slower. I told him what the kids said and he immediately locked the Wi-Fi. We didn't know there wasn't a password set on it. So then came the dad joke Wi-Fi name. Nacho Wi-Fi. For those who don't get it, not your Wi-Fi. Nacho Wi-Fi. I went from a 4 karma to 1.0 karma because my dad is a practical jokester who had the opportunity to do a dad joke and did so amazingly. Thank you, Reddit. I once printed "Secure your Wi-Fi" on one of my neighbor's Wi-Fi enabled printers. He didn't think it was funny. Ours is The Knights Who Say Nigh. My family were staying in Philadelphia for a couple of days, and we're staying in an Airbnb apartment. One Wi-Fi said, "I know apartment number is an illegal Airbnb." Others were just things like potato salad and random things. A few weeks back, I was staying in an Airbnb in Bangkok. The Wi-Fi name was Sexy Thigh, and the password was sex. Only an enlightened person will be able to guess how they came up with that name and password. I had 2 routers. 1, FBI surveillance vehicle. 2, Russian surveillance of FBI. Mine is Virus Distribution Center. A house on my street has once named Hagrid's Hut, and we passed a house once with one named Get Your Own Wi-Fi. LOL, my old neighborhood had Get Your Own Wi-Fi, homie. Mine is Aperture Science. I figure people who get it will chuckle, and those who don't will just think someone has a business out of their place. I generally pair it with naming one of my electronics GLaDOS too. Same. I have also used Black Mesa. No one in my neighborhood gets it, I'm sure, but I got bored of FBI van number 541. HTTP error 418. FBI surveillance van 2. My brother used this all the time. One day we were working with this guy who was known to all the co-workers as being a dealer. Well, one morning I got to work and he asked if anyone could turn on the hotspot because he didn't have data. My brother said sure. So he turns it on and this guy's face turns white. He hops in his car and doesn't show up the next day. So after a few unanswered calls and texts, he finally shows up at my house. He's freaking out saying the FBI is after him and that he showed up to work the other day. When we asked what he meant, he told us that they had their Wi-Fi named FBI Surveillance Van 2. I just about died laughing and it took him a long time to get over that. LOL. Wow, I came here to tell this exact same story. My husband used to name all the various family business Wi-Fi to this, and this same thing happened. Non-client saw it, got nervous, and deleted all her cookies and browser info. Family friend, so it's just a funny story now. I was walking by a house and the Wi-Fi was called, "Is this the Krusty Krab?" And being intrigued, I typed in, "No, this is Patrick," and I actually got in. Connecto Patronum. Password was Mischief Managed. A better SSID would be My Router's Map. Mine's Routers of Rohan. Stole it from an old roommate. It hurts when I pee. It hurts when I pee. FBI van, or Mortii Matii, an insult in Romanian translating literally to your mother's dead. Not the name, but my password is, "It's on the fridge." So when people ask me for the password, I tell them it's on the fridge and watch them fumble around the kitchen confused for a minute. Martin Router King. One does not simply connect to my Wi-Fi. My old neighbor, who is, as you might imagine, didn't let me use their Wi-Fi, so I had to take out my own contract. I've set mine once to Tatooine. A new neighbor moved in. A week later, his Wi-Fi was called, "This isn't the Wi-Fi you're looking for." We're still friends to this day. Hack me if you can. The day after became challenge accepted. Was observazyjny, CBSP. This means a observation truck of Police Central Bureau of Investigation. I like this. I've seen a few FBI surveillance van connections over the year, and I don't even live in the USA. I'm happy you took the time to localize it. Can I post my own? My 70-year-old retired neighbor, who's become a good friend, is always cackling about something in his driveway while he tinkers with his motorcycles. So for a while, our Wi-Fi was, "Colt, we can hear you laughing." He never noticed. Someone in my neighborhood named their Wi-Fi 5G Tower 200%, and the local Karen called the cops. Mine is 5G Tower number 69, status CVD19, on. You wake up, it's 2050. What do you Google first? I Google things you wouldn't believe were considered okay to say 30 years ago. Time Travelers 2020. The best answer, to be honest. I'll definitely Google it if I wake up in 2050. Is Elizabeth II still alive? No, she held on until her son Charles passed away so he would never be king. My name. Got to find out if there was a major disturbance over my disappearance or if nobody actually noticed. Is Putin still the president of Russia? Oh man, he will never stop. P.S. I'm Russian. I think so. Putin also has the power to live eternally, just like Queen Elizabeth. Plot twist, Google doesn't exist anymore. Bing takes over after people use it jokingly on April Fools, but never stop. Mars colony. In the late 2010s and early 2020s, several private companies and governments briefly considered sending humans to Mars. It turned out nobody wanted to spend 2 years on a cramped spacecraft pooping in a bag just to die on a rock without internet access. That would be fun. I'd finally have a reason to go outside. Yeah, but quarantine would be over anyway, and the coronavirus will be a typical sickness like the flu is now. Also, you'd wake up pretty much in a desert. Flying and/or self-driving cars would probably be a typical thing to see by then. Mankind would probably be on many different planets. Light speed would most likely be achieved as well. Welcome to the Star Wars dimension, everyone! By the way, school would be part of VR as well as most games would. Google would still be around, and Disney would be the makers of all movies, unless Google buys the trademark. Latest lockdown restrictions and link to 8G. Hopefully it will be more like utopia, not dystopia. Best things to Google in 2050. The number one thing to Google in 2050 is Tuboyan. You're taken aback, wondering if the entire world knows about you, knows that you don't belong. The pressure mounts and you want to hide away in a burrow and wait for your strange frame to die down. But everything is connected to cameras in 2050. You're being watched from 4,000 directions at once, burning under all eyes like an ant under a magnifying glass. You wonder if you shouldn't just get it over with and end your own life. Seems easier than having the entire world staring at you 24/7. Then you begin to worry that the search result is AI selected specifically to drive you to such a conclusion. And maybe all the searches are by people who want to watch videos of you ending it before you even chose to do so. Could an AI be so intelligent that it selected a search result that becomes a perfect self-fulfilling prophecy? It's about this time you learn that in 2050, Tuboyan is a VR full immersion experiential website that sells lots and lots of hentai with full haptics and goose splash effects with your home 4D nozzle. You spend the next 3 weeks browsing their content, but in subspace, it feels like 3 years. My bank details. Interest. I want to see if I can catch up with the times through memes alone. And everybody will call you insert replacement for boomer meme. Memes are no longer around. Instead, everyone makes jokes through badly drawn comic strips that show how everyone hates their wives' husbands. Has Yandere Simulator's development been completed yet? I'd just go back to sleep, mate. Google. Some things never change. World's largest economies. See how the world's financial power has moved. Who has gotten bigger and who has fallen by the wayside. Barring absolute catastrophe, I can't imagine a world where China and India are number 1 and number 2. Climate change looks likely to mess both of them up royally. But sheer luck, the West could extend its global dominance by another century. Coronavirus Pandemic 2020. My own name. I have metastatic cancer and a prognosis of about 10 years. I want to know why I'm alive in 2050 and what I managed to get done between now and when I went to sleep. My mom battled metastatic breast and bone cancer for 16 years, which was about 10 years longer than her prognosis. She always said her hope and optimism was what got her through. Wishing your years of health and happiness, you can do it. How many centuries are left in the world? Sports Almanac 2020 to 2050. You never know if you get pulled back. Price of Bitcoin. Apparently, worth nothing because it collapsed with the economy, even though it was supposed to be some sort of revolutionary money not linked or controlled by the stock market or governments. Even though it fell just like it was another speculated commodity. Yikes! If you had even the slightest, most mild understanding of economics, you'd be laughing at yourself right now. In your mind, is there even a difference between something like pandemic and something like a government destroying its own economy from the inside out via hyperinflation or other economic irresponsibility? Why would Bitcoin go up during a pandemic? COVID-19 isn't targeting the US Treasury or the US dollar. I'm not sure how anyone can imagine this only impacting one monetary system. A health crisis is an attack on wealth itself, not a single system of wealth exchange. That's pretty elementary. Bitcoin is a revolutionary money because it's decentralized and deflationary. This is counter to our current monetary system. Why in the world would COVID-19 present opportunities for these attributes to be more attractive to people? Like, I really can't wrap my head around how you think this makes sense. In many other types of crisis, people would absolutely flock to store their wealth in Bitcoin, but not a health crisis. That doesn't even make sense, dude, at all. No Game, No Life Season 2. We are all waiting. Who is the president of Russia? Who is the current ruler of the UK? Need to know if Putin and Queen Elizabeth are keeping their power. Putin has clones. Queen Elizabeth has the Infinity Stone. One Piece story arcs. Gotta see if it's done yet. A world map. Some countries might have conquered new territory. You never know. What causes sleeping for 30 years? WED MD. You must have an ear infection. Betty White's cause of death? Maybe Danny DeVito too. iPhone 42 specs results. iPhone XXI's Pro Max Plus Ultra Limited SE product, Red Zoom, came out in September 2049. Buy now for $10,999. What caused World War III? How did technology change from 2020 to 2050? Philadelphia Sports Championships. State climate change. Finally, had to scroll way down to find this, which is sad actually. List of Pokemon games. I wonder where the franchise is gonna go. Reddit. Sort by top of all time and scroll for an hour. That should cover most topics. Google? Nah, it's gonna be all Bing in 2050. I would look up a map of the world to see how much has changed historically. Queen Elizabeth's age. When did the world come up with a cure vaccine for the coronavirus, and how long was the world in lockdown? There's like 30 vaccines being worked on right now, if they aren't mass producing one by the end of the year. Flights to Mars. Maybe we could travel there by that time. Is Reddit still relevant? Is Putin still alive? World War IV. Wikipedia. See if that's still around. Half-Life 3. Oh yeah, we are all waiting. Has the internet speed gotten better or worse? Since population of people is increasing every day, the servers would probably be overwhelmed. List of all MCU Marvel Cinematic Universe movies I've missed. World map. Is Google still used as a term for an internet search in 2050? How is it possible to be asleep for 30 years? Some kind of tech, probably. I don't think I could Google anything. Just walk outside and see how everything looks. Good idea. COVID-19, because I would really want to know how all this played out. How long did the quarantine of 2020 last? Latest Eminem album. What does it mean when you went to sleep and it was 2020, Rona 2020, and you woke up next day in 2050? When you're tired and want to sleep. Coronavirus vaccine. Is sleeping for 30 years normal? You wake up, it's 2050. What do you Google first? Apple stock price. I'm not a wealthy man, but I bought a couple of $100 of shares about 16 years ago that have since split a whole bunch. Now that pool is worth several grand, even in the tanking economy. So I would be curious what 30 years would add to that. How many majors does Tiger Woods have? If Elder Scrolls 6 Winds of Winter and Doors of Stone are released yet. Bloodborne 2, Half-Life 3, Dead Space 4, Bioshock 4, Ninja Gaiden 4, Dark Souls 4, Witcher 4, Fallout 5, Uncharted 5, PlayStation 9. But seriously, it's really hard to imagine games past this upcoming gen. It's just too much of a gap. Is everyone dead? What planet is Elon Musk planning to colonize next? Uranus. Reddit. The biggest platform in the world, says Wikipedia article. Check to see if the climate has begun to improve. Really the only long-term issue I'm really interested in. How do I fix the date on my iPhone? Coronavirus lockdown. The actual toll of coronavirus. Are we still in quarantine? Yes. Why do you suppose you went to sleep? Elder Scrolls 6 release date. GTA VI release date. Where is VR at? Have we achieved some .hack//sign sword art online stuff yet? If not, put me back to bed till it's done. Wait, my friend. Current stock price of TSLA, Tesla. A therapist. The price of Nano. Has One Piece ended yet? Are people still using Google? You start Googling the past, only to realize that Google's profit has outgrown every country's GDP. In 2030, Google started their own digital currency with huge corporate support, which made people more over from their natural currency to the G-coin. In 2040, Google announced that every Google employee would be able to buy G-coin-enabled products with a discount, which in turn made everybody quit their job and take a job at Google. Any job, from janitor to health specialist. In 2050, Google's master plan came into place when they announced every Google employee, now more than 75% of the world's population, was able to live cost-free, if they would be part of the Google Nation, the world's first digital country. You walk outside and ask people, where am I? The answer? You're at Google now. We all are. 2030? I expect this to happen before the end of the year. All of the One Piece chapters I missed out on. The newest games in average FPS, also the nearest restaurant. Most importantly, Last of Us 2 release date. I bet that it's still delayed, LMFAO. Ooh, they delayed it again? They'll probably delay it 10 more times. Last 30 Super Bowls. Gotta see if the Vikings have made it over the hump yet. Lions probably still haven't won a playoff game since 1991 either. Nah, no Google, straight to Reddit. Search up on Reddit. Titanfall 3, Shrek 5, Half-Life 3. Is the Queen still alive? How many Super Bowls have the Browns won? After the franchise was moved to San Antonio in 2034 and renamed in Roadrunners, they would go on to win 6 Super Bowls in a row. I'm guessing Cleveland was wiped out the map during World War III. Widening Gyre sequel. Where is everyone? What happened to Google? Good question. Betty White alive. She died when humanity stopped consuming wheat and sliced bread was no longer popular. Keith Richards' age. Firstly, what wars happened, and secondly, the map of the world. COVID-19 cures synthesis, then memorizes it and sends it to a doctor. Also, find out about a leading doctor and something about their life so they believe me. Minecraft. 700 million players online. Nice. When did human society die? 2000. Is FF7 Part 2 out yet? LOL. Discographies of all my fave bands and then do nothing but listen to everything they released in the meanwhile in the upcoming 3 months. Google the timeline and done. Betty White. Aliens. Elder Scrolls 6 release date. What happened in the rest of 2020? 2020 events. The president, don't know, first thing I thought of. Why I have a chip implanted in my brain that automatically Googles my thoughts? Because it's future. COVID-19 death count 2020. What's the minimum wage? How the hell we survived 2020? World War III. TES 6, The Elder Scrolls 6. When did World War III happen? Are Dawnguard and Dragonborn still selling for $20 each on Xbox Marketplace? Doors of Stone release date. How far we got in space? Before they found us? Won't be able to Google anything. Technology will outspace my understanding. My tech won't work anymore and Google will either be bankrupted or have evolved into something new. The stock market. Is One Piece done? Or how many JoJo parts are there? Half-Life 3 download. Cat videos? Cute. Well, technically, I wouldn't know because I just woke up. I'd probably wake up and see myself in the mirror and think, what the happened to my face? Why is it so wrinkly? I would then Google how to get rid of wrinkles. Good point. Am I safe to go out without a face mask? No. And do not forget to radsuit. I'll Google google.com because I'll be a boomer. That's not how generations work. Is Google still a thing by then? I bet phrase Google it would exist even in 2050. More like Brain It, since Google will be implemented in our heads XD. COVID-19. COVID-19 is considered the least lethal of the COVID family. It was basically harmless compared to COVID-20 and COVID-21. What, if any, advances in space travel there has been? Mars colonialization. I'm hoping for advances in our understanding of wormholes, but I'll settle for Mars. How much is Bitcoin worth, and what is the most widely owned cryptocurrency? Imagine if you bought a Bitcoin when it was worthless. Oversimplified, World War III. Did North Korea fall, or is it the same shit show? World Cup winners since 2022. Best restaurant or cafe nearby?
What is some advice that is too late for you, but others ought to hear and consider? If you love someone, let them know. Rejection is better than a lifetime of wondering. If you love somebody, let them free. Sting. Even if they never placed the lotion in the basket. Put in an effort to maintain your relationships, romantic or otherwise. Always put in that effort. And leave a relationship where the other person refuses to put in effort, even when you try to talk about it. When I get my own place, I'm cutting off contact with my sister. She won't care since she hates me so much. The relationship has to be good for you, and if cutting contact helps you, I say more power to you. Back up all your damn computer files. My sister and my parents are joking how many backups I made, and when my phone resets, I'm like, okay, no problem. But when that happens to someone else, it's just like they bought a new phone, nothing is there. $1,000 isn't very much money to have, but it's a lot to owe. Yeah, when I was borrowing money from a student loan, it never seemed like enough. Now that I have to pay it back, I realise it was way too much. I told my daughter that for every scholarship she didn't apply for, because it wasn't a lot of money, she owed me that amount. For instance, she told me that she didn't want to try for one because it was $500, because it wasn't a lot when it came to college. I said, "Okay, now you owe me $500. Oh lordy, I don't have $500, that's a lot of money. Guess what? She applied and won. Phew. Sometimes teenagers can be so difficult. Sigh. She didn't lick it off the grass. The future is so immensely unpredictable. Don't exhaust yourself obsessing over it. This is important. You will drive yourself nuts stressing things that you have no control over and that may never happen. I'm just recently working on this myself, and when I catch myself overthinking things out of my control, I consciously stop and feel a weight off my shoulders. Do you do or think anything specific to get yourself to stop and feel that relief? I often worry obsessively over future possibilities, health, death, adverse circumstances, etc. And I would love to feel that lifted weight rather than it stuck in my thoughts. Love isn't always enough. You can love somebody very much and the relationship still may not work. And one person's commitment to love deeply and unconditionally cannot make up for the other person not reciprocating. Agreed. I realise that even though you love and care for a person, if they don't respect you and constantly hurt you, love isn't enough. Love is the bare minimum. They have to do things to grow the love. The more you let others, especially parents, control your life and don't establish boundaries, the more likely it is that you will be doing something you absolutely hate, but let others push you into doing. Establish boundaries and take control of your life. I always wanted to work in food and was going to sign up for it at college when I first graduated. My mum thought I should be practical and get a pharmacy technician degree first. I felt like I was wasting time doing that and ended up quitting anyway. Now I went back and I'm working on my culinary degree now. It took me 10 years to get going again, but I'm almost there now. I can 100% relate to this. My parents absolutely forced college on me when I had no idea what I wanted to do with my life. As a result, I rebelled. I dropped out of 3 different schools, played in a touring band, and partied a lot. 12 years later, I'm decently successful, and I think my mum resents me because I did it my way and still made it. She can't fathom how because I didn't follow the path she wanted me to. Start saving money now. It's better to have money and not need it than to need money and not have it. Not to mention how important developing the habit of going without stuff is. Cutting down luxuries is not easy if you have them so often that you don't consider them luxuries. Absolutely, invest some of your money but also have cash savings. Don't put it all into investments. What if the market tanks? You never know. Surround yourself with the right people. Just because you have a history with someone doesn't mean you need to keep spending time with them if you've grown in different directions. You are the average of the 5 people you spend the most time with. Choose wisely. Maybe that's why I'm a mean guy. I spend all my time with a 3-year-old. Stretch and exercise daily. It's far easier to maintain a healthy weight than it is to get to one from being overweight or obese. It's also a hell of a lot easier to do it when you're young than to start when you're close to 40. Someone told me this 10 years ago, and I still live by it. Great advice. In an ideal scenario, quarantines aside, I'd want to do yoga, cardio, and lifting all in a week, even though I'd prefer to spend more time doing one more than others. Has anyone found a good balance between flexibility, cardio, and strength building routines while working full time? If something traumatizes you, seek help to come to terms with and deal with it. That thing can stick for a long time, and it stinks. Sadly, this help isn't easily available for everyone. Yup, that was one of the main problems for me. Then, when I tried to get help earlier last year, 11 years after the event, I couldn't talk about it, and the help was wasted. If your partner overreacts to trivial things and makes you beg for forgiveness early in the relationship, then they will most likely escalate to abuse. Get out before it gets that bad. It will only get worse, and it will only get harder to leave. Inclusively, overreacting doesn't mean they'll flip out and shout about it. Playing victim is also a form of overreacting and manipulation. Both forms train the other person to feel guilty and submissive to the other person. This is so true. I wish I had listened to this advice. My ex-husband overreacted the first time I made hot dogs for lunch. I asked him if he wanted ketchup and mustard. He flipped out and accused me for being insensitive for not remembering that he hated ketchup. For real? I said it's the first time I asked this question. Forget it. It turned into a big debate as to me being insensitive and him accusing me of trying to confuse him with another man who liked ketchup. Believe me, it still makes no sense. Anyway, I married the guy and yes, the abuse got bad. I have been out of that relationship for 3 years now. Life is better.
Number 1. Know your own worth. Don't be exploited by bad employers just because you don't think you're worth anything. You do deserve fair pay and reasonable hours, and sanity. Number 2. It's okay to make yourself a priority. You can work every minute of every day and never have friends or holidays or time off, but you're not going to get a prize for it. At the end of your life, your boss or company will have won, but will quickly forget you. You won't be able to suddenly make memories and friends materialize. Number 3. Don't stay in a relationship you know is dead for years after you realize that fact. Life is genuinely too short. You shouldn't be spending big chunks of it unhappy just to protect someone else's feelings. Number 2 is a big one. Businesses want to squeeze every drop out of what they pay for, be it product, service, or labour. The more you do without compensation, the more the goalposts move to create expectation. As soon as you realise you're doing more without reward, you need to advocate for yourself. Too many people suffer burnout simply because they're trying to please everyone but themselves. What's worse is there are entire industries that have weaponized people's self-worth into a form of work culture. Expand your interests in school. I did 12 seasons of sport in high school. At least a few of those would have been better spent on theatre or music or some other type of creative activity. What if you don't do anything in school and have no interests? Stay motivated. There will come a time when you find something that may interest you. Who knows? Maybe there is something you may end up enjoying even though initially you showed no interest in it. I remember getting pressured to know what I wanted to do growing up. At 32, I'm still trying to figure that out. Joined the military at 29, have worked as a border patrol agent, security, church's chicken cook, Union Pacific carman, mechanic, and now I'm in nursing school trying to get my degree and become an RN. Never in a million years did I think I'd end up in nursing, but I refuse to accept defeat and be content with barely making ends meet and living from paycheck to paycheck. So just keep pushing forward and look into stuff that may interest you. If you don't end up liking it, then look for something else. I have friends that never did anything in high school other than go to class and do bare minimum, and now are really successful, whereas I was in all sports, NHS and other activities, and I'm still trying to get where I'm going. Don't let others' success bring you down. I use it as 'Life has a way of taking you in different routes.' It's not always your fault. You don't have to feel bad and guilty for everything bad that happens in your life. And even if you do mess things up, it doesn't mean other people have the right to be a jerk to you. Okay, but how do you help someone realize this and stop with it? I managed to get over with this thing. I have no clue how. I just forced it out of myself because I was pissed off at the world and life and people. Honestly, I don't even know how to make myself realize this. I'm currently going through an emotional roller coaster because someone I really care about said some really mean stuff to me, and I'm feeling guilty for something that definitely wasn't my fault and I shouldn't be feeling guilty about. I know all that, but I still feel like crap. Don't ever self-harm. If you've just started and you're thinking it's not that bad or it's not bad enough to ask for help, believe me, it's so much better to get help now. It's very hard to quit once you've done it a few times, and it gets so exhausting trying to stop but failing. Substitute your self-harm to self-harm by lifting weights or doing a sprint or run, something that will push you and hurt you and give you release. But unlike self-harm where your body declines, with this you will get better and fitter each time. Channel the need into something good, not bad. Don't smoke. Even if you eventually manage to quit, you're forever an ex-smoker, not a non-smoker. I quit 14 years ago, and that stuff is still following me. I just need to pass by a smoker having one on the street, and it reactivates all the cravings. Yes man, I'm struggling. When I'm at university I smoke like 8 to 12 ciggies a day. Just can't get a break. Most of my friends smoke, apparently it's a thing in law school. I'm just tired, to be honest. I'm home because of COVID-19, so I can't smoke. I hope to God that I don't pick up smoking again. 1. Before you buy something, ask yourself, do I need this stuff? E.g., that new iPhone XS12 version 2 may be nice, but if your phone does the job already, why spend the money? Be smart with your money. 2. Don't take advice from someone you wouldn't take criticism from. 3. Have a long-term goal and sacrifice for it. If you don't make the sacrifice now, what you want becomes the sacrifice. Number 2 sounds very profound, but I don't quite get it. Would you mind unpacking it a little? Sounds like you have a story behind it. Yeah, sure. So, sometimes in life you'll come across a range of different people, and I am lucky in my young age, 19, to have experienced a lot of stuff which has taught me a lot. So the second quote basically means you need to be able to differentiate between someone who's giving you good advice and someone who's just out there to hurt you or take a jab, and it ain't easy to do so. It'll take time and you'll have to experience it to fully learn from it or understand what I mean. Don't go to uni just because you think it's the next logical step. Have a plan, have an end goal. Be there for a reason. Moreover, if you realize that you're failing and losing the ability to function, reach out. There's so much help there just waiting for you. Don't end up like me, who had no real end goal, lost all desire and ability to do anything and had to drop out with absolutely nothing to show for it. Don't believe your brain telling you you're unwanted unless you have actual proof that that's the case. Talk to someone first to see if it's true. I nearly pushed away and lost an amazing friend group before one caught on just enough to know something was wrong. But a lot of times it's way harder for people to see if someone's struggling. Often people will want to help, but they need to know there's a problem in the first place. If you're in college, do it right. Finish it right no matter how long it takes. Get the degree you actually want, and any minors or certs that make it better. Look up job offers for your degree and see what they expect. Maybe take an extra semester getting a cert in something like graphic information systems, or a software while doing an internship. I took a bad degree because I was ready to be done with school due to my alcoholism. I was 1 year away from a really great degree, but I gave up and basically trashed the last 4. I can't reuse those classes for the proper degree either. Take your time. Does it matter if you get the highest type of degree, like a 1-1? 'cause I'm struggling to find motivation to study enough for that. Don't build your self-worth around money. No matter how much you make, it will never be enough, and the more you have, the more you fear losing. Find other ways to feel good about yourself than the size of your paycheck. Thanks, this post motivated me to keep writing. That's what I should have done 25 years ago. I'd probably make a lot less, but be so much happier. If I had been wiser in college, I'd be a history professor at some little university writing my books. Instead, I've spent 35 years chasing the money, and no amount is ever enough. Write. Write for yourself, write for others. If that is your passion, follow it. It's too late for me, but I can tell you that the path I chose may come with material things, but true satisfaction is ever elusive.
Doctors, therapists are Reddit. Do you have any "no, that's not normal" stories? If so, what abnormality, habit / oddity did the patient have thinking it was normal? I had a patient with a cut in his mouth casually say, "You know when you're chewing on some glass and..." I had to stop him and ask for clarification. Apparently, after he finished a bottle of beer, he would just bite into it. He said he liked the feeling of chewing on the glass. Nice guy though. To address a request for more context, I was a paramedic student using a clinical rotation in the ER. Guy comes in complaining of bleeding, more than usual. I don't know if it was Pica thing, but he did admit to frequently and recently prior meth use. Wait, are you his therapist or his doctor? I don't know which I prefer. I was just an EMT at the time. No one else was answering the question, and I thought my story fit. I have always had trouble breathing during exercise, but my mom said I was just lazy and called me the family couch potato. I always had a cough that would linger for months after a cold or flu. So in general, I coughed all winter. My mom called it a winter cough, and don't worry about it. My college roommate was worried about my cough and recommended I go to the doctor. I was like, "Oh no, it's just a winter cough." She was like, That's not a thing. Yeah, turns out I have permanently damaged lung from years of untreated asthma and pneumonia. I had a co-worker in college who had been coughing for a while, and I was trying to get him to the doctor. At some point he said, "It's not that bad, it's just like that feeling when you just can't quite catch your breath, you know?" I said, "No, Jacob, I don't know, that's not normal." And eventually he let me drive him to the campus health center. He had pneumonia. I am a doctor. A guy came in complaining about constipation and back pain. His main complaint was constipation, as his back had been hurting for years and it had gotten so bad he can't get out of bed anymore and seldom eats. I get a bad feeling and order up some lab work. It comes back and it's like good with a few hiccups, but nothing unusual for a man in his age who hasn't been to a checkup in years. Bad feeling persists and I order a full body scan on him despite having no actual evidence of anything. And it's cancer. Every single bone in his spine was full of tumors. Really scares me as I've had back pain at this moment. I have this like 30 years though. And constipation, diagnosed as IBS, and colonoscopy last year. Nothing unusual, so likely okay. Poor guy. His intestinal obstruction was caused by worms. When asked after surgery if he had seen any worms in his stool, he replied, "Only the normal amount." This one's my favorite. Only the normal amount? Sir, the normal amount is none. One time I was talking to a doctor during a routine checkup. He asked about sleep disturbances and I said I was sleeping fine. Though occasionally, just as I was about to doze off, I would hear a loud bang or a scream or some other sudden noise that would wake me back up. He asked if I experienced any other sensory disturbances, and I said sometimes I would smell words. Long story short, it turns out a meningitis infection when I was a child left me with mild brain damage. I get the bang thing when I sleep sometimes. There's a word for it, but I forgot. I heard it's common though. Maybe I should see a doctor. But what's it like to smell words? Varies. I assume it's like synesthesia, but I'm also assuming that happens all the time and in a predictable way. The smells I get are always 100% true to life, but I can feel when they're in my head and bypassing my nose. I guess it's similar to Tourette's in that I have no idea when they'll hit or what will trigger them or what I'll smell. Also, the words don't have to be spoken. My own internal monologue can trigger it. Generally, it's if my own thoughts that set it off. There's a closer match between the word and the smell, and sometimes I get a taste as well as smell. Well, I'm the patient here, but my doctor was very surprised when I thought everyone takes 2 hours to get to sleep every night. I had assumed for years that my asleep in half an hour parents were the outliners. Same! My mom can fall asleep in minutes and my sister can sleep literally anywhere. But insomnia runs in my dad's family, and unfortunately I inherited some sort of sleep disorder. It takes me forever to fall asleep if I'm not drugged or stoned out of my mind. And typically I can't sleep for more than 2 or 3 hours at a time. I thought it was normal for years. I'm pretty sure I've been chronically sleep deprived most of my life. Lol, FML. It took me until 16 to finally realize having a swollen and tangled vas deferens on my left testicle wasn't normal. It's called varicocele, and it affects about 15% of males. It's caused by poor blood flow and only excess blood in the veins leading up to it. Luckily, the only downsiders are a bit of an ache and a 15% smaller left testy. Makes me wonder, cause my left testicle always gives me a little pain and I just ignore it, and sometimes I feel the pain down to my knee. Patient here. I was very young when I had my first period, single digits. They were okay until I hit 10 and had 100% days period. That was super heavy, like 4 to 6 pads an hour. Went to the gyno and was told it was normal for women to have this happen. 20 years later, still getting the 100 plus days periods, I found out that it's PCOS with a dab of endo. Please tell me the gyno is no longer working in the field. Not a doctor, but one of my classmates in college casually let this out in the discussion that she didn't get glasses for years, as she thought everyone had blurry vision and it was normal. I have loose shoulders. I can pop them in and out of their sockets with no effort. Sometimes it's more effort to keep them popped in. I found out this wasn't normal in my high school health class when we were learning the dangers of drinking and using drunk goggles to simulate how alcohol affects your vision. We all got handcuffed after, and I was able to slip my arms in front of me with no issue. I have loose hips. For the longest time I thought it was normal that when I moved my legs in certain ways that there was a bit of a clunk or a shift in the position of my upper thighs. I have since learned that this is very likely my hips popping out of their joints. I can also rest my chin on the inside of my collarbone, which I never thought much about until I realized how much it freaked my wife out. I have been given a diagnosis of Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, luckily for one of the sideshow freak variants, not the ones causing serious health conditions. I've literally been told by a consultant geneticist that I'm not normal. Luckily, I'd already figured that out by that point, or else it might have been a surprise. I'm not a doctor or a therapist, but I had a moment like this about my own life. I didn't know I was allergic to kiwis until I was 17. I was having a conversation with someone and brought up the fact that kiwis made your throat close a little when you eat them, and they looked at me like I was crazy. I had to ask a few more people before believing that I was actually allergic. I made a grapefruit pound cake recently, and my SO mentioned that tingling feeling you get in your throat from eating grapefruit. I literally just stopped and stared for a full 30 seconds before suggesting they're most likely, at least mildly, allergic. I was the patient in this. I have gotten stung an abnormally large amount of times from bees as kids. Every time the spot would swell up and double the size, i.e. if I got stung on my hand, my whole hand would double in size. It would be red and hurt for like a week, and then become super itchy for another week, in total lasting about 2 weeks. I thought this was normal and what happened when everyone got stung. Even when I went to see an allergist and they told me I was allergic, I still thought it was normal for bee stings to be like that. It wasn't until my friend told me that when she got stung, it looked like a mosquito bite and goes away in 2 days, that I realized my reactions were a little extreme. Adding to the food allergies train. Since I was like about 3, I began to complain that I felt like I was going to throw up. From what I'm told, this got me 3 weeks out of daycare before my pediatrician brushed it off as lying for attention. As I grew, I whined every day that my stomach hurt. My parents, listening to the doctor, would tell me I had to go to school no matter what. One doctor literally word for word said to my father, "Off the record, I've seen this before. If you ignore her, it'll go away." I was 16 at the time. At 19, I go to my first adult physician and break down crying. I can't deal with this nausea and pain every day. I can't do anything except walk around my house carrying my bath bowl. If I can't figure out how to make this manageable, I'm going to kill myself because I just can't take it. Fast forward 8 weeks, 3 hospital visits, 2 medications, and 1 minor operation. I am diagnosed with celiac disease and gastroparesis, paralysis of the vagus nerve. In addition, because they were left untreated for nearly 2 decades, I had jaundice from my liver failing. My kidneys were functioning at 70%, anemia, severe malnutrition, multiple polyps, and literal fungus growing along my intestinal tract because food literally sat there until it became rotten. TLDR, started complaining of a tummy ache at 3 years old. Complained continuously for the next 16 years, straight until a doctor actually listened, was diagnosed with celiac and gastroparalysis. A ton of complications.
Doctors of Reddit, what's the biggest case of faking it you've ever seen? Taking trauma call during surgery residency. Had a prisoner come in after a fight and claimed he couldn't move or feel his legs. All the CT scans and MRIs were normal, but we would shield his legs so he couldn't see them and poke them with needles and other sharp objects with enough force to cause pain. He never flinched or moved his legs at all. He was diagnosed with SCIWORA, spinal cord injury without radiographic abnormality. He stayed in the hospital for a week. No improvement. Always had one guard with him. One night they were down in the lobby watching some television, but the guard needed to use the restroom. The patient said, "Where could I possibly go? I'm paralyzed." Guard left him alone for 2 minutes. Patient last seen sprinting down the road, naked butt cheeks flapping in the breeze, making it to a city 4 hours away by car before he was caught again. I have never seen anyone fake it so well. Truly playing the long con. Why? Question stands for both faking it and his daring escape. The faking it was for the escape. The escape is because, as I understand it, prison sucks. Patient was convinced she had a melanoma and needed a biopsy and would need to be on workers' comp. I told her it looked like ink from a marker. She demanded a biopsy. I wiped the area off with an alcohol swab and showed her the ink and that there was no spot on her skin anymore. She stormed out threatening to sue. I'm glad I cured her melanoma. But, she didn't want to be cured, you charlatan. Real-life miracle worker here. Had a patient come in for a fall who now couldn't move their legs at all. Did a bunch of tests, didn't find anything. The patient was not at all fazed by suddenly being paralyzed, which was the first red flag. Didn't really believe anything was wrong, but the patient was still not moving their legs. My options are to admit for a huge workup or get them to walk. So I updated them saying everything is fine, tests are negative, you can go home. Patient gets up, gets dressed, and walks out without a word. So I update them saying everything is fine, tests are negative, you can go home. Patient gets up, gets dressed, and walks out without a word. We had a patient faking a seizure, so my supervisor told one of us to get the brain needle. The patient made a miraculous and swift recovery without it. That's the best part about most of these stories, when they make up some form of fake machine so that the patient stops faking. Cracks me up every time. Fake problems require fake solutions. Young 18 to 20 woman went running into small rural hospital ER pretending to have abdominal pain. Police officer had tagged her going 40 kilometers over the limit, which was stunt driving as per the new law in Ontario, impound and license suspension automatic. Cop followed her into ER and apparently said he'd be waiting for her when she left. Locum staff, such as I, were housed at a small B&B about 15 minutes away, and the ER had pre-printed order sets to be done before we arrived. When I arrived, she flat out admitted she just came in because she freaked out and didn't stop. I told her we'd give her 45 minutes to call her parents' family before I booted her. Except BHCG came back positive, and the subsequent ultrasound came back showing extremely early ectopic. Officer figures out something is up when he hears air ambulance call come in over radio. She was completely asymptomatic and just worked out that she dodged both charges and a life-threatening issue by accident. It was definitely a wow moment. My brother was an EMT for 2 years, and he told me this. People will try to use the ambulance as a means for transportation from Fulton to Oswego because the hospital is in Oswego by faking seizures. Sometimes when the head EMT guy was feeling fun and knew that the person was faking, he'd say something like, "Man, it's weird that he's having seizures but not peeing himself." Apparently, the person would kind of snap out of it for a second, weigh up the repercussions, and either pee themselves or stop faking. I thought that was hilarious. We had a family calling for a Medicab, a cab paid for by the income-based insurance, from somewhere out in the sticks to our ER in a college town. Every few weeks or so, the mom would be seen for some ailment or the other, and the rest of the family would go to Walmart, go to the mall, do all their in-town errands. She was basically faking an emergency illness every few weeks so they wouldn't have to pay for a cab to get their shopping done. Working at the pharmacy, we saw a guy come in to try and get a refill on some pain meds that had no refill. After pleading that his ear really hurt, we told him again we couldn't refill it. One of the other employees saw his step into a side hallway and take a pencil and jam it forcefully into his ear, repeatedly, drawing blood. He calmly left and went to the ER. He came back a few hours later with a prescription for pain meds. It amazes me that people will risk permanent deafness for a fix. Could a patient be denied pain meds for intentionally harming themselves to get them? I'm just wondering if that behavior can be countered with refusal of meds. Whenever we had kids, usually teenagers, playing up their symptoms to extend their hospital stay, we would order them into a healthy lifestyle. Lights out at 9, no screen time for 2 hours before bedtime, healthy diet, chock full of fruits and vegetables, screen time limits, minimum number of laps around the unit per day to get in their exercise. They got better so much faster with our healthy lifestyle tips. As a sick teenager, I never understood why other teenagers on the unit play things up to stay longer. I'm always begging to leave as soon as I possibly can. This patient comes in for back pain with weakness of the legs. Gets a full workup with MRI, standard blood work, and then some immunological things to look for, stuff like myasthenia gravis. No neurological or immunological explanation for the weakness. Patient is seen by physical therapy and they are of the opinion that the patient is holding back intentionally. Go to see the patient at the end of the day and prep them for discharge. Patient is infuriated that they're being discharged, yelling and screaming about how they aren't better, how they're disappointed in the institution, blah blah blah. They said one particular thing that still clearly stands out 3 to 4 years later. "I can't believe you're sending me home already. I haven't even told my family I'm here, and now you're going to send me home before they even have the chance to see me?" My attending and I leave the room to arrange things with the nurses. We go back in and the patient is out of bed and standing up in the middle of the room. Miraculously, the patient is able to walk with zero assistance when they had so much difficulty with any assistance over the previous 2 days. At that point, they were enraged. Was enraged, we went into the room without knocking. They were discharged home after a conversation regarding abuse of medical services. Was the patient's goal to have their family see them in the hospital? Had a patient when I was an intern feigning blindness. She would constantly be playing on her smartphone, only furiously trying to hide it when someone from the care team came into her room. The best was when my attending one day strolled past her room and threw his hand up in a highly exaggerated hello wave. She started to throw her arm up too, but caught herself halfway through, then threw her hand back into her lap and pretended to be staring off into nothing. A friend of mine likes to stick out her hand for a handshake when people come in feigning blindness. Nearly all of them instinctively meet her handshake. It's great to watch. How often does that happen? What is the patient trying to achieve? When people come in feigning blindness, yeah, seriously. Well, your blindness is pretty serious. I'm going to start you off with a number 360 quantity 80 mg of oxycodone. Noise of perforation ripping from prescription pad. I want you to take 3 every 8 hours. Nurse from an ophthalmologist here had a 21-year-old new patient claiming to be completely blind from a sudden and severe glaucoma diagnosis from a previous unknown doctor. Would feel around while walking, tried to keep eyes rolled back into his head, the whole 9 yards. He said he is a famous YouTube rapper that is now unable to make videos or earn a living. I exclaimed to have heard of him before and very excitedly asked him to search and show me his YouTube channel on my phone so that I could subscribe. He took my phone out of my hand and effortlessly found the YouTube app and typed away in the search bar. Oh, and of course, his eyes were back to normal and focused. I am amazed he didn't ask for a discount or to have a free checkup for some exposure. He was Medicaid, so it was free. But yeah, he did ask for a letter for his parole officer that he could use marijuana to treat his glaucoma. Bummer. He did not have glaucoma, and medicinal marijuana is illegal in the state of Texas. One time, my roommate, who is an ICU nurse, came to see one of my indoor soccer games. During the game, a player and the other team went down hurt and started screaming in pain and swearing and rolling around while holding his ankle before he was eventually helped off the field. He then limped over to where the fans sat and watched the rest of the game, brooding in silence before he left early. After the game, my roommate told me he was going to go over and see if there was anything he could do to help, until he saw the guy was limping on the wrong leg. I once saw a patient who had been faking paralysis of the legs for years, used a wheelchair, never walked, etc. Old records showed extensive imaging, neurology consults, and other tests that proved that the patient had full function of all extremities. Family, friends were just going along with it, not sure if it was really conversion disorder or if the patient had some secondary gain issue. That's so baffling. I'm a part-time wheelchair user and I don't know why anyone would choose to make the world more inaccessible to themselves. Not a doctor, but am a UK-based midwife. Had a patient who had been in and out of hospital throughout her pregnancy with episodes of heavy bleeding. This was her 6th baby, so she was a fairly well-known patient in our unit. The issue was, no one had ever seen her actively bleeding. She'd called saying that she had bled down the toilet but flushed it, and in all the examinations we did came back completely normal, with mostly no evidence of any bleed whatsoever. On occasions during speculum examinations, we'd see the smallest amount of blood. I was caring for her during a shift where she yet again called to say she was bleeding. Walked into her room and found her jabbing around her vagina with a sharp object to make herself bleed. She had been doing it the entire pregnancy. The reason she gave? Because she had 5 noisy children at home, needed some rest, and knew wouldn't admit her to hospital if it wasn't for a good reason. She would do it anytime her being discharged home was mentioned. We ended up having to complete a perinatal mental health referral and consult with our safeguarding midwives as she was putting herself and baby at risk of serious harm. Imagine being so exhausted with your family that you feel the need to stab yourself in the vagina. Yikes! I hope that woman found the help she needed. My cousin got glasses. Her 7-year-old little sister also wanted glasses because she thought it was so cool to wear them. So she started telling her teacher she couldn't read what was on the chalkboard, and she'd squint at home and go incredibly close to the TV to watch things because she said she couldn't see things clearly. Her parents got worried and took her to the doctor. She read everything wrong on the vision test. Everyone seemed convinced that she needed glasses, but the doctor was a little concerned because the tests indicated she needed really thick glasses, and usually that wasn't the case unless there was a family history of vision issues. Her parents both had 20/20 vision, and her sister only had astigmatism. They all realized she was faking it. So, the doctor told her parents in front of her that she'd need some pretty intense eye surgery so she'd be able to see without glasses. They even wheeled in a machine to make it convincing to say they could do the surgery right then and there. She freaked out, confessed to faking it all, and started to cry. She got grounded for a while. I wanted glasses as a small child too. Went to the ophthalmologist, purposely misread all the charts. The doctor pulled a chair of glasses out from a drawer. I put them on, read all the lines perfectly. Turns out they were fake glasses for just this situation. Frames with glass, not prescription lens. Luckily, my parents didn't punish me, just stressed how important it is not to lie, and let me learn my lesson from being embarrassed at being caught in the lie. When I was a medical student, I worked in the pediatric side of the emergency room, and we would give popsicles to all the kids. One afternoon, an 8-year-old came in with his father, and I asked what was wrong. The kid couldn't remember what he complained about to his dad, and the dad couldn't remember why he brought his kid in. The kid's mom was a nurse. She was working at another hospital at the time, and she was the one who would keep track of these things. Anyway, after a few minutes trying to figure out what was going on, the kid asked, "So, can I have my popsicle now?" The kid was 100% healthy. Unfortunately, we reinforced bad behavior, and both the kid and the dad subsequently left with popsicles. When I was in preschool, I got a ribbon for good behavior. For some unknown reason, idiotic 3-year-old me decided to stick the safety pin from the ribbon up my nose, and I couldn't get it out. Neither could my parents. So off to the pediatrician's office. Since it was nearby, my dad bundled me up, put me in the stroller, and walked there. Since it was winter, the cold air ended up opening up my nostrils, and the safety pin came out when we got to the clinic. Nevertheless, they offered a coupon for ice cream, and my dad was having none of it. No way were they rewarding my stupidity. Doctors of Reddit, what's the biggest case of faking it you've ever seen? Years ago, I had a patient who had been rear-ended in an auto accident a few weeks before I saw her. She had a history of lupus. She was decked out in the usual I'm crippled paraphernalia: crutches, neck brace, elbow braces, wrist braces, knee braces, and could barely walk. I saw her a couple of times and she showed no improvement. One Saturday I was on call but had to take a backstreet route to the hospital because of an event taking place on the main thoroughfare. I apparently drove through her neighborhood because, wonders behold, there she was wearing old lady spandex, power walking down the sidewalk, holding weights in both hands. I did not call out to her. Next week, she was back in clinic with her I'm crippled get up on again. A few weeks later, I got the subpoena for the deposition, and it all became clear. What did you do at that point? We need part 2 of this story. I could not have sworn under oath that I had absolutely positively identified that woman power walking. I know it was her. I later confirmed she lived in that area. She and her attorney could have argued that it was her sister or daughter or cousin or whatever. So I just honestly answered all the questions during the deposition. Many I could not answer because I did not see her immediately after the accident. I could, however, honestly say that I thought she had a good prognosis and was likely to recover fully. By the way, it is not unusual for patients seeking compensation through some legal process to exaggerate the degree of their injuries. Everybody involved in the process understands this. It is, however, incumbent upon the patient to maintain their act in a believable fashion. Not a doctor, but I was in the ER one night and there was a seeking drug addict who literally only acted in pain when there was staff around. You ever see those videos where the little kid is fine and then they spot the parent and then bawl, then immediately stop and be fine when the parent is out of view? Exactly like that. Sat fine, no movements or wincing or noises. Then wailing when a nurse was in the same vicinity. Then back to fine when they left. A few weeks ago, I had a vulvar biopsy. I was petrified of this procedure and I didn't know how to ask the doctor if I'll be given pain meds because of people like this. There is no way to even frame the question without sounding like a drug seeker. I ended up not needing anything at all, but still, figure it's a legit question, but you can't ask it. 4th year medical student. On my ER rotation, and a trauma came in from a woman that they had been arrested. During the drive, the patient banged her head 4 times against the window of the police car and then went unresponsive. She came to us with a bruise over her forehead and unresponsive. We all smelled BS, but the patient was a great actor. Didn't even flinch during the digital rectal exam, which is standard for all patients that come in through the trauma bay. Though some of the nurses said that they caught her peeking at us when we would leave the room, we ended up getting a CT scan, which was normal, and was even considering intubating her to secure her airway when our attending finally walked over to her, opened her eyelids, and held them open while telling her to wake up. Finally, she started fighting to close her eyes, and the jig was up. The doctor called her out and she proceeded to start screaming at us. She was much more pleasant when she was pretending to have a brain injury. Why is a digital rectal exam standard for all trauma patients? Assessing for rectal tone can give insight into spinal cord neurological injuries. Presence of blood in the rectum could indicate GI pelvic trauma. Truthfully, recent studies have debated its usefulness and reliability, especially given the potential for making a traumatic situation more traumatic for a patient. But my institution still does it. Not a doctor, but nurse. I once read a specialist's consultation report, and at the end of the report, the actual diagnosis given was fictitious ailment. Oh, dang. Is a fictitious ailment something that can be noted in their medical records? There's actually a psychiatric diagnosis of factitious disorder, factitious with an A, which is a fake illness for primary gain. In example, the patient likes being in the sick role. This is contrasted with malingering, which is for secondary gain like missing school, work, lawsuit settlements, etc. Audiologist, hearing specialist, have worked in private sector with legal claims and with the VA handling veterans' claims of hearing loss. With those two populations, having people faking hearing loss is pretty common. Now, as a professional, for me the hearing test starts when I call the person's name from the waiting room. In a normal voice, I call them. If they answer, I already know that they're normal, no worse than mild loss. This was the case with this guy. He answered and came in. We had a normal conversation. So, case history over. Time to test. I gave the instructions over the headphones at a reasonable 50 decibels. Raise your hand when you hear the tone. 50 decibel tone. Should be easy and clear. But he doesn't raise his hand. I go up and up and up. Finally, I'm putting a 100 decibel tone in his ear. He's flinching from pain. It's so loud, but he doesn't raise his hand to indicate he's heard the tone, even with instruction. I immediately know what I'm dealing with. I have taught entire classes on how to spot and try to get estimated true results from people lying to fake it. Long story short, I wrote a damning report outlining all his inconsistencies and faking behaviors. The thing that made this one so memorable is that we had such a pleasant conversation before. He was a fire chief. I have firefighters in my family. It was one of those where you think if it wasn't for professional patient appropriate distance, we could hang and be friends. But then, this guy was determined to get a disability rating, and it just pissed me off. I have other stories in case anyone is interested, but it's likely this comment gets buried. Safety professional. We had guys claim work-related hearing would be seen on the gun range on the weekends with no protection. TBF, if you're deaf, I guess you don't need ear protection. Posted this before, but male patient, 18 years old, rolled in unconscious. Mom says he's been like that for the past 4 hours. Go to check his lungs when I hear something interesting. I place the stethoscope near his mouth and hear him breathe in normally, but then breathe out by saying, breathe. No joke. Male patient, 21 years old, admitted with inability to speak for the last 2 hours and respiratory distress. Lungs, clear, but we hook him up to oxygen for a few minutes. After he's taken off, his father comes running and drags me over saying his son's tongue refuses to go back in after receiving the oxygen. I look at the kid and he's seriously just lying there with his tongue poking out like a child. I tell them to push it back in. A few hours later, the dad tells me the boy is convulsing. I go to see without making my presence known, and he's lying there just fine. The moment I ask the mom how he's doing, he starts convulsing. Think of an odd version of the worm, but on his back. Female patient, 16 years old, admitted with complaints of recurrent seizures and frothing from the mouth. I look at her and she's literally blowing spit bubbles. I check her reflexes, everything is intact. The moment I turn away to check on another patient, she suddenly becomes rigid and the spitting intensifies. Male patient, 30 years old, unconscious and completely unresponsive for 6 hours. This guy was totally dedicated to his act. I initially approached it as a stroke, but when the blood pressure, ECG, reflexes, pupils, etc. all are normal, I started checking pain sensation. He slowly began to open his eyes and groan as I asked him to tell me his name. But the moment his Achilles tendon was pressed, he suddenly sat up, stated his name, and declared himself cured. Female patient, 17 years old, complained of respiratory distress and convulsions. Everything's normal on admission, and she's conscious but refuses to eat. Parents are worried out of their minds, and every few minutes she has a fit where she would just basically shake from side to side. She let slip to a nurse that she didn't want to go to school that week. so she was faking an illness. Since she was refusing to eat, the attending wrote up an order for a nasogastric tube, which was inserted and then removed by her in a matter of minutes. What was going on with the first kid? He was verbally coaching himself through breathing. My only guess is that he was high, off his bicky, and breathing manually because he was afraid he'd forget to breathe and would die. Not me, but know an army doctor who prescribed everyone with cold-like symptoms or sore legs to stay in bed for the whole day. Then next day, half as many people with symptoms showed up. I knew a guy in my training unit who had been given bed rest orders by the doc after getting some dental done. Wisdom teeth extraction, if I remember correctly. They were excited for the first day, but by day 3, they were begging to be taken off bed rest out of boredom. When I was a kid, I learned I could fake sick and get out of school. So 1 to 2 days a week, I would get a migraine and hold my head and complain I would get to go home. Eventually, my parents took me to a neurologist who said, "Maybe you just don't let him eat chocolate and sugar." I admitted to faking and was grounded for a long time. I grew up the opposite way. I would get 3 to 4 migraines a week, but everyone thought I was faking it because most days I seemed fine, just because I was learning how to deal with them and try to act normal. It wasn't until 8 years after they started that I went to a neurologist who said I have chronic migraines, which I dealt with unmedicated for 16 years. Now I'm on medication, I feel like my childhood was wasted. Had 3 migraines a week at one point, aged around 8, 9, and the GP told my parents I just wanted time off school and gymnastics. Age 12, I had cranial decompression surgery just over 2 weeks after diagnosis for a hindbrain hernia. Definitely feel you on the trying to act normal part. I saw a father and his son wink when I was turning to face them again when I was done writing a note to stay home from school. That's pretty much it. Faking it is a hard call to make in general. I used to work as an EEG tech, and we had a patient come in at the end of the day from an A&E. To get the results quicker, we also had the consultant neurologist with us to formally assess the study. This woman was faking it and was really bad at it too. Still, we had to go through the motions. And she wasn't faking it. She was definitely having epileptic activity. Fooled the veteran neurologist, a 25-year veteran EEG tech, and a couple of us other techs with only a few years under our belts. When I was about 9, I told my mom I had a stomach ache so I could stay home from school. I did it so much she got worried and I got an ultrasound. The doctors found my left kidney down in my pelvis. My stomach pains ended after that. ER patient registers with chief complaint of dental pain, allergies to every known NSAID. Yes, I know this can actually be genuine, such as with AERD. This is a small rural hospital, so I happened to see this guy go across the hall to the lounge and help himself to a big mug of hot black hospitality quality coffee and proceed to drink it in the waiting area. On asking about the dental pain, he reports that the pain is severe and worsened by drinking cold or hot liquids. His head and neck exam are non-acute, and he is discharged to home with instructions for supportive care, including ice packs and follow-up with his dentist ASAP. His dissatisfaction is loud and salty. As someone who's experienced dental pain, the hot coffee part makes my mouth hurt. Hot drinks never bothered my teeth much, but I couldn't drink ice water for about 15 years. When I was a kid, I would plan my sick days way ahead of time. Had an old thermos that I would pour leftover milk, meat, whatever, leave it on the windowsill in my bedroom, just letting it fester for a month. Of course, the thermos was closed, so no smells escaped. I set an alarm in the middle of the night, dumped the contents of the thermos on my rug, and ran in to tell my dad I was throwing up and so sick. However, this thermos monstrosity filled the entire condo up with horrible smells, and both me and my dad ended up puking into the tub at the same time every time we tried to clean up the rug. He had to take the day off work too. Needless to say, I never pulled that again. I was worried you were going to drink it in order to make yourself sick. Thank goodness that is not what happened. I'm not that big of a monster, just a normal gremlin. My mom's an ER nurse, and she said, once, some crazy lady came in and complained that she had the whooping cough, and whenever she coughed, she followed it with a loud whoop. She's doing it wrong. That's a coughing whoop. Exactly. The right way is to whoop before you cough. Whoop cough. Obligatory, not a doctor. I was an EMT and had a frequent flyer who rotated through various chief complaints, one which was complete blindness, emphasis on complete. We did our duty, of course, got him on board, took vitals, BLS'd him to the nearest hospital, but we occasionally had a bit of fun with him. One of the blindness calls, we noted that he walked a rather narrow and windy path from his trailer to the rig without any issue. Once on board the rig, when asked for his insurance card, he fingered through his wallet and fetched it from among a mass of cards without issue. When asked direct questions, he met our gaze and followed it when our heads moved. When I pointed all this out to him, his only response was to quickly look at something over my shoulder and stammer through, "No, I'm blind. Okay, our mistake then. Off we go." Well, in all fairness, I can pick out individual cards from the vast accumulation of stuff in my wallet without looking, simply because I always put things in the same place all the time, and I know how it all feels. Folds, peeling plastic, and such. What's a short, clean joke that gets a laugh every time? A Mexican magician says he will disappear on the count of 3. He says, uno, dos, poof! He disappeared without a tres. I have a Polish friend who's a sound technician. Oh, and a Zek one too. A Zek one too. Zek one too. Think this is now my new favorite joke. Have you heard of Murphy's Law? Yes, anything can go wrong will go wrong. What about Cole's Law? No, it's a thin sliced cabbage dipped in mayonnaise and sour cream. The Secret Service just had to change protocol for when the president is in danger. Instead of yelling, "Get down," they have to yell, "Donald Duck!" Now that's goofy. What happened to the man running in front of the car? He was tired. What happened to the man running behind the car? He was exhausted. But what happened to the guy who was driving? He was incarcerated. A man walks into a library and orders fish and chips. The librarian says, "This is a library." The man says, "Oh, sorry." Then in a whisper, "I'd like some fish and chips." This was my daughter's favorite joke when she was 3. She would say it over and over again. A man walks into a library. Stephen Wright has some great short jokes. I once bought some used paint. It was in the shape of a house. I plan on living forever. So far, so good. When I was a child, we had a sandbox. It was a quick sandbox. I was only a child eventually. My favorite joke of his, when I moved into my house, I found a light switch that doesn't do anything. Every now and then, I'd flick it up and down just to check. A year later, I got a letter from a guy in China saying, "Cut it out." The other day, my wife asked me to pass her lipstick, but I accidentally passed her a glue stick. She still isn't talking to me. Accidentally. Sounds like a Rodney Dangerfield joke. Can just picture him delivering this with his little knee shake he does. Do you use your right hand to stir your coffee? I use a spoon. How does a rabbi make his coffee? He brews it. How do you make water holy? You boil the hell out of it. What did you say at confession? I don't know, but it's none of my business. Dr. Frankenstein entered a bodybuilding contest. Upon arrival, he realized he misunderstood the objective. I guess he was gravely mistaken. That was a monstrous mistake. Why do blind people hate skydiving? It scares the hell out of their dogs. How can you spot a blind man at a nude beach? It isn't hard. Short, clean joke. What do you call a psychic little person who has escaped from prison? A small, medium, at large. What do you call a smug prisoner walking downstairs? A condescending condescending. That's another good one. Wanna know the last thing Grandpa said before he kicked the bucket? Wonder how far I can kick this bucket. He then tragically lost his footing and fell over the cliff from which he was kicking it. I've been told I'm condescending. That means I talk down to people. What do you call a midget prisoner escaping by climbing down the outside prison wall? A little condescending. If they're a fortune teller, then that would make them a small, medium, at large. It's hard to explain puns to kleptomaniacs because they always take things literally. I don't get this joke, but I'm stealing it. Why could the lifeguard not save the hippie? He was too far out, man. When you look really closely, all mirrors look like eyeballs. And if you chew one, it tastes like glass. All glass tastes like blood when you chew it. Guy walks into a bar and orders a fruit punch. Bartender says, "Pal, if you want a punch, you'll have to stand in line." Guys look around, but there is no punchline. This one works better as one of those really long jokes that can add a ton of personal flair to get people brought in. Johnny asks his dream girl to prom. She says yes. He waits in line for flowers, tux, limo, tickets, everything is perfect. And she wants a punch. That kind of joke is called a shaggy dog story. What do you get when you cross a cow and an octopus? A call from the ethics committee and immediate revocation of your grant funding. What do you get when you cross an elephant with a rhino? If I know. What do you get when you cross a lesbian dinosaur and a licalophus? Why is Peter Pan always flying? He never lands. This joke never gets old. I don't get it. I'm lost, boys. Nice. What do you do if you see a spaceman? Park in it, man. What do you do if you see a fireman? Put it out, man. What's the difference between a good joke and a bad joke timing? Subtle. Even works textually. I love it. My favorite way to do this is to ask a coworker as I'm passing, then deliver the punchline hours later. Communism jokes aren't funny unless everyone gets them. Why do communists only drink herbal tea? Because proper tea is theft. Why don't ants get sick? Because they have little antibodies. Where does the king keep his armies? In his sleeveys. My friend says to me, "What rhymes with orange?" I said, "No, it doesn't. I want to see a Who's On First comedy scene with this joke. A la, what rhymes with orange? No, it doesn't. What do you mean? Does nothing rhyme with orange? No, that doesn't rhyme either. Well, I know that doesn't rhyme. I'm asking what rhymes with orange. No, it doesn't. And so on and so forth. What did the pirate say when he turned 80 years old? Aye, matey. What happened when a pirate attempted to recite the alphabet? He got lost at sea. People in Dubai don't like the Flintstones. People in Abu Dhabi do. As someone living in Abu Dhabi, that made me expel air from my nose. I live in Dubai and I got the same reaction. My wife told me I had to stop acting like a flamingo, so I had to put my foot down. My wife told me to quit playing Wonderwall on guitar. I said maybe. Somebody once told me to stop playing Smash Mouth. I said, hey now. What's the difference between a hippo and a Zippo? One is really heavy and the other is a little lighter. What's the difference between a T-bone steak and a meteorite? One is meaty and the other is a little meteor. What's the difference between an eggplant and an elephant? They're both purple except the elephant. Why did the old man fall in the well? Because he couldn't see that well. Why is one side of the V longer when ducks fly? There are more ducks on that side. Why did the girl fall off the swing? Because she didn't have any arms. What do we want? Low-flying airplane noises. When do you want them? Meow. What do we want? Time travel. When do we want it? It's irrelevant. When do we want it? Yesterday. What do we want? Faster than light travel. Tell me a joke about potassium. K. Okay, now tell me one about sodium. Nah. What do you call a French man wearing sandals? Philippe Philope. Damn, late again. Redditor for 5 years, last activity was this exact comment on this exact joke 1 year ago. That is some serious dedication to horrible pun. What time does Sean Connery go to Wimbledon? 10ish? Does Sean Connery like herbs? Yes, but only partially. Knock knock. Who's there? Dishes. Dishes who? Dishes Sean Connery. What's a short, clean joke that gets a laugh every time? A blind man walks into a bar, and a table, and a chair. I didn't see that coming. What do you call a dog that does magic tricks? A labracadabrador. Forever regretting the E I put on the end of my name. Just tell people you're Dumbledore's dog. I found a job helping one-armed typist do capital letters. It's shift work. This reminds me of the joke about the zoo that's so broke it only has one animal, a dog. It's a Shih Tzu. How many opticians does it take to change a light bulb? 1 or 2? How many Freudian fissure analysts does it take to change a light bulb? 2. 1 to change the light bulb and 1 to hold the penis. I mean father. I mean ladder. How many psychologists does it take to change a light bulb? Only one, but the light bulb really has to want to change. What do the movies Titanic and The Sixth Sense have in common? I see dead people. Reminds me a bit of Dara O'Brien. Oh, Avatar, Avatar, it picks up where Titanic left off, in as much as half the cast are blue. All sort of works for the start of Avatar, The Last Airbender. Two clowns are eating a cannibal. One turns to the other and says, I think we got this joke wrong. The chief of a cannibal tribe is talking to his prisoner as he warms up his cooking pot. He asks the prisoner about his occupation, and the prisoner informs him he was an editor for a newspaper. In that case, I have good news, the chief says. You are soon to be editor-in-chief. Two cannibals are eating a clown. One turns to the other and says, Does this taste funny to you? What's E.T. short for? He's only got little legs. What does E.T. stand for? Someone stole his chair. Follow up to that joke. What does E.T. stand for? The national anthem. I used to be addicted to soap, but now I'm clean. People say I'm addicted to brake fluid, but I can stop anytime I want. I used to be addicted to the hokey pokey, but I turned myself around. So what if I don't know what Armageddon means? It's not the end of the world. Stuart Francis slightly adjusted it to, I misspelled Armageddon. Wasn't the end of the word. Have you heard about those new corduroy pillows? They're making headlines. Did you hear about the invention of the wheel? They say it started a revolution, but it was the invention of the broom that really swept the nation. I bought the world's worst thesaurus yesterday. Not only is it terrible, it's terrible. To the guy who stole my MS Office, I will find you, you have my word. What's orange and sounds like a parrot? A carrot. What's loud and sounds like an apple? An apple. What's brown and sticky? A stick. How do you tell the gender of an ant? Put it in a glass of water. If it sinks, it's a girl ant. If it floats, it's boy ant. A dyslexic man walks into a bra. If life gives you melons, you probably have dyslexia. If you have a bar, you'll need lemons. If you have melons, you'll need a bra. I poured root beer in a square glass. Now I just have beer. I'd save a lot of money if this actually worked. What's the difference between a BMW and a porcupine? A porcupine has pricks on the outside. If you feel like you are wasting your life doing a meaningless job day after day after day, just think, someone is installing BMW turn signals right now. Oh wow, I'm glad I sorted by top posts of the month and found this gem. Two drums and a cymbal fall off a cliff. What came first, the chicken or the egg? Safety. Safety always comes first. Safety is number one priority. My friend asked me to help him round up his 37 sheep. I said 40. A math joke. Ballsy. Noah told all the animals to go forth and multiply. Two snakes came up to him and said, We can't, we're adders. So Noah built them a log table. The police arrested two suspicious men in a car park today. One was drinking battery acid and the other was eating fireworks. They charged one and let the other one off. Did you hear about the two guys that stole a calendar? They both got 6 months. A man walks into a bar carrying a set of jumper cables. The bouncer looks at him and says, You'd better not start anything. What do you call a black man flying a plane? A pilot, you racist. I made a black guy laugh with this, so it must be okay. My dad tried to tell this joke and I ruined it. He asked me and I said, a pilot? And he just stared at me deflated. Sorry, Dad. Knock, knock. Who's there? Dishes. Dishes who? This is Sean Connery. Knock, knock. Who's there? Who? Who? Oh, an owl. Knock, knock. Who's there? Owls. Owls who? Why, yes, they do. I think a Redditor's daughter came up with this, but I always find it amusing. Why did a chicken cross the road? To get to the ugly guy's house. Knock, knock. Who's there? The chicken. My son told me one like this. It is heavy dependent on timing and verbal delivery, and works best if people are already telling chicken crossing the road and knock knocks. Here goes. Why did a chicken cross the road? To get to your house. Pause enough to let people think, oh, okay, like it's just a bad joke, then continued with, knock knock. Who's there? low voice filled with dread and a face to go with it. The chicken. The pause almost convinces them you've moved on to the next joke, so you end up getting some of the element of surprise back. What's the difference between in-laws and outlaws? Outlaws are wanted. This reminds me of my favorite line from the end of Disney's Robin Hood, where King Richard states, "Friar Tuck, it appears that I now have an outlaw for an in-law. Now I'll have the whistling tune stuck in my head all day, and I'm not mad. When I put that movie on for my nephew, 30 years after I apparently watched it all the time, I still knew every line, lyric, everything." I bought my friend an elephant for his room. He said, "Thanks." I said, "Don't mention it." Why don't you ever see elephants hiding in trees? Because they are really good at it. Knock knock. Who's there? Amish. Amish who? You're not a shoe. Knock knock. Who's there? I eat mop. I eat mop who? Knock knock. Who's there? Europe. Europe who? No, Europe who? Kids and juvenile adults love this if you sound sufficiently indignant on the last line. How did a hipster burn his mouth? He ate the pizza before it was cool. How many hipsters does it take to change a light bulb? It's a pretty obscure number. You've probably never heard of it. If a tree falls in the woods and no one is around to hear it, does a hipster buy its album? Question. Why do cows have hooves instead of feet? Answer. They lack toes. Actually, the hooves are their toenails. They do have toes. They don't have heels. My girlfriend asked if I would stop listening to Oasis. I said maybe. My girlfriend is strange. She starts every sentence with, "Are you even listening?" My wife thinks I'm nosy. At least that's what she scribbles in her diary. How do you talk to dead Italians? With a Luigi board. What do you get if you drop a French fry on a Danish? The Siege of Paris. How do you find Will Smith in the snow? You look for fresh prints. I think this would be better if you said, "For the fresh prints." Still funny. Doctors of Reddit. What is the strangest thing a patient said they had that actually turned out to be true? I'm an OB-GYN resident. This one still freaks me out. As a med student, had a superbly kind and funny pregnant patient with mild hypertension. IVF twin pregnancies conceived overseas, little older than usual, slightly overweight, previous C-section. Nothing really remarkable, just a few small risk factors altogether. She came to a high-risk clinic and the fetal heart tracing was a bit too quiet. Not scary, just not great. Maternal fetal medicine subspecialist doctor said she should go for delivery. The lady and I were chatting. She was from the same city as my then girlfriend. She had a great sense of humor, took the delivery news like a champ, jokingly said, "Okay, but don't let me die. I want to meet your girlfriend after all this." We said goodbye. The nurse and I smiled and wished her well. The attending then said, "I don't like this. This is the kind of patient that smiles, looks good, then dies." Nurse and medical student, me, both thought he was crazy. She had a textbook uncomplicated C-section, moved to recovery. 1 hour later, suddenly lost her pulse with essentially no warning and died of an amniotic fluid embolism. Amniotic fluid embolism, unpredictable, unpreventable, occurs in 1 out of every 20,000 to 50,000 births. I can still remember how she looked waving goodbye to us. I've seen a lot of people in a lot of different fields die, but this one still hurts my heart today. This reminded me of one patient. Guy had esophageal cancer and was scheduled to be operated. The cancer had not spread, and he was expected to get better after resection and gastric pull-through. While doing pre-op checkup, he said to me that he had a feeling that something will definitely go wrong and he won't survive the surgery. I assured him that nothing will happen and he will get better after the surgery. The surgery went smooth and he was shifted to ICU. On second day, he was showing good signs of recovery, so it was planned to take him off ventilator the next morning. But that night, he developed an anastomotic leak. Though everyone tried their best, he passed away on 5th day. Obligatory, not a doctor, but a medical student. On my mental health placement, there was a guy I saw on a home visit who was convinced his neighbor was trying to kill him. This guy had a history of mental health problems, and the doctors were sure he was psychotic, and all of this was in his head. However, a few days later, the doctor went around for another home visit and found his neighbor trying to climb through the window with an axe. The poor man wasn't psychotic at all. His neighbor was actually trying to murder him, and everyone thought he was just mad. My grandfather had schizophrenia and for years told us that someone was poisoning his water. We all ignored him until one day when one of my uncles tested his water and it turns out it was actually unsafe to drink. Everyone felt really bad for ignoring his complaints for years. However, it probably wasn't the Soviets who did it, as he claimed. Worked on the ambulances for a stint when I was fresh out of uni. One day I was transferring to another country with an elderly patient with such severe dementia, he didn't remember his own wife or even his name. The whole ride there, he was happily chatting away, telling me that he was an ex-international footballer, about his big victories and how he owned a business with David Beckham, mixed in with other psychedelic nonsense. I just kept asking him questions to keep him occupied and chatting, but in my head I was thinking it was just a funny side effect of dementia. So we arrive at the new hospital and his lovely wife is waiting there. Me and my crewmate transferred him to his hospital bed, and his wife shook our hands and thanked us profusely for being so kind with him. She said, "I know he's a bit of a handful. Did he say much on the way?" And I said, yes, he was telling us about being an international footballer and that he owned a business with David Beckham. She scoffs and says, "You told these nice people you were David's business partner? You only met him a couple of times." When I asked how he knew him, she explained that he had indeed been an international football player and was well known for heading the ball. In fact, the doctors thought that's why he developed the dementia. I was so shocked, I'll never forget him. Just today I was reading about the practice of heading the ball causing various defects in the latter stages of players' lives. Not as bad as the American football, but wow, brain really is a delicate piece of hardware. Inpatient psych ward when I was a medical student. We admitted a guy who was having psychotic delusions. He lived in a holler, a small valley between two mountains. For weeks, he had been absolutely preoccupied by this idea that the mountain was going to fall on his house. He would spend days at a time without sleep finding rocks, branches, and other junk and piling them up behind his house because the mountain's gonna fall down on my house. I guess this wasn't the first time this happened because the family brought him in saying he was off his meds, working himself to death to build a pile of junk behind his house. He's admitted for a week or two, goes to group therapy, has his meds adjusted, and he's doing well. We decided he's been tuned up and ready to be discharged. His family comes to pick him up, but they have this grim look on their faces. We're bringing him back to the hotel. Yesterday there was a landslide. It destroyed the house. So the actual delusion was not that the mountain would fall. It was that he could protect the house. A patient walked in the clinic with a complaint of fever. I noticed his hands were very yellow. He did have a history of alcoholism, but no other signs. I told him his hands suggest he is jaundiced and will need tests. He laughed and said, "Oh no, I just dusted my hands with turmeric." Some people believe it helps with arthritis, but afaik. That's also supposed to be turmeric paste. Maybe this guy thought dusting was the way to go. I tore the ligaments in my knee when I was 12, and the doctor had a difficult time getting the stitches out. One broke and he decided to leave it under my skin, telling my parents it would dissolve. When I was 16, I banged my knee against something and out popped the end of the stitch. I went to the doctor to get it removed. You could see a long curly blue thing under my skin. I insisted this was the remaining stitches. My doctor just thought it was a vein. She froze a small area around the protruding stitch and pulled on it. She pulled out 2 or 3 inches of curly stitching. She held it up, looking shocked, and said, "I have to go show the other doctors this," and left the room. Is that really true, that the stitches will dissolve by themselves though? What did the doctor say afterward? Depends on the stitch material. Some dissolve, some are meant to be cut out and removed. Sounds like the doc that did the repair mixed up their materials. But I'm not a surgeon or a rep for an instrument company, so don't quote me on that. Not a doctor. Friend's son, age 2, came home from daycare, said he had stuck an acorn up his nose. Mom looked, no acorn. Around 2.5, boys develop chronic throat and sinus infections, has 8 courses of antibiotics in a year. Age 4, boy is sent for tonsillectomy. Surgeon comes out of theater, shows mom a moldy, rotten acorn. Turns out he did put an acorn up his nose. They left tonsils in a boy ridiculously healthy ever since. He's lucky that he didn't take root and start growing an oak tree. Not a doctor, but a patient. In January this year, the side of my face grew bigger and bigger, and I was in extreme pain. I go to my GP and tell him, "Looks like mumps, don't you think?" But he brushes it off, saying I got my vaccines. He sends me to the ER because he does not know what I have and how to treat it. After 5 hours in the ER, they finally get my blood tested for the mumps. Turns out you can still have the mumps even though you're vaccinated. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is why the rest of us need to be immunized. Heed immunity, guys. Not a doctor but a combat medic in the army. Had a private heat stroke on me, and on his journeys back and forth between consciousness, he stated, "My butthole hurt, but feel really good too," in a slurred outburst. I looked at him, trying not to burst out laughing. "Why yes, Private, there's a rectal thermometer in your no-no square." My boyfriend took one of our cats to the vet recently for a suspected UTI kidney issue, and when the vet took her temperature rectally in a room with a handful of interns, he says, "You're really not supposed to purr during this part." A patient had a bullet in her ear. Did a double take on that one. Did it get there by a gun? Or just kind of fall in or something? Drive-by shooting. Apparently not worth taking out per the surgeons. Could see it plain as day with the otoscope. Patient here. I broke the same rib 11 times over the course of 3 years, but the doctor often wouldn't even order an x-ray. She just said it wasn't healing right. Give it time. I tell her there's something else going on. She dismisses me. Finally, after the 11th time, she says, "Fine, we'll x-ray." X-ray shows a mass. Mass is biopsied. I have a tumor. The tumor was weakening the bone to the point that it broke when I reached into an upper cabinet for the sugar. Had that back boy, named him Adam, removed in 2018. 1 week hospital stays, worst surgery I can imagine, and now I'm doing great. 11? How did she not think to check it out after like 2? I seriously considered bringing legal action. Obviously, after the tumor was found, I switched doctors and found a wonderful surgeon in NYC. But I worry about other patients of hers. At break number 9, she wanted to refer me to a pain specialist. An example, put me on low-grade opiates for an extended period of time. You should have. Suing the doctor may have literally saved lives. It's obviously okay that you didn't want to deal with the drama. But in the future, you can think of it as protecting society. You almost died. That behavior is not okay for a doctor. Patient complained of movement and itching in lower left edentulous mandible. While in my chair, he reached up and scratched a hole through his gingiva and was bleeding profusely, trying to get to them and show me the wriggling things. I'm sad to say that I suggested a site evaluation, but to be fair, I did refer to oral surgeon just in case. Even made a personal phone call to ensure warm handoff and rapid response. They uncovered some kind of parasitic insects. He healed, and I listen to patients no matter how bizarre sounding. They feel something. I really hope this wasn't the inspiration for your username. The cicada nymph emerges from its egg in the tree branch, falls to the ground, and burrows in deep. There, it lives for a prime number of years, from 3 to 17 depending on the subspecies, drinking sap from the tree's roots. I really hope this was the inspiration for their username. Nurse. I had a patient in her late 70s talk about how her mom was upstairs and died last night. I used to work neuro, and so confused old people was our gig. So I just listened like, wow, okay, and did my job. I told another staff member about how she wouldn't stop talking about her mom being upstairs and dying last night, and they said, it's true. Her 98-year-old mom died in our ICU last night. I checked the roll in the morgue, and lo and behold, her mom's name was on it. Well, okay then. Reminds me of a patient of mine that came delirious but insisted his mother was alive. The patient was in his 70s. I thought it was part of the delirium, but when he recovered, it actually turned out his mother was in his 90s and still alive. When I was a tech in the ER, a youngish guy, maybe mid-30s, early 40s, came in. He had felt weird driving to work and decided to drive himself to the ER instead. Based on his symptoms, they did some of the early testing for a stroke, mostly as a precaution because what 30-year-old has a stroke and catches that early? Woe and behold, he was in probably the first 10 minutes of a stroke. The doc he was being transferred to said he had never had a conversation with a patient prior to treatment. Average time between admitting to transfer is usually 40 minutes to an hour. He was in and out 20 minutes max and completely lucid the entire time.
How do you think the world would react if a major political leader like Trump, the Queen, or Kim Jong-un died of COVID-19? Well, Trudeau's wife from Canada has been diagnosed, and now they're saying that Trump and Pence were exposed. This dude probably shook hands with Rudy Gobert this week too, with how many people he's come in contact with. Australian politician Peter Dutton has just tested positive and was at a Five Eyes meeting with Ivanka, so there's a chance she got it too and passed it on to Trump. A lot of people, I think, would be shocked if the Queen died. That lady has survived some stuff. But knowing the royal family, they probably got her on lockdown. I think Prince Phil's far more at risk. The man looks like he's been at death's door for as long as anyone can remember. The conspiracy that he's actually a corpse and that the royal family is trying to convince the public that he's actually still alive is my absolute favourite conspiracy. Memes. This is true for any major world event. Memes will always be made about it. Nowadays, the memes are a better source of information than news reports, just that we have to decode the information hidden in them. I think Scotland Yard would have a few questions for Prince Charles. Are you asserting that he waited until she was 93 and he was 71 to finally offer? Is he the laziest usurper ever? Wait until Prince Charles dies and they have a few questions for the Queen. Corona would die of the Queen, more likely. Corona is Latin for the crown. It all makes sense now. Dun 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 dun. Most developed countries have protocols to replace a fallen leader. I think people would be shocked if Trump died, for example, because we haven't seen a president die in office since JFK. But for the most part, things would be business as usual. In less developed countries, a fallen leader could leave a power vacuum that could potentially lead to a civil war. With Trump, though, they don't seem to be taking precautions. He's still holding rallies. He's still shaking hands. He's in terrible health to start with. We don't have a substantial community-level response. I'm not going to be shocked if he gets sick. I suppose he will have high-quality medical treatment, but that doesn't seem to guarantee survival for this one. As much as I dislike Trump, a president dying in a crisis and contentious election would be incredibly destabilizing. Hasn't he already been in contact with multiple people who later tested positive? I'd be more surprised if he doesn't get it at this point. Well, we all know the Queen wouldn't die because of the whole immortality thing, but I wouldn't imagine much changing. I would expect many leaders to want the next in line to be very similar to them in ideas and experience. I firmly stand behind the idea that every time someone says "God save the Queen," a little bit of their life gets transferred to her. If Trump dies, they'd want a Democrat in office next so they could blame the aftermath on them in 2024. If Trump were diagnosed, I bet it would not be released publicly. Except his administration leaks like the sky in the Pacific Northwest. I know this isn't what you meant, and it was honestly a solid joke, but the reason the US Navy docks its nuclear subs in the Pacific Northwest is because the extended cloud cover makes it nearly impossible to spy on from the air, making it one of the most secure places in the country in terms of leaks. Someone like Trump, even if he is old, has access to the best medical care in the world. If he dies, even with the best medical care in the world, I think that's a real "oh wow" moment for people. Markets are on fire, and I can't find toilet paper as things are now. A clear sign that this can kill even those with the best possible care would be an economic disaster. Government would continue to function better, I'd argue, but they'd have a serious crisis on their hands, much worse than this. I tend to agree with this. Regardless of how anyone feels about the three, I think it would exponentially crank the panic level up for exactly the reasons you listed.
It's speculative on my part, but not hard to believe Trump and the Queen have access to the unrivaled best healthcare sourced from anywhere on the globe they can find it. Even if they are in high-risk groups, killing anyone at their level is going to make the panic of today look like a calm summer afternoon. No matter what, man, the Queen ain't dying. If Trump dies of COVID-19, Alex Jones's head will explode from the sheer amount of conspiracy lunacy trying to escape his mind at once. There will absolutely be massive mainstream theorizing on whether the Democrats engineered coronavirus to kill Trump. There's also the most obnoxious result to worry about. Trump gets the virus, doesn't die, then rants about how overblown the whole thing is while millions of Americans die. I can't stand all of the conservative conspiracy nutcases on Facebook comments about corona. These guys are convinced that Bill Gates and the DNC manufactured coronavirus to both kill Trump and boost vaccine use, which somehow also will kill everyone else. These people are sad. These people are real and they voted for the current government. Trump. Easy. The US has a clearly defined line of succession. I think other leaders would be waiting to see how he acts. Queen? Easy. The UK has a moderately clearly defined line of succession, except I don't remember who is and isn't up for the job, and I don't think primogeniture works the way it does in Crusader Kings. Kim. Stuff will get crazy and speculative. Queen. Moderately clear? Seriously? Other than an amendment in 2015, once again allowing descendants of Roman Catholics to inherit, the process has been unchanged since 1689. If it isn't clear by now, that's more on you than the process. It is the eldest born of the eldest child. If all of their children were to die or abdicate, it goes to the next eldest. It's that easy. Queen, Prince Charles, Prince William, Prince George, Princess Charlotte, Prince Louis, Prince Harry. If the Queen dies, the world goes into shock. If Trump dies, the country goes at each other's throats over something stupid and petty, I'm sure. If Kim dies, peace with Korea could be possible in our time. If Putin dies, most people will probably be happy until someone equally corrupt takes over. What makes you think Kim dying makes peace impossible? If anything, he's a bit more sensible than his predecessor. See, meeting with the South Korean president. There's nothing saying his successor wouldn't be more insane. Well, Trump might already, since he was in contact with someone who tested positive, so it's possible he could find out soon. No, you'll never even know if he has it. We'll know if he dies. It would just be too suspicious of a situation to not infer, but it's doubtful he'd die. If Trump died of COVID-19, these things would happen. Reddit Politics, Reddit News, Reddit World News, Reddit Political Humor, and Reddit World Politics would probably cheer, scream, and shed tears of joy. My mother, a far-left individual, would make a Facebook post about how tyranny has come to an end. My father, a far-right individual, would liquidate his entire retirement account in 5 minutes. The White House would plan a closed-doors funeral for the president. A memorial will be held a few weeks later and will be televised. Mrs. Trump will shed some tears, CNN will say they're fake. Fox will say they're real. Celebrities who think their opinion matters will film themselves on social media taking a not-so-soft-spoken stance on the issue. Trump's legacy will be televised on Fox, and Trump's devastating wake will be televised on CNN. The resulting conspiracy theories would cause the internet to implode. Well, that's a really horrible idea considering how bad the market is performing right now. The day that Queen Elizabeth II dies for any reason will be a sad one, no matter what the circumstances. She is a person of substance. No matter what you think of the monarchy, she has taken her role seriously since the day she assumed it. After her passing, you will have King Charles. She's been like a stern grandmother for a few generations. What will it look like when she's gone? The British economy will crash. It'll be a week, possibly 2, of straight mourning. It would be remarkably ill-timed given the global financial market is currently in freefall. Trump's death would throw the US into chaos. The convention isn't until August, but Pence taking over the presidency and mounting some kind of campaign between now and then would be rough. Several states have already had or cancelled their primaries, which would make it rougher if anyone else tried to run. It would throw the US political world into chaos on the Republican side, for sure. The Republican delegates would just nominate someone at their convention, most likely Pence. Republicans would be in chaos, but otherwise the country would mostly shrug and go on. There's a clear line of succession, and death from a pandemic isn't going to be surprising. I doubt the Republicans would want to run Pence, so it'd be interesting to see who got picked to run. I mean, it doesn't look good for anyone if a world leader dies. Pro or anti-Trump, you have to admit it's a dark day when the current president or king or queen of your country dies. I don't care either way who's president because they're all sick, twisted people, but it's a major loss. The world would be shook. Prime Minister Trudeau's wife tested positive. World leaders are not safe. No one is. World leaders are actually exceptionally at risk, since they travel, meet with people from all over the world, and have physical contact with hundreds of people each day. The average person has a lot less risk of exposure than world leaders do. I'm not saying I'm bulletproof, but I'm less at risk because I've spent a total of like 40 minutes outside my house over the last 4 days. Of course, I also have a kid in elementary school, and my wife works at an internationally known hospital. You can tell how American this thread is because Trump is dominating the answers and they think the Queen is a world leader. Lol. But the Queen literally rules over 1/6 of Earth's land. That's 6.6 billion acres. Trump dying would be a huge problem. His base would never believe he actually died of the disease. There'd be assassination conspiracy theories, and if they went too mainstream, it would be hugely destabilizing to US democracy. Not as destabilizing as what will happen in November when Trump loses the election and refuses to accept the results. Say what you like about Pence, I can't imagine him doing that, while I can barely imagine Trump going quietly. People might take this thing seriously finally, instead of calling it just the flu. People are taking it very seriously. Colleges and universities are shutting down, even if they have no known cases in their state. You hear about the virus every 30 seconds. People are absolutely taking it seriously. If anything, people are forgetting that the flu is still around. It hit my state yesterday. The schools in my city are now closed for 3 weeks. All gatherings of 100 plus are banned, and Trader Joe's went wild this morning. If Trump died because he didn't take science seriously, that would be the ultimate irony. I'm sure evangelicals would say it's like when Jesus sacrificed himself. Meanwhile, if it were a gay president, they'd say God struck him down for his sin. If this happened while Obeezy was in office, my uncle would be blowing Facebook up with Obama is the Antichrist Pocky Lips posts. I wouldn't be surprised. Most world leaders are in the super old demographic. Trudeau is probably going to get it, his wife has it, but Trudeau is one of the younger world leaders, so he will likely be fine. Our president isn't one of these major political leaders, but I sure as hell would love Duarte to die from this virus. He's been nothing but incompetent and an a-hole amidst this pandemic we're facing. If Trump caught COVID-19, he'd probably accuse China of biological warfare. Sad for the Queen, she was quite a tough old broad. There'd be some partying going on for the other two, no doubt.
Doctors of Reddit. Have you ever encountered an anti-vax patient? What happened? Many times. It often depends on the situation. If I have to do something to help the child that is unrelated to vaccines, I usually won't say much because I need to maintain a working relationship to help the child. It's also important to separate people who might be vaccine hesitant due to hearing or reading something. They are often willing to listen. True anti-vaxxers don't want to hear anything that contradicts them. If I get an opportunity to talk to them more about vaccines, I do so very carefully. Simply telling an anti-vaxxer the facts about vaccines doesn't work. So you have to move slow and ask them what their concerns are and try to answer them thoroughly. 90% of the time, it doesn't work. So I fully document their refusal and then move on to the next patient. I just don't have time to sit and talk to someone for an hour about something they are ignorant about and are refusing to acknowledge. The worst one recently was having to tell some parents that their 14-year-old died from meningitis. They had declined the vaccine at school 3 months earlier. My family member is a true anti-vaxxer. I help take care of her 3 young kids. She believes in a lot of really crazy stuff. The vaccines being FDA prescribed poison thing is just one example. She's so deep in her beliefs, there is no use talking to her about it. I often wonder if one of those kids one day gets sick and dies from something like meningitis. Will that be enough for her to realize she's wrong? Or more likely, even then, she'll find a way to explain it in a way that doesn't conflict her beliefs. Not a doctor. I worked as a receptionist in a pediatric clinic. Most people would ask if the kids really needed all those vaccines, like they felt they were way too many and wanted to give them only the important ones. For parents who completely refuse vaccines, we had them sign official documentation that they were refusing so, if, when, the kid would get seriously sick or even die, we could prove that it was them and not us who made that decision. All the time. Spend a little time trying to get them to take the shot, give them printouts about the vaccine they're refusing, document refusal, and move on. Nurse practitioner here. This guy speaks the truth. If I had a nickel for everyone in the last 2 months who has asked me about a COVID-19 vaccination, but still refuses the influenza vaccination. Surprisingly, the only time it was an issue was when I was a medical student. An anti-vax mother refused the vitamin K injection for her newborn due to anti-vax propaganda. Newborn had an intracerebral hemorrhage and is now a vegetable for life. Completely avoidable if the mother had accepted the vitamin K injection. Worst part for me was she didn't accept that it was preventable and still firmly believes she made the right call by refusing the vitamin K. I've had several patients who didn't vaccinate any of their kids. While many practices turn these people away, I consider it as an opportunity to respect their wishes and gain their trust. But in every visit, I ask them to compare data and have an open conversation about what they know. I do this in a non-confrontational and as genuine and helpful way as possible. I've converted a number of anti-vaxxers in this way, while turning them away likely would never have resulted in the same outcome. Not me, but my father is a pediatrician in California, where you can't send your children to school if they're not vaccinated. During a physical, my father asked the mother of 2 children when was the last time the children got vaccinated. She answers, "I don't believe in vaccinations. It causes autism." She then proceeds to ask him to forge the vaccination records. Long story short, he presented the facts, declaring her claim to be a myth. She cursed him out, and then he responds with, "Ma'am, you're an idiot. Now get out of my office." The family moved to Nevada so the children could go to school unvaccinated. One of my friends is a doctor. At his practice, if you choose not to vaccinate, he will show you the pamphlets about vaccines. If there is no medical reason to not vaccinate, he will not keep you as a patient. He basically tells them he won't allow people to put his other patients at risk by not vaccinating. My sister-in-law's pediatrician dropped her son as a patient because she wouldn't vaccinate him, and she was pissed. I think that's a great decision made by any doctor who does that. Very smart move. My cousin and his wife don't vaccinate, and they got dropped by their pediatrician. He said that if they can't trust him about vaccines, how can they trust him to treat their kid at all? My mom works front desk at a hospital, and with the whole pandemic outbreak, there was a doctor on staff that was excessively ordering tests for every patient she saw, which seemed so off because there is such a shortage of tests. Plot twist. Apparently, the doc is anti-vax, resulting in her to order excessive testing because she was paranoid about returning home to her unvaccinated kids after a long day at work. Not a doctor, nor do I work in human hospital, but I do work in a veterinary hospital. I once asked my co-workers if there are people who are anti-vax with their pets too, and they rolled their eyes and said yes, and told me the story about a client who didn't think it was necessary to have his dog's vaccine updated yearly. He thought their vaccines were for only once in the dog's life, and then no more vaccines. I'm an emergency veterinary nurse, and I had a woman call the clinic at 2 a.m. asking how many dogs were diagnosed with rabies in the past year. I was like, I don't know the number off the top of my head, but you can look it up or call the chief vet for the province. She said, just tell me if it's a lot. I told her definitely not, less than 5 for sure. Her response was to thank you for telling me the truth, so basically you're telling me there's no reason to get a rabies vaccine if it's this rare. No, that's not what I'm telling you. I had to explain to her the reason that it's so low in our pet populace is because we vaccinate, but that it is still abundant in our wildlife. I had to explain to her that there are places in the world where rabies is a real threat to people because of stray dogs. The kicker? She lived on an acreage. Her dog is exposed to so much wildlife. I don't even understand the reasoning. Do you think your dog is going to get autism? And why did you call me at 2 a.m. to ask this? As a pediatrician, this is my bread and butter. In all honesty, most of the anti-vax parents are that way because they have done their research and want to protect their kids. Just because they don't have the training or inclination to separate real science from fake science isn't their fault. It's my job as their pediatrician to make sure they know we both want the same thing, their child's health and safety. Once you develop a trusting relationship, I found a good 90+% of my anti-vaxxers will convert. I'd much rather have invested but misguided parents than parents that don't care about their kids. I'm in nursing school and did a research project on this very subject. It amazes me that there are so many HCPs talk crap about these people because it's reality. Getting mad at anti-vaxxers will only perpetuate the problem by strengthening their resistance to change and their conviction. If someone tells you you're wrong, most people don't take that very well. Creating healthy conversation around the subject where each party can express their feelings without judgment is definitely the way to go. Thanks for your input. I totally agree. Not a doctor, but medical staff working in a very disadvantaged community. Deal with anti-vaxxers constantly. In my workplace, they are anti-vax for some religious reason or just because. I'm never happy about it, but it only really upsets me when a parent denies vaccines for their child or when the IV drug users and addicts refuse them. It's like, sir, you inject crazy dangerous stuff into yourself every day. What's a vaccine going to do? Obligatory, not a doctor, lol, but posting this way late. But my brother is a doctor. He's told me and my family that when he encounters patients like this, he sits them down and goes very in depth as to the possible dangers of remaining anti-vax or raising their children anti-vax. He says that in a fair amount of cases, this works very well, and they decide to go ahead with vaccines. A lot of the cases he sees that involves anti-vaxxers are people who are just scared and misinformed. However, there are the occasional parents who believe they're right. Some of these are helpless, and he definitely feels exasperated by them. But he's got a job to do. As for some, the trick is done by naming and explaining many of the terrible diseases and consequences of remaining anti-vax. And sometimes there are success stories. I can only imagine how frustrating it would be though. I definitely look up to him as I am seeking to enter the healthcare profession in the future as well. Several times, though one sticks out in my mind. It was 3 years ago and the patient had come in for a general checkup. They were 6 months pregnant and with their third baby. And the other two had been healthy, happy, and vaccinated. Asked when she'd be free to get vaccines after the birth, and she hit me with, "I'm not vaccinating anymore." Taken aback a bit that this college graduate and well-educated woman would take that road, I asked why. She talked about all these studies that she'd seen online and how a Facebook group had turned her on to all the dangers vaccines held. I asked the name of the group and she told me. After filing that away, I told her she was within her right to refuse vaccinations, but that in my medical opinion she should be far better off getting the baby vaccinated. A back and forth ensued, and as much as I pride myself on an empathetic bedside manner, I'll admit it did get a bit heated in there. Amends were amended, bridges were rebuilt enough that she confirmed she'd come to the next checkup, and out the door she went. Back at home, I set up a dummy Facebook account with some photos I found on Google and a burner email address, and asked for access to that private group. Turns out the barrier for entry is really low, shocker, because they let me in. After about a week of infiltrating and posting, I tried to sway some of them by knocking down pillars of their beliefs, while reasserting other ones. Vaccines don't cause autism, but thimerosal might be poisoning the kids. Okay, thimerosal doesn't poison the kids, but SIDS is a factor, etc. Nothing was really happening. I kept this up for long enough that I felt burnt out and ready to quit because of the amount of stupid I had to look at in my quest. Sure, there are patients who haven't done what I asked them, but I don't usually go seeking this sort of thing out, and it was draining me. Finally, I gave up, posting my final thoughts to this group, which consisted of one sentence. You should have put a serious tag on this question.
What fact is ignored generously? You have blinkers for your car so that you can tell other drivers that you're changing lanes. Fun fact, it's the law. And you need to put them on before you start to move lanes. Exactly. The purpose of a turn signal is to alert those around you what you are going to do so they can be prepared, not what you are actively doing, one of my biggest peeves. Most people over 20 already met a murderer at least once in their lifetime. I dated a murderer before I was even 20, before he became a murderer, of course. Being well known doesn't always make you popular, as you may be well known for pissing yourself in class. This really depends on how you define popular. Frequently encountered is one of the definitions of popular. Also, don't judge me for pissing in class. You can have lots of people know you, but not really know you. Like, your classmates could know you as the kid who pissed himself in class, but not care that you can make a really good burrito or something. You don't have to be wrong for someone else to be right. Orcas and dolphins aren't happy in those aquatic parks. Baffled that this isn't intuitive or obvious to most people, the majestic and spacious ocean, or a tiny tank surrounded by 40 loud creatures. It has been said that one of nature's cruelest jokes was to give the dolphin a permanent smile. Most people are not very smart, and even the smart ones are dumb sometimes, and dumb ones can get dumber. People spend the majority of their lives chasing money without understanding how it works. Then please tell me how it works. Deconstruct what it is. We commonly think that money facilitates, is a middleman for, a transaction of labor for goods. So more money means you're entitled to either more goods or more labor. But most people don't understand how to use money differently. Money can itself be used to generate more money, so money can act as labor and generate money. And when money is not acting as labor, it can act as goods, and goods are always either appreciating or depreciating. It's up to the individual to understand what difference of what form money takes, what goods it is. Which brings about the terms assets and liabilities. Goods can be either. If you can leverage your liabilities to increase your assets in a way where the gain outspaces the loss, well, that's how it works. Once you realize fulfilling your basic needs, food, water, shelter is all you need, if you want to focus on the gain side of that equation, you can increase the efficiency of how you use money to generate money. But not everyone thinks of money as the most important aspect of life. So it's likely not the second most important thing to most people after fulfilling their basic needs, food, water, shelter. People prioritize entertainment, luxury, goods, etc. well before making money work, and that's okay too. Every single year, cruise ships dump 14 billion pounds of garbage into the oceans. Please provide source. Every time I see a ship docking in my hometown, I see special garbage trucks unloading the ships. Also, you have to sort in ships. Make little sense to dump it afterwards. Maybe you meant organic garbage, like compostable. Not saying that the shipping industry is clean. A fun source, Hassan Minhaj Patriot Act, did an episode on the cruise ship industry. Concentration camps in China are still going on. This 12-minute BBC piece sums it all up very concisely. Oh, and they're supplanting the now imprisoned for thought crimes Uyghur husbands, fathers with single, ethnically Han Chinese men in their own households. They're being replaced. The Uyghur women have no say in the matter. Alcohol in prison. I've seen this point pop up in articles before, mostly in those debunking the alleged health benefits of moderate drinking. My question is, what's the takeaway? Should we stop drinking altogether? Should we just acknowledge that it's not good for us and treat it the same way we treat soda, as an occasional unhealthy indulgence? Thomas Edison only patented ideas. He didn't invent them. Just because someone has served in the armed forces doesn't mean they deserve respect or a good person. I agree. This applies to law enforcement officers in general too. Yeah, but a whole hell of a lot more people dislike cops than military personnel. If someone is smiling, that does not mean they are happy. Conversely, not smiling doesn't mean you're unhappy. That colds and flu are caused by viruses, not being cold or wet. Yes, though being cold and wet for a long time will suppress your immune system, making you more vulnerable to viruses. TikTok is literally Chinese spyware, if I tell people this and they laugh. Being a celebrity does not automatically make someone a medical, economic, or political expert. They're just as stupid or smart as the rest of us laymen. They just have a bigger audience. It baffled me when people ask actors what they think about a current political or social issue. If you won't ask the local butcher or cashier or your bank teller about it, why does the opinion of an actor matter? It's a normal job like any other that doesn't give them any insight about the issue. It's just that they appear on TV due to their job. They're entertainers, that's it. The constant quote of scientists reminding governments that we're good to go with renewable energy whenever they're ready. Going to college, university doesn't mean you are a genius. Adding to this, doing a trade or having a simple job in the workforce does not make you an idiot. Apparently, that you have to literally stop at the big red sign that says stop in California. It's true, the California roll is a thing. Oh no, it's not just California, it's everywhere that it's a problem. That the two-party system is inefficient and doesn't effectively represent the American population. Well, in Belgium, we have 3 different governments with each like 8 political parties to vote on. We have been without government longer than the war-torn Iraq. I don't know about your governing system, so I can't speak on it, but I agree too, many parties have the same effect where no one feels fairly represented. Specifically in the US, there's too much diversity in ideals for 2 parties to represent all people, and as a result, a large portion of the population don't vote. Just because I hate Trump doesn't mean I love Obama and or Hillary. My mom always said, in the Trump-Hillary campaign, they are both bad. They will both crash and burn eventually, but you're better off voting for X because that person is lesser than the 2 evils. Then I questioned her, why do I care about an American election? We aren't American. This always irritated me. Arguably the greatest country of the 20th century in some aspects, and they had to choose between Trump and Clinton. 4 years later, and now their options are Trump and Biden? This is the country who had Washington, Lincoln, Roosevelt, FDR, JFK. Get your things together, America. Most consumer goods are made by either slaves or by people earning a fraction of $1 a day. We have enough money and resources to lift them out of poverty, but then our phones and shoes wouldn't be so cheap. Sadly, our phones and shoes aren't that cheap. We're just giving most of our money to the brand and its advertising marketing firm when we purchase a product made for cents on the dollar. When we pay hundreds of dollars for, let's say, an iPhone, and the person making it gets a few cents from that, is the consumer really the source of the problem? Just because you are in the vocal minority, it doesn't mean you are right. And on the flip side, being in the mob majority doesn't mean you're right either. That science can't prove a negative. Show that vaccines don't give autism? We have never found that they do in the many studies done, but you can't have positive proof for something negative. Astronomer here, I'm getting a lot of messages lately about how a comet or asteroid is going to hit us and coronavirus is a cover-up for it. More than the usual conspiracy theories, I think people are bored at home and projecting existential dread on this stuff. These messages always lead to the person saying, "But can you prove no asteroid is about to hit us?" And I can't do that. None of the known ones do. Yes, but one could always come from the direction of the sun like the Russian meteorite a few years ago. I can always only explain about a specific object, or how you can't do a government cover-up over an asteroid discovery, etc. But people now obsess over that incredibly tiny chance. I can't say it won't happen with 100% absolute certainty. It's frustrating because this is not a thing people should be worried about compared to our very real troubles right now. But you can tell they're worried that I can't say it 100% will never happen. 5G does not cause COVID-19. Fun fact, if you literally stood a foot from a 5G tower, you would still be receiving more radiation from the sun than from the tower. And yet some people still choose to believe COVID-19 is somehow just radiation poisoning from these towers. Rick Astley's real full name is Richard Paul Astley. Most specifically, that you are going to die. It's easy to say, of course I know everyone will die one day, but it's harder for people to truly understand that I will die one day, and that day is probably not as far off as I think. That a high-energy gamma ray burst can kill all life on Earth, and any moment, such a thing could happen and we will see it only when it arrives. It's funny, this is one of the scenarios I use to philosophically consider what universal right and wrong is in relation to human right and wrong. If entire galaxies can just be eradicated in an unfeeling burst of pure destruction, and yet time continues on, what does that mean of that cosmic intent we always attribute to everything? Without much elaboration, I always conclude that it's all simply right because if it exists, then its presence and influence on time and space is absolutely necessary for all that is to be. What fact is ignored generously? If you edit your comment to add, "Thanks for the gold, kind stranger," the kind stranger will probably never see that edit, but everybody else will and will be annoyed. However, if you reply to the notification DM about the award, the kind stranger will see it for sure, and you would not bother anybody else. That's wisdom. I always assumed they did the edit because the gold giver is anonymous. I've never gotten gold, so it never occurred to me. Now I'm having retroactive aggravation for all the times I've read it. Just because a movie or a book is good doesn't mean you like it. And vice versa, of course. Yeah, I know it's trash, now let me get back to it. That's a good way to put it. You can appreciate that something is well written, good at engaging its target audience, etc., without actually liking the work yourself. This applies to crime as well as healthcare. Prevention is more affordable than treatment. Not just in medicine, but in most any societal problem. Look at the coronavirus. How many lives could have been saved if decisive action was taken earlier? Hi, I am American. It's also been shown that increasing funding to social programs reduces poverty and homelessness, and is usually cheaper than just dealing with those problems directly after they arise. We will also pay a huge price for our inaction around climate change. Being at a job for a long time does not mean someone is good at their job. I work in government. This is absolutely a true statement. I work with people who I think were here before the dinosaurs, who basically are bulletproof employees that are just riding things out until retirement. That we all have confirmation bias. Yeah, I have to remind myself frequently, you are not always right. You probably don't know what you're talking about as much as you think you do. Remember the Dunning-Kruger effect. This is most prevalent in online political discussion in my experience. Once you get into some arguments on Reddit in fields that are actually more knowledgeable than 99% of the population, you will realize that people who are completely clueless will still argue to death their point and never admit defeat. Human memory is extremely unreliable. We forget important details. We fabricate memories and convince ourselves that they're true. What we do remember is distorted to conform to our biases. Humans overestimate what they can do in a day and underestimate what we can achieve in a year. I feel like this is switched. I often have lots of things to get done in a day and don't think I'll be able to get to all of them. But then I can actually get through it without issue. Contrarily, I often have big hopes for what will happen a year ahead, but never end up following through. A year may be too much. I try to break the year down into 4 seasons. Get 1 or 2 important things done in that time. With seasons, you can also sense them progressing because of all the cues like weather, so it's easier to focus on the time passing. This winter, I made my new business website and got my eyes lasered. This spring, I drank wine and cleaned the bathroom a lot. Stupid pandemic. The number of people who die after a war to the consequences of war, hunger, disease, etc. are not counted in the statistics. Talking for France here, some people who died between the 9th and the 11th of November 1918 were not counted as dead these days, because that would be quite awful for a family to learn that your husband, brother, son, father died the last day before the war stopped. Admitting to a mistake is not a sign of weakness. Bending over backwards to cover it up and pretending like it never happened is. It is in your best interests too. If you don't own your mistakes, others will and may use them against you. Be careful which mistakes you own. Turns out, bragging about your restraining orders doesn't get you a second date. That just because someone tells you something is a fact doesn't mean that it is. Make sure to do your research. So many random facts are just made up and posted on social media as if they're true. They then get screenshotted and posted on Reddit and other social media. Then some messy media source will pick up on the Reddit post and use it as their source, which will then get shared on social media as a more legit source. Then everyone believes something somebody on Twitter made up to look woke. Here are some facts, all wrong, posted on Reddit thousands of times a day that will result in more getting people killed. Masks don't work. Only N95 masks work. Masks don't work unless fitted properly. Yes for smoke inhalation, no for a mask being effective to prevent virus transmission. Masks only help prevent a sick person from spreading the virus and don't offer any protection for a healthy person against the virus. Bandanas, scarves, and homemade masks don't help or provide any protection. Surgeon masks don't help, don't really provide protection. You need a N95 mask. You can't buy masks online right now. All these statements are the opposite of what top international experts on infectious disease have said. Here is a bonus lie repeated so many times that will also get people killed. You can't be reinfected again after you have COVID-19. Temporary immunity for some period is possible, but there is no specific basis to expect permanent immunity to COVID-19. Just because some people are naturally talented doesn't mean you shouldn't work hard. Hard work can beat talent when talent doesn't work hard, as my undergrad advisor was fond of saying. But when talent works hard, it's game over. The importance of getting 7 to 9 hours of sleep every single night. To add to this, 7 to 9 hours of sleep is not the same as 7 to 9 hour sleep opportunity window. If you're giving yourself a 7-hour sleep opportunity window, you are not getting 7 hours of sleep, probably more like 6. Valid point. Older doesn't always mean wiser. Wisdom is obtained from what you do with your time. It's not about how much time you had. Just remember, stupid people get old too. Or at least the lucky ones do. Just because it's legally allowed doesn't mean you're not a douchebag for doing it. Example, free speech isn't freedom from consequence. You legally can say near whenever you want. Doesn't mean people won't call you a dick for it. I love freedom of speech and support everyone exercising their right because it lets me know exactly where the means are. Therefore, I can avoid them. You are not immune to propaganda. Fun word fact. The term propaganda originally referred to a Catholic Church committee for propagating the faith during the Counter-Reformation. This comment was brought to you by Big Etymology. Actually, propaganda comes from when a British person gets a good look at something. Mob mentality doesn't mean you are right. This needs to be higher. We'll solve 85% of the world's problems. Never underestimate the stupidity of people in large groups. Facts aren't opinions. Data can also be cherry-picked or incomplete. That's why facts can change sometimes. Someone had to say it. Opinions influence what facts we choose to acknowledge. Everyone is a huge hypocrite when it suits them, including me. The irony of this statement is that if you're ever in a situation where being a hypocrite would suit you, but you aren't a hypocrite, then you are a hypocrite because you said you would be, but weren't. So basically, you're a hypocrite because you weren't a hypocrite. Depends on the agenda of people doing the ignoring. People only care about the facts that agree with them. Confirmation bias, which coincidentally is a fact that most ignore because it doesn't really agree with anyone. The government is trying to pass an anti-encryption bill that could strip away any and all privacy given to US citizens. Depending on enforcement, it would only annihilate the economy of literally any country it was passed in, and completely cut it off from all international banking. Never underestimate the power of stupid people in large groups. Great minds think alike, but fools rarely differ. Animals are much more brutal than people realize. We only see the cute cuddly side on the internet. Cheetah makes friends with a goat, gets more views than warthog gets eaten alive by lions and lasts a surprisingly long time while it's happening. Animals will eat you alive if they don't think you're a threat to injury. It's out of survival something bigger and badder might come along and they won't have eaten anything. No, the leopard didn't kill the animal before eating it out of compassion. It just didn't want to take a hoof to the head while it was having lunch. I watched 3 lionesses hunt a warthog and its piglet up close once. 2 of the lionesses made themselves seen while the third slid behind a small mound and snuck through the grass. The warthog stayed focused on the 2 lions in the open. The hunter got within a few feet and crouched low, ready to strike. Something alerted the warthogs and they took off like a rocket. The lioness, being the queen of the savannah, rolled on her side and started licking her paw. Hugely disappointing. That you should really get off your phone and go to sleep. Quitting is often a good decision. One of my favorite things I've seen on the internet is where people take the text from motivational workout posters and superimpose it over images depicting alcoholism. Fight through adversity with a picture of classic puke and rally. Being rich doesn't mean you're great with money or someone who should be trusted with business decisions. Or smart. People love to assume that. And being rich doesn't mean you have class. Just because I don't agree with you doesn't mean I hate you. And conversely, just because I agree with you doesn't mean I like you. Both of these points are excellent.
What is the most insensitive thing you've ever been asked? About 3 weeks after my brother died, I went back to work. This lady and her daughter came in, never seen her before in my life. She proceeds to introduce herself to me as a good friend of my mother. Never heard her name before, saw her face, didn't see her at the funeral. My manager was close by. She starts to say how sorry she is to hear of his passing and goes on and on. I start getting upset. My manager starts to approach us. The lady says, "Oh, how did he die? I heard he killed himself. Is that true?" I froze. My manager grabs me and says to the lady, "Excuse me, she's needed in the back, and if you're not going to buy anything, you need to leave." I turned around and walked to the stockroom with tears running down my face. She was the best manager I ever had. Thank you, Joanna. Wait, so was this lady actually just a total random person? Did you ever figure out how the hell she knew about your brother? When I explained this to my mum said she was a busybody that went to high school with her. She knew everyone's business. I lived in a smallish town and my brother died at the age of 21 of suicide. She probably heard it through the grapevine. Soon after I got home from cremating my child, someone asked if the cremation left chunks of bone, and if so, do they grind that down? Thankfully I saw the humour in it, largely because I could see his wife wanted to kill him. This is something you ask the employees at the funeral home, not the attendees of the funeral. Honestly, not enough people respect those employees. They have to see so much death and cremate so many people. I have a seizure-like disorder, chorea athetosis. They present themselves in these really inconvenient episodes where I lose partial control of body parts. One time I was on a date with a dude, and after I told him of my situation, he said, "Wow, it'd be pretty hot to have you seize while we're having sex. Think you could arrange that?" Didn't bother with him after that. Your partner is having a seizure. Do you A. fetishize their medical condition and go down on them right then and there? B. Call an ambulance? So, this actually happened to me. I briefly dated a girl that was epileptic, and it turns out that various kinds of overstimulation can trigger a seizure. She was on top. It was... I don't even know what to think. It was... interesting. When I told my mother I finally had a girlfriend, her reply was pretty classic. I recommend you be very cautious of any girl that's interested in you. What do you really have to offer? Not much. Gee, thanks, Mum. I guess the girl was really just after my kidneys? Edit. For the record, I love my mum. This was her misguided way of being overprotective of her naive youngest son. Also, for the record, I do have a lot to offer, and I have a smoking hot wife who's not trying to sell my kidneys on the black market, as far as I know. Keep an eye on her. She might be playing the long con. Yikes, that stinks for your mum. I'm going to be straight up. The kidney thing made me laugh and think of Charlie the unicorn. One time, someone asked, "You know, adoptive father isn't your real dad, right?" No, he's not my biological parent, but he is still my dad nonetheless. What a hurtful thing to say. I had a friend who was adopted. One time I was out with him and his mother shopping, and someone said, "He isn't your real child, right?" after he called her mum. He is tan and has Latin American traces, and she is very white. Her reply was priceless. "This isn't your real problem." Didn't you have more acne the last time I saw you? My skin is horrible to me. I have eczema on top of just being super oily, so when I was in elementary or middle school, I had more acne than most of my peers. I was often ostracized and even teased because of it. Even my own parents treated me like I wouldn't be attractive until I had zero acne. Keep in mind, it was nowhere near the severe cystic acne some people get. It was just more acne than what was normal at my age, and looking back, everyone was overreacting. But at the time, my skin had become my biggest insecurity. Eventually, I got really into skincare and started to see results. The guy that asked me that question was seeing me for the first time in 3 years, and it brought back all the shame I felt about my skin. I don't understand why some people are so mean, ignorant, or rude. My guess is they were never taught any better. Even so, some people just don't give a thing about how they affect others. I worked as a waiter for a few years in high school. Elderly gentlemen came up to me and asked, "Is it okay to be dealing food with all that acne?" My parents had a restaurant, and they hired this sweet little 14-year-old who was super keen to work. She had a birth deformity in her hands that left her with one thumb and one finger on each hand. She would deliver the plates one at a time, for obvious reasons. A rude old man obviously didn't look at her hands and lectured her on how if she wants to succeed as a waitress, she needs to learn to carry multiple plates. She nodded and was polite and continued to wait on them. My dad didn't want to embarrass her further by making a big deal in front of her, but when the table left, he followed them out and informed the rude old dude about her hands. All his family were super embarrassed and they haven't ever come back. My ex-mother-in-law ran into me and asked when I was due. Thing is, she knew I had miscarried a child with her son, one of the reasons we split up, and also knew that I could not have children. I just happened to have a still slightly swollen abdomen after a full and total hysterectomy at the time. Needless to say, I had a very hormonal and emotional response. "Well, aren't you happy you had a miscarriage then? Or you be a single mum now?" asked by my mum while trying to comfort me after my fiancé cheated. Yeah, no actually, a late traumatic miscarriage plus depression plus hormones does not make me happy, even if he did cheat, but thanks. My brother's high school chem teacher had a C-section. A student asked her, "Do you think you deserved the child if you couldn't have her naturally?" My mum wasn't able to breastfeed me and was actively bullied by her mum's group for it because she wasn't doing things the natural way. This kind of thing is insane. Yes, if you can't feed the baby through your breast, you should just let it starve. I hate mum competition. If the baby gets here and it's healthy, it doesn't matter how it came out. It doesn't matter how you feed the baby as long as you feed it. As a 19-year-old disabled woman,
I've been asked tons of insensitive things. The most is probably a tie between someone asking me if I'm using a walker for the perks and if I'm faking my disability for better accommodation at university. I can't handwrite, can barely walk without assistance, and can't stand for periods of time. What are the perks and where can I get them? Why did you give him the money? My manager's response to me telling her I got robbed at gunpoint in our store. I don't know, at that moment I just felt that maybe my life was more important. Well, I hope you like your life more than that $300 because it's coming right out of your paycheck. I had a mandatory one-on-one meeting with my high school counsellor about college prep, and the first thing he does when I walk in is scan me with his eyes and says, "Well, I guess we don't need to worry about filing your college athletics form now, do we?" and put the form I came in there for to swim in college back in his desk. There appears to be some confusion. I'm a male and the counsellor was implying I was scrawny, and ultimately I decided not to swim in college because the school I chose was D1 and feeds directly into the US Olympic swim team, and I'm not that good. Did you swim in college then? No, I asked for the form and he let me fill it out, but ultimately I couldn't swim since I chose to go to a college that essentially feeds directly into the US Olympic team, and I'm not that good, huh? They asked how my daughter was murdered. I said a knife. They then said, "But I mean how?" You found her, tell me how. What did she look like? Was she tortured? To answer a few questions. This was not a member of law enforcement. They don't ask questions like that. This was a stranger who saw our story on the news and came up to me in a crowded public place when I was with my older daughter and newborn grandson. I did not react with violence. I was still in shock and numb. It was a surreal experience. I responded very loudly that her questions were inappropriate. She came up to me talking super loud that she had seen us on the news, so she got everyone's attention. I figured I'd speak loud enough for everyone to hear, in case any of them didn't know it was rude to ask things like that they'd learned that day. She then walked away. Took a picture, heard her camera go off as she pointed it at us, then called someone and proceeded to loudly tell them that she talked with us. I wish I could say that this was the only inconsiderate person we've dealt with, but sadly I can't. But I will say we have had more positive interactions with strangers than negative. My experience on Reddit has been mostly positive. You are all amazing. I joined because my Rosora always kept telling me about it. She loved no sleep, and I never experienced Reddit until she was gone. I'm so sorry for your loss and all the horrible things you've had to put up with. Wishing you the best. Why did you tell me, and what did you do to make him do it? Asked by a family member after I told them about the abuse I suffered from my ex-husband. Finally felt safe to talk about it after 6 years, and that was the response. Wow. Strange to think strangers on the internet are more caring than your own family sometimes. Hope you're doing okay. I can't get a good shot. Would you mind moving? Said my cousin sitting behind me at my grandfather's funeral. I'm still mad I didn't throw him in the casket too. I just had a baby in November. At my husband's father's funeral in January, his aunt, who he hasn't seen in a while, decided it was the perfect time to take pictures of us and the baby. A few days later on Facebook there's a picture of us holding the baby in all black with puffy red faces and the caption, "OMG, my new niece is so adorable, beautiful family." I struggled with trichotillomania as a kid. My mum tried all kinds of things to help me quit the habit, but since it wasn't the root problem, just a symptom of anxiety, most of her attempts made it worse instead of better. I remember one time when my cousins were over for lunch. We were all gathered around the table enjoying our food and having a pleasant conversation. When out of nowhere, my mum announced to everyone, "Have you noticed that she has no eyelashes? She always pulls them out." Everyone turned to stare at me, and one of my cousins said disgustedly, "Why would you do that?" I'm so sorry. I feel you. As someone who still has this, it's quite maddening. The root cause is my OCD. I literally have to pull the same amount out on each side, or else it bothers me and I won't stop until I'm satisfied. I once had a huge gap between my lashes and had a friend point it out in front of our other group of friends. All night I was questioned and asked to see my lashes and told how weird I looked. I hope you're better now. Oh, so you want a Twixth? I'm 30 now, but grew up with a lisp. Was in speech therapy for years. When I was about 8 years old or so, I went up to a concession stand at my brother's Little League game, asked to buy a Twix. The teenage guy behind the counter, trying to impress his lady co-worker, decided to repeat my words back to me. Made me cry. One of the only times in my life I've ever seen my mum go full mama bear. She asked me why I was upset, and when I told her, she marched up to that dinky little stand and tore the guy a new one. But yeah, that's the first thing I thought of when I saw this question. Weird how little things like that stick with you. Some people suck, but then you get to see the ones who don't, like my mum. Defender of the little people, love her. I can relate with you. I have a stuttering problem, and I'm very conscious about it. It only happens when I'm either excited or nervous. I was told a few times in school and college to, well, spit it out then. It made me feel horrible. I broke my back when I was a teenager, and I'm paralysed from the waist down. A girl from school asked me, "Are you planning on killing yourself?" Me? What? No, why would I kill myself? Her. It's just, if I was in your situation. Well, her life must have sucked to begin with. How does it feel to know your mother is burning in hell? After telling my friend's mum that my family didn't really subscribe to God and religion and all that, she didn't miss a beat, and then tried to double down why she was right. My best friend's dad, John, passed away very suddenly and unexpectedly. She has a big family. Mum is one of 8, Dad is one of 7, and they were all devastated by the loss. They all came together to mourn and to celebrate John's life. Family members were sharing funny stories and memories of John. Some of his military buddies came to offer their condolences and talk about their time with John. It was all heartwarming and wonderful, until John's tone-deaf sister, May, decided to say, "Well, you know, I just wonder if John is in hell because he died so suddenly and wasn't prepared. I wonder if he'd gone to confession lately and begged for forgiveness. I worry for his soul. You never know when you're going to die." The room went silent, and people just kind of stared at her for a couple of moments in silence. Thankfully, one of John's best friends chimed in again with another great story, and we all moved on. Okay, May. Way to be a rude guy at possibly the worst time ever to your brother and his family, no less. The fact that John was faithfully married for 40 years, raised and provided for 4 children, and was a hard-working and honest man, I guess counts for absolutely nothing? If you could speak for 1 minute and be heard by everybody in the world, what would you say? Hold up, all the world awake at the same time? Obviously, the announcement is prefaced by the 30 seconds of nails on a chalkboard to wake everyone up and get their attention. Also broadcast in everyone's language, apparently. And nobody is standing next to a huge waterfall, or using a power tool, or is busy with, I don't know, giving birth or something. Mic check, mic check. Anyone named Michael, please stand up. The real Slim Shady, am I a joke to you? Michael Jackson rises from the dead. Help! I'm a Nigerian prince and I'm trying to get home to my castle. But I'm dummy thick and the clap of my ass cheeks keeps alerting the police. People of Earth, your attention please. This is Prostechnik Vogon Jeltz of the Galactic Hyperspace Planning Council. As you will no doubt be aware, the plans for development of the outlying regions of the galaxy require the building of a hyperspatial express route through your star system. And regrettably, your planet is one of those scheduled for demolition. The process will take slightly less than 2 of your Earth minutes. Thank you. Was looking for this. What's it from? I'd sing Cotton Eyed Joe, which would be rad because I don't really know the words. Be excellent to one another. Guitar riff. It depends. Does my voice play over an intercom that's projected over the entire planet? If so, I'd probably just count down from 60 and watch the chaos unfold as the world listens to a countdown from the mysterious voice in the sky. This is an amazing idea for a short story. It's also the beginning of the movie or book Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
A voice booms over Earth and begins a countdown to destroy Earth to make way for, essentially, a space freeway. Can the person with a green Honda please come to the checkout? That would be a mic check. Lawton as in Oklahoma. I'd read out my number, do Barney Stinson, and have a magic phone. Execute Order 66. It will be done, my lord. I'd go for the most terrified, agonising, incoherent screaming I can muster. So that son from the Rick and Morty episode. Something like, ah ha ha ha. I will wipe from the face of the earth this human race I have created, and with them the animals, the birds, and the creatures that move along the ground, for I regret that I have made them. I don't need a full minute. At least our fish bros are safe. Hydro homies everywhere be rejoicing. The way has been cleared. The gate has been opened. The time is here. Kinda spooky. I like it. We are the Borg. Lower your shields and surrender your ships. We will add your biological and technological distinctiveness to our own. Your culture will adapt to service us. Resistance is futile. Oh, you don't have any shields or any advanced ships, and you'll not contribute to our greatness. Never mind. Have a nice day. Even the Vulcans thought we were a bunch of illiterate savages. They flew back to Vulcan with a message, waste of time. I never watched Star Trek beyond catching the occasional episode of it on TV by accident. How do I even get into that? Where do I start? Harry Potter, I now talk directly to you. I know that many of you will want to fight. Some of you may even think that to fight is wise, but this is a folly. Give me Harry Potter. Do this, and none shall be harmed. Give me Harry Potter, and I shall leave Hogwarts untouched. Give me Harry Potter, and you will be rewarded. You have 1 hour. What are you waiting for? Grab him! I'll have 2 number 9s, a number 9 large, a number 6 with extra dip, a number 7, 2 number 45s, one with cheese, and a large soda. And a big shout out to my boy CJ who didn't follow the damn train. Also, you're all going to die. An abridged version of Charlie Chaplin's speech from The Great Dictator. There is a song by Paolo Nutini called Iron Sky that uses about 45 seconds of specific cuts from that speech, starting at about 3 minutes 15 seconds in, that would achieve this perfectly. Good song too, worth a listen. Edit. I had the timing wrong originally. Remember guys, if you have Amazon Prime, then you have Twitch Prime. And that means that you have 1 free subscription to the content creator of your choice. Even if you don't use it here, take that money from Jeff Bezos and give it to someone. Am I the only person that doesn't have Amazon Prime but has Twitch Prime? Ladies and gentlemen of the class of 97, wear sunscreen. If I could offer you only one tip for the future, sunscreen would be it. The long-term benefits of sunscreen have been proved by scientists, whereas the rest of my advice has no basis more reliable than my own meandering experience. I will dispense this advice now. The Fitness Gram Pacer test, and then just continue with the whole thing. Oh god, the memories. I fear that thing, and I was athletic. I would jump off a damn bridge if that happened. I hate the pacer. The tragedy of Darth Plagueis the Wise. I have to speak fast. This is my favourite response. Hello, my child. This is God speaking. You and your fellow humans have been making some mistakes in interpreting my teachings, so I am going to clarify. 1. Be kind to everybody. And I don't mean just some people. Everybody. Each single creature on this planet. 2. Take good care of the Earth. You are ruining it with your actions, and you should do better. 3. Don't start any wars over this message. Or, really, any wars at all. Ever. If you have disagreement, talk it out like the adults you claim to be. Thank you for your attention, and I hope you will do better. 3 and a bit. If a war does start, just follow the money and find out why you're having it, and kindly remove the individuals in question and put them somewhere where they can't hurt themselves or others. They're not doing us any favours. 4. I'm very proud of you all. You are judged by how well you treat all people, especially the ones you don't like. Good luck. I'd just start listing random items, places, things, especially numbers, random made-up words and names. Absolute garbage with no meaning whatsoever. Then see all those mean guys act like they are all smart and nonsense investigating it, trying to find out how it happened, what it means for humanity, if it's pointing to a location or a treasure, or an event, or war, when in reality it's all messed up. I'd sing Never Gonna Give You Up, thus rickrolling the whole world all at once. Did you ever hear the tragedy of Darth Plagueis the Wise? Attention, entire world! Hear my proclamation. I am Lelouch V. Britannia, Emperor of the Holy Britannian Empire and your only ruler. Schnitzel has surrendered to me. As a result of this, I am now in control of both the Damocles and the FLEIJA weapons. And even the Black Knights no longer possess the strength to oppose me now. If anyone dares to oppose my supreme authority, they shall know the devastating power of the FLEIJAs. Those who would oppose my military rule no longer exist. Yes, from this day, this moment forward, the world belongs to me. Lelouch V. Britannia commands you. Obey me, subjects, obey me, world. Lelouch V. Britannia. We live in a society. Listen up, everybody. Window gets an armrest and a wall, middle gets 2 armrests, aisle gets an armrest and a little bit of extra legroom. According to all known laws of aviation, you'd have to practice a lot to get the entire B-movie script out in a minute. It would probably be more like this. According to all known laws of aviation, I would just shout, Wendy, have you seen my belt? With pauses in between and the sound of footsteps going through the house, before shouting out again, voice coming in from a distance now. Ah, aye, it's your boy, Skinny. Once I have their attention, I could probably plug a Patreon account or something. Perhaps remind everyone that Jeffrey Epstein didn't kill himself right at the end? How about another joke, Murray? Hear me, all subjects of Ymir. My name is Eren Yeager. I now speak to all subjects of Ymir by way of the founding Titan's power. Do, Va, Kin. Hey, you're finally awake. To all Eldians of the Earth, my name is Eren Yeager. I am using the power of the founding Titan to address all of Ymir's people. The foundations of all the walls present on Paradise Island have come undone, and all Titans entrapped within them have begun to march. My objective is to protect the people of Paradise, the land where I was born. However, the world wishes for the annihilation of the people of Paradise. The hatred that has been swelling for so long will never end. Until not only the Paradisians but all of Ymir's descendants have been eradicated. I reject this wish. The colossal Titans shall trample all Earth outside of this island underfoot, until all life existing there has been exterminated from this world. My name is Yoshikage Kira. I am 33 years old. My house is in the northeast section of Morio, where all the villas are, and I am not married. I work as an employee for the Kameiyu department stores, and I get home every day by 8 PM at the latest. I don't smoke, but occasionally drink. I am in bed by 11 PM, and make sure I get 8 hours of sleep no matter what. After having a glass of warm milk, and doing about 20 minutes of stretches before going to bed, I usually have no problem sleeping until morning, just like a baby. I wake up without any fatigue or stress in the morning. I was told there were no issues at my last checkup. I'm trying to explain that a person who wishes to live a very quiet life. I take care not to trouble myself with any enemies, like winning and losing. That would cause me to lose sleep at night. That is how I deal with society,
and I know that is what brings me happiness. Although, if I were to fight, I wouldn't lose to anyone. New log. It is currently, insert Universal Alien Time. Subject XYC17Z, aka Earth, has made very little progress over time. They are far behind in technology compared to the other subject civilizations. All they seem to do is just fight each other, and they can never agree on anything. It's completely barbaric. The Council and I have agreed upon their termination. After all, the universe would be just fine without them. Then again, there are some good people. Maybe I should give them 10 Earth years to prove themselves. End log. And then I wait. Good evening, Twitter. This is your boy, EatDat445, and about 30 to 45 minutes ago, I beat my meat that I can't even feel my left leg. My meat has also went totally numb to the point that it feels weird when I go and take a piss. What's a conspiracy theory that you could make up right now? YouTube secretly adds additional milliseconds to their ads. You're secretly skipping after 5.05 seconds. There were mobile ads doing this. They would count down 30 seconds but actually be 35-40 seconds. After I read about it, I timed one for an app that felt like it did that, and it was nearly 45 seconds. I wouldn't be surprised at this. Mobile games in particular, they'll have the 30-second ad followed by a still screen that you can't close for another 8 seconds. The pandemic was created by Zoom. On the topic of Zoom, why do schools have to choose the most garbage and unsecure programs for students? They have options from Skype to Discord, and they choose the outlier, Zoom. It's apparently not secure for even Mac users. Not to say that Windows users don't have issues. Schools, for some reason, decided no on Slack and instead go to Zoom? I cannot understand the logic to why most schools converted to online teaching decided to use software made 7 years ago that people are now hearing of, because students are forced to use this software that has almost absolutely zero reputation. Rant over. Sasquatch sightings are just military snipers in ghillie suits after completing some covert operation. Except many happen at night or involve the animal picking up throwing something that's too heavy for a normal person, or hunting deer with bare hands, or running quicker than a person can while being 8 feet tall, which would probably involve some sort of platform shoes or something, if it were a person. This thread was created for the sole purpose of finding out what we know and how much we know about it. That's a swell idea for a primetime TV game show, hosted by some lovable good old boy type fellow. The reason why my Wi-Fi cuts off randomly is to force me to use up my 4G more. I have Verizon for my phone, because AT&T has an awful signal in my area, and AT&T Internet. AT&T is going to make me pay Verizon more at this rate. Are you talking about the signal itself or the actual service cutting out? Because the Wi-Fi signal should be pretty reliable even if there's no internet. The coronavirus was only a proof of concept, just to see how well it spreads. The more lethal cause virus will be released soon after this trial period. And media will call it a mutation of SARS-CoV-2 presenting with more fatal symptoms. The sensor on automatic flush toilets is actually a camera, and perverts pay to flush it for you after checking out your bits. That explains why it flushes a bit but doesn't immediately flush afterwards. Chupacabras are actually coyotes that broke into the cartel's drug stash and got geeked and tweaked. Edit. Thanks for all the upvotes. I think we need to have a talk with cartels about hiding their stuff a little better, so we don't have these savage animals roaming around. This legit makes too much sense. Russia conspired with Saudi Arabia, another petrol economy, in dropping oil prices, further crippling Western economies during the COVID-19 outbreak. This will, in turn, strengthen their long-term position in geopolitics. Wait, are you sure you made that up? The actual truth is Russia wanted to keep oil production higher, and Saudi Arabia is undercutting it by flooding the market. An oil price war is most detrimental to Russia. Beanbags are just egg sacs. Once enough beanbags have been produced, they will pop and take over the world. This should be on Rick and Morty. Pennies that you find on the street and pick up are actually bugs that the government listens to you with. They are the ones who started the saying that finding a penny is good luck, so they can listen into more conversations. Another reason to keep pennies in circulation, despite no one really using them anymore. The entire pandemic was a means to control the population at the source. It was supposed to be secret, but could not be contained, thus spreading. Basically, a disease to rid the world of people who utilize welfare the most: the poor, the ill, and the elderly. Sorry, I should have indicated that I do not believe this theory at all, but based on the information available, it would be easy to persuade those who may be easily persuaded. Not the world. It would be financially stupid to do it on purpose. Shut every business down, have to pay for the unemployed out of pocket. For it to make a dent in the world population, it would have to take out billions. There are over 1 million confirmed cases right now, which is less than 1% of the world's population. A quarter of that is already recovered. It would take at least a decade to have any significant impact. Essentially, if we're supposed to be a global thing, the source is shooting themselves in the foot. But it would work in a local form, as in, let's say, a place with a population of just over 1 billion, in a sense, culling the herd to keep control. Trump is deliberately alarming the population, saying that 100 to 200,000 people will die. When the death toll turns out to be much lower, he will say it was due to his brilliant management to have more people vote for him. I'm going to flip that. The media, being mostly left-leaning, is overblowing this because they know it will look bad for Trump, thus helping him lose the election. But the flip side is that Trump handles it amazingly and can get re-elected based on his smarts in a dangerous situation, which is exactly what Russia wants. You are the Illuminati, who wants to know how good are people's conspiracy skills and what they already know to create a plan for your future behaviour. We're all Illuminati on this blessed day. The entire anti-vax movement is based on a Cold War idea drafted by Putin in the 80s. His idea was to have Americans weaken their immune systems so that in the eventual World War III, American troops would be easier to defeat. When he came to power, he paid off a vaccine researcher as a scapegoat to invent the idea that vaccines cause autism. This would spread to the States and Americans would adopt this anti-vax movement. The scientist was later debunked, and in order to keep him silenced about Russia's involvement, he was further discredited by adding some plagiarism and review board violations regarding human experimentation. Russia is now working towards spreading the anti-vax movement so that future generations of soldiers will be weakened so he can take full control. Defeat Russian plots of world domination by vaccinating your kids. While I love this theory and I hate to be that guy, anti-vax movements have existed since the 1800s. I accept that I may get downvoted for this. The coronavirus started making headlines right as the world was starting to focus on the Chinese camps and their mistreatment of the Uyghur people, so... Since this is starting to get attention, let me clarify. I don't believe China developed or released a pandemic virus in order to distract the world from their atrocities. However, they are probably very glad that the attention shifted off their human rights abuses. They're just sending those poor people to school. I think the same thing happened with the UK and Brexit. They weren't responsible for the virus, but very glad for taking attention away from the mess they made of it. Apple, over the last few years, has been shaving off clock time using our phones. It's only small amounts so we don't notice, and the adjustments in daylight savings are easy to reset the manipulation. Banks give Apple a portion of the money for their cooperation, and the increased money they receive from interest rates. Sometimes it seems like our clocks are running slow, but they aren't. Every few months I have to reset the clock on my Android. Sometimes it gets up to 10 minutes fast. Does your device not sync up to an NTP server or the cell towers? I'd hate to manually have to change time zones when I travel. Employees from retail stores are keeping all the toilet paper and hand sanitizer themselves and selling those products online. Oh boy, do I wish we were, but alas, we were last in line to get it due to opening hours changing and us being expected to start before stores open and buy stuff we need once we've finished, at which point shelves are empty. Gun control is secretly pushed by the right to sell more guns, while at the same time encouraging it on the left so they won't buy guns and not be as much a threat to their control. What kind of underdeveloped country do you live where you have to own a gun to feel safe? America, of course. The Chinese government either intentionally released or used the unintentional release of the virus to advance their agenda by 1. Taking the news and the fire out of the Hong Kong protest, and by 2. Preparing and insulating their economy and emergency services to weather the infection better to influence a market crash so they would become the dominant economy. A bit like shooting yourself in the hand to shoot the other guy in the chest. I just got reminded of the last scene in Live Free or Die Hard, where McClane, who is headlocked by the bad guy at gunpoint, forces the bad guy to fire through McClane's shoulder. I prefer to think that it was Trump, the one who released the virus, to prejudicate China without thinking that it could affect the US even more than China. In the world's last-ditch effort to save the environment, scientists released a contagion that forces people to stay inside and use far less consumer products. This would ultimately lead to the collapse of the world's largest industrial polluters. The scientists knew that by making people sick, the environment would improve and stabilize habitable living conditions, which would guarantee health and prosperity for future generations after they rebuilt society based on timeless wisdom of old philosophers. The new generation born after the Great Pandemic would be told stories about how close humans almost went to extinct from the mutating contagion. When they look back to the future's history, they will be reminded to never poison the earth and to live in peaceful harmony and unity with nature and never take things for granted. I almost hope this is true. The Hollywood fad of conspiracy shows and movies in the 90s was to socially engineer us. It was meant to be over the top so regular people would tire of conspiracies. Also, it taught a generation of people that if you do uncover a conspiracy, you are definitely alone and that you won't get proof. So just announce it to the world. The goal was to make it so they will have time to cover up or destroy evidence and discredit the conspiracy nut before anyone can find the proof. That's the real X-Files conspiracy. Banana Runts candy contains all the nutrients you need to live a long and healthy life. The government has known this for years, but refuses to do anything about it because those things suck and no one eats them. What's a non-obvious sign that somebody is wealthy? Didn't realise how wealthy some casual acquaintances were until we were at a nicer bar at a resort, and as soon as the staff saw their credit card, they started getting really good service. It was a nice place and they were great to everyone, but suddenly this couple were like the only ones in the room. So apparently, the colour of your credit card, which I don't think is always a giveaway, but people in some industries just probably know rich person credit cards. I have a Sally Mae student loan cashback card, and that didn't get me anything. Many super high-end cards are heavy. I'm talking about heavy metal kind of heavy. It's pretty obvious. Back in my college days, we had a friend who came from a pretty wealthy family, but you couldn't tell because he lived in the dorms like everyone else. Except anytime someone suggested we go to a restaurant or to a game or show, he never asked about how much it cost, or said he'd have to check his bank account like other people would say. Then one day he casually mentioned his father was going to bring him back to campus in their helicopter. A professor friend of mine asked a student if she needed an extension because she had to make an emergency trip home to Europe. She replied it wasn't an emergency, her parents just wanted to see her, and that it wasn't that inconvenient. They sent the family jet to pick her up from her pretty rural school. Spend money to save time versus spending time to save money. Had a roommate in first year who rarely lived in the dorm but had food delivered daily that tasted like it was picked out and cooked the same morning. Well, we invite him to St. Paddy's Day and I notice his watch, which I drop a "that's really cool, mind if I see it?" half drunk. I saw the watch face and asked him about the symbol. Mind you, this watch was really heavy as I'm holding it, and he says it's the family sigil. I was holding a 23-carat gold watch, and he turns out to be part of the Qatari royal family. Dude could easily stunt on any one of us. So I guess it's the small things in their lifestyle, and how modestly someone can wear $100,000 on their wrist. They rarely or never talk about money in everyday conversations. There's a saying that there's an inverse correlation between how wealthy someone is and how often they mention money. But it's not that easy or obvious to gauge how often someone actually talks about money without interacting with them a lot. From what I've learnt, if they dress like the Monopoly man or wear a monocle, they're rich. Everyone else is in jail. I know millionaires who drive the cheapest car on the market right now. It's kind of interesting with some of them. The more money they have, the less they care about what other people think. Quite a few people who grow up with wealth conceal it. If they don't want you to know, you won't. During college, I was dating a man for the better part of a year before finding out that his parents' residence was an entire floor of a fashionable Upper East Side Manhattan building. Their summer house was in Paris. One of his worries in life was about attracting parasites, so he had anticipated anything that could give away how much money was in his background. Occasionally it was useful to tip that hand. His mother had worn her mink coat when she co-signed his apartment lease. He spent modestly on dates and wore ordinary clothes. He had put a lot of thought into looking like a middle-class guy. I knew paying bills wasn't a problem for him, but he was kind of embarrassed when he revealed what his situation actually was. I had a friend like this during my medical internship, first year of residency. I had no idea she was incredibly rich until she had us all over to her house one evening for a residency function. Her house that she lived in by herself. That was an entire house in San Francisco in a very expensive area that she owned outright and had remodeled from the studs. That's when I realized she had a lot of money in her family. Wealthy people worry about time, the only resource and commodity that doesn't replenish. I'm not wealthy by any stretch, but I'm slowly starting to value my time more than my money. I think it's a healthier way to be. Time enjoyed is not wasted. This is absolutely the case. They're not as worried about how much it costs to have a landscaping company come and take care of their yard. They're more concerned with how much time it will take to do it themselves. I won't claim to be wealthy, I do alright, but I actually enjoy doing yard work. I have a stressful job that doesn't go away at 5 PM, and putting on my headphones and mowing the lawn is an escape I look forward to. Same goes for clearing snow off the driveway. Most of the time, I'll run the snowblower all the way down the block to clear sidewalks and mailboxes too. Time isn't valuable unless you enjoy it. Their kids have no pressure to get regular middle-class jobs. Some families I know have 3 to 4 kids and are very proud this one is an artist, that one is 40 and getting a PhD, the other acts and directs local theatre. It's a subtle status symbol to support your kid in whatever. I have a minor panic attack. How does that pay the bills? But it doesn't have to. I don't see a lot of designer purses or granite countertops, but a lot of art, and every piece there's an accompanying story about being in that country or knowing that artist stayed in their house, etc. Yeah, I have wealthy customers at my job, and their children come in sometimes. The attitude of not needing to work at all is a unique one to me, haha, and stands out a lot. I'm thinking about getting a job here, or thinking about volunteering for X, or travelling to Y. For me, I don't think about these things. They are major investments and life decisions for me. I have to know these things. I work at a luxury car dealership, so I see my fair share of wealthy people. The one thing that stands out between them and regular people is how carefree and nice they are.
I crashed a lady's car once pretty badly, and all she did was laugh and say, "The important thing is that you're not hurt." I was astonished, since I'm used to my mum being so frantic and frankly abusive to employees, even if the slightest thing is wrong. They don't necessarily get bent out of shape and treat the help poorly, but they also are very clear about what they want and will go elsewhere if you don't give it to them. I worked in a luxury dealership for a few years, and the thing I noticed more than anything was how willing they were to walk away over very silly things. I can't get the saddle interior with the carbon accents without special ordering. I wanted this car for my ski trip next weekend. Guess I'll get something else. I have a childhood best friend who's very wealthy, as in, he has a trust fund and will never need to work. It wasn't until I was an adult that I knew myself. That's how discreet he and his family are. He decided to join the army for the adventure and did 2 tours in Afghanistan as infantry. He was a leader, hard worker, and in a couple of instances even a little brave. His friends in his unit, excuse my not knowing military lingo, didn't have a clue what his background was. Anyways, over the time that they were there, they discussed their plans for when they got back to civilian life, and my friend would consistently tell them he had no plan whatsoever. His plan was to do nothing. They'd question it, and he'd insist, nothing. Finally, some of them are getting out shortly, and after half a decade of knowing him, they really pressed him on what he was really going to do when he got out. What would he do for money? What jobs would he apply for? He finally told them. He wasn't kidding about doing nothing. He's rich. He was just going to go back to being rich. Sometimes it's right in front of your face. If you live in Silicon Valley, you won't be able to spot the poor from the rich. You can have a millionaire walk next to you in Target pants and drive a Honda. Too true. I used to run a computer store near Silicon Valley, and we would have customers that were all sorts of scary-looking mountain men, smelly hippie-looking dudes, and other homeless-looking types come in and buy our top-of-the-line products with rolls of cash or high-end credit cards. I had to train my staff to treat everyone very gently when they came in, and to never judge a book by its cover, no matter how they looked or unfortunately smelled. It's certainly not 100%, but one sign could be expensive hobbies. A lot of wealthy people I knew growing up didn't think of themselves as wealthy at all. But not a lot of skilled wakeboarders or horseback riders or outdoorsmen or snowboarders skiers could have reached that point without having money. But then again, I have a cheap ski hill in my town and know a few lower class kids who are unreal because their parents would buy them a ski pass and gear, knowing that they could leave them at the hill for extended times rather than hiring a babysitter or doing an after-school program or anything while they were at work. So it can go both ways. If they show up to college or university in a brand new luxury car, that, on the other hand, is a dead giveaway. Their time is more valuable than their money. So if you see they are more concerned about how long something will take rather than how expensive, that's a tip-off. Not rich, but I learned in life that you can always get money one way or another, but you will never get your time back. So spend both wisely. They never mention money or their status. True story. My friend went to college and befriended a girl. After 2 years they took a class together, made a presentation, saw the girl's full name. In our culture, your full name is your father's name, your name, father's name, family name, and was shocked to realise her father was the next in line ruler of the country. She used her name, father's name, throughout college, so people wouldn't know who she really was. Potentially the wristwatch. Of course, there's gold Rolexes and the like, but brands like Patek Philippe make pieces that cost as much as a house that you wouldn't look twice at. It's like a secret but public calling card. The average person notices a Rolex. The other person of similar wealth notices that you're wearing an obscure but much more expensive brand and decides you're worth talking to. Edit. To clarify, when I say worth talking to, I'm not trying to imply that they won't be polite or conversational with people who aren't wealthy, but they look for that calling card to determine if someone is similarly wealthy and therefore worth networking with.
The guy that owns a company worth $1 billion wants to make connections with people who own companies that are of similar value and who are similarly successful. I used to sell new cars in a sparsely populated area. One time an old geezer comes in overalls and grubby looking. All the other salesmen scattered because nobody wanted him. I was the slowest to see him, so I got stuck with him. He turned out to be what we called in the business a laydown. Told me which truck he wanted, paid sticker price in cash. Easiest sale I ever made, and taught me a great life lesson too. My grandparents are pretty wealthy. My grandpa always says, if it's good enough to make the money, it's good enough to spend it. I saw a guy my age who had a really nice watch on, wearing basic jeans, a nice t-shirt and a leather jacket. Other than the jacket, he looked like a middle-class 20-something-year-old. The watch didn't look super fancy, but you could tell it was a pricier variety. I figured around a few $100s or so. I figured that it was maybe a gift from his family. He was cute, and I wondered what brand the watch was, so I looked it up. Turns out it was a $30,000 watch. He had my student loan debt on his wrist. Dressing down. May I add, dressing down while entering any space that would normally be expected to dress more dressed up with complete confidence. In my own experience, I find that, of course not all true to everyone, the ones who feel the need to flaunt wealth by dressing up a certain way are usually the people who are the poorest. Lol. Then, the ones who walk with confidence, to a bank or an expensive car dealership, dressed down, are usually the mega filthy rich dudes. And for women, I say their hair tells a lot about how much money they have. Rich women with thin hair get extensions. Their hair is dyed by someone who picks out the most flattering tone and shade for them. They get treatments and blowouts regularly. Whenever I run into a celebrity at the grocery store or wherever in LA, the first thing I always notice is their hair. It's always nice and noticeably more coiffed or cut or dyed more fashionably than others around, even if it's unkempt. Also their shoes. I saw the actress from the first True Detective, Alexandra Daddario, at Trader Joe's last week, and those were the first things I noticed. Those really elaborate, gorgeous, one-colour fades into another dyed jobs that you can only get at professional stylists. You might think dyed hair is something you can do with $10 spent at Hot Topic, but there's dyed hair, and then there's dyed hair. There's dyed hair that whispers, never yells. I have both the money and the time to get hair this perfect. You can just tell when a dye job is expensive. Excellent skin that looks really soft and has an even appearance no matter their age or lifestyle. Rich people go to the dermatologist. Helped Kate Blanchett once in a bookstore. Her skin was absolutely glowing. I assume it was from exercise, tons of water and very high quality skincare products. What is your favourite moment from internet history? A radio station here in Dallas had recently, mid-1990s, started streaming online. The announcer was describing how amazing it was to get emails from listeners from literally all over the world. Her favourite was two boys who liked the station's music, but what really fascinated them were the traffic reports. They'd spent their entire lives on some little island in the Pacific, and the thought of a line of cars several miles long absolutely blew their minds. I remember in the late 90s, early noughties, one of the radio stations in Phoenix got tricked into thinking all the members of Hanson, Mbop, had died in a car crash. This was late at night, and they were getting their information via fax, which obviously was a hoax. But at the time my sister and I believed it. Not sure how true it was, but at one point the DJ said a bunch of people were holding a candlelit vigil at one of the street corners near the radio station. Nowadays, if something like that happened, I'd just Google it. Kind of crazy to think about it. The launch of Gmail. 1 gigabyte of space? Totally. Remember when you had to be invited to use it? Yeah, invites were so valuable. You had 5 invites to give away. I had to choose who my best friends were very carefully. LimeWire.
It was also responsible for giving the family computer AIDS, but boy did it download. The best was using LimeWire free to download LimeWire Pro. My computer was so slow that I'd start downloading a song before I went to bed, and it would still be downloading it when I woke up. I remember the night Princess Diana died. The news broke on the internet a few hours before it hit the news. It was crazy. Not necessarily my favourite moment, but stands out as the first real time I saw the potential of the internet to distribute information much faster than the news. Dude, yeah. I was an ICQ, and some said it in the channel. I told my parents, and they were like, "How do you know?" It popped up on the news a while later. Internet for the win, and it kept on winning. I also remember that day because the second ever episode of Star Trek Voyager was preempted by the Nothing New Happening live coverage of her death. They were just filling time and showing the same scene constantly. And because they didn't just rerun that episode, I actually missed it and didn't see it on the air again for several years. Honestly, I wish that there was some kind of law that would prevent TV shows from varying from the scheduled content unless war were declared. Early on YouTube, like 2007-ish, videos on it were more authentic and captured real life back then. Now it's literally a market. And the fact that you could have video responses to videos. Me and my friends used to make videos in 2007, and every single one would have a video response of just a black screen and a disguised voice saying he was coming to kill us. Freaked us out. Turns out it was one of our friends who was making videos with us the whole time. Our stupid selves really thought a stranger was stalking our 15-view videos. My favourite moment is when one guild in World of Warcraft held a gigantic memorial service for one of their people who stroked out and died. It was huge. There were dozens of people there, all just paying their respects. And then another guild came and crashed it. Don't get me wrong, it was a terrible thing they did. But it's hard not to crack up when the action starts to the tune of Scatman. And to be fair, holding any kind of event on a PvP server without posting guards or scouts is a big no-no, and begging for disaster. I'm actually fairly certain that if this was the memorial I'm thinking of, a lot of people also said afterwards that the person who died probably would have loved it, simply because they were really heavily into the PvP, player versus player aspect of World of Warcraft. Yep, that's the one, I think. All I really remembered was that person who died was female. There was a time when the internet felt like the Wild West. Corporations were largely ignoring it, and people were making all sorts of content out of passion, not because they wanted to make money. It felt like all digital products and information in the entire world was available for free through either torrent or the Usenet. Along with the great availability came great risk. If you weren't smart, a song downloaded could end up being a virus that wiped your hard drive. You could easily hack websites, and often even databases and systems. The government was pretty ignorant about all of it, so if you were even moderately careful and not attacking important government sites or financial institutions, it was very low risk. I never did any black hat stuff, but I loved finding exploits and poking around systems as an unauthorized user. Blogging wasn't evolved yet, so everyone made really awful websites, full of great content. The internet as a whole was about concepts and ideas, not people and products. Of course, as more people started getting online, the companies started paying attention, and then came MySpace. After MySpace was created, normal everyday people started flocking to the internet. With this massive influx of users came new laws and new advertising. The new content was now commercial when it wasn't egotistical. So, I suppose for me, that moment of internet history I love the most is right before MySpace became popular. It was probably best about 2 years before MySpace, when we were taking on DRM, the RIAA, the MPAA, and corporations in general, and feeling like we were winning. Anonymous was active and seemed untouchable. People all across the globe were helping NASA search for extraterrestrial life in a giant hive project called SETI. Everything felt new and free. As an aside, supernova.org and their related forum and IRC was badass. I made a bunch of friends there that I kept in contact with for years.
A lesser known one, but I still love it. Samsung had a new phone out, and you got a $50 Play Store credit for buying said phone. Samsung hired out the promotion to a no-name company. Go to their site, enter the IMEI, like a serial number, name, email, and they email you a code for a $50 Play Store credit. Well, IMEIs are sequential. Plus, you can easily grab one from an eBay auction. This was a planned 4-month promotion with 30,000 $50 credits to be given out. Yes, $1,500,000 in Google Play Store credits. And they were all gone within 2 days. People were grabbing a couple of hundred each and eBaying them at half off. I saw one guy's eBay account. He made like $3,000 via selling them. Slick deals. Those guys will ruin any promotion possible. I can't remember all the details, but there was also an eBay Christmas promotion where you would get $1 every hour by finding one special auction. To this date, I still don't know how they did it, but there were only a few people who ran a script or something like that which found the auction. They must have made tens of thousands because the promotion ran days before eBay noticed that something was wrong. Weirdly enough, I can't find proof of this whole story anymore. It's like it never happened. 4chan sending Taylor Swift to the school for the deaf, followed closely by Pitbull to Alaska, and of course the ultimate dog tease always holds a place in my heart. For me, it was when they sent Justin Bieber to North Korea. Also, does anybody remember Mountain Dew's infamous gushing granny incident? Wasn't the top winner at one point Hitler did nothing wrong? 1994. Got AOL in high school and was pretty depressed. An unknown 15FTX literally saved my life by talking to me all night long and wouldn't let me sign off and take some pills. She even PM'd me every day for the next 2 years to make sure I had someone to look forward to talk to and listen. Best damn friend and internet moment I could have asked for. Maybe not historical, but the most important internet moment in my history. To answer a couple of questions, no, we never met in person, but she knows why. We kept in touch for a long time and really just grew apart. No hard feelings, it just happened. It doesn't change what she did or what it meant. No, it's not a fake. There are some things that we just can't say in person. I had a great upbringing and have a wonderful family. I didn't want to disappoint them with my thoughts of myself as a teen. I was lucky that a complete stranger listened on the right day, and I had access to the tool that made it possible, even with my 28.8 modem. YouTube before Google bought it. Remember when people didn't make money, or at least not very much, off of their YouTube videos? They just did it because it was fun. I remember that for a long time, YouTube was basically a bunch of sketch comedy, music videos, and illegal movies being posted in 8 different parts. Old Flash animations. I remember watching them on newsgrounds at friends' houses and in my dorm. All Your Base Are Belong to Us, Magical Trevor, Catface, The Llama Song, The Ultimate Showdown of Ultimate Destiny. There were so many, and they were just for us, you know? Songs, stories, and videos just for us internet people. I could say badger, badger, badger to a friend, and they wouldn't go, and they would go mushroom, mushroom. And people who were not internet people would look at us like we had just grown second heads. But a fellow internet person would go, ah, snake, a snake, ooh, it's a snake. And we'd make a new friend, maybe. The news that Flash is no longer being supported as of the end of this year, I didn't expect to feel as sad about that as I do, but that's a piece of my youth I actually will miss. Did any of you all have favourite Flash animations from sites like Albino Black Sheep or Newsgrounds? Twitch plays Pokemon when it first started. It was such a revolutionary thing, and everyone was watching to see how it would go. Anticipation for other applications of the concept ran high. Unfortunately, it was just a short fad and nothing more. It also sparked such an intricate lore in that short time. Praise Helix. My favourite part of the lore was when Red gets to the end, all of the voices in his head stopped and he was finally able to be at peace. And then he returned in Gen 2 using the exact same team. So unreal. One of the first message boards I was on was the Wolf Web. It was for NC State students, staff, faculty. In 2004 we had a huge snowstorm, and the news stations were showing the local closings and delays. Members of the Wolf Web found out that Spectrum News wasn't screening their closing submissions, so a bunch of users decided to exploit it. They submitted fake closings, and a bunch of them made it on air. Some of my favourites were Colonel Angus Chicken, open 6 to 9, Mike Hunt Enterprises, 3rd Shaft Report Saturday morning, Watkins Family Reunion Service, Holler APN NIS, Cecil's Cockring Emporium, back up by tomorrow. 4chan, locating the "He will not divide us" flag by looking at flight patterns and star constellations. Man, those guys are insane. I remember reading something a while back about how they solved some ridiculous mathematical problem by the author phrasing it as an anime post. The day the impossible was done in EverQuest. The Sleeper was killed, and on a PvP server no less. Having been there, was at a friend's house as he was a part of it since I played on a blue server at the time, it was an amazing and one-of-a-kind event that changed gaming history. Early MMOs were a one-of-a-kind experience that can't be recreated. World of Warcraft Classic is good, but not the same, ever again. The whole, all these characters are real people, this is awesome, was a unique experience. MMOs came at the perfect time when the internet was good enough for multiplayer gaming, but still a relatively niche thing that only nerds used. AOL Instant Messenger being the hub of internet communication. But once MySpace came in, it was crazy how fast things changed forever. When Hotmail was a 2 megabyte inbox service. That was actually not cool. Jump to Gmail after that. When Kanye West had one of his first public meltdowns on Twitter, it seemed like everyone I know, who stays up past 11 PM anyway, was live tweeting or posting about it, just watching the epic train wreck in progress. I remember just before his album The Life of Pablo came out, and he has like 25 tweets all labelled in order. That's the one I remember. Also, when he mentioned he might make an album called TurboGrafx 16, and then the value of the console with the same name went up for a week or so by a bunch. John Titor. I know it's been pretty much wholly debunked at this point, and the guy behind it turned out to be some lawyer in Florida, but there was one thing about it that always interested me. When John Titor was contemporary, another thing going on at the time was the mystery and speculation surrounding this secret invitation with the codename Ginger. According to the people behind Ginger, it was going to be as huge a step as the internet. I'd argue that the development and perfection of touchscreen technology has had an equal impact on the internet, but I'm rambling. Someone asked Titor what Ginger was, and he correctly described Ginger as an electric two-wheeled scooter, and Ginger was eventually revealed to be the Segway. He went on to say that it didn't amount to much and was pretty much all hype. I mean, I know the whole thing was a work, but who could have seen the Segway coming? Even if he was just very adept at identifying trends and reading into hints, he also accurately predicted the general, whatever attitude the Segway was greeted with. Sometimes I'll go back through the original Titor posts and see if there's anything else like that. Of course, we should now be 5 years removed from Titor's civil war, so that was a flop. If Gordon Ramsay had to use your kitchen, what would he be most angry about? He opens up a cabinet door and 6,000 mismatched Tupperware containers and lids fall out all over the floor. And then a cat runs into that cabinet and has to be coaxed out. Not again! I don't own a mixer of any kind, and the whisk just broke. I do everything by hand. One Thanksgiving, our hand mixer broke, and instead of just using the KitchenAid mixer sitting right there on the counter like a normal person, my husband somehow attached the whisk to his electric drill and went to town. I was equal parts baffled and impressed. That's what we do because we can't afford a stand mixer and we don't have a whisk. Those knives are so blunt, Snoop Dogg is trying to smoke them. Yeah, knives will definitely be the first thing that will make him yell. He is definitely yelling about how dirty my stove is right now. That's filthy! The only spices I have are cayenne pepper, salt, and pepper. When I got my first apartment after college, my parents came down to make Thanksgiving. My dad was cooking and asked where I kept the spices. Pointed to the cabinet and he said, "It's just sprinkles and an unopened can of Mrs. Dash." The salad that is being microwaved. No, please tell me that this is a joke. It's a joke. Ramsay was completely pissed off with one place and asked if there was anything they sold which wasn't microwaved, and one woman timidly mentioned the salad. The off button on my oven is broken. I'm sure he'd be cool about it because I'm a scrawny teenager who doesn't know anything about cooking. We found a loophole around it, cook duration, which basically shuts the oven off after an inputted amount of time. You've got to remember, Gordon Ramsay is only mean to overconfident people who think that they are the best. Ramsay knocks them down a peg and puts them where they belong. He doesn't pick on kids or nervous people. What's crazy is the shift in demeanour between his solo instructional videos and his restaurant horrors, or whatever it's called. When he's alone in his kitchen, he has a super zen but enthusiastic sweetness in his personality. Why are all the pans just thrown into a cupboard? When did these knives get sharpened? Why is there a sheet pan in the microwave? I have roommates with zero ideas of how to keep a kitchen organised. Whoever designed my kitchen, obvs never used a kitchen. I have tried all the configurations of where to put things and can't find anything convenient to put in the stupid Lazy Susan corner cabinet that doesn't make you want to throw things every time you have to put something away or get something out. My mum puts spices in the cabinet upside down because she thinks it keeps them fresher. I could see him yelling at her for that. Mine are alphabetised because I'm insane. I don't think he'd have a problem with that though. Oh, so I can get you to the next level now. First, group them by colour, all the green herbs together, all the orange, yellow and brown spices, red spices, white spices, all alphabetised of course. Makes it super easy to find what you're looking for. The lack of sharp knives. Same here, not a single sharp knife to be found. I'm so confused by how people that cook regularly leave their knives blunt. Is it laziness or something else? When they're sharpened, they make your life so much easier. Where are the fresh ingredients? Why are your dishes so dirty? And why the hell is there so much booze? Are you me? The dish would be what he would call me out on. I usually do my dishes when I can't fit any more in my sink, but I also sometimes just stack them next to the sink when I can't fit more in. The washing machine staring at his face. Ha! OMG, I laughed so hard imagining these tears are running down my face. Thank you. He's from the UK. It's normal to have a washing machine in the kitchen here. All the expired food in the fridge. It's rotten, you donkey. My husband literally puts on a Gordon Ramsay voice and shouts this when we clean out the fridge every 6 months or so. We gross, lol. Never a better time to avoid the grocery store and eat what you have. The fact that I wouldn't let him in. The electric stove. I hate it. The house we bought was perfect except for that. I'm eventually going to run a gas line into the kitchen. I don't mind the flat top electric ones, but the ones with the coils drive me crazy. Gas is definitely the best though. See, I don't understand the hate for electricity. I've had electricity for years in most apartments I've lived in, and I actually prefer it. Gas heats up too damn fast and ruins my non-stick pans, and I'm always afraid I'm going to mess something up and burn my apartment down. My parents have the glass top electric, and I hate that too because it takes half a decade to boil a pot of water. Lol, the lighting. The lighting in my kitchen sucks. Mine too. My light casts a shadow directly onto the stove and the hood light is burned out. My kitchen is awful. 20-year-old, dirty, dilapidated cupboards, broken drawers, worn-out surfaces that haven't been replaced since as long as I can remember, old AF freezers, an unstable breakfast bar, a faulty second-hand oven that randomly switches off when it wants to, an out-of-date fridge that has been there since they bought the house, and the bottom fridge is broken, and last but not least, a dirty, damp, water-damaged floor that hasn't been replaced in over a decade and currently no plans to do so. It's so bad, I don't even want to walk barefoot on it anymore. Gordon's got a lot to be angry about. If this is a rental, it's time to have a long talk with the landlord. There's so much junk food. I almost mistook your kitchen for a rubbish tip. Everything. This is the correct answer. Me and the fact that there aren't 2 pieces of bread on either side of my head. The fact that I have a microwave and use it frequently. I saw this on a YouTube comment of a Gordon Ramsay video and I'm paraphrasing, but there is a time and a place for microwaves. They are amazing in homes because they give you hot food in a very quick and efficient manner. Not a lot of people have time to purchase, prepare and cook a full meal. However, the restaurants that he goes to should not be using a microwave. You go to a restaurant to have someone do the purchasing, preparing and the cooking, not to have someone nuke your lasagna. He would be angry because I only have 2 knives for all. For meat, for bread, for butter, for cleaning of vegetables. For all. Where the hell is the bench space? How can you cook without a bench? Where's the kitchen? Seriously, this is it? You can't pull the knives completely out of the knife block without leaning it over because of the cabinet above it. I think he would pity me more than anything. All I have is a titanium cup, spork and a small camping stove with a fuel canister to boil water. But if he were to insult me, you put the less in homeless. The counters are a few inches lower than normal. You don't notice it until your back hurts because you've been leaning over them to do stuff. When he saw the amount of food in my freezer, he would be even angrier with my mum's freezer. She freezes the bread too. There won't be any regular potatoes. I loathe peeling potatoes with a passion, so I only have frozen potatoes, hash browns, or instant mashed potatoes. I know he won't take kindly to me using convenience potatoes only and refusing to buy them whole. He'll have to get over it though. There are good 7 sim tiles, the only way I can think to measure worth of counter space, and all but one of them, on a good day, is covered in people's semi-permanent clutter and unavailable to do any actual cooking on. I suspect he would also have a minor coronary over the occasional use of the stovetop as an 8th counter, because I know I do when I see that happening. The fact that he has to use my kitchen. That he is now the sous chef. That roach that lives in the far left corner of the kitchen. The oven. We have a fan oven and it has a mind of its own. If something says put it in at 180 for 15 minutes, then we usually have to put it in at 170 for 10 minutes. We basically have to do practice runs of any new foods we haven't had before, just to make sure we don't overcook it. It's annoying. But over the years, we've sort of mastered the guessing game.
If you woke up tomorrow and were able to move things with your mind, how would you use this ability? 1. Go to a casino. 2. Flip all the roulette, blackjack, craps tables simultaneously. 3. Profit. I've worked at a casino, you'd get tossed after 2, maybe 1, depending where you're at. Wait, 1? That's like saying you're not supposed to win there. I'd start up a moving company. Specialize in moving safes and pianos. Maximize time to profit ratio. No need to waste your time moving lamps for pennies. Me, I'm aiming bigger. Elon Musk will launch your satellite for $2 million per kilogram. I'll do it for $500,000. If you really want to maximize profits, get into anything that would normally require a helicopter crane. Or better yet, market yourself as being able to lift things a helicopter crane couldn't. Make every shot in basketball, probably easier to make money in golf. Give myself the remote without moving from the couch, just like I would pretend to do it as a kid. Does telekinesis allow you to find the remote too? We never said only the remote. Moves house into hand. Stop driving. Flying carpet for me. Keep driving in the air. No more traffic. Guys, just move yourself up with your mind. Boom, you're flying. I tried to get on America's Got Talent. I'd go on doing a singing routine, and when they start to give me the red X's, that's when I'd start levitating over the effing stage. Or use someone's drink to press the golden buzzer. Oh, I like that one. Then save the levitation for the latter rounds and still be able to surprise them. Do the old dollar on a string on the sidewalk trick, but without the string. You can do that inside your house without getting infected. There would need to be someone there. Trust me, string or no string, that joke is no fun to play on yourself. Buy anything expensive that is sold in weight. Make it lighter when I buy it, and later on make it heavier when I sell it. Sir, I think 1,300 bananas cost more than £1 and 47 cents. Later on, sir, I think 4 bananas should be cheaper than 200 pounds. Place phone camera facing the back of my head. Cast the live stream to my TV, then use my new ability to control a pair of scissors to cut the hair on the back of my head. Edit to add. Thanks for all the suggestions on using mirrors and warning about learning to cut hair first. I have been cutting my husband's and my kids' hair for years. However, my main concern for cutting my own is not just that I couldn't see the back of my head, but that my arms can't bend that well. Ideally, you want to keep the scissors closer to the skin rather than lifting up the hair too much, which will result in a distorted angle. Although at the moment we are in lockdown and no one can see the back of my head in video conferencing. So like the stitching scene in X-Men where Magneto is sticking a wound on the back of his head with a metal needle. The most unique one so far. Slightly turn a statue like the Statue of Liberty day by day by a certain degree until somebody starts to notice, and the rinse and repeat on other famous statues. This is the best one. That is until the Statue of Liberty just cracks and falls over. Just casually glue it back together using telekinesis. Tap one friend on his shoulder without having to move my hand over there, and make him think you're a ghost. I'd use it to move my legs. Oh. When you're sad, don't feel down about yourself. Break someone's leg and laugh. Day to day, it would be a third arm. I would use it to move around my mouse so that I can work faster by not having to get my hands off the keyboard. I'd use telekinesis for all my computer work while staying snugly beneath my blankie. I would use it convincing one naive person that I was getting stronger and that I must be stopped, thereby giving myself an arch enemy. I've always wanted one. I kinda hope that someone would become so fascinated by me that they'd spend every waking moment trying to replicate my power, and when they do, they'll make it either prime objective to put me in the background because they want to be the only one left with such power. I'd probably do everything remotely from my bed for like a week straight, and a week after I would go so bored I'd decide to get up, but I would struggle to use my body at all. Then you move your body with your mind. Get rich and act like I don't know nobody. But you gotta blow up first. Do you have other goals or... I would probably use my telekinesis to pluck the hair on the back that I cannot comfortably reach with tweezers. After that, I would eat chips without getting my fingers covered in stuff. Oh, and I would probably also use it to close the blinds if there was a glare on the television. Use chopsticks for the chips, not back hair. I would use it to make my movement a little harder so my muscles will get used to it and I get stronger. It is good practice for new power too. In the same vein, you could probably use the telekinesis to make little tears in your muscle fibers so you can build muscle without doing anything at all. Use it to move people 1.5 meters, 6 feet, or 1 alligator away from me, whatever your preferred method of measurement is. Mess with my coworkers. Move objects a few inches to the left or right of where they left them. Things like that. Press buttons on their keyboard. Hold down the shift key when they're typing. Tap caps lock, etc. I would go back to sleep. That's a good answer. You just don't give a thing. I wouldn't. I don't want the foundation after me. It's okay to use it as long as you don't get caught. Hold book, phone, switch, screen above my head with my hands resting comfortably next to me while laying on my back and fetch things around the house like food so I don't have to get up after getting comfy. And then it still falls on your face when you get distracted. That's just how the universe works. Massage my shoulders and back. Came here to say this. If push that thing to the limit, can I lift heavy things? Can I push over an abandoned building and lift up its pile of rubble? Can I feel things with my mind, or do I perceive them with other senses? Could I use the ability to remote view things? Then I try interesting things. Can I make a shield by preventing atoms from moving through it? Can I create a volume of air for myself and be in space or underwater? Can I move myself? How fast? I'm an engineer. It's time to build a spaceship. How about honing your skills to literally bend space-time and no longer be bound by mortal bonds? Probably just make life easier. Forgot to close the fridge? Shut it with your mind. Forgot to close the door? Fixed. And other useless things. Who forgets to close the fridge? I think I never forgot to do that, no offense. We do. Well, kind of. Our fridge is quite old, and sometimes when you close it, it kind of just hangs ajar. Many times one of us has been drifting off to sleep, and then, is the fridge door closed properly? How much focus do I need to put into this power? Because I'd love to make myself food by doing this while still playing video games. But if I had to completely focus on the task, it may not work. I feel like it should require some fair amount of focus. I don't know, but I'm getting pretty lazy, I'll tell you that. Probably fly. I've always wanted to fly. Establish how small a unit of matter I can move. With practice, moving protons, neutrons, and electrons around to create valuable elements. Platinum. From invaluable ones, carbon. Make complex molecules the world has never seen before. Like solid-state graphene matrix for batteries, buckyballs that contain drugs that can be time-released and cross the blood-brain barrier. Make kids fall off bikes? Man, I could watch that all day. Wouldn't that be dangerous if you start fusing and fissioning molecular bonds at the electron-neutron level? I'd use it on myself and fly. You could fly and bring all your friends too, depending on how strong the powers are. Picture of the black dude eating a slice of pizza with his mind. Experiment. Gotta figure out limits. Size, weight, duration, speed, fine control, multiple objects. Further planning comes after that. Easiest thing to do would be to go to Vegas and play roulette. Spend the day practicing, playing a little and watching, manipulating a lot. Then start playing for real. Over the course of a week, slowly build up a decent sum, intentionally losing a little here and there. Don't want to gather attention. On the final day, talk up the employee running the table. Say, I've got a system I figured out over the last week. Bet it all on red, then black, then red, then look at watch and intentionally stay away from the table for a few minutes. System says I gotta cool off now, can't tempt fate or some such. Looking crazy is okay here. Repeat a few times. Basically, turn a few hundred in to some tens of thousands over the course of about 10 days. Repeat as necessary. Take a pocket notebook on the last day that has my system written down in code. Actually gibberish. Use it as I'm cooking. It'll be much easier now. You wouldn't have to work on your chopping technique because you wouldn't have to worry about cutting yourself. If you could hold the food perfectly still without touching it and move the knife at the speed of thought, you could really dice an onion. And just think about complex cake decorations, executed flawlessly each time. Can be a very low-profile profit if you don't want to mess with casinos. Get a glass of water from bed. Once hydrated, I would watch TV all day. Next time I go grocery shopping, I wouldn't have to touch the cart or food. That is very social distancing of you. I would take coronavirus and push it somewhere else. Push it into the sun and do the same with all other pathogens while you're at it too. Cue to countless people being dragged by their lungs to outer space. 1. Taps on the shoulder to mess with people. 2. Moving one leg of a 4-legged table 1 centimeter higher to piss people off. 3. Blow wind down people's necks and into their ears to mess with them. 4. Shut the mouths of annoying people. 5. Fix that slightly misaligned sidewalk piece on my walk routine. 6. Turn security cameras slightly just to mess with whoever looks over the footage. 7. Make trash attack litterers. 8. Pick up trash at local park germ-free. 9. Take out trash at home the lazy way. 10. Turn on people's ringers on their iPhones in class. 11. Make Trump's hair dance while he's live. 12. Make some plants wave at people to mess with them. 13. Lock my door when I'm too lazy to get up and lock it. 14. Lock teachers I dislike out of the classroom. 15. Switch the letters on movie theater text to say poo-poo and other infantile words. 16. Go to Party City and make masks chase people. 17. Make the masks also move their lips to freak them out further. 18. Evade the police and countless other organizations that are probably on my case on this point. 18. Go too fast and get caught. 19. Let myself out whatever facility I am contained in. 20. Live life as a fugitive, never able to live truly at peace because I couldn't resist the urge to mess with people.
Which deceased person, if brought back to life, would be the most surprised to learn they became famous posthumously? Part 2. Stieg Larsson, who wrote The Girl with the Dragon Tattoo series. He was a dedicated, talented writer who, in life, never found great success. He became a best-selling author many times after his death. Had no idea he's dead. In his life, he was a political journalist. The Girl with the Dragon Tattoo was published a year after he died. Just prior to his death, he had finally found a publisher who accepted his trilogy. He probably was psyched just to have his work published at all. Can't imagine he would have predicted it would turn into a major bestseller with multiple movie adaptations. Archduke Ferdinand. He was heir to one of the most powerful empires in the world. I don't think he'd be surprised to learn he was famous. Yeah, he was famous in his time, but I bet most people wouldn't have heard of him today if he wasn't assassinated. Anastasia, the most famous Romanov, and she was a young teenage girl who actually did nothing of note in her life, while her sisters, parents, and brother were more famous in their time. Is she really the most famous Romanov though? Maybe I can't see it clearly for being a history nerd, but surely Nicholas II, Peter the Great, and Catherine the Great are all more famous? Van Gogh, I guess. He is an everyday name these days. He would be proud and shocked to see his influence. I think he'd be happier to see how his treatment changed the art world forever. The Basquiat movie summed it up pretty well. They ignored Van Gogh's genius, and now they never want to risk letting history repeat itself. Robert Johnson and his impact on music. Imagine going from selling a few hundred, or whatever, some say a few thousand or Terraplane Blues, but that's largely unsubstantiated, records to being the person behind an award-winning million seller 50 years after your death. Not to mention Clapton's cover album of some of his songs selling 500,000 on its own. That'd be surreal. The sad thing is, he may not have had to wait long for some recognition. Whether it would have lasted or not, or if not dying under mysterious circumstances would have impacted the legend to the point that there wouldn't been one, he was invited to play at Carnegie Hall, which would have really been something significant. Ignaz Semmelweis. He pioneered the idea that hand washing saves life and was the source of the name of the Semmelweis reflex, which is the tendency to reject new evidence or knowledge that contradicts established norms, because this idea was soundly rejected until after he died. How is this not higher? The dude literally invented hand washing for hygiene in medicine and was locked up in an asylum over it. Worth the research to see how far medicine has really come in such a short period of time, and also a good name to throw around for those coronavirus people who compare it to pre-1860 disease impacts. Nietzsche. I heard he was selling less than 100 copies of some of his books, and now he's known as one of the greatest philosophers ever. The man was ahead of his time. No. Nietzsche fully believed he would be recognized as great eventually. He considered himself to be ahead of his time, and people didn't recognize his greatness because he was too far ahead of his time. If anything, he'd be surprised he's not more famous. Some men are born posthumously. Arthur Conan Doyle would be severely pissed off. He'd be livid that no one knew he wrote other stories than Sherlock. I have an anthology of his vampire short stories. They're pretty good. Straight up Diogenes. The mad lad literally lived his life trying not to be important and ended up being one of the most popular people in history. But he became pretty famous. He was even visited by Alexander the Great. Allegedly, he asked Diogenes if there was anything he wanted from Alexander. He replied, "I'd have you stand out of my sun." The guy lived in a clay wine pot. Matthew Shepard. He was just a college kid that was tortured and beaten to death for being gay. I don't think he knew he'd be remembered for anything. This is the first person I thought of. If only he could see what the outrage at his death helped bring about. I doubt it would make up for any of the torture and pain, but it would hopefully at least make him smile at what the future holds for others who live in fear of being themselves. There's a photo being passed around of a fully nude black man as a prank which started at the beginning of the pandemic. Basically, people are sending a link to friends which looks like a local alert regarding quarantined areas nearby, and when you click it, you are faced with this huge hog. The image is pretty famous now, and a podcast I listened to tracked down the man's identity, and he passed away a long time ago. I'm pretty sure he'd be surprised at his posthumous fame. The photo prank has been going around for years, even before the pandemic. I've fallen victim multiple times. H.P. Lovecraft. H.P. Lovecraft would be one of those famous people who finally get a Twitter due to pressure from their fans and then immediately makes everyone hate them. Emily Dickinson. I'm surprised no one mentioned her yet. I can picture her eye twitching in consternation at the notion. William Shakespeare would be the type to try to play it cool, but you would hear him celebrating the second he thinks nobody's looking. Nah, more like willpower from something rotten. Edgar Allan Poe. He was fairly popular at the time. The Raven made him a household name and he was a respected literary critic. His financial difficulties were well divorced from his level of celebrity, that is, by the end of his life, at least. Ian Nasir. Bet he'd wish he just destroyed all that hate mail instead of letting it pile up in his house until it's rediscovered almost 4,000 years later. Fun fact, there is slash fanfic based on those letters. Otzi the Iceman. As most everything in this world of ours would be wholly alien to him, including the modern concept of fame, he would be the most shocked. Egyptian mummies would be both horrified and comforted as their tombs have been plundered, but they are remembered and their bodies preserved, which is part of the religion. The mummies would probably be disturbed about that whole eating mummies fad though. My dad, because he's not dead yet. And he's not famous, but he's dying of cancer in a hospital right now, and no one can be with him because of the pandemic. Edit. He's gone now. I got to video chat with him before he left. He was scared of death, but mostly we spent time together the way he lived. We talked about my siblings, his children, me as a baby, the little things. God bless you, Dad. I'm glad you went peacefully. Jim Croce. If you don't know him, he wrote and performed the song Jim Hopper sang along to Season 3 of Stranger Things after telling Mike off, "Don't mess around with Jim." Jim died in a plane crash in 1973. He recorded 5 studio albums, but he was still a struggling musician who was taking part-time jobs to make ends meet. After he was killed, his albums went to number 1. Yes, this! Most of his fame was posthumous. I find Time in a Bottle to be particularly haunting. That Chinese doctor that tried to spread word of the COVID-19 virus and who later succumbed to it after being harassed by police. Li Wenlang. Agreed. It's a shame he doesn't know what a brave thing he did. Eva Cassidy. She sadly passed away from cancer at 33 in 1993 and wasn't widely recognized until after her tragic death. Amazing voice, her version of Fields of Gold will always be one of my favorite songs. Amazing voice. From everything I've read about Eva, She was terribly shy and not at all interested in being famous, so I think she would be floored to see how popular her music became after her death. William Henry Harrison. He'd be surprised to learn how much we mock his presidency. He didn't screw up anything. Lovecraft would probably be surprised, followed by a heart attack from seeing how much the world has changed. Dude was not really a fan of change. To be fair, he wasn't a fan of a lot of things. Emily Dickinson. There are better answers on here, but she's the first one that came to mind. Only ever published about 0.7% of her body of work, like 12 poems, during her lifetime. The other 1800 poems were discovered and published by her family posthumously. 12 upon 1800 is 0.006, which would round to 0.007, but that is actually 0.7%, not 0.007%. Otherwise, yeah, good candidate. Bob Ross. He had no idea when he died how huge of an impact his legacy was going to make. Everyone knows who Bob Ross is, non-artists and artists of all types. He is a cultural icon and his paintings would be worth millions if Bob Ross Incorporation actually sold his work. But they don't believe Bob would have liked that. He was just sit in it for the joy of painting. Such a cool dude. I'm so glad that they're not selling them and being true to his character. Van Gogh, maybe. That's what I was thinking. He only sold one painting. We're lucky his brother helped him. I would love to see Anne Frank come back to life and her reaction to what happened. Well, at least nowadays she could get a therapist. Joan of Arc, Vlad the Impaler, Peg and Whistle, everyone from the Salem witch trials. H.P. Lovecraft. He died poor and alone. I think he'd be surprised to see his influence in almost all modern horror stories and films, Adventure Time even. Sacagawea. Imagine finding out they put your face on a coin for helping some white boys not die in nature. My favorite one in the whole thread. Cliff Burton. Metallica was big when he died, but I doubt he had any clue just how massive they'd become. He'd definitely say something about those guys being such tools now, and probably wonder why they never kicked Lars out of the band. Which deceased person, if brought back to life, would be the most surprised to learn they became famous posthumously? Niels Henrik Abel, mathematician completely unknown in his lifetime, died at age 26 of tuberculosis. Then his mathematical work was discovered, which put him near the top rank of mathematicians ever. When Norway raised a statue of him, they put it on a tall column because nobody knows what he looked like. Similarly, Évariste Galois died at age 21. Nah, Galois knew his work was gonna revolutionize mathematics. He also knew that he had terrible eyesight and was a poor shot, so dedicated the last night of his life before the duel summarizing the proofs and ideas in his head. Truly an unfathomable sacrifice. 99% of people would probably spend their last hours with their loved ones. The poet John Keats, who died at 25, convinced he'd been robbed of a chance to make a significant contribution to English literature. His gravestone literally reads, "Here lies one whose name was written in water." Most of what I know of Keats comes from the Hyperion Cantos book series, but it sounds like Keats got dealt a pretty messy hand in life. Alfred Wegener, who invented tectonic plate theory. No one believed him until long after he was dead. There were so many elementary school students that recognized how NW Africa would fit nicely between N and S America. Ignaz Semmelweis faced ruin because of his insistence on aseptic technique, hand washing. He would probably wake up and have a heart attack if he found out how important his methods are today. Elizabeth Short, posthumously known as the Black Dahlia. Even people who do not know much about true crime always still seem to know her name. This question got me thinking about all the people that would be surprised at how much notoriety they got from disappearing or being murdered. Vincent van Gogh. Definitely. He just wanted to sell and make his art his whole life. He died without having that. I'm pretty sure he died dirt poor. His grandson made him famous. It was his dream to be famous for his art, and he'll never know because he died before it happened. It was his brother's wife and son who made him famous, actually. But yeah, it's incredibly tragic that so many artists who are practically worshipped now died without knowing people appreciated their work. Herman Melville, author of Moby Dick, was considered an unsuccessful writer while he was alive. He only managed to sell about 3,000 copies of Moby Dick in his time. Now it's one of the most well-known classics. Emily Dickinson, Edgar Allan Poe, Sylvia Plath, Franz Kafka. There'd be a lot of shock writers on this list. I mean, you take any composer, writer, or painter from centuries ago and they will be surprised. During their life, they could have been next to royalty, but to imagine that you are celebrated even after hundreds of years, it's not something easy to wrap your head around, I imagine. So it would be cool to say anyone very respected, like Beethoven, Cervantes, or Goya, to know that everyone considers you the best of the best, even after the rotting time, might blow your mind. I feel like, of all people, Beethoven would be the least surprised. However, anyone before him would be severely surprised because it was a tradition to lose all fame once you died, since nobody would play your music. Beethoven's death started the movement of people playing and conducting dead people's music, and he was worshipped like the next Jesus sometimes. That Roman in Pompeii who died while masturbating. That's the way I want to go out. Alan Turing. This is a great answer. His achievements were supposed to be top secret. Otzi the Iceman. It's the earliest surviving naturally mummified human remains, at about 5,000 years old. It would take a while to explain the concept of fame to him first. I remember reading about this in a standardized reading test in 4th grade. It was so interesting that I read it a bunch of times and almost ran out of time to finish the section Lamau. Joseph Merrick, otherwise known as the Elephant Man. I think he would be surprised about how many plays, books, and even had a movie made about him. Edit. Wow. Thank you guys for silver, and yes, I know that Joseph Merrick was famous in time, but I think that he'd be surprised that he's even more famous, but also that today's time he would be more accepted. I think people of this generation would be more supportive of him in general. Poor guy, was treated harshly throughout his lifetime. I think Shakespeare would be floored if he knew his works were still being taught and read. Seriously? You guys read my plays that are meant to be watched? What, you egg? Rasputin would be proud and confused, especially if he heard the song and fanfictions written about him. Fanfictions? You know what? I won't even ask. Anne Frank. They published my diary? And it's been read by millions of people? So Anne actually was in the process during her arrest of preparing her diary for publication. As they heard in a broadcast, some diaries might be published after the war. I know someone who read the true original for research, and apparently it's much longer and filled with more mundane stuff most people wouldn't be interested in reading. Henrietta Lacks. Edward Teach, also known as Blackbeard. Dude was a pirate for a few years. He had some reputation, but he wasn't exactly out there for decades doing pirate stuff, and well, he was just another outlaw. Don't think he'd see pirates being romanticized like this coming, or him being the face of old-timey pirates in general. Blackbeards are here! Hey, he'd be surprised by his long-lasting legacy. But dude, he was infamous in his time. A General History of the Pirates, written just after his death, was a bestseller. Besides, you don't get called El Gran Diablo by the Spanish authorities and blockade Charleston Harbor for 6 days and somehow not end up famous. Franz Kafka. He had no faith in his work, and his will stated the executor of it to destroy them all. Another guy went against these wishes and published. Wow, you really earned that username. That was so hard. I was going to say something until I saw it. Got me. He was likely just some middle-rank accountant or something like that, and now his name is remembered when those of kings and priests and warlords and whatnot from his time are all forgotten. Just like Erastus, the director of public works from Romans 16:23, he was mentioned in a list of people sending their greetings, but became famous when someone found his name carved in a public work. To go the opposite way, I've always thought the ancient Roman emperors like Julius Caesar would be embarrassed at how small their once great empire now is. At its height under Trajan's rule, the empire spanned a greater distance than the modern United States, and now the empire is completely dissolved and their descendants are relegated back to the peninsula. If I were a Roman emperor, I would be proud to know that the Roman state, monarchy, republic, empire, Byzantium lasted for more than 2000 years. I would be fine with Italy just being a regular nation, knowing that Latin languages are spoken everywhere and that Roman culture is dominant over the entire Western Hemisphere. Vincent van Gogh. The dude was severely depressed his whole life and only sold one painting while alive. He eventually killed himself only for his art to be worth millions now. I lived in Amsterdam for a few years and always wondered what Van Gogh would make of the mobs of tourists at the museum dedicated solely to his work, especially because more visit that museum than the Rijksmuseum next door with countless Rembrandts and Vermeers and other Dutch master works. Nostradamus. He wouldn't have seen it coming, that's for sure. He'd probably be happy that his scam worked. Emmett Till. He's not famous enough for the price he paid, sadly. This should be higher on the list though. The way he was treated as a human is what made him well known. Emmett Till probably just wanted to live an undiscriminated, fulfilling life like most people I know, no matter what color they are. Unfortunately, it was the way he died that made him famous, so he probably wouldn't have any guess fame was coming as it was happening. I think some of these people may have been able to guess they'd be famous after the art they created and left behind. Most of the people listed here got some chance at life and creating something. Most of them probably wanted some level of fame. Emmett Till became the face of a movement against lynching and racism because how he died. We must not forget. May he rest in power. Jon Snow. No, Dr. Jon Snow. Look it up. He was the chief pioneer of the germ theory of medicine and considered the founder of epidemiology as well as the person who proved that cholera spreads through water, particularly because of the Broad Street Pump incident. His findings and reports were heavily scrutinized all his life, and he was dismissed as a nut and conspiracy theorist. Insert, you know nothing, Jon Snow joke here. But those very same reports and investigations are the main reason modern cities have sewers under them. See also Ignaz Semmelweis, proponent of the "doctors wash your damn hands and mothers won't die in childbirth" theory. He was so shunned that he ended up in a mental hospital and died after being beaten by orderlies. Rosalind Franklin. Not even Watson and Crick truly recognized the importance of her work in her lifetime. Now the first thing you're taught in genetics class is that it was her picture that helped them figure it out. I think she'd be surprised to learn she's famous now, because she was completely overshadowed and unrecognized in her life, not because I believe she didn't know what she was doing was important. She has a very interesting story. It's believed that they actually took or saw her image, known as Photo 51, without her knowledge. Had it not been for that specific image, there's a good chance that double helix structure wouldn't have been discovered as early as it was. Here's the real kicker about her though. Watson and Crick received Nobel Peace Prizes as a result of their discovery, but she wasn't awarded one, seeing as she died a few years prior.
What should someone never say in your country? I am German and asked a person that recently came here what he liked about our country. I did not expect the answer to be Hitler, but he was Austrian. Austria's two greatest tricks were convincing the world that Beethoven was Austrian and Hitler wasn't. I live in Japan, and the one thing I can say that consistently angers everyone is, the Kuril Islands are Russian territory. I am Russian, and the one thing I can say that consistently angers everyone is, the Kuril Islands are Japanese territory. I'm a Kuril Islander, and the one thing I can say that consistently angers everyone is, the Kuril Islands are not Kuril Islands territory. Sieg Heil. It's illegal, though you really have to mean it for actual prosecution to happen. My guess is Germany, so by really have to mean it, if you're singing a Nazi war chant would get you prosecuted. Again, depends on the intention and other contexts. Singing something like that with gusto would probably get you in trouble. I don't see an acceptable context, other than playing a character obviously. Reciting the text in a teaching capacity, for example, could be a totally different thing though. Leaving the stereotype aside, but if someone says, I hate carnival, samba, football, people will look at you in a strange way. I think around 2015, when I was in some kind of university class, one of the icebreakers was whether or not you like the Seahawks. I'm a Seattleite, and I happened to mention that I don't like the Seahawks, and everyone stared at me. Some were a bit angry. I had to include, I don't like football, and they were all satisfied and proceeded back to their usual class business. At least it's just because of lack of passion for the sport. No harm, no foul. I'm a fellow Seattleite and football lover, and can attest to how egregious it sounded before I finished reading the post in its entirety. Also, it's 2020, and that may seem slightly pathetic to you now, so it's understood. Enjoy your other passions. Never say anything about Brexit unless you are close to 100% sure the present company is on your side. I imagine it's the same in the US with Trump. Nah, we just speak our minds and get into political arguments. I'm not a cricket fanatic. Australian traveling through California signed in at a motel in Fresno. The bored Indian teenager behind the desk got so excited when he heard my accent because he could finally talk about the cricket. I had the same thing in a hired car in New York City. As soon as the driver heard my Aussie accent, it was straight to the cricket talk. I guess it would be strange being a cricket fan in the US. So you guys are Chinese, no? How do people from Hong Kong feel about the majority of the world viewing them as Chinese? It depends on what you mean by Chinese. Ethically Han Chinese, people are okay with it, but Hong Kong culture is more accurate because 157 years of UK rule have created a unique hybrid culture. Specify that they're Chinese in general, except a correction that specifies that they are Hong Konger. That's because the general term Chinese is now irrevocably linked to the People's Republic of China, the government of mainland China. I'm from India. What's it like living in a third world country? My computer has stopped working. I'm sure you'll be able to fix it, won't you? Hey, I can do a really good Indian accent impression, or anything about religion other than Hindu. Somewhat unrelated, but I did a great Indian accent impression against a scam call telling me about criminal activity on my SSN. The caller sounded Indian. I said my name was Narendra Modi, and they didn't catch on until I asked how I could bribe them to help me flee to Mexico. The Falklands are Argentine. I went to Argentina a few months ago and noticed that they included the Falklands on all their maps as if they own it. Islas Malvinas? As an Argentinian, I can confirm all maps do this. From a personal perspective, it's dumb. We still don't have proper closure with what happened, and it definitely doesn't help that a lot of the people that fought are still alive and that politicians use that as a tool. Hola or gracias. If you're from Spain and come to Portugal and speak Spanish, we don't mind it. We just get annoyed when foreigners think we are Spanish or that we speak Spanish. Do you guys hate us? Buenas noches desde España. We don't hate you. The Welsh are basically just English. It's a principality, not a country, etc. Your language is pointless and it's a waste of money to keep it alive. Everyone just speaks English anyway. That first one will definitely get a reaction. I'm Welsh and part English. The Rugby World Cup is always interesting to say the least. Oh, for sure, haha. I was in a flat at university with 8 people, including myself, and we were split right down the middle, 4 Welsh and 4 English. The Six Nations were absolutely brutal. We all got along really well until the lead up to the matches, during which we spat on each other's ancestors, naturally. Your anthem sucks. Hey now, EA is not a country. If it were, the citizens would have to pay for the food boxes, healthcare boxes, education boxes. Pass the non-maple syrup. It's called syrup de puta in Quebec, implying that it was tapped from a telephone pole and not a maple tree. How you doing yet? Beep! Okay, so you're clearly not Australian. Big old American here. Do not drop the C word in the States. No, I don't think the beaver is a majestic animal. It's not our official animal because it's majestic. It's because we were only settled deeper than the coast because Europe loved them as hats, and their ass gland is really useful. They're rodents who look funny. We killed millions of them, so we owed them official animal status. Just like bald eagles, eh? I'm not a huge fan of the bald eagle being our national bird, but it was picked for the great seal centuries before we started killing them off with DDT in the mid-1900s. I think Franklin had it right when he wrote, "For my own part, I wish the bald eagle had not been chosen the representative of our country. He is a bird of bad moral character. He does not get his living honestly. Besides, he is a rank coward. The little kingbird, not bigger than a sparrow, attacks him boldly and drives him out of the district." The founders picked it because they drew comparisons to the Roman Republic, which used an eagle. Personally, I would support the American robin, Turdus migratorius, as a better choice since it's incredibly common and lives year-round in most of the U.S. It's widely recognized by Americans and seen as a sign of spring and the beginning of a new year of growth. The blue jay would be another option, but mostly because of how big of an asshole it is. That you don't like tacos? Norway. Yes, Norway has a weird obsession with tacos and has its own shelves on the store with it. I know people that don't like tacos, but yeah, a bunch of us have a weird obsession with tacos. And frozen pizza. Yep, I know people who don't like it, but everyone is shocked when others don't, and it is just a weird cultural thing that a lot of people don't know before coming here. This poutine tastes awful. As a Canadian, I've definitely said it before. Good poutine is incredible, but there are some bad ones out there. String fries don't belong with poutine. Top of the morning to ya. Literally nobody ever says that here, but the Americans love it for some reason. Yes, same with shrimp on the Barbie. Literally no one says that. They're not even called shrimps here, they're called prawns. Yet every American tourist that comes over insists upon saying it. As an American, I don't understand why we think it's a thing. How often are you going to be barbecuing shrimp anyway? I'm Russian. Americans won the World War II. Alternatively, but less offensive to most Russians, we've only won World War II because the Americans helped us. Soviet soldiers raped many German women and it was a war crime. War crime could be done by victors too, and it was ultimately wrong. Stalin was an incompetent leader with a criminal background. The intervention against Bolsheviks during the Civil War, 1918 to 1922, by Western militaries was not an attempt to conquer Russia, but to stop the Bolshevik Revolution, and plenty of Russians joined the Brits, Poles, French, Americans, Czechs, and others in fighting against the Bolsheviks. Estonia did not join the USSR in 1940 based on a referendum and wish of the people to live in a peaceful, progressive communist country. This was an occupation, no different from the German occupation of Czechoslovakia. Eastern Europeans don't dislike the USSR because they are Nazis and are ungrateful for us defeating Nazi Germany and liberating the Auschwitz. They just don't like what we did with the whole Iron Curtain thing after 1945. Russia is 2.5% of the global economy. They only listen to us because we have a ton of ICBMs, a powerful imperial and Soviet legacy. If we started at this level, the US would have treated us like Iran or Venezuela, as would our Chinese allies. No, the rest of the world isn't united with us to overthrow Western imperialism, and they wouldn't join our side if we decided to invade NATO countries. They aren't waiting for us to start the struggles. They aren't secretly plotting to liberate themselves from American oppression. No, not even China would support us. We've been alone in that. Hitler had some good visions, but a bad spirit. Yeah, that is totally acceptable in most countries. I'll kill your children just after I'm done with your wife. Yeah, I can see how people might not like that. Why are you putting milk in your tea? That's disgusting. It depends on what kind of tea you're drinking. Here in Hong Kong, we drink traditional Chinese tea without milk, but we have something called Hong Kong-style milk tea. It's literally one of the best beverages ever. I'm from Israel, so anything you'll say, someone will probably get mad for it. Why? Political issues. The fact that about every one of the different groups, different religious, right-wing, left-wing, and so on, will say something different, and some of them will be extremists. The fact is, we have too many a-holes here. You see where I'm going? But I guess most of these are problems that are present in most countries. Any insult towards Spanish food will put you in jail. We really love the Mediterranean diet. I'm from Brazil. It wasn't really a dictatorship, referring to the dictatorship in the period of 1964 to 1985. Yes, it was a dictatorship, and people got tortured and killed. I live in Ireland. If you're visiting as an American, especially, don't bother telling us about your Irish heritage or how Irish you are and how great it feels to reconnect with your roots. Nobody cares, and every American before you has said it too. You're not Irish because your great-great-great-granddad lived in Kerry and then moved to America when he was 3. You're a plastic patty. Fair enough if one of your parents is from Ireland or you lived here at one point, but otherwise, you're just kind of making a show of yourself. So, I live across the country from the fam and went back to visit for Christmas one year. Hadn't seen that side of my family for quite some time. At one point, my aunt, who was very into researching the genealogy of our family, tells a story about how they went to Ireland to see some of the areas that our family came from as far back as they could find. Mind you, this was a couple hundred years ago at least. Anywho, she eventually got to a point where she said she walked up to somebody's house to ask them something about it. If they had any old deed information, old paperwork, etc. I forgot how it happened, but I guess she ended up staying there a day or two. The way she told it, I kinda got the impression she was imposing, but the residents didn't want to be rude. I died a little inside listening to the story, and it just reminded me, yikes. We saved you in World War II. Only really comes from Americans when in England. It's extremely disrespectful to the hundreds of thousands that lost their lives defending our home. Many families to this day are still affected by the war, be it family members not alive while their widows and children still are. Men who lost their friends in foreign fields, and bombs that didn't explode being found, causing a reminder of what the country endured to remain sovereign. So if you say this, you will quickly find that no one wants to talk to you. I don't understand your accent. Still game isn't funny and it sucks. Iron brew tastes like cough medicine and it's disgusting. Are you Catholic or Protestant? I voted Tory. Alternatively, Boris Johnson, you have to hand it to him. Well, since they changed how they make it, apparently you can still find proper iron brew in the Netherlands and a few other places in mainland Europe.
What are some really amazing animal facts? The Greenland shark reaches sexual maturity at 150 years old and lives 300 to 500 years. Always fascinates me there's something that can live that long. I think that is one that goes blind pretty quickly due to parasites, but just says stuff it. I barely use eyes anyway. Being blind for 500 years, what a nightmare. In clownfish, each school, tribe, whatever, has one female and a head male, and the others, all males. If the female dies, the head male turns into a female, and the next in line to the leadership throne would be the male leader, and bang, the former male leader. Yeah, clownfish are wacky. So in Finding Nemo, Marlin would have turned into a female, and Nemo would have had a mom but no dad, and Nemo would have banged his dad mom. Ravens can mimic sounds and speech as parrots can. They found that ravens can actually learn words and form coherent statements. They can usually learn about 200 words, the same as a toddler. A horse's teeth take up more space in their skull than their brain. Foxes use the Earth's magnetic fields. Like a guided missile, the fox harnesses the Earth's magnetic field to hunt. Other animals like birds, sharks, and turtles have this magnetic sense, but the fox is the first one we've discovered that uses it to catch its prey. According to new scientists, the fox can see the Earth's magnetic field as a ring of shadow on its eyes that darkens as it heads towards the magnetic north. When the shadow and the sound the prey is making line up, it's time to pounce. So do they only attack north or something? Sort of. I did more research and found this from a study. They found that foxes strongly prefer to jump in a northeasterly direction around 20 degrees off from magnetic north. This fixed heading was important for their success as hunters. They were more likely to make a kill if they jumped along their preferred axis, particularly if their prey was hidden by high cover or snow. If they pounced on the northeast, they killed on 73% of their attacks. If they jumped in the opposite direction, the success rate stayed at 60%. In all other directions, only 18% of their pounces were successful. Unlike humans, dolphins most actively decide when to breathe. Captive dolphins have been known to hold their breath until they die of suffocation, which some have suggested amounts to dolphin suicide. So it's a manual breathing then? Yes, I think it's called active breathing. A man can hold his breath until he passes out, but his nervous system will reflexively kick in and force him to breathe again. Dolphins are not wired this way. This is also why they never truly sleep, as they need to consciously maintain their respiration. When a specific species of carpenter ant realizes it's going to lose the fight it's having with another insect, it latches onto them and blows itself up. Membranes along the ant's body can be activated that'll lead to combustion. Special enlarged glands in its head mean the explosion sends a glue-like substance shooting out that will very likely entrap the previous presumptive brawl victor. Sperm whales in the Caribbean have an accent. Is this real? Yep. Sperm whales in the Caribbean and Pacific Ocean speak different dialects. The babies start out babbling, then pick up the family language from those around them. It's one of the arguments for whales having culture. Hippos are some of the most aggressive animals on the planet. If a crocodile is a wise hunter that chooses its battles wisely, a hippo is that one dude that's always looking for a fight because he spends way too much time at the gym and hasn't found a reasonable use for all his muscles. They're territorial as hell, capable of charging you at almost 40 kilometers per hour on land, and frequently pick fights with whale boats. They have mouths built to kill. 2, those giant teeth are only for combat and can grow up to 1/2 meter long. That's right, hippo teeth can get as big as an average human's forearm. With teeth that big, you might be asking yourself, wait, just how big are hippos? Which is a question you should never have asked, because the answer is bigger than you're comfortable knowing. Hippos are more than 1.5 meters tall at the shoulder, meaning if you want to stare down a hippo, it would look you dead in the eye before opening its mouth more than a meter and biting you in 1/2 feet. Made even more terrifying when you learn that hippos are primarily herbivores and kill just for the hell of it. They can weigh more than 4,500 kilograms and grow to more than 5 meters long. They kill more than 500 people a year in Africa. And in 2014, one attacked a boat filled with Nigerian school children, killing 14 and biting the boat in half. For bonus points, let's do some physics. As we all know, Newton defined force as mass times acceleration, or F equals ma. A hippo can move at 40 kilometers an hour, which some conversions tell us is 11.1 ms. Multiplying that by the theoretical weight of an adult male hippo will tell us that a charging hippo can hit you with 49,950 newtons of force, which, for the sake of simplicity, will round up to 50,000 newtons, or 50 kN. If you're looking at things in orders of magnitude, that's 5*104 N. Now, I'm not a physicist, but a quick Wikipedia search tells me that 45 kN is about the force produced by a small car during peak acceleration. 50 kN is half the force exerted by a seatbelt and airbag on a passenger if they crash headlong into a wall at 100 kilometers an hour. The maximum force ever exerted by a human during a clean and jerk lift is 80 kN. Hippos, don't mess around. Penguins. 1910 to 1913, Scott Antarctic expedition on the sexual life of penguins was deemed too shocking for the public. During that time, he witnessed males having sex with other males and also with dead females, including several that had died with the previous year. He also saw them sexually coerce females and chicks and occasionally kill them. There was an early Antarctic explorer who witnessed Adelie penguins doing much this, and he was so shocked he wrote notes in Greek and kept them hidden. Owls bob their heads up and down to help improve their depth of perception. You can try it out yourself. Focus on an object and bob your head. It doesn't work for us, but you do look like an idiot. Is it also true that owls' eyeballs are oval and that's why they have to be able to rotate their heads 360 degrees because they physically can't move their eyeballs? Yes, and they also have long legs. Killer whales have accents and regional dialects. Surprisingly, a lot of animals have dialects. It is even proved that accents of cows can differ from meadow to meadow. A cow can move different than another cow only living 100 meters away. Caterpillars have over 200 muscles in just their head. My favorite fact about some caterpillars is that they still exhibit behaviors after they transform into a butterfly. When they form a cocoon, they release enzymes and literally digest themselves into a soup of cells, despite basically turning themselves into a smoothie. When they re-emerge as a butterfly, they will still exhibit the same behaviors they had as a caterpillar. A giraffe's neck has only 7 bones, same as a human's. All mammals have the same number of cervical bones other than the manatee, 2-toed sloth and 3-toed sloth. There's an intelligent species of jumping spider called as the Portia spider. These little munchkins are specialized spider hunters with different tactics for a particular problem. Their favorite food is the common weaving spiders. Their tactical range from imitating fallen debris on the prey's web to directly attack their prey. Their venoms are potent against spiders as it will only take seconds to paralyze their prey. I hate spiders and I'm not going to Google that one, but it gives me a weird comfort to know there's a spider hitman out there. They don't look creepy, in fact they're really small and kinda cute, well at least for me. They're your usual curious jumping spider, except they look a bit different but still the same jumping spider species. In a fox couple, if the vixen dies, the male fox will become single for the rest of his life. Now, if the male fox dies, the vixen goes off to find another partner. Various species of tarantulas around the world will keep frogs as pets. The tarantula protects the frog larger predators, while the frog protects the spider from smaller pests such as ants. I wonder why a cute children's show hasn't been made about a tarantula and a frog. Woodpeckers' tongues are super long and wrap around their skull inside their head to provide cushioning for their brain when they peck. Edit. They definitely have long tongues that wrap around their skulls. Thanks for linking the diagram, but the role that plays in cushioning is probably not significant. There's been a lot of information provided on that and how they are able to deal with the impacts on a comment below. I had to look up this diagram to understand it. Really helped me wrap my head around it. The blobfish looks like a normal fish underwater, but since order a deep sea fish, the depressurization makes it look like what we see in pictures. I really want to see a blobfish underwater now. I too always have. I've heard they look like normal fish underwater thing before, but never seen the proof. What's the dumbest thing you've seen someone do at a store? My friend had someone purchase a suitcase. When she opened it as a matter of standard practice at checkout, the rookie shoplifter had filled it with clothes. They just stammered they didn't know why any of that was in there, so she pulled it all out and put it to the side, at which point the customer decided they didn't want to buy the suitcase after all. My husband used to work at a store that sold CDs and other various electronics type things. He had a mom and her kid come in one day. Mom goes off to look at things and the kid wanders over to the CDs. He stuffs about 10 CDs cases in his armpits and tucks his arm tight to his sides. When they go to leave, Hub reaches out to shake the kid's hand. He doesn't want to shake. And his mom's like, "Don't be rude, shake his hand." All the CDs fall out and Hub scoops them up. The mom took her kid outside and blistered his ears for him at the loudest possible volume. Kid was so dumb, he kind of deserved it. I watched a toddler drink nail polish. His mom didn't do anything besides take the bottle and do the weird, violent, angry whisper thing. "Look what you've done now. Mommy will have to pay for that." Her, probably. I think it was a glittery red color, the kind with massive flakes, so definitely not good for the boy. But yeah, that sounds about right. An employee asked if they should call poison control, but she didn't think or even look at them and said no, lol. I used to work at a 3-story big box retail store. Some new kid was working stocking shelves on the upper level. His hand slipped opening a box and he cut himself really badly with his box cutter. Fine, accidents happen. There are a few things one might do to remedy the situation. Perhaps use his store-issued walkie-talkie to call another employee for help. Or maybe he could use one of the many cardboard boxes he had to contain the blood while he went for help. Maybe even use one of the dozens of conveniently placed and clearly labeled first aid kits. Nope. Unfortunately, his solution to the gaping hand wound was to walk across the entire upper story to the escalator, take it down to the second story. Then, inexplicably, instead of getting on the escalator to the bottom floor, which was right there at the foot of the escalator, he just got off. He crossed the entire second floor to take the elevator down. Naturally, the elevators were in the exact opposite end of his true destination, the store entrance. So he crosses an entire floor for the 3rd time, leaving a trail of blood across the entire store. Then he just left. Never said a word to anybody. Store policy was that no spills can be left unattended until they are cleaned up. But only a small fraction of the staff was trained to handle biospills. Also, nobody ever planned on a store-wide spill of this magnitude. We had to shut down all registers except the self-checkout and have all the cashiers, backroom, managers, security, basically everybody in the store that wasn't at lunch, make a human chain space throughout the store to block off as much as they could. The store manager had to wait outside and prevent more people from entering. This was a busy weekend day too. Then the small number of people who were allowed to clean up the blood started working their way through the entire store, cleaning up an unsettling high volume of this kid's blood. Bizarrely, he came back to work the next day on a shift he wasn't even scheduled for, wearing a giant wad of gauze and tape on his hand, and tried to act like nothing had happened. He got fired, and the entire store was required to train for biohazard cleaning on their following shift. A guy stopped mid-cycle in the revolving door to pick up something he dropped on the floor and got whacked hard in the rear when another customer entered. At a previous hotel where I worked, the number of parents who let their small children play with the automatic revolving door was alarming. They would play the game of hitting the automatic button and sticking their little arms in the path to see how close they could yank their arms out before the door squashed their fingers or arms. This is shortly followed by a parental indignation that either we let their children play with dangerous machinery or indignation that we would tell the children to stop. Worked at a pet store and watched a guy try and shove a huge aquarium filter in his hoodie. Then he had the balls to approach the counter with this protruding abnormality from his belly and tried to buy something. I laughed and told him to return it or I'd call the cops. He looked shook up, waddled back to the aisle and put it on the shelf. Told him on the way out to never return. Another one from the pet store was back when Finding Nemo came out. A guy called in about getting a clownfish. So we explained the requirements of setting up a saltwater tank. The guy says, that's way too much work. Can't I just paint a goldfish? We all had a good laugh about that one. Okay, so I was at work in an ice cream shop. A lady comes in and orders a vanilla milkshake. She gets this nasty look on her face when I add the milk, but shrugs it off when I ask her about it. So I'm ringing her out and she pays, and then goes right to my owner and complains about the service. I'd like to let you know that that boy who just served me, I'm 19, was very rude to me. What did he do, ma'am? He made my milkshake with milk in it, and I'm lactose intolerant. I demand a refund and for him to be fired. I'm just sitting here dumbfounded how anyone could be so stupid. Ice cream, by its very nature, has milk. My girlfriend works at a reptile store. There are signs plastered on every surface that clearly say, do not open any cages, ask a representative if you want to see an animal. Well, these two girls strolled in and just decided they were going to open up the tank of a Burmese python, which is a massive snake that if hungry would probably not hesitate to attempt to feast on a hand. Luckily, a couple of employees saw this and flipped out on them. To this day, I do not know what made those girls think they had any business opening and reaching into a giant snake's tank. The woman who was arguing with me, I was working in the produce department of a grocery store, about how she didn't like how one side of the watermelon was flatter, paler, and a little dirty. I said, that's just how they get when they are on the ground. What do you mean, when they're on the ground? She thought watermelons grow on trees. Okay, but imagine if they did grow on trees. Like instead of possibly getting hit with an apple that fell off the tree, you just got demolished by a damn watermelon. Lol. I'm picturing it falling and going over your head like a melon helmet. People flailing around with melon heads. I work at Albertson in Boise, Idaho, quite a few years ago. We had a man named Harley Brown come into the store with a rifle. We thought that he was going to rob us, but instead he went to customer service with it and asked if he could pawn it so he could get a beer. Yes, I realize that Reddit is supposed to be anonymous, but Harley Brown is a matter of public record as he tried to run for POTUS a couple of times in the past. The dude is a straight up kook. Store isn't quite right, but I used to work at a hotel that was dog friendly. One night, someone came to the lobby, grabbed a newspaper, and then grabbed a cookie from the ceramic jar labeled Woof, directly above the dog bowl. He bit into it before I could stop him, and his embarrassment quickly switched to rage when he realized his mistake and that I had seen it. He, without exaggeration, screamed full volume for a minimum of 15 minutes about how awful it is on our part to have dog treats that look like cookies. They were the most generic dog treat you can imagine. I've never seen a human cookie look like one. In a jar, without a label, the jar said Woof. I think the dumb part wasn't even the mistake of eating it, but the attempt to blame us for his own stupidity. Haha, I made dog treats a couple of years ago around Christmas. I sent a plate with my husband to his parents' house. He later told me the cookies I made weren't very good. I asked what cookies. He didn't pay attention when I said they were dog treats, and everyone at the house had the cookies. They were peanut butter and whole wheat flour, so ultimately nothing weird or meaty flavored, just really bland. This actually happened today. I'm a food and drink vendor, so I go to different stores every day to see if they need anything that we sell. There is a lot of dumb stuff that happens, but this one is still fresh. So I'm in an aisle at one of these stores, and this old man wearing a mask, which is good, calls out to me and asks me if I work at said store. This happens a lot, and it's not a big deal. I tell him no, I'm a vendor. He laughs and apologizes. I walk away and proceed 3 aisles down. Same guy comes up to me and asks me again. He laughs and apologizes profusely after I tell him that I'm the same guy he just asked. He then says that he's looking for coffee filters and can't find them. Having an idea of where it is, I walk him to the aisle where the coffee is and point to where the filters are on the shelf. Nothing really dumb going on at this point, just a little funny. He then starts to firmly pat me on both shoulders continuously while thanking me. This guy has a mask on, but just reached out and rubbed his hands all over me. Furniture store I worked at. Smaller items, anything smaller than a recliner, could be arranged to be shipped to the store for pickup, saving the customer the delivery fee. But the customer just has to bring a proper vehicle to pick it up. So, a couple comes in saying they have an order to pick up. I ask if they have the receipt. We give a physical paper one and an email one. And they say yes, but don't get anything from a pocket. After about 10 seconds of silence, I say, "Can I have it?" To which they reply, "I don't see how that's relevant. Let me talk to the manager." Manager was right there since I was fairly new, and eventually got the receipt from them. They paid their remaining balance, and I got the item for them. A twin-sized bunk bed. These people had a tiny car, Civic or something, and it was packed up like they were going on a month-long road trip. And they complained about us not telling them the box would be that big. Packaging dimensions are listed online. They had to leave it with us. They never came back for their fully paid for bed. We sent it back to the warehouse and sold it again. Edit. Forgot the best part. They left a 1-star review on the store and acted like we were the villains for not giving them, who could have been randos off the street until they gave us the receipt, their product, and for not helping them load it into their car. The review was taken down. We had a good laugh about it the next morning.
Ask Reddit. What are the signs that someone is fake rich? Taking pictures of with money to post on social media. Don't they feel at least a bit awkward while doing this? Saw a young black man at IHOP doing this to a random patron. For some reason, he wanted to show her he had a stack of hundreds. Trying to prove you're not ghetto can make you look ghetto. Old people put their hundreds in a bank. They try too hard to sound like they're rich. I work with business owners as part of my work. The ones who are definitely very wealthy are usually very type A personalities. They're very direct. They get things done when they need to get done and don't have time to nonsense around with proving how rich they are. The ones who are nonsense will boast themselves up, but not be able to back it up. They'll try to squeeze their big money purchases into a normal conversation. How are you? Terrible. I can't decide what Tesla I want to buy. They'll say things like, I'm making so much money, I'm struggling to find things to spend it on. Then they'll try to haggle down a $10 order or ask if a $50 order can be paid in installments. My boss, owner of the company, is very wealthy. The only sign of it would be his car. He has a Maserati. It is literally the only thing I have ever seen of his that looks costly. He doesn't brag. He shows up to work in polo shirts and jeans, or on weekends in t-shirts, shorts, and tennis shoes. He doesn't dress up, he doesn't show off, and he is most definitely type A. C, works on the weekends. He said he can get more done without people distracting him. My immediate boss, on the other hand, likes to talk about how expensive things are. She shows me her daughter's bills for college room, board, and tuition. She brings new appliances into the office so she can use them. Not at all so she can use them and then blatantly tell us how fantastic they are and how much they cost. She makes decent money, but probably not as much as she would like people to think, and she definitely shows off way more than the owner, while always trying to get people to call in favors from relatives so she can get something for cheap. When they keep exclaiming about how rich they are, bragging about all their top-notch purchases they made that day or week, and flail around their money or credit cards. The majority of the time they're just broke. It's someone else's stuff, or they're using credit cards like crazy and going deep into debt that they can't recover from. Plenty of people with huge homes and nice cars live paycheck to paycheck. They just have nicer toys. This is absolutely my parents. They are up there in their years and want to stop working, but the biggest house on the block and fancy imports are not cheap. They spend more in a month than I make in almost 2 years because they have to look like they're big ballers. I work in wealth management. There is a huge difference between being rich and being wealthy. Our wealthy clients are, for the most part, very lovely people. They have manners and consideration for others. They aren't flashy, and they don't talk about what they have, but you see that they all own good quality products. They're also not crazy demanding. They don't yell at you, and they don't expect something for coming downtown. If I saw any of these clients out and about, we'd have a pleasant conversation. I wouldn't be hiding in the bathroom until they leave. The rich are people that are usually making under $100K, but want you to think that they have millions. Everything is a negotiation because they don't want to or can't pay their bills in full. They are beyond demanding. They're rude and yell at you for things you can't control, like what the Dow closed at. And then they take none of your advice and then blame you for them deviating from the plan. And if they own a BMW, oof, get ready for a storm client. Not all rich own them. Not all BMW owners are jerks, and not all jerks drive BMWs, but they're the #1 car of rich jerks. The wealthy tend to dislike BMW, and don't worry, they'll let you know that they have a BMW, and you'll pretend like you're impressed. Obviously, I have to be nice and friendly since they're clients. I'm technically a luxury service, and it sounds hip to talk about your Uber, and even more to get a car all to yourself versus the ratty rep of DC cabs. The most routinely lovely clients I have are older people in high-dollar professions, like senior partners at law firms. Lawyers, in general, are actually my favorite as a class. Maybe it's the lack of stress of finances and not needing to put on airs, but I found them all to be collected, intelligent, agreeable people. I wonder if people trying to appear higher than they make them want to put others down so they look more elevated by comparison. Name droppers that mention wealthy people they claim to know to impress others. When they talk about the rich people things they do like it's out of the ordinary and you should be impressed. I worked for an internship with a kid who was actually wealthy, like getting paid every week and just left the paychecks in a drawer in his house, and would give student loans to his friends with 0 interest. He would talk about taking like month-long trips in Asia, Europe, and flying to random places on a whim, and other weird rich people activities like they were regular activities. We could never get upset with him because he was just talking about his weekend. It just so happens that his weekend was spent at a party for a company he invested a bunch of money in. He's also fun to talk to because he can sniff out fake rich people like a drug dog. I'm not a Texan, but I believe they call this big hat, no cattle. All that, but yeah, it's one of those old sayings that just keeps being more relevant over time. I grew up on a horse farm where my family trained show horses for some pretty wealthy people, and a lot of posers. It's true that wealth whispers. The truly wealthy people in our circle were not very flashy or loud about it. They owned top quality things, clothing, cars, horse equipment, and kept these things meticulously maintained. But I don't recall seeing a lot of overt branding logos. The biggest differentiator was their reason for being involved in the horse show scene. They truly loved riding and animals, and it was a big part of their family life. Multi-generational involvement. They came to the barn, rode often, loved to groom their horses, and spend time with them. The fake rich were usually in the scene for a few years at most, had a bunch of cheap yet flashy equipment, were loud, and invited their friends out to the shows to drink champagne and show them how fancy they were. They never came out to the barn, never wanted to groom the horses, or really care about them. They usually got kicked out of their barns for failure to pay training bills. LOL. When they brag about being rich, buying an expensive car, etc. For really rich people, a luxury car or an expensive house is regular stuff. You won't hear them brag about it. They'll brag about other stuff. You'll see a rich guy roll up in a brand new Rolls Royce, and he'll brag about how well he did in the golf game last weekend. I mean, I was way over par in that golf game, but seeing that horse kick that woodchuck over the fence was magnificent. Used to work in the trust department of a major regional bank. The rude guy in the Armani was in debt to his eyes. The nice old couple with old car, the old house, and clothes from Sears, staggering wealth. No ego, no attitude. I met a bunch of them. Where exactly do these elderly couples live, and what's their security situation like? Farmers that own lots of land. Blah. Mom has fake friends like that, and they love to buy Louis Vuitton and expensive stuff they don't need just to rub it in. They work in a rundown hair salon with outdated styles. My mom works at a nail salon. I really do think it's bad for her mindset. She's in a constant state of proving her wealth to her coworkers and friends. Always has been. I'm very glad she's finally realizing what she's been doing is dumb, but at the age of 55 and deep in debt, it's a hard slump for us to get out of. I have this theory that the larger the polo icon is on their shirt, the lesser the chances are they know anything about the sport of polo. You could expand that out to large logos in general. Actually, let's just expand this out even more. They spend more time talking about what they're buying, wearing, than they do talking about what they're doing. There's a great study out there called Signaling Status with Luxury Goods. The Role of Brand Prominence, 2010. You should be able to find it quite easily if you're interested. The main gist is the confirmation that with almost every luxury brand, the more expensive the product is, the smaller, more subtle the logo will be, since the flashy clothes will be bought not by people who appreciate the brand for its quality, etc., but by those who want to signal something to their peers, namely that they're elevated by being able to afford a luxury brand. Many companies have fully bought into that. Think of Armani Exchange, who have t-shirts for as little as $30, and which is, dare I say, exclusively worn by people who want the word Armani to be on their shirt. It has very little to do with the actual Armani. Actual rich people have nothing to prove. It's why you generally see that people who are filthy rich and people who are poor tend to be on the same wavelength. They don't wear flashy clothes or feel the need to tell anyone how rich they are or flaunt what they've been buying. Mind you, that doesn't apply to new money, so who knows? Like, for example, those Kardashians. Speaking of new money, some 70% of lottery winners go bankrupt eventually. They are often either not accustomed to wealth or they have been fake rich their entire lives, so cash flashing is their MO. When they say they have 6 private jets, but they only have 4. Come on, Gregory, I know you're messing with me. The rest aren't at your uncle's house. So pathetic what poor people are doing these days. Right? People like this really chafe my chinos. In fact, I was at my cousin-in-law's cotillion ball last year and found out that Uncle Benedict drives himself everywhere. If he didn't have a chauffeur, that's fine, but he didn't have to lie about it. Plus, I still owe my chauffeuse and under-butler a drink, since I took them up on a bet that he was lying. Sigh. If they carry a lot of cash on them to show you how rich they are. This can be a false positive, though. When I was growing up, one of the dads of my high school friends owned a construction business. Dude had a lot of money, like 6 figures in MSFT stock in the 80s, plus dozens of rental properties, etc. He used to always carry with him a roll of 50s and paid cash. Probably $1,000, I'd guess. I didn't grow up poor, but my parents were lower middle class and cheap as hell. $10 was a huge amount of money for me growing up. I'll never forget the first time I saw it as a teen. I was like, wow, this dude is rich. I mean, he actually was, but yeah, 30-something years later, I still remember seeing that and being blown away. There is an old stat from the book The Millionaire Next Door that said only 25% of million-dollar homes are owned by actual millionaires. Our area is full of ordinary-looking, newly built houses priced at over $400,000. We have tons of nonsense-looking, torn-down houses here worth well over $1.5 million. Source: I live in Vancouver. Wearing a genuine Rolodex watch. I just got the image of someone wearing a mini Rolodex on their wrist and flipping through a bunch of tiny index cards, and now I can't stop laughing. Ask Reddit. What celebrities have you encountered that were either really nice or really horrible? Part 1. Flava Flav ate at the restaurant I worked at once. He made a huge deal about having to sit somewhere private because he didn't want any attention. When it came to paying his bill, he tried to pay with a prepaid Visa that did not have enough money on it. I saw him at a bar in New Orleans during the Jazz Fest once. My buddy insisted that we ask him if he wanted to smoke a joint with us. He declined, saying there were too many people around. Then he asked me if I wanted to buy him a drink. I also declined. My only experience with Guy Fieri thus far was cordial. I did a guest presentation for us and took plenty of photos. But every time there's a wildfire or other depressing thing going on around here, he has his second responder crew ready to feed and care for all the first responders. This needs to be higher up. People like to make fun of his persona, but he uses what he has to truly help others. Samuel L. Jackson at the Calgary Stampede in Canada. He was super nice. My family went up for it because my uncle is part of the committee that organizes the Stampede every year, and he got us VIP seating. I was a kid at the time, and I was like, "Does your wallet really say OBAMF?" He laughed and said he left that one at home. Of course, when I told the story at school, I told everyone his wallet did in fact say that. Glad to say he's from my hometown. Leslie Jordan is from your hometown too. Are you watching his hilarious Instagram posts every day? I think the whole country is. All of these were waiting tables. Waited on Gene Wilder for his birthday years ago. He was incredibly nice and laughed so hard he cried when I told him we had everlasting pistachio ice cream. Betty White was hilarious and tipsy after wine and would not stop flirting. If I had been 60 years older. Neil Patrick Harris was also graceful as humanly possible. Insisted we have a drink with his table while we waited on him, and tipped like a champ. Seth MacFarlane was amazing. Drew me an original cartoon and signed it there at the table. After paying and tipping 100%, he refused to let me buy him a shot of whiskey and instead bought me one, then invited us to meet him out later. I met Vin Diesel at a truck stop diner when I was a kid. It was like 4 in the morning and me, my grandpa, and Vin and his friend were the only ones in the diner, and we ended up getting sat at the table next to them. Vin and a friend were getting ready to go on some fishing trip, which was made obvious by the clothes they were wearing. My grandpa struck up a conversation about fishing with him, completely oblivious to who he was. He was a really nice guy and apparently knew a great deal about fishing techniques. I was a bit geeked out and didn't say much or contribute to the conversation, but I spent the next hour of our road trip explaining to my grandpa who Vin Diesel was and why it was a huge deal we just met him. Met Dave Chappelle a few years back. Long story short, a friend of a friend got me and 2 friends into an after party. We were sitting at the bar when his manager offered us some shots. We talked with his manager for a while. Then Dave sat down near us. Dave was kind of sitting by himself and he looks over at us and goes, "What's going on, fellas?" And we talked to him for about an hour. We thanked him for coming to our town, talked about music, sports, all kinds of stuff. Super cool dude, one of my favorite memories. Dude, to cement that Dave is a cool guy, my friends and I were at his Chicago show when he was supposed to film a special for HBO, and it was on my actual birthday. The venue was pretty intimate and only had a few chairs surrounding the stage with everyone else standing. We got there early enough to be one of the first rows standing. Right after the opening act, he came out and immediately noticed us and asked if we were all Filipinos. Well, he definitely guessed right. He started talking about how we were his family and went right into details about his family, the food, culture, and his own family. Like having a humorous conversation during his set. Pretty surreal. Anyways, after a killer show, everyone was filtering out when one of the producers stopped us and asked if we can be in some of the B-roll footage along with Cat Williams, since he was also there checking out the show. Of course, we agreed and sat next to him. As soon as it was over, Dave was on stage smoking a joint and I told him it was my birthday that night. He asked what my name is. I said, Amour et moi. He then grabbed the microphone and with everyone else still around, he said, "Today's Amour et moi's birthday and I'm buying shots for everyone." Got to do a shot with him. One of the best random birthday moments ever. I served Daniel Radcliffe his dessert at an event and tripped and spilled some of it on him, probably due to seeing that I was serving Daniel Radcliffe, and he stood up and started apologizing profusely to me. He was very sweet and asked if I was okay. The correct British response. I like how fame never seemed to give him a big head. From what I understand, fame almost destroyed him. The stress of being Harry Potter and the uncertainty as the film series ended contributed to a fairly serious drinking problem. I was happy to learn that he's been sober since 2010. More power to him. Went with my parents to a function for some charity group and we shared a table with iced tea. Super nice guy, down to earth, and not high on himself. He has a mouth on him, but when he found out my dad is a retired preacher, never heard a bad word again the rest of the night. I ended up talking to music and how he goes from rap to metal. Man is cool and knows his about the metal and punk scene. I used to do sound for the band DRI. I was on the first Body Count tour with DRI, Exodus, and Propane. Trey, Ice-T, is an absolute sweetheart. I was struck on how reserved he was off the stage. I kind of expected him to be this crazy, over-the-top gangster guy, but he spent most of his time on his bus reading books. My brother recently told me that he still has a cassette board tape that I made of Body Count when they opened up for DRI at One Step Beyond in Santa Clara, California in 1991. When I was a teenager, I met Neil Armstrong at a retirement ceremony that my dad brought me to. It was at a museum and it was a private event. There was time for everyone to wander the museum, and my dad saw Mr. Armstrong looking at one of the planes that my dad helped design. Nobody else around. They struck up a conversation and Neil asked me questions about what I was studying and how I felt about the work my dad did. My dad worked on classified planes when I was much younger. He seemed like such a gentle guy to me. A bunch of other men suddenly joined us and started asking him for autographs, which he declined. It seemed to snap him out of his happy mood, and he kind of shut down and walked away. At that time, I thought he was a bit of a jerk for not saying goodbye or anything, but I recently read about the hard time he had with fame, and I guess it makes sense. My mom and sister met The Rock when he was still a wrestler. They had a couple of car seats and tons of bags, having a hell of a time getting off the plane, and people were waiting, and this massive guy offered to carry some things for them, and they happily took the help. He grabbed some bags and held the baby carrier with my niece in it and helped them off the plane and left. After, people kept walking up to them and asking them how they knew The Rock, and they were very confused until someone explained who he was. Everything I ever hear about him, he's super cool. He did a rap from Moana with some dude interviewing him for the guy's kids because the guy's kids were massive Moana fans. I reckon he's so nice that on the airplane, I bet you he let the person next to him have the armrest. He probably thought, this isn't The Rock's elbow room, this is the people's elbow room. Bumped into Gordon Ramsay in the lift in a hotel in Hong Kong. He was very friendly. We didn't talk to him or ask for a picture. I just blurted out, "You're Gordon Ramsay," and he acknowledged and smiled. He insisted on us going first because we had our suitcases with us. Wished us a nice day, said bye several times when we saw him in the lobby again. Very friendly. Got the chance to meet him a few years back, and he really is a pretty nice guy. Just has a low tolerance for nonsense. I was working on a set once where John C. Reilly acted as one of the main characters. It was a pretty small set and low budget. Not even sure if the show ever aired. We all found ourselves working closely together for the most part. I sat across from him during lunch one day, and we chatted for a bit about random stuff. The guy talks the same way he acts, which is why I think he plays such a great character in any comedy, because he quite literally plays his own attitude in many roles. Or at least it seems. But anyway, he was a very nice and down-to-earth guy. I found it hard not to giggle every time he spoke because I just couldn't shake the image in my head of all the roles he's played. A few years ago, Helen Mirren came to my job. I worked as a weekend hostess at a Ukrainian diner in New York City's East Village, and very famous for its pierogies. I didn't know who Helen Mirren was at the time, and it was a busy Saturday brunch. I asked for her name, put it on the wait list, and let her know it would be 20 minutes. She just stood off to the side and talked with her two other companions. Never bothered me, never demanded to be seated sooner, never brought up her celebrity status. Customers kept coming up and asked if that was the Helen Mirren. My boss eventually made me seat her before everyone else. Helen looked at her watch and remarked it hadn't been 20 minutes. All in all, Helen Mirren, 10 out of 10 lovely person. I met John Candy on an airplane when I was a little kid while traveling with my family. He was a big man. He had the whole row to himself in front of us with the armrest up between seats so he could be more comfortable. The stewardess were blocking anyone from coming up and bothering him, even though they themselves were not exactly leaving him alone with what talking to him constantly and laughing at his enjoyable banter the whole trip. At some point, he got up to go to the bathroom. When he came back, he looked at me, pretended to do a double take like he was surprised, and said, "Hey, you're the cutest kid ever. Don't you talk?" The way he said it was so friendly that I just smiled and giggled. Then he had a pleasant conversation with my parents, who had been dying to talk to him the entire flight, but were too polite to bother him. Not even 2 weeks later, we heard that he had passed. Met Colin Mockery at some obscure convention in my city. He actually talked to us for a few minutes, and I basically just fangirled about Whose Line and Royal Canadian Air Force. Really great guy. He has my absolute respect. I met Colin Mockery at my local liquor store in Edmonton. I lived by the theater he was doing stand-up at. Super nice guy. I was so taken aback to see him in such a casual setting. He's a total sweetheart. I went to an art summer camp with his kid way back in the day. I got to meet him when all the parents came to pick everyone up at the end of camp. I must have done a double take because he smiled and said something along the lines of, "Whoops, looks like my cover is blown." He was very nice, had a lovely chat with my folks who are huge fans of his, and never made me feel awkward. I met a few celebs working as an event photographer for fundraisers from time to time. Chevy Chase. Well, the stories are true. He was a huge jerk. Jamie Lee Curtis was one of the sweetest people I've ever met, bar none, and easily the nicest celeb I met working the camera. Very considerate and thoughtful person. She kept checking with us to see if she could do anything for us or if we needed any more shots she could help with. Great sense of humor too. Jamie Lee Curtis seems to do a good job remembering her extras. They did a bit on James Corden's show and she picked out the lady that did a scene with her several years ago. Ask Reddit. What celebrities have you encountered that were either really nice or really horrible? Part 2. Years ago, working hotel security in Edmonton, I was escorting Dolly Parton and Kenny Rogers at 0400 in the elevator down from their rooms to the lobby to get in their airport limo. I am 6'5", and so I towered over her. Dolly looked me up and down and said in her cute southern drawl, "They sure grown big up here in Canada." She was just as sweet as you could imagine. Kenny, on the other hand, and I feel bad for saying this due to his recent passing, treated me like the help, which of course I was, and even made a huffy impatient noise when slightly flustered by Dolly's remark. I struggled to find the key to put the elevator into independent service. Dolly touched my arm, looked me in the eye and said, "Darling, don't you pay any attention. We appreciate y'all." I guess I got good and the bad in one shot. I met Paul Rudd on a flight from New York. Sat next to him on the plane. My buddy leaned over and told me that he wanted to compliment him on this band shirt he wore when making Clueless, but he didn't want it to be weird. So his solution was to write him a note and slip it to him, LOL. So he does this, and Paul just gets this nervous look on his face, opens the note and reads it. Starts cracking up laughing, leaned over to us and said, "Best note ever." He then told us the whole story of the shirt, how he fought with the costume department about it because it was the shirt he wore to the set that day. He talked the whole flight. Dude was super cool. I work in Hollywood, so I've encountered a lot of celebrities. Nicest? Tom Hanks. Coolest? Dwayne Johnson. Funniest? Danny DeVito. Most genuine? Adam Sandler. Sweetest? Diane Keaton. Most outgoing? Adam Levine. Wildest? Steve-O. Most down to earth? John Bernthal. Most difficult? Jennifer Lopez. After college, I was living the intern life in New York, so I had to hunt around for a job that would be fine with me working just evenings. The first call I got was Kmart, so for about a month I worked at Kmart Penn Station. One night, this guy with his hat pulled down low and this really cheerful girl came into the electronics department where I worked. It was a wild, wild store with tons of sketchy characters, so right away I was wary of him. Anyhow, they looked at the game selection for a minute, then the girl asked me if they could get Madden 2013. I obliged, took it from the case, and began cashing them out. It was over the $50 minimum where I had to ask for ID with a credit card purchase. So I asked the sketchy fella for his ID. He told me in this hushed little voice that he didn't have it with him. So I called up security to get the okay to finish up the transaction. As I'm talking to them, he tilts the credit card towards me. My first thought is, huh? I didn't know JP Morgan made a credit card, and then I looked at the name, Daniel Radcliffe. His girlfriend was beaming at me as the expected recognition washed over my dumb, tired face. He was super gracious and my height, which I loved even more. We're both a firm 5'5", and I was pleased to be so calm and collected about the whole thing that they both got out of there without anyone else knowing who he was. Met Jake Gyllenhaal at the stage door after his play off Broadway last February. I was super nervous because he's my favorite actor and had heard stories of him not being nice. We said hi, and as he was signing my playbill, a lady shoved in front of me and demanded he sign her playbills for her daughters and that she just has to get a photo. He looked so uncomfortable and kept looking back at me, but he signed them anyway. I'm only 5'3" and was 17, so I just let it happen because I hate confrontation and was a little starstruck by Jake. Well, he told her off and said, "You're going to have to wait because I'm going to spend some time talking to her." Points to me because you cut her off. He then turned so he was fully looking at me and he apologized to me for her behavior. I just about died. We had a short conversation about his work. I thanked him profusely and we took a photo. I have so much respect for him for handling the situation so well, and all of my nervousness completely evaporated. Ewan McGregor accidentally ran over my boyfriend's foot a couple of years ago when he was filming his Long Way Round series. He was absolutely lovely though. My boyfriend loves bikes, so he was over the moon, bless him. Apparently they talked about his GS for a couple of minutes together. Apparently it's one of his favorite memories. He had to restrain himself a little from roasting the GS as they are notorious for their unreliability. I went on a tour of the Scottish Highlands and my tour guide was an old schoolmate of Ewan McGregor. He told a story about how on the last day of school, Ewan was talking about going to acting school and he mentioned that he thought, well, he'll be back here soon enough. Later on, he ran into him by chance while doing a tour and kind of embarrassed himself by going, "Hey Ewan, it's me from school. Do you remember?" Ewan was cool about it though. Tom Hiddleston told me my dog was awesome, so that was the highlight of my life, LOL. I am eternally jealous of this exact interaction. I saw Tom Hiddleston at LAX and I just froze like a deer in the headlights. He's arguably the most regal human I've ever seen. He's also way taller than I expected. I met the St. Bernard dog from Beethoven at Planet Hollywood when I was a kid. It seemed like a pretty nice dog in person. We had a dog that was a dead ringer for Chance from Homeward Bound, Incredible Journey. So we would be out and about and toddlers would run at him screaming, "Chance!" tackling him from behind. Never a good idea with a dog. With their mothers panicking trying to catch them, waiting for the bully dog to bite. And our calm dog would just lick them gently and be happy to see them. It was pretty funny. Met Matthew Lillard, his wife, and newborn daughter like literally after the release of the first Scooby-Doo movie. My family always hosts the 4th of July parties in our beach house, and he crashed the party. I was like 7 or 8 at the time, and my cousins were freaking out saying, "Shaggy is here." Of course, I immediately sprinted over, and he was eating a hot dog. Super cliche, I know, since it's the 4th of July, LOL. He was so cool. The whole time he was in character and offering me to have him go get a hot dog for me. I remember my little cousins asking where Scooby was at, and he replied, "Oh, Scoob's ate so many hot dogs that he's like having a food coma." Seriously, one of the most highlighted memories dating back to my youth. Met Peter Cullen, voice of Optimus Prime and Eeyore, at BitCon in 2012. They had a raffle system set up for autographs and meet and greets. He saw a bunch of us standing off to the side, including a man next to me who was sobbing because Peter meant so much to him. Peter full-on ran from the line he was supposed to be autographing and bear-hugged this guy for at least a solid minute, patting his back and saying, "It's all right, everything is okay, I'm here now," while the guy sobbed on him. Then Peter autographed all our memorabilia and was whisked away by some very angry con staff. A wonderful, wonderful man, class act, and genuinely kind. David Bowie was extremely nice. I worked on his production of Lazarus in New York City before he passed, and was no older than 20 at the time, considerably younger than most on the crew. He took time out of talking to the director to turn to me and tell me that I was doing a phenomenal job on the production. Meant the world to me that he would do that for the shy, unsure 20-year-old. Totally made my life. My grandma sat next to Rob Van Winkle, Vanilla Ice, on a plane before he was famous for Ice Ice Baby. She knew who he was but didn't want him to know. They had a lovely 4-hour conversation, and she said he was really intelligent and nice. I met Vanilla Ice at a local bar in Pasadena, Maryland. As I was shooting pool with a buddy, he came up, introduced himself as Rob, and asked if he could get in on the next round and put his quarters on the table. From what I remember, there was a lot of drinking and a lot of laughing. Super friendly, normal guy. So energetic too, considering early in the night he performed with his heavy metal band, 1999-ish. I met Kiefer Sutherland after one of his gigs, and he was the most humble celeb I've ever met. So genuine and nice. He took pictures with everyone and signed everything. There were about 15 people. He even had a chat with us all and thanked us for waiting for him while he was doing a radio interview. I've worked with him a few times. He's super professional and he always is in character when rolling. I haven't seen him mess up a line or lose focus. He's truly inspiring. He will also greet people at work that he doesn't know, which is more than a lot of celebrities, actors do on the job. Met Linkin Park at Ozfest in '01 in Dallas. I was 11, walking by the booth with a long-ass line. Chester and Mike seen a kid, me, told me to jump the railing, gave me a bunch of free things they signed. Told me they were glad to see a new generation coming to concerts and listening to rock. It was one hell of an experience. Too bad I was young and didn't care of the thing they gave me. Used to do delivery runs for a catering company, and we would get a lot of celebrities at the airport that ordered from us. Johnny Depp was the only one I ever saw face to face. Dude pulled a wadded up bill from his pocket and tossed it at me. I thought it was cool I got a tip directly from him at all. But once I had it all unwadded, it was a $100 bill. He's really a total sweetheart. I saw him at a few shows. He plays guitar with Alice Cooper. And after the set ended, he leaned down from the stage to give me a hug, smiling the whole time. I greeted him with the Captain Jack, and he laughed even though I was just a kid. Nicest dude. I noticed Ron Perlman while I was stocking veggies at Whole Foods. I met his eye and he asked me where the bell peppers were. I showed him, and afterward I asked, "Are you an actor, sir?" He paused and looked at me with a friendly smirk and said, "Sometimes." I smiled and nodded. I decided to roll with it and drop the subject. He seemed to appreciate it and approached me again with another produce question a couple of weeks later. He seemed like a good dude with a pleasant vibe. Snoop Dogg. Totally unflappably chill 100% of the time. It's like a superpower. John Bon Jovi. Smoked a cigarette with him. Couldn't have been more down to earth. I believe he's making barbecue sandwich for homeless people as we speak. Jeremy Piven. I like to give people the benefit of the doubt. Must have been method acting for the Ari Gold role. Nearly 20 years ago, I literally bumped into Mick Foley at Six Flags in New Jersey. I was walking back down the exit ramp from a ride while talking to some friends, and he was being escorted up the exit ramp with his kids to skip the line. My dumbass never saw him coming, and I backed right up into him. Dude was super cool about it though. He just caught me, gave me a pat on the back when I apologized and said, "No problem, dude. Have a nice day." And then I realized who it was as he was walking away. My jaw dropped, and one of my buddies just looked at me and said, "Did mankind just tell you to have a nice day?" Stephen Fry was absolutely delightful. Charming, chatty, got my name wrong once at the beginning of the evening and kept apologizing for it over the course of the night. Katie Price was an absolute bollocking. She seemed to believe she ranked just under the Queen in social standing. In actuality, she just ranks under the drummer in the third best Queen cover band in Slough. Haha, fantastic. Stephen Fry is a genuine national treasure. Ringo Starr likes this restaurant by my house. I have run into him a few times while I am up there. If he's with someone else, then he's bearable. There's this one time though, I was with a friend and he exited the restaurant with his wife. My friend saw who he was and looked shocked. He just looked in our direction and said, "Yes, it is," and drove off. We were then informed by the valet guy a few feet away that we got the lucky end because some older folks were nearby. In short, Ringo is a salty man.
What's the worst case of rich kid syndrome you've seen? I've posted this before, and I need to say first off the bat that this is about my best friend, and she is the best person I know. I.e., not normally rich kid or anything. I was complaining about how I was short on money one month, just couldn't go out to eat, because I had to pay rent and pay for tag renewal all in the same paycheck. She looked at me, super seriously, and was like, "Don't worry, they send you those in the mail for free." After a long discussion, she learned that in fact, her mom had been paying for her new tags every year. I worked as a bouncer at a high-end nightclub. The biggest boner of a rich kid, straight out of Malibu's Most Wanted, gets a VIP booth and bottle service. racks up a massive bill trying to act like a baller. His credit card gets denied, and he has to call his dad to come down at 1:30 a.m. because he can't order any more bottles. His dad comes down in his pajamas, obviously ashamed and furious at this douche of a kid. He ends up embarrassing his kid in front of his whole group of friends. He takes the kid's keys and is about to leave when his kid makes some garbage comment and goes back to the club. The dad's about to walk away after he apologizes for his son, when we offer to drag him out the rough way. He smiles and accepts. That kid hit every door and step on the way out. Not the best story, but was one of the most satisfying experiences working at that club. Don't know if it qualifies as rich kid syndrome, but when I got out of the Navy, I decided to use my GI Bill at one of the Penn State satellites. I was sitting in the cafeteria drinking coffee and typing up a paper when a girl sits down across from me and opens her backpack. She pulls out a sandwich bag and looks at it in disgust, then looks at me dead in the eye and says, "I don't even know why I bother. My mom never cuts off the crust." I let out one of those high-pitched short laughs like, "Is this girl for real?" Obviously to the tone of it, she says, "I know, right?" Then asks me if I want it. I looked around thinking I was getting pranked or something, cause this thing is too stereotypical to be real, and I just assumed I was being filmed. She shook it at me and gave me a, well, look. So I said forget it, and took the sandwich. She then pulled out her student ID card and bought a crap ton of French fries. That sandwich was awesome. I think the bread was homemade, and it was stacked like a Dagwood. It had all kinds of expensive-looking meats and Dijon mustard. Serious gourmet. I know this girl's mother will never see this, but I just want to say someone appreciated that sandwich. This case isn't too bad, and it's a bit funny. I became friends with a kid whose family was really well off. He was a really nice bloke, but a bit sheltered, and university was the first time he really had any independence. But he had very little sense of what the value of a dollar really was, since his folks got him what he usually wanted, compared to what normal people would spend. There was one particular time he wanted us to eat at a restaurant, and he assured us it's really good. So we all rocked up to this place, and the price for main courses started at $40 to $60, which as poor uni students we couldn't afford. But when he realized this, he was so embarrassed he got his folks to pay for it. He's finally wised up a few years later once he got more independence away from his family, and made his own money, and remains one of the best blokes I know. A 12-year-old family friend got an iPhone XS for his birthday, then deliberately shattered his iPhone 8. I saw a 7-year-old daughter having iPhone XS with Dior ostrich skin cover. The cover was more expensive than the phone. Mommy got it for her birthday. I feel like you shouldn't give stuff like that to kids. In high school, a kid was bragging that he got in his third fender bender in his old car, 3 years old, that his parents gave him but he hated. So his parents were buying him an entirely new, current year car to incentivize him to drive better. "Hey son, you wrecked your new car? Well, fine. We're getting a new one, hoping you'll drive better." Genius. I went to school with a kid who totaled his Escalade, and someone's private land, by off-riding in it. So it was replaced with an Audi, so they couldn't do it again. My mom's friend used to buy new clothes each season and throw out the old ones. She had to be taught by her husband to save them for the next year. My cousin's wife grew up in Ohio, middle class at best, but when he got a high-paying job, she immediately started custom ordering their daughter's clothes, with everything having her name stitched on it and throwing away my mom's gifts. I worked with this kid who was a good kid but completely disconnected from financial reality for most people. He just moved out west from another state and was trying to get on like a normal adult. He went to buy a new car and was shocked that they couldn't just bill his dad for it since they didn't know him. He ordered a bottle of wine at a restaurant, and the sommelier said, "Certainly, sir." Then the sommelier whispered, "Just for your knowledge, sir, the bottle is $700. He looked straight at him and asked, "Is that a lot?" The sommelier honestly didn't know how to answer. Good kid, and he got a lot better, but he just didn't know. Once, he casually told his mom he needed some help with bills, and she deposited $20,000 into his account. My friend's parents had a dilemma because they both bought each other a new Mercedes for Valentine's Day. This is actually cute. Yeah, I was just thinking that this is simultaneously super wholesome and extremely privileged. A guy looked at my $2,000 beater car in college and commented that it must have been really cheap and guessed $15,000. Here's a doozy for you. My roommate's girlfriend went to a different college than us. She was visiting for the weekend, constantly saying things like, oh, she would never be a KD at my school, and just generally putting down anything she saw. Walking through the parking lot to the bars, she looked at a beat-up car, which happened to be my girlfriend's, and says, if my parents gave me that car to go to college, I'd throw the keys in a river. She didn't have a car. When my roommate said, at least they have a car, she flipped out on him. I worked at Starbucks, and we hired a new guy who I was training. At one point, I had to show him how to clean the restrooms. I grab the bleach and hand him a pair of gloves, and he looks at me in disgust and says, we don't have a maid to clean the bathrooms? He quit the next day, lol. When I was in boarding school, one of my co-boarders handed me some mail saying, do you notice anything special about this envelope? When I checked it out, I realized his face was on the stamp. He was royalty. This sounds like it's out of Coming to America. And when I say he has his own money, I mean he has his own money. Slaps Bill down with a picture of Eddie Murphy's face on it. I went to a destination wedding in Mexico resort. Rich kids rented a golf cart, tore through the streets, and flipped the cart, injuring people and causing a huge commotion and traffic jam. A Mexican lady comes out and begins to scold them for their behavior. You wouldn't act this way at home. The rich kid responds, I promise you, we do. It was the earnestness of his reply that got me. He really believed he was placating her with that response. There's gotta be a German word for something being funny because the other party is aloof to their own behavior. My brother works at a rehab center for the kids of wealthy parents. He's always got stories, but the one that sticks with me the most was a kid who was in trouble with the law and doing rehab before his court appearances. You know, to look like a better person and hopefully the judge would go easier on him. He was mopey one day, and my brother asks him what's wrong. The kid starts talking about how tough the whole experience has been for him, how it's been so hard on his family that his parents had to sell his house to pay for his rehab. My brother felt sympathetic and says, damn, that sucks that your parents had to sell their house over this. To which the kid corrected him, no, they kept their house. They had to sell mine. Well, this is a less version of a spoiled kid if the parents actually punished the kid. I knew a girl whose allowance was $90 a day. She got into trouble, so they cut it to $90 a week. How old was she? Assuming this was high school, how did she manage to spend $30K a year? She was a teenager. She lived in Manhattan, so that explains a bit. One girl from my high school got breast implants for her 18th birthday. Her mom joined her as a mother-daughter bonding activity, followed by the daughter getting a brand new $90,000 Mercedes as a high school graduation gift. I think I saw that movie. And then the daughter's boyfriend comes over, right? I saw this one too. The daughter isn't home, but the mom says he can wait there for her. I work for a dentist, and her son is a spoiled brat. He was at the office one day because she had to bring him to an appointment later that day. He got bored and went out wandering around in some of the local shops. He came back a little while later and without any preamble walked up to her and said, "Give me $80. She asked him what it was for and he just repeated himself and she gave it to him. So the kid is 19 years old. He was 17 at the time of this incident. The father is in the picture, but my boss, the dentist, is the main breadwinner and disciplinarian of the family. The husband is more like another child and just works here and there and lives off her money. She tries to act tough and instills certain morals and values in her kids, but then turns around and caves to all of their demands. For example, her twin daughters are going to university next year, and instead of staying in a dorm, they demanded a 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom apartment. They refused to share a bedroom or even a bathroom. At first, she told them absolutely not, but they whined and complained, and she caved. This will be a 2-bed, 2-bath apartment in Toronto, by the way, where rent prices are through the roof. My boss is very much about appearances, and from a young age, got her kids accustomed to a privileged lifestyle. She created monsters. This is pretty tame, but it's what I got. I used to work as an after-school babysitter for a loaded doctor couple with 2 kids. My job was mainly to pick up the younger kid from school and hang out till his parents got home. He was a good kid, but coddled and immature. He was in 5th or 6th grade at this point. Oftentimes, he would not be at his classroom when I came to get him. And the school campus was huge. Different buildings, courtyards, playgrounds, the works. If he wasn't in his classroom, I had to comb the whole campus, and he was rarely in the same place twice. He had a cell phone, but usually ignored its existence, except for playing games on it in the car. The school was in the city and I had to park on the street. A couple of times, I wound up with parking tickets because, despite having stuffed the parking meter with enough quarters to presumably result in ample time, the search for my charge would take much longer than anticipated. After a point, I mentioned this to him, calmly asking that he respect my time and stay in a set location so that I don't end up with a $25 ticket again. He looked at me with a good-natured shrug and said, "Well, that's not much. You can afford that. Sonny, your parents paid me $140 a week and I was in college. I know you live in a $1.4 million house and your dad buys you an expensive new toy every Sunday, but with the money they're forking over for your education, someone ought to have taught you the value of a dollar by now." But honestly, he was a nice kid. They moved away and I hope he's doing well. This kid back in high school was whining. I mean, literally whimpering, that he had to wait for something like 6 weeks for his custom-built BMW to come over from Germany. If that was me, I'd be surprised it only took 6 weeks to custom-build a car and ship it from another country. I don't really know anything about cars, that just seems like a short time period to custom-build and ship such a large item. I've waited longer than that for 99p things on eBay. What's the worst case of rich kid syndrome you've seen? Part 2. My fiancé's cousin. He managed to crash 4 cars while still in high school because his father would replace them. When he moved on to college, he got kicked out of several apartments for owning a dog when they weren't permitted. He told me he didn't care though, since his father also funded his continuous stream of new housing. From what I last heard, his father is now paying for his long-standing cocaine habit. Do these parents actually care about their kids? I don't understand how out of touch as a parent you have to be to keep buying your child brand new vehicles every time they crash one due to him or her being reckless. How do you not know how to punish them, or make them work until they pay it off or something? I just do not get how you cannot understand this. Someone's sister got $600 shoes, so the parents got the other kid's shoes of the same price to stop their complaining. Holy Somehow this is the one that got me. I mean, this is a common problem for any family. One kid gets one thing and the other sibling throws a tantrum because they also want that thing. The only difference being that it's usually cheap things instead of $600 shoes. I wouldn't say rich kid, but definitely spoiled brat who thought he was rich. Befriended him in 5th grade over our interest in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game. First time I hung out at his place, I noticed just how littered with stuff his room was, some even unopened. I showed him some rare cards that I had recently pulled from a pack. He got super jealous and angry that I wouldn't trade or sell it to him. He immediately got up and walked over to the family computer and booted up a site where you could buy cards and various other toys and such. Completely ignoring having me over, he's now on an online shopping spree adding stuff to the cart. After adding a few things, he yells, "Where is the credit card?" And immediately his older sister comes running up the stairs to yell, "Kyle, Mom said no more buying stuff online," and closes the website and shuts off the computer. Kyle then proceeds to have a crying tantrum on the floor, and I'm just standing there over him in shock at what's happening and how he's acting. I slowly stopped hanging out with him until completely avoiding him as his temperament got worse. The kid wasn't even rich either, if I remember correctly. Both of his parents were cops. Babysat some rich kids. A couple of gems were when we were watching a movie and she said someone was ugly because they were poor. Another was that they left their stove at the side of the road for hobos. The kid was about 11. I nanny rich kids and I know exactly what attitude you mean. Mine thinks that anyone who catches the bus is dangerous and poor and will kidnap them. They mocked a girl who got a scholarship to their expensive school so much that she transferred back to a public school. The mother has me sit in the house doing nothing for up to 8 hours when they have tradespeople in because she's convinced they will steal. The mother also declutters their old crap by dumping it on their cleaning lady because she knows all the refugees in X city, and there are people who will really enjoy this stuff. It's a nice idea, but we're talking about old underwear with no elastic, soft toys with giant stains and missing limbs, school bags that are so old the plastic material is hardened and cracked off, and felt pens with no lids that dried out years ago. She just has no concept of what real people's lives are actually like to think that they might want this garbage. Went to school with a crazy rich kid. His parents got divorced and each decided to buy his love. Mommy owned a real estate agency, so she got him a license and spoon-fed him enough sales for a 6-figure income. The dad then bought him a magazine. Yes, the dad bought a magazine for his 24-year-old cokehead son to run. Worked about as well as you'd imagine. I have a cousin like that. Her parents have always just bought whatever job she's kind of interested in. In high school, they opened a Dairy Queen so she would have a place for her first job. They bought her a clothing store and an interior design business / home decor store. And now that she's got kids and less time to work, they bought like 4 condos for her to use as Airbnb properties. The only good thing is when she gets bored, her stepbrother takes over and finds qualified people to run the businesses, so other people are ending up with nice jobs. So, my best friend's wife teaches at a ritzy $40K per year private school. As in $40,000 a year for elementary and middle school. I think the high school is like $50K plus. Well, she teaches 7th or 8th grade, I can't remember, and she said she always goes around the class after the summer break and asks them what they did over the summer. And she particularly remembers one kid complaining about how much his summer sucked because he was stuck on his parents' yacht all summer and they didn't even take it anywhere cool. Just Italy. Young celebrity posts a pic of a house they just bought. That house isn't that nice. My cousin's house is way nicer. My cousins live in a mansion in Tampa, Florida. It always rocks their world when they visit me in my studio apartment in a Miami ghetto and use my 3 megabyte per second internet. Rich relatives don't mean you're rich too. This girl would always brag about how she'd been to every continent except Antarctica, and that she's visited so many countries. Then she wondered why people called her the rich kid and insisted she wasn't rich. To be fair, I am in no way rich, yet have been to every continent except Antarctica and dozens of countries. You just need to get a job on a cruise ship. Low pay, long, stressful hours, but perks like that. Guy buys $500 headphones from a vending machine because he lost his old pair. Like, who buys from a tech vending machine impulsively? It was on a university campus, not airport, and the dude bought Beats. So, not an audiophile or noise cancelling. I was tossing the football in my friend's place, and we almost hit his expensive TV. His response was, "Don't worry, my dad will just buy me another one." Was it a flat screen or a CRT? Because I have never been able to break a CRT, even with a bunch of pinball balls I found. It was a mini screen in his bedroom. Luckily, the only rich kids I knew were the most outstandingly well-behaved boys I've ever met. I was a youth leader in a ministry for middle schoolers, and I think the worst it ever got was them being mildly disruptive at times. But these kids had a literal half-sized basketball court in their basement, along with a basement the size of a comfortable 2-bedroom apartment, an arcade, a fully stocked second fridge. Don't even get me started on the house itself and the yard. This place easily would list as at least $1 million home, but they would share with all the kids in the group and never ever look down on anyone for not having money like them. These boys even helped me change a flat tire on my car because they felt it was useful to know how. They literally could probably afford a tow truck and a tire repair all in the same day if it ever happened to them. They were so well grounded that it made me feel like I was a spoiled brat at times. I looked up this estimate of the house. It was between 1.4 to 1.9 million, but the next most expensive house I found in the area was listed for 1.4. The average home in this particular town costs between 400 to 500K, so it's still pretty lavish compared to what everyone else around them has. I've seen this Aussie guy in a Thai pub in Koh Samui. He wanted to show bar girls that he's rich and lit up his cigarette using a burning 1,000 baht bill. He probably did not know how Thais love their king, and that the king just recently died, and his face is on the bill. The rich kid got him but kicked so hard. Sorry for my English, but hopefully you can understand what I mean. One of my friend's friends ended up paying for a night out of food and entertainment. He'd go up before we got the bill and just pay. No matter how much we argued with him and tried to pay him back, he wouldn't take it. Nice dude, mad baller, rich. When I was in college and in various groups that interacted with people with established careers, they, the people with careers, would do this for us. Not all the time, just every now and then go cover everyone's tab for whatever outing we were at. Honestly, it taught me a lot more about sharing what I had with people than it made me feel like I was a poor college student, but it had a lot to do with the attitude. Most of the time, when it happened, they'd tell everyone goodnight, not make a scene, and do it behind our backs and leave. We'd go to close out and the waiter or waitress would be like, "Oh no, Bob or Mary already took care of it." Being humble college students, and usually sometimes knowing these servers, led to us just tipping on the usual bill, and for a lot of these people it became an unspoken social agreement that they would cover us, and we would pay it forward by making sure our regular servers got taken care of. Adrian Broner, a boxer. Though he was not born rich, but became rich in his 20s, if you're not going by what Felix Dennis considers rich. He was supposed to be the next boxing superstar, but was beaten badly and exposed. He'd put out a video of him in line at Walmart. He paid with a $100 bill and threw the change on the ground, saying he is AB and only deals in hundreds. This is a man who had 7 children by 8 women at the age of 23 6 years ago, and who knows how many now. He had to settle a $1 million jewelry debt earlier this year. In middle school, we were asked to draw our homes for some assignment and hand it in at the end of class. A popular, extremely wealthy kid that sat behind me raised his hand and smugly asked the teacher for another sheet of paper because he couldn't draw it all on one page. His friends just snickered, but I was cringing. Even at 12, I remember thinking it was such a snobby thing to say. I had a girl like that in French class high school. We had to draw and label our house floor plan in Francais. And Kat raised her hand and asks how many floors because she kind of lives in a mansion. For other purposes, Kat was pretty cool, but she bragged about her wealth a lot. I work at a country club, and on the 4th of July, while I was working, a little girl asked why we were closing at 7 instead of staying open all night. I told her I wanted to get to do sparklers and fireworks with my family, too. She thought about it, looked back at me and said, But y'all aren't real people? I just had to laugh and inform her I was indeed real, and all my co-workers weren't just the slaves of the country club. Wild man. Bragging is one of my pet peeves. There's a coworker that constantly brags of how her mom buys her purses, nails, and hair done. The coworker makes recent money. Why can't she buy her own and stop mooching and bragging? Or just enjoy it without bragging? I'm in my 30s and support myself, but my dad is insistent on buying me a car he can get a good deal on. I keep telling him no, but he's not going to stop until I give in. On the one hand, it's awesome. On the other hand, I hate the optics of Daddy buying me a car. What about that Dallas kid who killed those others in a drunken car wreck, then used the "I'm too rich for consequences" defense? One of his examples in his defense was he had never learned consequences. For example, that time his parents found him drunk driving with a naked 14-year-old in the back of the car. On an episode of The Real Housewives of Beverly Hills, there was a member named Taylor. Her husband committed suicide and their lifestyle changed significantly. She and her young daughter started flying commercial versus private, and her daughter asked why there were all these other people on their plane. One of the very few times I would be interested in watching one of those shows, to be honest. Probably too late to the party here, but I ended up at one of those fancy private universities. Coming from a small Ohio town, it resulted in a lot of culture shock. One of the most memorable moments was when I was eating breakfast at one of the campus restaurants, super early, before I opened the store I worked at, and there was a girl at a table with her friend, just completely broken down sobbing. She was basically incomprehensible. I immediately thought she must have lost a family member, and my heart broke for her. Until, through rolling tears, she managed to croak out, "It's just not fair! I asked for a Mercedes, and he got me a BMW!" Then just broke into guttural sobs. Meanwhile, I'm hoping my paycheck can cover an overdue oil change on my 1998 Plymouth Neon.
What's something in your room right now that most people probably don't have in theirs? An uncut currency sheet. It's 50 $1 bills that were never cut when they came out of the US Mint. I have 2 $1 bills whose serial number is directly after each other, but yours sounds way cooler. If you found those out in the wild, that's awesome, but it's pretty common to get sequential bills if you're getting them from a bank, especially the larger ones. A pleasant assortment of didgeridoos, whereas most people only have a mediocre assortment of didgeridoos. A ship compass. Now you know which way your house is going. Perfect for strapping thousands of balloons to it and traveling to Paradise Falls. A working iPod from 2004. Still have mine. It's the U2 Special Edition. I believe it still works. 8 different copies of The Secret Garden by Francis Burnett. I have a similar collection of Alice in Wonderland books. A balloon that was inflated a couple of days before I was born. 17 years later, and it has barely lost any air. But, what happens when it does deflate? I mean, will you deflate too? You either die normal or live long enough to become deflated, I guess. A custom-made wand from the Harry Potter universe. I worked on the Fantastic Beasts 2 film, part of the Harry Potter universe, and was gifted it by the director and producer. It has my name on it too. I got an autograph from Chef Anthony Bourdain. Kitchen Confidential was an amazing read. 4 guitars that I built by hand from blocks of wood. That is so cool. Is that one in the back a hollow body Epiphone? How does it sound? It is a hollow body that I built, Jag style body with 335 wood thickness specs. Then I used the trestle bracing system inside like a Gretsch, but with rosewood. I ran LEDs through the fretboard, so I'm putting in some HD copper shielding right now because the blinking lights were coming into the pickups. A dictionary from 1899. Wow, any words in there that aren't used today, or do you not know? I haven't really been able to check it out for a while, over a fear of it falling apart if I open it. A Giga counter. So, how much radiation is in your room? 3.6 Runken. Not great, but not terrible. A Nintendo Power Glove. I love the Power Glove, it's so bad. A cot. I don't use a mattress, I use a Coleman cot. I've done this for 4, almost 5 years. Why? I can't speak for Rob, but for me, it was the only thing I could afford post-divorce. Well, the only thing I could afford after getting the truly essential items. A beanbag chair, an Xbox 360 and a 70-inch plasma TV. A picture of Prince Harry edited onto Umbridge's body. Prince Umbridge. An unopened box of Windows 95. How have you been able to resist this long? I find the box design visually pleasing. I also love the novelty of having an unused physical version of outdated software. I have a large storage container filled to the top with McDonald's toys. Before my grandfather passed away, he would go and get a cup of coffee every morning and would get me a toy from there when he got a coffee. I've kept them ever since. I can't bring myself to part with them. I have full collections of the Monsters Inc. toys, the Lilo and Stitch toys, Winnie the Pooh, Beanie Babies, etc. 90s and early 2000s toys. That man was a saint and my hero. A plus-minus 100-year-old original framed photograph of my great-grandfather. Honestly, I would immensely be impressed if anyone had that. That and a plastic nun finger puppet. I have a glass milk container filled with the heads of action figures. What the flip? Why? My garage was filled with years and years worth of my children's toys. Many of those I gave away to thrift stores. Some of the smaller ones I placed in glass containers as decoration and a reminder of the years of my children playing with their toys. One of the things I found in many of the totes of toys were broken action figures. A lot of heads, so I thought it would be cool to use one glass container just for action figure heads. About 80 rubber ducks. James Veitch, is this you? Lol, no, but he inspired my collection. A magnet that has a cow with the words Moo Mitch. A sword with a snakeskin scabbard. Ooh, that sounds interesting. And like the sword might cut through the scabbard accidentally. Fun fact, a scabbard is a hard, rigid case for blades that are usually composed of wood slats wrapped in something like canvas or leather. A sheath is made of only soft material like leather. It's basically impossible to cut through a scabbard, whereas a sheath is a bit more feasible by nature of the design. Fun fact number 2, you're beautiful. Have a great day. An antique ship anchor from the year 1597, dredged up from the River Mars. It's not a huge anchor from a full-size man of war or something. Those were the size of a house. I think this was from a fishing vessel or a small trade vessel for river trade here in the Netherlands. Not found by me, unfortunately, but I bought it from the man who did, found in the 70s. The date it was made is on the anchor, and the mark on it is a kind of a house mark. These marks were used by rich, but not noble families. No coat of arms to mark stuff that was theirs. Around 60 kilograms, but it's a guess. Height, 124 centimeters. Width, 81 centimeters. A skinned and dissected Furby. Are you making a long Furby? I have a 6-foot-tall skeleton on a movable stand next to my bed. He's made of plastic. He's not real. I don't care if he watches me masturbate or have sex. I'm a girl. No, I'm not in the medical field, I'm in education. Please stop asking me these questions. Lol. Doesn't it ever get creepy? It used to be at the foot of my bed and it freaked me out because I saw it all night long, but I moved it to the head of my bed, which sounds way creepier, but I don't see it as often, so it's less weird. It's just in the corner of my eye when I'm watching TV and stuff. I did turn his face away from me so he can't watch me sleep. He gets to look out the window. I figure if anyone tries to break in, they're gonna see the skeleton in the window and get freaked out. A Winnie the Pooh book translated into Latin. Perfect for reading to the young demon under your bed. A mint condition, first edition Machamp Pokemon card. Shiny, of course. Well, I have a Stonjourner VMAX Japanese Rainbow Rare Full Art card. I can provide pictures if you want to see it. It's very shiny. A school desk from the early 20th century. I have one of these. I bought second hand for $5. The metal framed wood seated kind with the chair attached. Although ours is probably from around 1960ish, my kid has slowly decorated with lots of paint, markers and stickers, and it looks like a hippie desk now. White Tiger Megazord with all the red spheres. I don't think everyone here appreciates the rarity of all the red spheres being intact. A Raven Skull. Epic. This one checks out as well. A collection of human teeth stuck on a candle. Wow. You can join the cult with the Raven and Goat Skull people. Don't forget the mini cauldron, folks. My appendix. Hopefully. Yeah, it's a little scary when you see it from far. That's why it's hidden somewhere in my room. A piece of the Berlin Wall. I have a chunk on my dresser. I got from my mom when we visited Germany last summer because she told me stories of when she lived there, touching the wall was a quick way to get shot. I wanted her to be able to touch the wall and not get shot, so I brought some wall home for her. I have multiple bottles of wine, 3 liters or larger. A shelf was full of scuba equipment, 3 fridges, a surprising amount of Malagasy Ariari. Hey, what scuba kit do you rock? Quite a lot. A regulator, Maris Abyss BCDs, Maris XR Blue Camo, BPW, and Cressy Ultralight fins. Boscha Aquabionics, and a smaller, more generic fin. Computer, Sunto Ion Core. Plus all the boots, wetsuits, accessories, etc. It's more of the fact I have them all on display that is irregular. My room has too many walls, so one is a scuba display. A tiny glow-in-the-dark baby Jesus statue from the Vatican. A plant that was grown from an actual grocery store pineapple cutting. I don't have one in my bedroom, but I do have 2 in the house. They're perfect, low-maintenance houseplants. A giant Jamaican banana. Saw 2 kids walking through a trailer park a few weeks ago carrying one. I also have a giant stuffed gorilla as big as I am. I named it Coco, after the sign language gorilla. Coco is right next to the Jamaican banana with its arm around it. A full-tank, sharp, fully operational battle axe, a 14-foot rope dart, and functional flintlock pistols. Are you a D&D character? Dude has to roll for strength and dexterity on a regular basis. A basket of my sister's cleaned laundry that she has yet to come pick up. Before you go all Sweet Home Alabama on me, it's only in my room because our cats will end up sleeping on it otherwise, and my bedroom's the only safe place it could go. A cauldron. Wait, what? Why? For witchcraft, of course. It's a little iron one, fits in the palm of my hand. I use it for burning herbs and incense. Christmas tree. My father just got rid of a Christmas tree he had in his house for 1.5 years. Edit. He even decorated it for different holidays. I can't believe it took him that long. Growing up, my family did that. We left it up for 12 years. As kids, we got really sad when the Christmas tree had to come down, so our parents figured out, why not just leave it up? It made an excellent conversation piece, but it was also really fun finding different decorations to put on it for different holidays. My favorite was the giant pair of sunglasses we put on them during the summer. My husband. I hope, at least. Nope, I've got him too. To choose this man's husband. Sign from a now closed military area. It says, photography prohibited. Is photography allowed in your room then? Only if the military authority does not find out. A coffee cup with human teeth. Before you ask, they're not mine. That just makes me more scared. A big sign that says, take no prisoners, that I got from my old job at a well-known chicken tender fast food place that rhymes with causing rains. Am I the only one that can't guess the restaurant name? 2 5-day-old kittens. Cat tax. This blew up. To answer a question, we don't know where the moms went or are. The kittens are orphans from different litters that were brought into the shelter separately. One person said a mom was hit by a car. We do encourage people who find kittens this young to leave them where they are and wait to see if mom returns. Alive? Just making sure? Yes, they are foster kittens. They need feedings every 2 hours so they can't stay at the shelter overnight.
What's a red flag when looking for a job? Part 1. I had a team lead interview me for a contract once say bluntly, "You don't want to work here. It's horrible." He was right and still undersold the experience somehow. And you still took the job? Come on, man. Temporary 3 to 6 month contract. I completed the project and moved on to the next contract. Places who always say they're hiring and always taking applications, but you never actually see anyone new being trained or anything. It means people are quitting constantly, and management isn't hiring new people, so they are critically understaffed on top of poorly managed. I turned down a second interview for a position in which the interviewer said something to the effect of, "If your boss emails you on a Friday night, you don't have to respond, but you know how that looks." Made it pretty clear that they expect work to be your first priority. It looks like I don't want that job, lol. This is also why I left my job. I don't want a job where I still have to work at home during rest days without getting paid. Boy, their audacity to make you do that is insane. I said I can work under pressure, not in sickness and in health till death do us part. Hiring lots of people in the same position, everyone who calls gets a job, either means the job is nonsense or they're setting you all up to compete for the actual job. I had this once. Turned out it was commission only, door-to-door vacuum sales. I did that for a month. My breaking point was when I was told I couldn't carry any water with me in what is essentially desert climate in the middle of summer. Was told to request a glass of water from random strangers. Same if I needed to use the bathroom. I wound up so parched I was risking real dehydration, and the other salespeople had the nerve to drink all my water. Oh, and I sold a grand total of 3 vacuums. I actually have 5 sales, but I quit on a Friday, and by Monday they claimed my last 2 sales were cancelled, and I now owe them something like $150 for accessories. I convinced them to zero out my entire account and just close it. ETA, since I have a lot of replies, asking which vacuum, it was Kurt B. When they nonsense talk about previous employees, they were going to do it to you. Same goes for them insulting current employees behind their backs. I saw that during my orientation. 2 supervisors were loudly talking about how useless an employee was after they got off the phone with him. Even if it's true, the fact that they don't care who hears them is a sign of a toxic work environment. Typical behavior of managers who like to deflect blame for their own mistakes onto employees. Basically a symptom of a terrible boss. When they say you could be earning 6 figures in less than a year. When the posting lists the salary range as $50,000 to $300,000, that means it's an all-commission sales job. Also, the only way you will see 6 figures will be to rob a bank on the way home from work. Always ask them why the person you are replacing left the job. The way they answer this could be a red flag. I took a security guard job in college as a part-time gig. In the interview, the owner said the guy I was replacing was just lazy. On my first day, I asked one of my coworkers, and it turns out he was shot in the face while on duty. Too lazy to drive himself to the hospital, I guess? If the guy couldn't even keep bullets out of his own body, how can he be expected to keep people out of the building? Making jokes about overtime and crunch time. Guaranteed it's going to be nights and weekends are optional, but not actually optional place. I went to an interview where the guy said, "We don't end the day until everyone is done, and sometimes that takes another hour on a busy day." Then my genius brain said, "Yeah, I don't want to work constantly overtime." What was I thinking, expecting to go home when my contract says I go home? In reality, maybe an hour overtime can easily turn into 2 hours overtime every day. Having to pretend this is normal is so toxic. Initially unpaid, but will result in full-time offer upon completion of XYZ. This will be an excellent chance to expand your portfolio and gain lots of exposure to leading global brands. The graphic designer here, my favorite response to this? You can die from exposure. Earning potential is stressed over the current salary. I applied to a place where they were offering me 30% less than what I was currently making. They said, "That's because you'll be making that up in your performance bonus, plus more." Hard pass from me on that one. Such a slap in the face of an offer. This was a red flag I had during an interview process once. I was doing a phone interview for an IT position, and the person I was interviewing with basically changed the details of the job during the interview. Instead of the first shift hours the position promised, he immediately went into saying it would be 6+ months before the opportunity for the first shift would even be a possibility. Also, he was big into asking how dedicated I was to jobs. The idea of weekend shifts, again, not in the original description, kept coming up, and how everyone had to be a team player and help out on weekends when needed. The kicker was when he started talking about how many hours he worked. He was bragging that he was up at 6 a.m. every day working. Then he'd go into the office for the day, come home to see his family for dinner, and get right back to work until 10 to 11 p.m. every night. I had never been turned off from a job faster in my life. He asked me to think things over, and he'd send me some paperwork via email. Needless to say, I called him the next morning and declined the job. It was the worst interview process I'd ever been in. A couple of things. Open interviews. Admittedly, I've fallen for this a few times, but I was young and stupid. It's clear they have a high turnover, so they're trying to secure as many people as they can. Most of the time, these open interview jobs don't have salaries, just commission. Refusal or reluctancy to share details over the phone. This is what usually ends up in you turning up to an open interview. If they withhold information about the role, what you'll be doing, etc., that's a huge red flag. They just want to get you in the door for an interview to pressure you into joining. Looking for rock stars in the job description, unless of course the posting is in fact for a position to be a rock star. Similarly, ads that read along the lines of, "Do you like sports? Come be a part of our team. We're laid back and have fun. We want all of our MVPs to succeed, so we work hard and we play hard too." If they're trying to sell you on the work environment in the ad, most of the time you should run. I'm sure there are exceptions, but most of the time, you can substitute rock stars and sports and MVPs and all these ads interchangeably, with all of it loosely translating to, "We're gonna load a bunch of you up in a van at the butt crack of dawn to drop in neighborhoods for door-to-door cold calls selling cutlery." If you ask them what the pay is and they start off with what you could be making after so much time, and they start rambling about the raising process, run the other way. During my last interview for an entry-level, semi-skilled press operator position, the HR guy says my pay will be like this. If you hit your rate every day, factor in your attendance bonus, then if you go over rate, we'll pay you piece rate. They don't, I checked. And if the packing line gets your orders out on time and your quality is high enough and we don't get docked with any fees, a process over which I'll have no control after I wrap my pallet, you'll be making $15.20 an hour. Or more if you sign up for Saturdays. But that's not what I asked. I asked what my base pay was going to be, to which he replied, $10.61 per hour. No, thank you. I've never heard such a complete pile of runaround nonsense. I got a call from a subway I applied to tell me my interview was in 10 minutes. That was the first I heard from them after submitting my application. So, years ago, my old company was hiring a mechanical engineer job, but the director of the department suddenly had a family emergency and had to go out of town the next day. They called the last applicant and said, "Can you come in and interview? Like now?" The candidate explained that he was out and about and couldn't get dressed or anything. The director basically said, "Don't care." That's how the dude that got the job got to interview in a black band t-shirt and ripped jeans. So before you red flag it, make sure that a sudden interview isn't warranted. High staff turnover. There's a place near me that's always hiring high-level tech folks, and I mean always. Just makes me think, meat grinder. Probably pays an absolute killing, but you're chained to your work laptop 24/7. If the job description has about 20 items, of which one is sales, your job is going to be sales. If the job description has multiple items, then the majority of your duty is going to be the worst one of those items. A bit like occasional weekend means occasional weekend off. A manager who doesn't really interview you or doesn't take the interview seriously. They're on their phone the whole time, don't ask any questions, are too casual. Edited, too casual doesn't mean creating a relaxed environment or rapport with the interview candidate. Too casual in my experience was the guy, director of marketing, wear jeans with a hole near the crotch and sitting with his legs open, on his phone the whole time, spitting chew into a can on his desk. Or the guys who have interviewed me and littered the interview with F-bombs and other vulgarities, or talked nonsense about our known common acquaintances. Things like that. If it feels like you have the job before your interview. I once applied to a trainee position, I got to the interview and it felt like I had already got the position and the meeting was just for details. It was weird. He looked at my docs more as a formality, but apart from the excessive praise, I was never actually asked anything. I was told I would do a week trial with only travel expenses paid. During that week, there was no training or anything. I heard some not nice things, also some illegal things whilst there. The boss was making plans to go out of the country for an extended period within 2 months, and I'd be taking over for him as well as expected to bring in clients too. Also, I wasn't deemed to be working fast enough, and therefore they wanted to pay me less than £4 an hour. I didn't go back. An employer who treats you like they were doing you a favor. With good servant leadership, it should be the other way around. An unclear job description, or a job description that includes too many duties. Not being offered the opportunity to see the working areas or talk to people who would be your peers. Just generally trying to feel out whether or not they have things under control or not. I don't want to walk into a garbage show. We work hard and play hard. It actually means all work and for sure no play. Translation, you will work 60 plus hours a week and you are expected to come to the company happy hour whether you drink or not. Also, we all stay here too much then go get hammered because we hate our spouses and children and will do anything to avoid going home. I arrived for an interview not too long ago. I showed up 15 minutes early and had all my certs to prove training. I waited over 20 minutes before the secretary led me to a conference room. Waited another 40 minutes and got fed up. The quality manager walked in as I was getting up to leave. He was very offended when I told him he had wasted my time and I would never accept a position after being left to wait almost an hour while having an appointment. Drove an hour and a half to a job interview once. The interviewer was traveling and I was supposed to meet them in the business center of their hotel. Waited for a little over an hour. Nobody showed or called me. Tried calling them, straight to voicemail. I got fed up and left. 30 minutes into my drive home, I got a call back. They wanted to know where I was. Apparently, they were in an important meeting that ran long, and couldn't call me or email me to let me know. I got calls from them for a month trying to set up an interview despite me telling them I wasn't interested every single time. We are a family here, which means this is how they try to make up for the garbage pay and long hours. This is the one I was looking for. Yes, it's a family in the sense that the company expects me to be willing to do anything to help you and your company anytime, anywhere, anyhow. You and your brothers and sisters, aka the other overworked, unappreciated PNs, are conditioned to work harder to help each other out. The problem here is that the only people who benefit are the people at the top. What's a red flag when looking for a job? Part 2. If the office is a disgusting hole and bathrooms are dirty. This is kind of an odd one, but here's what happened to me. I left a decent size, 400 employees, successful company because my career path was dead-ended. I had 2 positions above me. One was my boss, who was not going to retire for 20 years, and the VP, who was above him and also not going anywhere for 10 years or more. I took a job at a much smaller company, 70 employees, but it had a ton of growth potential. It was a small company on the verge of blowing up and getting big. I didn't pay a ton of attention to my surroundings because I was too excited about more money, growth, etc. The offices were a dump and the bathrooms were disgusting. There were 2 reasons for this. First, the company was small and growing and somewhat cash poor. Second, the owner was so cheap. In my time there, he would frequently make comments like, "Offices don't make me money," and "bathrooms don't make me money," which, on the surface, is true. However, people don't like working a dump. I had a job in IT and we would end up cleaning the bathrooms on a rotation. I'm not above scrubbing a toilet, but no one told me when I was hired that I'd have to wipe up piss. I might have reconsidered taking that job. Over the next couple of years, the company did grow and they did hire a cleaning company and they did invest in the offices, but the first 12 months or so were not entirely what I expected, especially coming from a company that prided itself on nice, clean, modern facilities. I will say this though, the owner's cheap mentality was a continual roadblock for me in my time there. I eventually became director of operations, and it was a constant challenge to deal with his step over a dollar to pick up a dime method. Here are some examples of his idiocy. Only the owner, the VP, and the financial guy were allowed to have company credit cards. I was a director of operations with 65 employees under me, and I had to get petty cash from accounting or use my own credit card and get reimbursed for any events or spending or meals. Most people were not allowed to book their own flights. It wasn't until later on that I was able to book my own flights. The entire purchasing department and none of the sales force were allowed to book their own flights. The owner did it, and if he could save $60 by adding 2 layovers or making your flight a red-eye, he would do it. Never mind the lost productivity and what that costs. we saved $60 on your ticket. Kept an opiate addict around because he was a good welder and carpenter and would fix or build anything the owner wanted on the weekend for $60, a pack of smokes and a case of beer. The addict regularly destroyed equipment, stole, lied, and worked whatever hours he wanted. When my predecessor tried to fire him, the owner overruled, and after that, the addict could basically do whatever he wanted because there were clearly no repercussions. I did eventually fire this guy, and I still have the voicemail saved where he called up and begged for his job back after he had threatened violence against me and vandalism against my property. We had a plow truck that was in need of a wiring harness. The addict employee mentioned above had done something while borrowing the truck with the owner's permission, and the truck caught on fire. The truck was an older V30 Chevy truck, but it was in decent shape and worked well. I ordered a wiring harness from Painless and figured I'd install it on the weekend and get the truck working again for $600. The owner traded that truck and $5,000 for a 2002 F250 5.4 XL regular cab with 275,000 miles on it. The Super Duty frame and suspension were completely rotten, and the truck needed a rear end, brakes, brake lines, and fuel lines in the first year. I'm sure the guy that made that trade laughed all the way to the bank, coming away with $5,000 and a clean square-body Chevy 1-ton that had a SM465, NP205, 14-bolt, Dana 60, and only needed a wiring harness to be back on the road. I wasn't allowed to hire a lawn care company to do the mowing, so we had to have employees do it. The owner bought a used $400 riding mower that had 4 flat tires, no belts, and no battery from, you guessed it, the addict guy. I was not allowed to have a company credit card, but I did have a company Lowe's card, so I bought a cheap push mower over there and we used that to mow until years later when I was allowed to hire a mowing company. I was recently, roughly 2 months ago, given a job offer from a company I was really interested in. The job sounded great, was in a career path I was originally hoping for when graduating, and was back in my hometown so I could see some old friends and family regularly. When they made me an offer, it was a pretty big pay cut from what I'm currently making. The actual salary would have been flat out even. I hate my current job, so that would have been okay by me. However, I would be losing a week of vacation, a week paid sick time, getting slightly worse benefits, and half of what my current company offers in $401,000 matching. When I asked what was available for negotiation, they got mad at me. In fact, they expected me to make this life-altering decision in 24 hours with little to no questions asked, and got even madder that I wanted to negotiate my life instead of just say yes or no. So I ended up just walking away. I hate my current bosses, but not enough to walk away from 4 weeks of vacation and an extra week of sick leave, and especially not for, given the signs, people who will treat me the exact same way as my bosses. If they ask you to pay for training, that's usually a red flag that it's an MLM or pyramid scheme. If they ask you to buy stuff on commission and that it's your job to resell it, big ol' red flag. I've had job interviews where the whole company gave me a weird vibe. Lots of psychology questions like, do you like to be in control? While sitting in an office building with zero privacy. All of the office's glass walls so everyone could see everyone else. Needless to say, I didn't accept their offer. Master's degree preferred for an entry-level job. But the worst part is that they're getting what they ask for. I've been applying to so many master's degree preferred entry-level jobs, and always getting passed over 4 other people with a master's that have 10 plus years of experience and are perfectly willing to take entry-level pay. Need someone who is a rock star in fill in the blank? Really? Do you want someone who is just charismatic? That's it? What does that even mean? Sure, I can do tons of cocaine at work and be charismatic as hell. Doubt that would help your company. To be fair, if you can sleep on the floor of a van in a Walmart parking lot after traveling 6 states with 5 other egotistical dudes, you can probably hack it at whatever terrible job they're hiring for. I used to manage restaurants, and in my time doing so, I swore I would never put on our reader board anything like, now hiring all shifts, open interview dates, etc. The closest I ever got was putting up one time, now hiring 1 great associate. And your point is both for potential employees and consumers, because I'll never willingly go to a restaurant that says, now hiring all shifts. I can only assume the service will be, if for no other reason than lack of experience. When looking at compensation figures, bear in mind that up to X includes the number 0. My favorite is up to X or more, which means literally nothing. A more fun version of this I like is that I'm typing the sentence at a fraction of the speed of light. It's common in my industry for you to be interviewed separately by 3 or 4 different people. They will typically all be people that you'll be working with or for example, the hiring manager and 2 teammates. I've taken to asking each of them to describe what they see as the day-to-day duties and priorities of the role. If they don't align, it's a warning sign that no one knows exactly what they're hiring for. Requires 10 years experience, 2 master's degrees. Start, $8.50 an hour. You also need to wipe everyone's asses and make tea and coffee. They're unbelievable. They expect way too much from people, especially if the job has only existed for a few years. If they're looking for a large number of people to fill multiple positions, typically means that something happened to make a lot of people quit, or means that the company has a high turnover rate. Typically, yes, but not always. I was part of a small startup, customer support lead for a software as a service product. We needed to grow from 6 to 100 people. We were then bought by one of the biggest names in software. All those people now work for a major software company. If you're expected to work right off without sufficient training, it reflects poorly on the company's management and likely also means that they don't care about the employees. I had a cashier job kind of like this. I was partnered with existing cashiers for the first couple of weeks for them to train me. It sort of made sense in context. Management had no idea how the POSs worked, so cashiers had to train each other. But it also created this disconnect when one of us hit an issue we couldn't solve, or when customers asked us to perform a transaction we'd never done before. Air miles was a huge, frustrating thing. Not only that, but I was there for about 9 months and had been promised OHSA training within the first 3. Never got it. Quit for a number of reasons, but the point is, when you minimum wagers are training each other for no extra pay, something has gone wrong. As a software developer, I ask to see the office while the devs are at work. If it's too quiet, I see that as a bad sign. I look at seeing people pair programming or discussing design decisions, doing code reviews, etc. I'm looking for a relaxed but engaging atmosphere. The red flags for me are people sitting alone at their computers, staring desperately at the screen, unable to seek help, everyone under so much workload that the office is deathly quiet. I want to see people helping each other. Also, I want to see automated unit testing and reasonably well spec'd out stories before they go into points poker. The code should be clean, easily read, and comments used sparingly to illustrate not what but why they've decided to do things that way. I want to see automated build and deployment systems in place. In the car park, I don't want to see the boss's car is many times the worth of the scrappiest car in the car park. That's a sign that the boss is exploiting the workers. Infrastructure. The elevators and toilets should work, and there should be a kitchen with a working sink and microwave. Flexi time should mean flexi time, not you have to convince the partners that you'll not abuse the privilege of working an hour earlier or later. And once you do, your new times are carved in stone for all eternity. If the job asks for money to begin, we'll hide this behind, oh, we just need $90 for the piss test and $180 for the marketing training. Definitely not talking from my scammed personal experience. This is my #1 red flag. I've actually never seen this flag on a legit business before. Do you have to buy a kit? Scam. You need to pay the company or one that they are contracted for training first? Scam. Need to buy job supplies? Still a scam. Any legit business is forced to compensate you. If you have to buy any product or service to start making money, it is a pyramid scheme or MLM, multi-level marketing, that has a less than 1% chance at best of making you pennies per hour if you continue the chain by defrauding others. Unfortunately, I have worked for a couple of places that hired roughly 75 plus people 3 times per week at several locations just to keep up with the turnover. That's crazy. Was this in hospitality or retail? The trucking industry is cutthroat. They will kick you out the door for nothing because there is always someone to replace you. When they can't return a call or keep you updated about your onboarding. This, and when they leave you hanging for 3 months. I've had a phone call from a company I had an interview with 3 months prior to that without hearing a word, and I was already at a new job and I said, sorry, should have gotten to me sooner.
What's something that you once believed to be essential in your life, but after going without decided it really wasn't? Tobacco. Every day I would tell myself, this is bad for you, but you can quit any time. It seemed like I was in control when I really wasn't. I saw it as essential without seeing it as essential, if you know what I mean. I believe that is what makes cigarettes so addictive. They make you lie to yourself. Once I stopped, I truly felt like I could live the rest of my life without tobacco. I agree, but this applies to any addiction, TBH. I believed it was essential to be accompanied by people so that I wouldn't feel lonely. However, I've realized that there's a massive difference between being alone and feeling lonely. Sometimes I don't feel lonely despite being alone, and other times I end up feeling lonely even though I have company. Sometimes I don't feel lonely despite being alone, and other times I end up feeling lonely even though I have company. I've always only felt lonely around other people. I used to hold on to every single workbook from my primary and secondary school, bits of cardboard and fabric I could use for the stuff and other stuff like that. After moving out of a house for a year then returning, I realized I'm never actually going to do stuff with them. Living without them for a year helped me see I don't need to hold on to this stuff, which I think saved me from a potential hoarding problem. Subazone, the opioid maintenance medication. It's helped for many, and I believe it helped me to a certain extent. However, every time I would try to get off of it, I would land right back where I started. After the last time, once I'd picked up using again, I decided to just cold turkey instead of getting back on the medication. Once the withdrawals and mental fog cleared, I rediscovered actual joy. Well done. Not an easy thing to do at all. Probably sounds vain, but things like eyelash extensions or getting my nails done, I really thought I needed those things to feel pretty. That's the power of advertising, baby. It's proven. Women are more likely to get hired for a job by wearing at least some makeup than none at all or too much. Men, we just have to wear a tie, which is a one-time purchase that doesn't require maintenance. New clothes. I used to do the seasonal shop. 1 to 10 new items for every season, all necessities, so 4 times a year. I had over 3 closets worth of clothes, including things I'd had in high school 10 years ago. A year ago, I decided that not buying new clothes would be a good way to reduce my spending. So I started only buying clothes that truly filled the gap or replaced something I'd actually worn out. This means that in a year, I've only bought 1 work dress, 1 pair of leggings, 1 basics shirt, and 1 special event outfit. I started gutting my huge collection of clothes and getting rid of all the items I didn't absolutely love wearing or need for work. It has been freeing, and I would never go back to the seasonal shop life. Going out all the time. Mine was the opposite. I would stay in every evening because to me it was important to keep the same routine of wake, work, home, sleep. I hated staying out because then I wasn't at home painting or programming. Suddenly I had a mental status shift and realized I hated going home after work. So I made about 15 different friends, barely any knew each other, and would hang out every single night for 3 years before going home to bed. Now I'm at a happy medium. Just kidding, I'm in quarantine. Dessert. I cut back massively on sweets 18 months ago and I've lost 60 to 65 pounds. I didn't really miss sweets after a while. Any tips you have for a newbie trying to give up desserts? Start slow. If you have dessert every night, cut out 1 night and make that the new habit. Then increase it by 1 more. Or start making fruit the dessert some nights. You can make amazing apple sauce just by finely slicing some apples and simmering them in a little water with cinnamon for an hour and then mashing them up. Or have a piece of 80% dark chocolate. Your body agrees that it's getting a piece of chocolate, for the chocolate is so rich that it tends not to ask for much more. I tried cold turkey and it was a really painful experience for me with a really hard backlash. Slowly adjusting my habits over a period of months and even years has been much easier for me. The approval of others. Oh man, this. I had a horrible time through high school with this issue, to the point of half-assed suicide attempts. Jump ahead about 10 years. I'm cleaning out some stuff and come across my high school yearbook. I decided to flip through and look up some of the people I knew and found myself LMAO. All the people in those pictures were just kids. They were no more or less dorky and immature than I was. Why the hell did I spend so much energy giving a damn what they thought of me? Especially since I've never seen any of them ever since. Disposable paper towels. During university, I was too cheap and broke to pay for them, so I went without. Once I got used to using washable cloths to clean up, I didn't even really feel the need for paper towels. Now that I'm out of school and I can afford to buy paper towels, I keep some around. I realize how wasteful they are and I try to use them sparingly. I only use paper towels for cleaning up disgusting things like cat vomit. Cable TV or satellite TV. Agreed. Cut cable years ago. Never missed it. Why would I pay to be advertised to? Bottled water. I live in an area with safe tap water. It doesn't taste great, but gets the job done. When coronavirus hit and there was a crazy rush on bottled water, I couldn't get my hands on any. Turns out, I don't care about bottled water. I'm drinking tap water like a champ now and it's practically free. Sugar in coffee or tea. I freely chose to give it up, and I don't miss it. This is my hurdle. I don't eat sweets, don't drink soda, but I still put too much sugar in my coffee. I need to work on that. Did you wean yourself down or just cut it abruptly? Rigorous skincare routine, but only because no matter what I try, my skin seems to stay the same, which I'm fine with. Same. Used to put on so many different creams and lotions specialized for any small part of my body until one day I went traveling and forgot them at home. After 1 week I realized my skin looked exactly the same, with or without all of this. Now they're just taking up space in my bathroom though, so I started using them again since I bought them, but after that, I'm not going to invest all my money in that is. Nicotine. Haven't smoked since quarantine started. Good job and good luck. Soda. I still drink it, but I drink a lot more water now. I was born with an extra sensitive stomach and sense of smell, and I can't stand soda. It just tastes like if you put maple syrup in water and then made it painful to drink. Alcohol. 16 months sober. Congratulations, man. I've been 15 months sober. It happened unexpectedly, but I realized I needed this for the longest. Never going back to drinking. Facebook. Didn't Facebook just turn into garbage in the early 2010s, which is why everyone ended up leaving? Yeah, around 2014. I rode the whole wave. It was at its peak when it only allowed college students. Even for a while after it opened its doors to everyone, it was still good. You still had a majority of fun stuff your friends posted. Not to sound cliched, but it got ruined once all the boomers and grandparents discovered it. Then that allowed for even more uneducated people of every age to hop on, and it just went downhill from there. That abusive girlfriend that I had in high school. Same here, though I wish I'd found out before she drove away most of my friends. Dude, that sucks. Hope you stay strong with the rest of your friends. Coloring my grey hair. Waste of money and time. I no longer care if it makes me look old. Women spend a lot of money to get that beautiful platinum color that I have naturally. Female here, and I'd totally let my premature grey grow out if I could have that cool streak versus peppered all over. Instagram. Not seeing people desperately trying to get likes and influence that has done wonders my mental health. Hi, I would just like to say at one point I felt the same way. Then I followed a bunch of accounts for my interests. Travel, board games, etc. Instagram is like a little zen moment when I poop now. Anyone else unhappy with Instagram should give it a try. Bullying siblings. For years I thought I'd had to keep accommodating them, tying myself into knots to try and get their approval or even just acceptance because they came out of the same uterus as me. It turns out that going no contact at all, calmly and without malice, was easy and oh so peaceful. At first I thought you meant that you'd given up bullying your siblings. Coffee. Thanks to a series of events, I was unable to have my morning cup of joe and had to go without it this month. Thanks, Corona. Thanks to quitting, my acne has cleared up and I feel a little better without the high highs and the low lows. Also, the never-ending chase of the caffeine dragon is a plus. Toxic friends. I had a lot of toxic friends in my early 20s and in retrospect, it definitely had a negative impact on my life. Decided to go back to college at 25 and just cut off contact with them. My life has dramatically improved by vetting those I let in my inner circle. Makeup. Same here. I only wear makeup for special occasions, and it makes me feel extra pretty for a bit. When I wore makeup every day, I thought I was ugly without it, and I felt dependent on it. I think it's a fun way to dress up now. I might get downvoted, but weed. I wasn't physically addicted, but I smoked every 2 to 3 hours every day for 17 years. It had become a warm coat in a cold world. Having a daughter, I realized I was much like my dad in drinking. I was an irritable arsehole when I wasn't smoking. Would pick fights over stupid stuff and spend most of my time too tired to do much beyond what was required of me. I was constantly broke and borrowing money. It's so nice to be clear-headed with energy. I spend more time with my family and I even sleep better. This is by no means directed at other people. I still love weed, the culture, and my fellow heads. Everyone needs to do what is right for their own lives. Approval or confirmation of others. It took me way too long to realize that I do not need confirmation of others as proof that something is wrong. And the other way around, if they deny it, it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Bottled water. I am, and have always been, an avid water drinker. I spent nearly 20 years of my life only drinking bottled water. Now I feel so horrible because of all the pollution. I now have a Brita filter water bottle and will drink from the tap a good bit, except for well water. Yuck! I never understood the need for bottled water except if, you'll be in a physical location without water, or if a hurricane is coming or something similar. Makeup. Spent a month in Panama where I'm too hot and sweaty all the time to wear any, and it's just made me realize that I'm actually happy with my face as it is. I'm in SFL, and I'm with you. A good moisturizer and sunblock is all I need. Labels. I spent about 25 years thinking that I needed to clearly define myself by labels in order to fit in or gain respect. Ultimately, I found that none of the many, many labels on places like Tumblr applied to me with the precision I wanted. This struggle with my identity bothered me badly for a very long time. I finally realized that even if I did manage to encapsulate the whole of my being into one line of text, what do I do with that information? The only result I can see now would be that I just limit my behavior and preferences to continue adhering to those labels, and I'd be afraid to allow change into my life. And also, no one cares. My value to a person or group is based on my skills in the context of that group, not on some overcomplicated identity resume. I'd still call myself by certain approximate labels when necessary to add context to a comment, but I don't make them a priority in my life anymore. It's actually quite enjoyable to just be a nebulous entity. I don't have to behave based on some set of rules that I picked out. Ask Reddit. What's the craziest reason you had to fire someone? I was a bar manager. This guy came in one night and said he was an aspiring DJ and asked if we would consider hiring him to come in on just Sunday nights to DJ for us. He said we wouldn't have to pay him at first, he would just take tips and we could renegotiate after he helped to build up our Sunday night crowd. He lasted less than 3 months. He drove away so much business and I got so many complaints. He played the same songs every week, and when people made requests for commonly known songs, he had no idea who they, the musicians, were. I had to fire someone who was working for free. He was a nice guy, which is the only reason he lasted as long as he did. Not my personal experience, but one fellow contractor had a safety guy for 6 months. One weekend he took a trip out of town for non-work related reasons, but used the company truck and charged it all on the company credit card. On his way up there, he ran a random person off the road who just so happened to be one of the owners of another contractor who works closely with the one who employed this guy. Shortly after, he was fired, and I'm sure criminal charges were being brought against him. A couple of weeks later, his wife calls his former employer, saying he had called her randomly and killed himself in his truck on the side of the highway. I and another colleague went searching for records of this guy. Couldn't find anything. No claims of suicide in the local paper where he supposedly killed himself at. Thought it was weird, but whatever. It turns out this guy falsified all his qualifications and job experience. Fast forward a month later, and I heard through the grapevine that the original contractor who had employed this guy received a call from some contractor across the country because he applied for work there and put them down as his previous employer. He faked his own death to get out of trouble with the company, then proceeded to put them down on his resume, not expecting anyone to check his references. Lol. I work for a hotel. I had to fire 2 separate employees on 2 different occasions for letting people in vacant rooms to smoke crack and steal from the rooms. It reminds me of my brother's hotel, where they hired a welfare recipient to work in housekeeping and help with maintenance. The first thing he asked was where the safe was. My brother caught him trying to break into the safe 3 hours later and fired him on the spot, of course. I had an employee that was going to get fired for simply showing up late constantly with no legit reason. During the term meeting, she tells me another employee cut the brake lines in her car. It's obvious this was to save her from being fired. She didn't realize that something like that gets cops involved. She was termed, and then detectives showed up to her house to get statements. Of course, no evidence of lines being cut, and now she's dealing with police for making false statements. Fired a high schooler because his girlfriend kept showing up and they would disappear behind the racks. I told him his girlfriend was banned, trying not to fire him, and she kept sneaking back. Worked in an office, and they hired a girl from a temp agency to help me. She wouldn't do anything unless I walked her through each step after telling her she had to do it. Hey, an estimate just arrived on the fax right next to you. Complete the quote and send it back. Come to find out, she was playing Spider and Solitaire on her computer. She was also sneaking out back, and the warehouse guys thought she was doing drugs. I told my boss, get rid of her. I would rather work alone than babysit her, so he called the temp agency and told them to stop sending her. She showed up the next day, so the boss sent her home and called the agency saying, hey, she's useless, stop sending her. She showed up again the next day. This went on for over a week. The people at the temp agency said they told her to stop showing, but she kept coming in every morning. Mind you, usually 10 to 20 minutes late. My boss wouldn't say anything to her face, so finally, I said, hey, we can't afford to pay you, so we have to let you go through the temp agency. They should have told you. She was all, oh, I thought they were joking. I was so glad she was gone. Years ago at a lumber company, I had a guy, less than 2 hours after he started on his first day, pick up his car with a forklift and stand underneath it to see what was rattling when he drove. Turned out it was his brain. His head wasn't screwed on tight. I worked retail, and we had an employee that would hide and take naps inside racks of clothes. Somehow that wasn't the reason we fired her. We fired her for stealing clothes and then wearing them to work. Like, you can somewhat understand having a nap. Maybe she thought hide in plain sight with the clothes. During my summer job when I was in college, I had a shift with this guy who didn't show up. I didn't have his number, so I asked my boss to look into it. He gets back to me a little later and says the guy is on his way. I should be there in about 5 to 10 minutes. 45 minutes later, the guy still hasn't shown up. So I text my boss again, and he gets back to me a little later and says he's certain the guy should be there any minute. But he still doesn't show up. This continues until the end of the shift, and the guy still isn't here. The closing took a little longer than normal because I was on my own, so I was still working half an hour after my shift was supposed to be over, when this guy strolls in with his girlfriend. He half-heartedly helps for a little while in between chatting with his girlfriend, before saying he's got some important family dinner and he has to leave. Apparently, this wasn't even the first time this had happened, but amazingly, this wasn't what got him fired. What finally did it was a couple of weeks later when we had a staff meeting. My boss had an open shift that he needed someone to fill, and this guy volunteers. So my boss, in front of all the staff, has the following conversation. You want to work this shift? Yes. Are you sure you're available to work this shift? Yes. So that means you'll be at the location at such a time on such a day. Yes. Then he still didn't show up. Some people, man. My co-worker at a coffee shop. I told the customer she didn't feel like making X drink and she should go elsewhere. I wore Cookie Monster PJ pants while we had a very strict black or khaki pants, no jeans, no leggings policy at the time. Couldn't figure out the concept of milk. This still baffles me to this day. Like, I was trying to show her how to steam milk properly. She was off in La La Land, and when she snapped back into the conversation asking, "What are we doing again?" Followed by me reminding her, and she quite literally asked what was in the gallon jug that I poured into the metal pitcher. I told her it was milk, and she just looked at me, her eyes saying, "Huh?" She was there for 2 days. Dumbass stole a $100 bill out the register at the end of his first shift alone on register. Firing's done because people do not realize that the cash gets counted. They activated a gift card for $100 and keyed in $100 as if someone had paid $100 for the gift card. Of course, that night the draw was $100 short, and activation was on the receipt. She was already on the radar under suspicion of taking a $20 from the draw. Then $20 disappeared from another draw, but not one she had been using. Her cashier number was not on the record. Except for the security, footage did show something at the register. It turns out she memorized another employee's cashier number. Sneaky, but not sneaky enough. A firing done for other reasons. One employee was fired for pretending to ring up his friend. He could have gotten away with it. He scanned everything on price check mode, pretended to swipe his buddy's credit card, and fed a length of blank register tape out as if a receipt were printed out. No one noticed anything off. Except his buddy never asked him to do it. The cashier took it upon himself to hook him up, and in the end, the friend was left thinking, what the hell just happened? He felt so guilty the next day he brought the items back and told the manager what had happened. Not too crazy, more stupid than crazy. One of the programmers on my team was sitting at his desk looking at porn. And this is cubicle land, no offices. My director walked into the area to talk to me and saw it. Then it was the first thing he told me about, so I got up and walked over for a look myself, and there it was. I and the director looked at each other, and I said, I gotta take care of this. So we walked back to HR. I told them what was going on and what we saw, and they told me to fire him. So I did. He lost a $110,000 job for looking at porn on his computer at work. When I worked in hotels, I was promoted to front desk manager. My first task was to hire someone. I ended up getting this very charismatic guy that was a little over the top, but overall seemed like a solid employee. After I ended up hiring him, and on his first day, he asked me if it's okay if he carries his gun on him. And I think that's strange, but it is his right, and the owners honestly didn't care so long as he had his license. He was never able to produce a license, so he was never able to bring his handgun on the property. About a week into his employment, we find out that he's been calling guests, specifically the really attractive females, and asking them if they need any overnight service. We were very understaffed, and my boss decided that instead of firing him, we were going to take him off the desk and put him on basic groundsman duties. Part of these duties included driving the shuttle to the airport and back, and also filling up the shuttle when it got low on fuel, which means that he had access to the gas card. Our accountant confronts me one day about some very strange charges to the gas card. Apparently, we had been filling up the shuttle near daily at anywhere between $20 to $45. We looked into it and got the surveillance footage from the gas station, and it turns out this kid was filling up his friends' cars and even his own car. When confronted, he tells my boss that I said it was okay. Obviously, that wasn't true, and they didn't believe him. He ended up also being my first termination. One of the other employees Googled his name and found out he was a child predator. He was in a sexual relationship with a 12-year-old girl when he was 26. I also found out that day that we didn't actually do background checks. We just said we did and assumed anyone with a history wouldn't bother applying. We had someone fall asleep at his desk with a lit cigarette in his hand. In an office full of cubicles like maybe 6-7 years ago, smoking wasn't legal anywhere indoors, let alone in an office building, LMAO. And the first time he wasn't even fired. He was fired when it happened again. Had a guy in my team start smoking a cigarette at his desk. He was diabetic, and when confronted it was clear he was low on blood sugar. A soda later, and he was quickly himself. CEO ordered me to fire one of my interns because he was trying to hit on one of the other interns the CEO had the hots for. I'm curious how you were told to fire him. Was it just, hey, fire that guy? Or did he actually say, I've got the hots for that intern he's hitting on, and I won't stand for it? He said to get rid of that guy after that guy asked her to do something after work. Everyone knew that a particular intern was off limits. Ask Reddit, what's the craziest reason you had to fire someone? Part 2. Not me, but my dad. He has a small handyman company with less than a handful of employees. His tools somehow have the habit of growing legs when he's at construction sites, so he rigorously writes his name on everything with a permanent marker. One day, shortly after he hired someone new, his folding ruler is missing. He asks around if anyone has seen his folding ruler, but that doesn't seem to be the case. He doesn't think much of it. Sometimes things get lost. The next day, he sees the new hire with a familiar-looking folding ruler. He asks him to see it. A new hire refuses. Dad tells him that he's his boss and insists he show him the ruler. He complies under pressure. Sure enough, there's my dad's name on it in the capital letters and bold letters. Now, that couldn't have been an honest mistake, and there probably wouldn't have been any repercussions if he simply said, "Oh, my bad, must have put the wrong one in my pocket. Here's your ruler." But the new hire insisted that this was his ruler and that the name on the side of it wasn't my dad's handwriting, but rather a note the new hire had written on it himself to remember my dad's name. What makes it even more stupid is that my dad's company pays for the tools for his employees. He could have simply asked for a folding ruler, and my dad would have given him one for free. But no, he needs to steal the boss's folding ruler and then give the stupidest lie imaginable as an excuse. Profanity-filled road rage ran through an ambulance PA system at a crowded intersection. I had complaints coming in for well over a month. I feel that an ambulance should be allowed to chew you out over the PA for garbage driving. When I was a bank teller, a fellow teller got fired for stuffing her purse with a strap of $100 bills every day, amounting to $10,000. Here's the interesting part. She always put the strap back into her teller drawer at the end of the day. She did this for months and months, apparently without anyone noticing. But when the camera auditors finally did catch it, she was confronted and fired. When they asked her why she put a strap of money in her purse each day, but always put it back, she said that if the bank were ever robbed, then she could just take the money home because everybody would have assumed it was taken by the robber. I worked at a pet store and was the lead cashier, so I had to train this girl who didn't think she had to abide by the uniform because it's just, well, the store name here, and doesn't count as a real job. But that was a warning, that despite her thinking she did not need to follow the uniform rules. Then when ringing up customers, she actually told customers they couldn't buy certain items because we were running low, and she planned on getting a pet soon and wanted these items. I apologized and rung them up. The second warning with me explaining how that's not how it works, and she should shop when she's off the clock. Finally, my manager fired her when she tried to steal one of the cats that were up for adoption, after being told she needed to wait for approval after they do a home visit, and make sure she can care for the cat. Her excuse for trying to steal the cat? Her landlord doesn't allow pets, so she wouldn't be approved, and she'd be a much better pet parent than anyone else who wanted the cat, and much better than any of the customers we got. The girl didn't even last a week. I'm training a new girl. We're sitting at a computer together. The whole time I'm training her, she's scanning the perimeter around her. She's asking about this guy, is he single? What about that guy? She's paying very little to no attention to what I'm telling her about, the job. She's not even looking at what I'm doing as I'm demonstrating the work to her. She's rubbernecking every male who walks past. At first, I was nice. Okay, did you just see what I did there? Now when this happens, we do that, etc., etc. Her eyes were glazed over. She wasn't absorbing anything, I could tell. Nice wasn't working. After a time, I said to her very sharply, "Are you here to work, or are you here looking for a boyfriend? Because if you are not here to work, I'm going to need to find someone else for this job." I had hiring authority. That snapped her into reality for about 15 minutes. I finally said, "It's break time." She smiled and said, "I'm going to go up to the 4th floor and see if there's any fresh meat up there." After break time, I sent her into the fax room to collect some faxes I needed. The mail guy was in there changing rolls of fax paper. He came out of the mail room and said, "I think there's something wrong with your new girl." He was very nervous. I said what happened. Apparently, she was in the fax room, which tended to get hot because of all the machines in there. She had perched her ass up on the edge of the table, hiked her dress up to where her underwear was showing, arched her back, unbuttoned the front of her dress, and fanned herself with a sheath of fax pages and said, "Oh, it's just so hot in here." Yeah, like that. Like the opening of a porno. I totally believed him. I believed she did that. 100% she totally did that. I called her temp agency and said she's not working out. I think this was under 2 hours. I have stories about temps for days, lol. Used to work at a laser tag facility. It was mostly high schoolers who worked there. One guy had only been working there a couple of months when he came in on a field trip with some classmates, including his girlfriend. He thought it would be a good idea to sneak his girlfriend into the fog room inside the maze during the game, have sex, and then brag about it to the management team. Underage sex at work is, unsurprisingly, not something you should be engaging in, and definitely not something you should be publicizing. We'd hold those overnight events where you'd come in from midnight to 6 a.m. and play all night long. Had a guy showing up reeking of booze and clearly high on cocaine to work that shift. He got fired on the spot, and I'd occasionally run into him on the bus afterwards. Man, that was the best job though. I have so many insane stories from those times. Harassment. He harassed virtually every person in the department on sexual, racial, and religious grounds. Human Resources put up a fight while I had people crying and quitting because of him. I worked with a guy like this when I was still in high school. So many of us complained about him to the boss or owner, but he continued to let it slide for months. I put up with it till after school ended and finally quit along with 2 other people. The main boss or owner proceeded to say we had been immature about the whole thing. When I was working at Burger King, our restaurant manager was away on maternity leave, so we had someone from another store come in over that time to fill the role. He ended up hiring someone who had worked there 5 to 6 years previously. High turnover, so a lot of hiring and leaving. The few staff that had known her before she'd left hated her, but had no idea why she left. She even passed all the checks from the head office before she was hired. Restaurant manager comes back about a month later after she's been hired, takes one look at her and rages. Like my RM is yelling at this girl. She's yelling at the manager that hired her and all the crew that had known her when she was here last. Obviously, none of us knew what was going on, but it turns out this girl hadn't left, she'd been fired. And management at the time hadn't told anyone that, just that she'd quit. This girl had scammed BK by pretending to be pregnant, fake ultrasounds, plans, baby shower, the whole lot, and then took paid maternity leave so she could go work somewhere else because it was seasonal work with better pay, with the idea of having a job for the off-season to come back to. I have no idea how she got through the head office checks, but she was fired that day. Super impressive when you consider that I'm in New Zealand, so getting fired is usually a month-plus long process here. I used to work for a very well-known cruise company. A guy told me the story of his firing one night. Obviously, he was able to overturn the decision since he was telling me. Every once in a while, we would have events for crew, and they would be given free snacks. Chicken strips, mozzarella sticks, etc. After the party, this guy took 2 chicken strips back to his room and placed them in his refrigerator. Due to health and safety regulations on board, nothing that can spoil is allowed in refrigerators. This is important for later. During a weekly cabin inspection, the inspectors found the 2 chicken strips he forgot about. Those officers told their bosses, who informed the captain of the ship and the cruise director, informed the shoreside partners who make all the decisions, and the shoreside partners recommended the employee be terminated for stealing from the company. Again, not for breaking the rule of having something that can spoil in his fridge, stealing 2 free chicken strips from a work event. Somehow he was able to overturn his firing, but he still received unusually harsh punishments for his crime. Guy took home 2 free chicken strips from a work party. Officers found them, and the higher-ups in the company decided he should be fired. He said, "My ex-wife died, and there's no one to take care of our kids. I needed a week off to sort everything out. Ex called to talk to him. Boom!" One of the guys went to lunch with short hair and came back with a ponytail down to his ass. Identical twins that were sharing the job. All the guys knew and thought it was funny. Yikes. For number 2, I think I would have let it continue until they bragged about it. Then I would say, "The 2 of you are making 1 paycheck. In what way are you winning?" Neither wanted a full-time job. My boss joked to keep the better worker, but in truth, liability would be a nightmare, as the job they were doing was pretty dangerous. Everyone knew, except management. A guy was hired at the metal fab shop I was working at. He had been laid off when we were slow. He was rehired on a Friday and started Monday. Goes and does his drug test first thing. He failed. Apparently he had celebrated being rehired over the weekend. It was funny listening to my boss say, "Are you kidding me? You knew our testing policy. You couldn't wait for 3 days." I had to fire a pizza delivery driver because he threatened another driver with the giant rocker knife we used to cut pizzas. His reason was the other driver was gay and he didn't like his decadent lifestyle. Describing it as decadent is the gayest part of the story. I was a florist and had a 40-something woman delivering for me. I received a call from the building manager of a brand new office building with only one tenant, telling me my driver wrote on the elevator wall with a Sharpie. They had the video showing that she was the only person to use the elevator during the time the vandalism took place. The worst part for me was this happened a few days before Valentine's Day. The saddest was a lady that smelled like alcohol pretty frequently. I don't think she was drunk on the job, maybe some shots done at lunch, combined with sweating out the prior night, but the other members of the team started to complain about it and it was becoming disruptive. Interestingly enough, there was someone I worked with that always smelt of pickle juice. Turns out he was drunk at work the whole time and masking the smell with pickles, which works to a certain extent, but not perfect, apparently. Manager showed up drunk to an overnight shift he wasn't working and then got into a fight with 2 associates. Begged my associate manager not to tell me what happened, but didn't seem to remember there were cameras all over the store. Oh, also the other manager at another job who sexually harassed 3 different employees and got a 4th pregnant. The first 3 came forward once we began an investigation after the 4th told us about the pregnancy. Ask Reddit. Parents, what is the weirdest thing you have found in your kid's bedroom? Shortly after my son learned to write his name, I found it written on his wall with poop. He denied it. My brother completed kindergarten twice. They told my mother that he would have to stay back a 3rd time because he still couldn't write his name. She took the teacher outside and showed her where my brother had used a key to scratch his name into the side of our family car. My brother said, "Nope, not me, didn't do it." Thankfully, they didn't believe him and he went to the 1st grade. I found a chunk of brown sugar the size of my fist under my 4-year-old's bed. My daughter likes to sneak candy or cookies into her room when my wife and I aren't looking, but this was a first. Barry, is that how you got ants? Yes, it is another Barry. Yes, it is. I'm the kid here, but when I was 12, my mom found a shoebox full of blood-soaked socks under my bed. I'd gotten my period and was too embarrassed to ask what to do, so I just, socks. I don't know what she thought it was, but the fact that she was relieved when she learned she was holding a shoebox full of menstrual blood and ruined peds is probably telling. I think a box of bloody socks is cosmic justice for letting your daughter turn 12 without knowing what a period is or what to do about it. I was on the receiving end of a parent finding something. I came home from school one day and my dad had a bunch of rubber gloves taped inside a plastic cup sitting on the dining room table from my room. He was convinced they were used for huffing or some other drug-related paraphernalia. The reality was it was a self-built rubber vagina that didn't work. He had disassembled it, kept shaking his head in disappointment that I would do such a thing. He even smelled it at one point. It took everything in me not to bust up laughing, but also no way I could admit what it really was. To this day, 15 plus years later, he still writes it off as part of my drug experimentation phase. Maybe I should finally tell him. Dead squirrel under the bed. I smelled the stench and asked my daughter what it was. She, of course, had no idea. I sniffed it out. She found it outside and brought it in. Edit, she is not the girl from the YouTube video, nor is she Peter Wiggins. I'm not a parent, I'm the babysitter. But one time, I watched a 6-year-old Jewish girl who was really upset about not celebrating Christmas. her parents were really orthodox and didn't let her sing Christmas carols or even eat candy canes. As I tucked her in, she showed me a little gingerbread house she had made out of saltine crackers, Skittles, and peanut butter. Cutest thing I ever saw. And I never told her parents, as she would have gotten into trouble, but she was something special. Skittles aren't kosher. My parents were so Jewish that they stopped being kosher because it was more money than non-kosher food. A friend in high school made a homemade penis pump out of some tubing, a plastic tube, and some other parts. His mom was cleaning his room one time and found it. She freaked out and was holding it in his face when he got home that day, screaming, "Is this drugs? Are these drugs?" He denied it was drugs and said it was just some junk he was messing with. At least he was honest. "Listen to me, son. Don't you jerk me around. Tell me what it is." Probably a bit late to the show, but here is my story. Throwaway for reasons. While cleaning my daughter's room, my wife found a dildo. And no big deal, right? But this dildo looked familiar. This dildo was my wife's. Okay, this is not a huge deal, a little weird, but we can move on. Or can we? My wife only has one dildo. This dildo was a requested present to her from me. She wanted this specific one because I can go away on work trips for 3 to 6 months at a time on occasion. This dildo is from a mold of my own penis. That is right. I said my daughter had taken my wife's dildo that is molded to be my penis. My daughter stuck my penis mold inside of her. A reciprocating saw. She is 6. I don't own a reciprocating saw. You do now. My parents found a crack pipe in my room when I was in like 3rd grade. I found it on the playground and thought it was a treasure. My 3-year-old does this. Every time she sees broken glass on the ground, "Daddy, treasure! Daddy, diamonds!" and she fights to pick up as much as she can. The imagination is cute and all, but I can't have her picking up shards of broken glass for obvious reasons. Australian toddlers find eggs in the backyard and puts them in a wardrobe. Mum later finds 7 hatched brown snakes, very venomous. I think that must be the worst SFW thing you can find. Australia averages 3 fatal snake bites a year. What? Only 3? Can I do this in reverse and say that my mom once put an effing Chucky doll under my bed when I was about 8? She knew I was terrified of him, and in her defense, I was a rotten kid. My mom would mess with my cousin and me whenever he was over. We're a year apart, so we were about 5 or 6, give or take a year. I had this terrifying clown doll that one of my relatives gave me. She would strategically place it around the house as if it was moving by itself. We eventually took it out back and beat the S out of it with bats. A girl I knew told me that when she was 12, she made a dildo out of a ping pong ball superglued to the end of a marker. I have no idea. Her dad flipped out when he found it and threw it away. She was so upset she threatened to go on Oprah and tell her and the world that he ruined her life. Like one of those PS3 motion sensing controllers? My dad works in the paper business. While growing up, he would always bring home giant pieces of paper for me and my brothers to illustrate or scribble on. The last time I can ever remember drawing on any of the said paper, I was in middle school. It was a blueprint-sized piece of paper, and I spent days on the most elaborate naked blonde woman, sitting totally spread-eagled, using her fingers to spread herself even more open. It was a ridiculous illustration that I used colored pencils and crayons to make look as real as possible. I even signed it in the corner like a real artist would. I kept it rolled up and hidden in my closet, which was a complete mess. While on the way home from a summer camp later that year, my parents told me that they cleaned out my closet for me. I'm 31 years old now, and when I think about it, there is absolutely no way that they didn't unroll it to see what it was before they threw it away. They have never mentioned it, and I will probably never ask them about it. Yes, this is the type of comment that deserves a throwaway. When I was younger, around 2 or 3 years old, I had an irrational fear of my mom getting upset when I'd soil my underwear. Plus, I didn't want to go back to diapers. So, what did I do? Every time I'd ask myself, I disposed of my undies into the corner of my closet and closed the door behind me. I had no idea what was going through my infantile mind, but it was a good idea at the time. It grew into a rather large, horrifying mound. You can imagine the horror on my mother's face the day she smelled something and followed that trail to the closet. I watched as she cried. Not a parent, but I once found a naked Barbie, bound and gagged in a shoebox under my 9-year-old sister's bed. The shoebox had a window cut out with rubber band bars and was lined with blankets. My sister is 17 now, and no, I've never asked her about it. Some girls play weird with their dolls. My girlfriend used to play pretend that her Barbie got pregnant as a teen and was on the run from Ken, who was the father, and wanted to kill them both. This is at like age 6. The most awkward moment in my life, right here. I was like 18, and I took a shower before going to a 311 concert. I had recently purchased a synthetic vagina, which was pretty sweet at the time. Well, I took it into the shower with me and did my business. I got out of the shower, got dressed, and got in my buddy's car to go to the show. Now, halfway there, I realized that I left this big fake vagina in the family shower and that I wouldn't be home till morning. When I got home the next morning, I slowly made the walk of shame to the bathroom to see that, sure enough, my partner in crime was no longer where I had left it. I go into my room and it's wrapped in a plastic bag sitting on my desk with a note saying, "You're lucky your mother didn't find this. My dad hasn't mentioned it since." My dad found my fake vagina and returned it in a plastic bag. Me and my sister shared a room all growing up, and one time when my mom was cleaning it, she found a detailed drawing of herself giving birth. I'm assuming my sister drew it, but as the artistic one, I of course got blamed. It was awkward, to say the least. When my husband was little, talking 5 or 6 years old, his mother couldn't figure out why his room had been getting smellier and smellier over the previous 2 weeks. She finally did some searching and found a nest in the back of his closet. He had taken 2 eggs out of the fridge, put them in a little nest he made out of his shirts, and put a plastic dinosaur on top of the eggs to attempt to hatch baby dinosaurs. In his little kid's mind, this seemed like a perfectly logical idea. I found all our dead, buried fish from the past years in his closet. Is he a dog? It's kind of sad. Did he talk about why he had them there? My parents were a bit confused when they looked in my closet and found an anatomically correct wooden arm with metal bracket joints and elastic to move the individual fingers. I took make an anatomical model of the arm a bit too literally in my 6th grade science class and felt really dumb holding a working wooden arm in class when everyone else had drawings. I was hiding it because I used the power tools without permission. My parents were pretty cool about it after I had explained why I had wooden body parts in the closet and let me go to an engineering tech school part-time alongside high school a few years later. A hamster. We never bought them one. Turns out a neighbor's hamster had gotten the house. So just a random hamster comes strolling in and goes to the kid's room to live? Pretty much. My kid alerted me to noises in the room. He said it was scaring him one night. I went in, heard some scratching and thought it was a mouse or rat. Looked around a bit, a fat old hamster. My 19-year-old daughter came home for college break. One morning she was out of the house and I went into her room to gather towels for the laundry. Her laptop was on the dresser next to her bed, and on the screen was a hardcore bondage porn paused. On the floor next to her bed, I saw 3 vibrators, a dildo, a jar of Vaseline, and 3 Gatorade bottles full of a yellowish liquid I could only assume was urine, all of which were sitting in the middle of a large wet spot in the carpet, which I'd stepped in and had soaked through my sock. I slowly backed out of the room without the towels and never spoke a word of it to anyone until today. I will admit it is now sometimes difficult to keep a straight face when she's acting goody two-shoes. My cousin's parents found a full package of unopened bacon under his bed. He wanted it all for himself. I can't blame his reasoning, but the execution was a bit sloppy. I think the execution was a bit harsh. Got the message across though. He never did it again. Ask Reddit. What's the worst thing to wake up to? Part 1. Someone yelling at you, it can ruin a whole day. I worked with a kid who experienced this often. He would come to school out of sorts and anxious. Little things would set him off at school and he would lash out. He would be punished, labeled a bad kid, sent home to this anxiety-inducing household again with parents who were angry at him. Poor kid was prepared to fight or fly most of the day, and of course, with all of that going on, he was learning nothing and getting behind in his class, which made him more anxious because he didn't want to look stupid. A call from work wondering where I've been all morning. That pit in your stomach when you wake up, look at your phone and see you're hours late for work, from ready to pass back out to instant anxiety-fueled adrenaline in 0.2 seconds. And then you realize it's your day off, but you're already wide awake and there's no way you're getting back to sleep. A tornado alarm. This is so scary. Especially at 3 a.m. while you're in a tent and the nearest tornado shelter is a 10-minute walk through the woods in a thunderstorm. This exact scenario happened with me as well. Police. I woke up to police chasing a guy through our yard. He tripped over the bikes I had leaning against the house right where my bedroom is. That's the only reason the cops got him. There was so much yelling and threats to shoot until finally the guy cooperated. That was like Jan 2nd. The same thing happened to me, except the dude being followed by the cops was my underage brother who stole my grandma's truck and freaked when police tried to pull him over for going too slow. He crashed into the house. Thank God I was getting a cup of water at 2 a.m. Otherwise I'd be crushed by the caving in the wall. The end of that dream where you really need a pee and start to feel the satisfaction of warming release. I had a dream once that I had to pee bad. And so I went into the bathroom in my dream and saw a urinal. So I was like, let's go! Anyways, I started peeing and it's just a waterfall of piss. Like, have you ever bought a really big drink and just drank it all in an hour and then had to pee? And you're peeing so much that you have to stop the full stream for a second so that you can full stream again. That's exactly how it was. But it was just never ending. This kept going for what felt like 15 minutes until I woke up and thankfully I hadn't pissed in the bed. I don't know how I was able to hold it in through peeing so much in my dreams, but it was a relief. Your dog gagging and about to throw up in the middle of the night, then hearing him eating it 15 seconds later. Sounds like the problem solved itself. But alas, I have no coins left to give. Sigh. Hearing a throwing up noise. I was probably in the 4th grade at the time, and I was staying the night at my friend's house sleepover. I remember being super excited as her mom went all out and got us junk food to pig out on and movies to rent. We ate a ton of peanut M&Ms. I went to bed and I woke up to the noise first and then the smell hit me. Peanuts, chocolate, Doritos and the vomit smell. She had one of those day beds and I was on the pull-out at the bottom. I do not know how she missed me or how I didn't step in any of it on my way out of the room to get to her mom. There was a spot at the top of my head and the bottom of my feet and all over her bed. Her mom asked me, "Do you want to go home?" Yes, I'll call my mom. Took me a long time to eat peanut M&Ms. Started 2020 to that sound. Cat vomited on our bed. I knew it wasn't a good omen for the year. I got woken up by my dad early in the morning to inform me that my mother had passed away in the room across the hall from me. The worst part was that she was only sleeping there to look after a pup that was recently born from the 2 dogs we had at the time. Otherwise, my dad might have woken up and been able to do something about it. The pup ended up crying late at night before or during her heart failure that I ended up passing off, as it's not really that uncommon, but it really makes me question if I could have done something or not to help her before it happened. I think about it regularly. Calling work and breaking down to my PO's boss wasn't great either. But hey, bad day. Sorry for your loss. Stay strong. I was babysitting my niece one time when she was about 4. I packed her off to bed and went to watch a movie on the couch where I promptly dozed off, only to be woken a few hours later in complete darkness. Having no idea where I was and with a tiny, clammy little demon hand grabbing at my ankle. I've never been awake faster in my life, only to be greeted by a very confused child who just wanted a story and who no one had seen fit to tell me could get over the baby gate like a damn ninja. We don't tell her mother about the time Aunt Hazel almost kicked her darling daughter through a window. Mine is very similar, but also the opposite. When I was 18, I would regularly visit my sister, who lives about 2 hours away. I would usually stay for the weekend, babysit my infant niece, and they could have a chance to go out. This particular time, I dozed off on the couch. I woke up in a blur around midnight, and I realized I didn't have the baby monitor. I went upstairs and saw the baby's door was open. I tiptoe in, and the crib is empty. I full-on panic, ran around yelling, checking all the rooms and doors, all still locked. I find my phone and there's a text from my sister. Dog meds are in the window by the sink. 1/2 pill AM. Finally remembered that I'd come that weekend to take care of their dog, while they, baby included, went to Ohio. I have never been so relieved in my entire life. Your house burning down? Had this happen once when I was in middle school. It wasn't burning down completely, but the bathroom caught fire. I had to scramble out of bed and grab the super stubborn dog and get out fast. Waking up in an ice bath with a missing kidney and blood all over the place. Don't want to know how you thought of this one. Once I woke up to find my dog had diarrhea everywhere. Large puddles on the floor and also in between the side of my bed and the wall. It was completely inside the outlet. I literally had to shut off the electricity and rewire a new outlet that day. Sunlight. I work the early morning shift, and I'm already driving to work before the sun even comes up. A couple of times my phone has ended up under my pillow, and I've missed my alarm only to wake up to the sun glaring in my eyes. That sudden feeling of messing up always sucks. Yeah, I remember those days of waking up before dawn. If I woke up to sunlight, then I immediately knew I messed up, and with a jolt of energy, hop out of the bed. Fever, sore throat, shortness of breath. Just go back to sleep. 2020 is all but a dream. It genuinely feels like everything since the first week of January 2016 has been what you'd get from someone trying to run an improv show in an asylum that's also on fire. Hey, you're finally awake. You were trying to cross the border, right? Walked right into that Imperial ambush, same as us, and that thief over there. Damn you, Stormcloaks! Skyrim was fine until you came along. Empire was nice and lazy. If they hadn't been looking for you, I could have stolen that horse and been halfway to Hammerfell. You there? You and me. We shouldn't be here. It's these Stormcloaks the Empire wants. We're all brothers and sisters and binds now, thief. Shut up back there. And what's wrong with him, huh? Watch your tongue. You're speaking to Ulfric Stormcloak, the true High King. Ulfric? The Jarl of Windhelm? You're the leader of the rebellion. But if they've captured you, where are they taking us? I don't know where we're going, but Sodengard waits. No, this can't be happening. This isn't happening. Hey, what village are you from, horse thief? Why do you care? A Nord's last thought should be of home. Rorikstead. I'm from Rorikstead. An alarm. Not just any alarm, the iPhone alarm. No, really any alarm. Even a song you like only takes around a week to become miserable. My mom woke me up because my grandmother passed away. This, waking up to hear someone has died, is dying, or is deathly ill, just sinks your day from the start. I'm so sorry for your losses. A few years ago, I was awoken at probably 5 a.m. The sun was just starting to appear, by the most rancid stench I have ever experienced. It was so rank that it woke me up out of a sound sleep. I am unwakeable. I will silence alarms in my sleep. I have slept through hurricanes, but this stench slapped me in the face so hard that I was up and ready to fight it at the first grasp of consciousness my body had. At first I thought it was some serious ass dog poop, but my bedroom door was still shut, and it would be super weird since my dog doesn't have a history of pooping in the house. So I go on a manhunt for the source of this awful aroma, and I absolutely cannot figure it out. Nothing on the floor, under the bed, on the bed, in the closet, in any piece of furniture, etc. I open the window, partially to let in some fresh air and partially to see if it's coming from outside. Then I walk past my python's enclosure one more time and realize that it is the epicenter of this horrific nightmare fume. I couldn't see much through the barely sunlit room, so I flipped the light switch on to see the side of her enclosure covered in a dried, crusty liquid and some bits of unidentifiable chunks. Absolutely disgusted, I have no choice but to get closer and inspect this hazmat crime scene to find out what happened and to see if she was still okay. She was fine, but coiled up at the opposite end of her enclosure with her head poking up at me, pleading, begging, "Please, please human, kill me." She had escaped the day before and had been fed the day before that. If you don't know much about caring for snakes, you have to let them rest and digest about 72 hours after eating, otherwise they can and most likely will vomit. Do you know what snake vomit looks like? It's just a whole animal with their head half partially dissolved in acid, depending on how long it was inside the snake. In this case, I looked over and saw a rat's ass from the hip bones down, organs spilled everywhere and goo covering every inch of the enclosure on that side. She had decided to puke the rat's ass directly onto her heat rock, where some of it had been deflected everywhere and the rest had been actively baking while I'd been sleeping. The sight, coupled with the scent, made me lose it. I vomited all over the floor. I go and grab some cleaning supplies, toss her into the bin, and soak a t-shirt in perfume to tie around my mouth and nose while I attack this revolting puke-pocalypse. As I've got my head in her enclosure, straining to hold my breath and trying to squint as much as possible so I don't have to see as much, I turned to throw another wad of dirty paper towels into the bag I had opened on the floor behind me to see my dog snacking on them. I vomited again. Overall, it took me an hour to get the enclosure clean. I had to give her a half-hour soak but babysit her while trying not to fall asleep so she didn't try to submerge her head in dawn. I had to brush my dog's teeth and the smell didn't leave my room for a week, even with my windows open, 3 wallflowers and fan going 24/7. Ask Reddit, what's the worst thing to wake up to? Part 2. Artillery. Had that happen too, especially when you don't expect it. I went on a long weekend with wifey to a rental and arrived in the dark. Apparently it was next to a military firing range, and at 8 a.m. the next morning a dozen howitzers fired rounds. Yourself as a student in underwear in front of the entire second grade, and everyone is laughing at you. This happened to me in kindergarten, minus the dream part. My nana and mom made me wear these overalls I didn't like to school. I was a little teacher, which meant I sat next to the teacher in my own rocking chair in front of everyone. I stood up, my overalls had unclasped and fell down to my ankles. I will never forget it. Your partner who died in their sleep next to you. This to me is the worst thing I could possibly wake up to. This happened to the husband of a couple I had known and loved for years. I met them when the wife was dating a friend of mine, and the husband was friends with the guy that the wife was dating at the time. The original relationship amicably dissolved, and all parties were close friends for years. Everyone was happy when the two longtime friends fell in love and got married. Then one morning she was gone. She died in her sleep next to her husband. As someone who has finally found the love of my life and has many plans for the future, it's the most devastating thing I can think of. 2 a.m. smoke detector battery chirp, and you have 7 smoke detectors on 10-foot high ceilings, so you have to get a damn ladder out of the garage at 2 a.m. in the morning. Change your batteries on a schedule to avoid that. A few months prior, we had upgraded our smoke alarms to be compatible with our alarm system. I woke up to chirping, which was upsetting the dogs, so not only did I have smoke alarm chirps, I had crying dogs. I'm pissed because I'm thinking the batteries are only going to last 3 months in the new ones. I checked the app to see which one was low, but the app is showing the battery status as good on all of them. Great, the app doesn't work either. I paced around trying to find the right one to replace, and after 4 or 5 chirps in total, I'm not hearing anything. I'm 99% sure it was coming from the one closest to the kitchen, but the low battery light isn't on. I replaced the battery so I don't have to worry about being woken up again. About 2 weeks later, I'm pan-searing some steaks and the fire alarm goes off. I go to snatch up my phone, anticipating having to turn off the alarm app to avoid the fire department from being called, but nothing. My dumbass then realizes that I had set the old alarm on our junk counter and other clutter had gotten set on top of it. The old one was going off, and it's likely the old one was the one chirping. I don't know why it stopped chirping that night, but for whatever reason, it did. Now, on the plus side, batteries in the new alarms do still last about a year, and the app does warn you when they're getting low. A gun pointed inches away from your face. Story time. When I was around 21, I had a night of binge drinking with my roommate, and we drank until 6 or 7 in the morning. The house next to us, being upset about us being up all night, called the cops on us around 7 to say they heard gunfire. Now, we weren't blasting the music too loud, because when I went to the backyard throughout the night to let the dogs pee or go join them for a pee in the yard, what do you expect? I was drunk. The music was not notable more than a foot away from the house. A few times my roommate went out back to smoke a cigarette, and I joined him to continue our conversation while he smoked, and the music wasn't audible then either. Anyway, I finally got a great idea. I wanted to wash my car, so I slowly drove it down the driveway which leads to the side of the house, and opened the gate to the backyard so I could use the hose in the backyard. This seemed easier to me than finding a hose out the garage and connecting it to a picket in the front of the house, and maybe waking up the neighbors by washing my car at 7 in the morning. I went inside to grab a bucket, soap, and sat down for another beer and passed out on the couch. Next thing I know, I feel my roommate tapping me on the nose. I'm in that half state of drunk and asleep and can't be bothered to tell him to get off because I'm sleepy. Again, I get tapped on the nose and shaken a little, being told to wake up. Again, I say, "Get out, let me sleep." This time I hear, "Wake up and step outside, now!" As I slowly open my eyes, blurry, and they begin to adjust, I see a handgun inches from my nose. Everything else is still blurry as the handgun comes into focus. I think, why is my roommate pointing a gun at me? As I focused more, I see past the gun and notice a uniform and a badge comes into focus. Again now I hear, "Wake up and get outside." It was this cop who was trying to wake me as my roommate was sitting in our backyard handcuffed, and 8 policemen were in my house, all drawn guns. I slowly get up and say, "Okay," as they roughly take me to the back and handcuff me as well and sit me on the concrete in the backyard. They continue to clear the house, dogs wandering the backyard, staying near me, and all the cops around us kept asking, "Where are the guns?" My roommate did have a gun cabinet with a few shotguns and rifles, so he tells them in his room he had a cabinet. The cops then kept yelling about the handgun. "Where is the handgun?" We didn't have one. Now mind you, I'm drunk, half asleep, and still confused, so I'm asking how they get in the house. Why are they here? I'm told to sit still and keep quiet. Once the house is cleared and they check us for guns, I asked them if I could put my dogs inside so they wouldn't run out the backyard because they had our side gate wide open. They were nice enough to let me tell the dogs to go to the other side of the yard where I had kennels for them and then locked them in there. Started asking us about the handguns again, saying a neighbor reported hearing lots of gunfire, probably from a handgun coming from our house. I said no, we've been drinking, but no handguns here. They kept up the questions, asking why I had my car in the backyard. If I wasn't trying to hide something, why is the car in the backyard? I say I was going to wash it, which they looked at me like, why not just wash it in the front like normal people? You're trying to hide something. Where are the keys to the car so we can search for it? At this point, I just wanted them out, and I knew I had no guns in the car, so I tell them. They check the car. The rest of the house again gets tossed around, but no handguns. Just the guns in the cabinet, which were unloaded. They break out some powder to put on the guns to see if any had been fired recently. They hadn't. So they gave us a warning about firing weapons in a residential neighborhood, to which I say, are they sure it was us? May have been another house. They say no chance. Your next door neighbor here said he clearly heard it coming from this house. Okay, but we don't have handguns. Only rifles and shotguns will make completely different sounds, and none of them have been fired in a while. They finally leave, and in the drunk state, I have to clean up the house they turned and tossed around. asked my roommate what happened, if he had shot any of them while I was passed out. He said once I passed out, he got on the kitchen phone to call for pizza delivery and kept getting pissed that none were open yet when he noticed someone walking in our backyard. He opens the door to ask who the hell was in our backyard and was greeted by the SWAT team that promptly slammed him on the ground and began to run through the house. And that's when I was woken up by one of them with his gun pointed inches away from my face. A neighbor called the cops and us firing guns, so the SWAT team came out and woke me up with this handgun a few inches from my nose. A doctor. This would depend on if you saw the doctor before you fell asleep. The cops banging on your door. This happened to me once. They had the wrong address. Scared the living daylights out of me. I had a nightmare where I was covered in ants. I woke up and relieved that it was just a dream. Then I realized I was actually covered in ants. Oh man, I had forgotten about that time I woke up covered in ants and you just reminded me. I can attest to this. It is a freaking nightmare to be woken up this way. Totally traumatized 8-year-old me. To the sound of the cars. I live near a big road with lots of traffic and it's just awful. At 5 a.m, already awake because of it, and this is happening every single day. Same. Lived here 7 years and never got used to it. It's also straight away and every bag with a souped up Honda or Mustang has to floor it. There's also railroad tracks with a switch at the lumber yard about a quarter mile through the woods. The train echoes through the woods and shakes my house. Never mind when it just sits there idling for hours. Waking up dead. Sorry boss, I can't come today. I am dead. Well, that's not an excuse. See you at 9. I see you too have experience working in retail. A bat on the ceiling. Don't worry, in America, you can just sell your car to pay for the rabies shots. Or yourself. A wet bed. I woke up to this every night until I was 9. Thanks, genetics. I woke up to 3 firemen banging on my door to my apartment room, hopped out of bed into a pool of water, instantly realized what was going on and ran into my bathroom to turn off the tub and sink. I opened the door to those firemen and my roommate with his hands over his head looked around to see my apartment flooded. I slept-walked and turned on the bath and my sink. Your phone says it's 2 minutes until your alarm goes off. Isn't this a good thing? This means you woke up naturally and usually are much less tired. I hate it because when I realize my alarm hasn't gone off yet, I get all excited thinking I have time to fall back asleep for a while, which is the greatest feeling in the world. Only to be let down moments later when I actually look at the clock and realize I actually have to get up. Call from your teacher, wondering where you are for your final state-run exam in high school. Aperture. Well, something like that, the Czech version of it. There is only one set date, statewide, and if you miss it, you have to repeat it in September, and there's almost a certainty you won't make it to university in the same year. About an hour after it's officially finished, people from the education ministry come pick up the papers, and then there's nothing you can do about it. I was woken up by the call from my teacher wondering where I was at the time it was starting. The thing is, my high school was about 45 minutes from my home. I rushed in, finished the missing part after every other student went home due to being teacher's favorite. For once it paid off, and saw the people from ministry getting to the building just when I was leaving. I was just on my way to buy a huge bouquet for my teacher. I graduated with honors. Here we are, 7 years later, and I still have the lightest of nights of sleep when there's anything important coming up in the morning. Crying children. When I was younger, me and my baby brother shared a room. In the middle of the night, he started crying. My mum came down in the room, and when she left, he stopped crying. A few minutes later, my brother starts crying again, and I think of what could make him be quiet. Then for some reason I think, hey, the TV makes me be quiet. So then I ask my brother if he wants to watch TV, and of course he says yes. So we go out to the living room and turn on the TV, and I'm thinking, watch an episode or two, then leave him and go to bed. The TV was on the input where it's all staticky, and we didn't know how to change it. So as little kids, we started screaming our heads off, turned off the TV, then ran back to bed. Neither of us slept for the rest of the night. Ask Reddit, what's a big industry secret that isn't supposed to be known by the general public? I work at a hospital in an area where there are lots of hospitals. Our ER has an EMT lounge with free slushies, soda and snack food, so the EMT chooses our hospital when delivering patients. Can confirm, of the 4 hospitals we run to, there is only one that is the universal favorite. They have the best snacks and hottest ER nurses. They know it. They're shameless. If you get in a car accident and your insurance tries telling you that you have to or that you should take your car to a specific repair facility to get repaired, tell them to go fist themselves. You have no obligation to any insurance company or repair facility. You can take your car to any body shop you like to have the repairs done, and it's against the law for insurance companies to tell you that you can't. However, they often use tricky wording to make you feel like you have no say, especially if you are a woman. Source: estimator and parts manager for a body shop. Customer service text chat can see what you're typing in the box before you hit send. Is this real? Yes, it's so they can start looking up what you need faster. Relative of mine was a mystery shopper and did a lot of car garages. He would get sent in with the car and had to get it serviced and reported on how well it was completed, or if they found all the faults, or if the customer service was up to scratch, etc. The results were usually 6 out of 10, until suddenly every garage was a 10 out of 10 continuously. He investigated, as it was a bit suspicious, and found MYS, mystery shopper, written on the bottom of the car he was given. One of the garages had sussed him out and wrote it there for future garages to find and make sure they have the best possible service. Write MYS, mystery shopper, on the bottom of your car when you get it serviced to ensure it gets the best possible service. This generally refers to large car garages such as Skoda and Seat, who work on their own model cars for their customers. Going to your local mechanic around the corner, he isn't going to expect a mystery shopper anytime soon. It's more the corporate garages who hire MYSs. McGraw-Hill makes practically every textbook allowed in America's school. At the end of every year, they throw away the tens of thousands of books for the tax write-off because it's going to a recycling plant. I'm talking textbook for K through 12, college books of every tape, teacher's editions and class sets of short stories and books for kids in process of learning to read. A normal textbook costs the school $60 to $80 a pop, but they throw away enough to educate every child in Africa. When I worked at the recycling plant, I wasn't allowed to take them because it was considered illegal to distribute them. I truly lost all hope for the future of humanity after that, and quit my job. The place they're sent to is called Medina Recycling in Northeast Ohio. I seriously want to find a way to make this big news and trash McGraw-Hill over it. It's also a 2-month period that is Medina Recycling's largest contract for a profit. In sofa, couch commercials, they use smaller actors or models to make the sofas or couches look bigger. I attended a songwriting workshop at Berklee Schools of Music, and Anna Wise, a Grammy-winning songwriter, Kendrick Lamar collaborator, told the audience during a presentation that whenever someone magically blows up on SoundCloud or YouTube, that it's not authentic. A label will sign the artist in secret and then suddenly boost their viewership tremendously to make it look like the independent artist did it on their own. I mentioned this in my post. Also, there are some clever tricks out there to make artists seem more independent than they are. The band Paramore was first signed to Atlantic, one of the biggest major labels ever, but their albums were released on indie label Fueled by Ramen in order to make them seem more punk or DIY. A bottle of Windex is basically 95% water, 4% ammonia, and 1% blue dye or fragrance. The most expensive part of the product is the bottle. So should I just go to Ace and buy ammonia and mix my own? Buy a tin of denatured alcohol and use that plus water for all your glass cleaning needs. Also, any metal cleaning you need, it's basically the main component in razor cleaning station solution. Just wear gloves when dealing with it in the buff, if stuff's nasty. Lots of people mentioning vinegar. That's okay for windows, but don't do that if you're refilling razor cleaning solution cartridges with it. Go straight alcohol for the grease breaking and evaporative properties. Do not dilute. The fresh chocolate chip cookie scent that can be smelled outside of the Magic Kingdom bakery is artificial. It's piped out there to draw you into the bakery. They're called smellitizers. They're like targeted scent cannons. Disney also cranks the AC up in the shops in the wintertime so it feels colder than it actually is, and you think to yourself, man, I better get that Mickey sweatshirt or I'm gonna be freezing all day. My sister was on The Biggest Loser. Jillian and Bob were there too, maybe 3 days a week. They make it seem like they live there. I was a contestant on The Biggest Loser. This is a fact. We mostly spend our days working out by ourselves or with sub-trainers that the celebrity trainers send in. I took her sister's name out of my comment. Not my place to throw that information out there. If you get involuntary bumped from a flight, you can get paid out 200 to 400% of the flight's cost back, depending on how late you get to your destination. If this happens to you, they'll offer you a bunch of vouchers, but be persistent and they'll pay you out. If the airline arranges substitute transportation that is scheduled to arrive at your destination between 1 to 2 hours after your original arrival time, between 1 and 4 hours on international flights, the airline must pay you an amount equal to 200% of your one-way fare to your final destination that day, with a $650 maximum. If the substitute transportation is scheduled to get you to your destination more than 2 hours later or 4 hours internationally, or if the airline does not make any substitute travel arrangements for you, the compensation doubles, 400% of your one-way fare, a $1,300 maximum. When a flight is overbooked, they come over the PA and start handing out a few $100 vouchers and put you on the next flight. If you take one of these vouchers, you have voluntarily given up your seat. If no one takes them the first round, they keep on going up in voucher amounts. But eventually, if no one takes them, they're going to have to involuntarily bump people off the plane. If this happens to you, make sure you follow the above rules. Personally, in my experience, I had an SWA flight from Phoenix to Chicago on the 23rd of December at 10 a.m. They came over the PA offering a $300 voucher and a spot on the next flight. I had nothing special to do except hang out with my family, so I took it, and they put me on the 12 p.m. flight. 30 minutes before boarding that flight, the same thing happens. Well, I'll take another $300, and they put me on the 3 p.m. flight. Guess what? It happens again, but this time they give me $500, and I'm on the 6 p.m. flight. And you guessed it, they asked for volunteers again, and I got another $500, and now I'm on the 8 p.m. flight. So I spent a day in the airport, sampled all the great dining options at Sky Harbor, and ended up with $1,600 in SWA credits to use over the next year. I was able to go on 3 trips with my girlfriend without paying for flights. Moving forward, if I ever travel before Thanksgiving or Christmas, I'm booking the earlier flight and racking up the vouchers. If your flight is cancelled due to weather or mechanical issues, you are SOL. Expect them getting you on the next available flight. Flights are frequently cancelled when there aren't enough seats sold, and most of the times the airlines say it was a mechanical problem, so they don't have to give you anything. Former Dunkin' employee here. We don't check the survey codes at the bottom of your receipt. Any random 5 digits in the space, you've got a free donut with a purchase. Worked back when Sonic would give you a free Route 44 drink with purchase. Then you got another free Route 44 drink with the receipt of your free Route 44. Such a great summer that was. Not in before 20 people say I have diabetes. Rip me, I guess. I had no clue. At Subway, my manager never once bought real mayonnaise. The light mayo and the real mayo are both light mayo. Investigate those guys. When I was in college, the Subway near my school used to always put 5 slices of turkey on a large sub instead of 6, which is the standard at any other restaurant. I have pretty intense OCD, so this drove me crazy. The responses from the staff varied. Some would try to charge me for extra meat, while others would just give me what I wanted so I'd shut up. But one guy actually said, "My manager told me to do this." I was stunned. This was an actual directive from a manager to deceive customers. My friend and I made a spreadsheet trying to calculate the amount of money the owner was saving per year by withholding that extra slice. And it was insignificant. We thought about writing an email to the local newspaper titled "Turkeygate" or trying to make a big deal out of it on a campus somehow. But this was in the pre-social media days, and we were mostly unmotivated college students at the time, so we just forgot about it and I stopped eating at Subway. My local Subway used to withhold meat for mad profits. Count your slices. As a call center employee, I can assure you that all of our calls are recorded, not for training purposes, but to protect our own asses. Fair enough, but sometimes it also protects the customer. I had a dispute with AT&T over a DSL contract a number of years ago. I believe they changed the terms on me, and they said I'd verbally agreed to the changes. I told them I would happily abide by the new terms if they could play back the recording. I agreed to them. They called back the next day and released me from my contract. Patient confidentiality just means your name isn't in the story, not that your story won't get told. My grandmother used to work in a hospital, and she would tell us all kinds of stories about the patients, although she did tell us that she would never give out names. Not sure if this is an industry practice, but a very popular online retail company in my country has no in-house web designers or any other IT staff beyond your generic networking techs. Anytime their website or back-end systems need work, they simply advertise a permanent position and give the job of sorting out whatever they need to be done as a trial for the candidate. Once completed, they then inform them that the position is no longer available and send them on their way. They've been doing this for years. Name and shame so our devs can tell them to go swivel. I've got a plumber's, a mate got it for me. I've got no idea how to clean it. I'd also like to know a bit more about how it was made. Ask Reddit. What's a big industry secret that isn't supposed to be known by the general public? Part 2. Your children tell us nearly everything about what goes on in your home. Source: preschool teacher. Thanks for all the upvotes and replies. Cracking up reading some of these. I taught preschool for nearly 10 years. I can confirm. We had a cop visit our school one day. He was the father of one of the teachers. He talked about being good, law-abiding citizens and asked if there were questions at the end. I learned a lot that day about some of the families at our school. Some were a little too familiar with the police. Merlin Entertainments, the company that runs a wide variety of midway attractions like Legoland Discovery Centers as well as Legoland itself, pays most of their American employees less than Walmart. Oftentimes, employees love the job, but ultimately can't afford to keep it. This causes a near 90% turnover rate. This is just about everywhere in the entertainment industry. The general rule of thumb: if the job is low skill and fun, it won't pay much because it's super easy to replace people. The other side of this same principle also explains why actuaries make so much money. Adblock does a better job of keeping malware away than antivirus. uBlock Origin plus NoScript plus Unchecky plus Malwarebytes antivirus scan every other day is what I prescribe everybody who has problems with viruses. NoScript and uBlock keep you from clicking fishy things. Uncheck stops you from installing toolbars. Malwarebytes kills everything which still got through. Mr. Clean magic erasers are just melamine sponges in a fancy box with a fancy label. They retail for about $1 a sponge. $6.50 per 8-pack is a sale price. You can get a 100 pack on eBay for $4.99. Free shipping. I've bought those sponges before. The only complaint is that they tend to break a little too easy, but still work just fine. Not in the casino industry, but I am in the fire service and we learn things like this. Casinos will pump an extra 1% of oxygen into the air to make you more alert and give you more energy, which allows you to stay there longer and spend more money. It's also the reason casino fires can be so catastrophic. Working in the gaming industry and can confirm. They pump other things out too, like pleasant beachy smells of coconuts. Some are more obvious than others. Ask to have the late fee waived. I literally cannot do anything with it until you specifically ask. So you have a late fee of $30 on this. Gee, that's a lot. Why is it so much? That's the late fee we have. I do apologize for that inconvenience. Well, I guess I'll have to pay for it then. Okay, so your bill is $150. Do you realize how much that is? Yes, and I do apologize for the inconvenience. Well, can you do something about it? Yes, now I can because you asked. Please stop making me feel guilty that you paid your bill late. I had this happen with my power company. The bill was due 1 week before my paycheck, and in the summer months was always in flux, so I could never budget it properly or I would under budget it. It was my first year living in this particular condo. So I finally called up after having my service disconnected twice. Look, I'm having trouble meeting this payment schedule. Is there any way I can pay an extra amount to prorata into next month's bill or something so I can offset the payments by a week? No, but we could just move your due date back by a week. Okay, that works too. I work for a web design development agency in Canada. Clients think they pay us to do the work. The reality? We charge anywhere from $5,000 to $200,000 plus for web projects. We take 90% of those projects and outsource them to India for $200. The projects come back built so poorly, we spend months fixing them. The CEO laughs to the bank. I don't agree with the process, but that's why I quit and start a new job next week. The projects come back built so poorly, we spend months fixing them. Wouldn't it be easier to just build them yourself at this point? Rocket science is like 90% plumbing. Well, it's hardly brain surgery. On the other hand, brain surgery isn't exactly rocket science. Our printing department printed your t-shirts wrong, and right now they're filling in the missing ink spots with Sharpies. I used to work at a t-shirt printing place. If it was small enough, we'd do it. We had Sharpies of all colors, but black was obviously the easiest. Security guards are underpaid and usually undertrained. That guy standing in front of the bank with the shiny gun, the guy some of you might expect to protect you if you're being robbed. He makes about $1 or $2 more than minimum wage, depending on what city you're in. The contracts for these jobs are insane. Sometimes it's hundreds of dollars per hour per guard. The actual person on the ground, in an industry that has very little overhead, makes very little money. Not only that, but they are usually used to do tasks that an employee from the company they're hired by won't do. For instance, guards at a unionized building will be required to fill in the gaps like emptying the trash or some other nonsense task. Oh, and if something security related happens while the officer is doing a said nonsense task, that officer is bound to get into trouble. It's a bad game, but companies love having the cheap labor wrapped in a scapegoat. Director of security for a company that rhymes with Uitas. Poultry industry. When hatched, a chick costs 25 US cents. Over its lifespan of only about 30 days, it consumes about $1 of feed, which is the largest cost to the company. The feed. No steroids or anything, just clever selective breeding have created birds with oversized breasts, which is where the money is. Within 3 hours, a bird is killed, defeathered, eviscerated, and chilled down to under 40 degrees Fahrenheit, which is the magical degree at which microbial growth slows or stops. The chilling process takes the longest, nearly 2 hours in super chilled water. That's where the up to 5% retained water comes from. Certain companies add chemicals to promote more water retention. Every carcass is USDA inspected, every single one. Foster Farms has the capacity to process 2 million chickens each day, and they're not even in the top 3 poultry manufacturers. After chilling, the birds are then cut up and packaged, except the breast meat, which is aged, which is a fancy term for holding them for at least 16 hours to continue to retain water. That is sold at a premium, so more water equals more money. Chicken is good for up to 16 days, depending on if the cold chain has been maintained, kept under 40 degrees Fahrenheit. Very little is left to waste. The feet are mostly shipped to China. They can't get enough of them. Blood is used in fertilizer. Feathers are often ground up and fed back to the birds. Look for packaging that reads vegetarian diet or no animal byproducts to avoid that silent green thing. You use too much Dawn dish soap. That stuff is ridiculously concentrated. Obligatory, highest rated comment edit. Don't tell me what I can top my flan with. That's the dirtiest sounding non-dirty thing I've ever read. Oftentimes, the on-air personality you're listening to on the radio isn't actually live. Many tend to pre-record beforehand so they can either laze around recording commercials or do other work. I was amused while driving one time, listening to a relatively corporate rock station, and then they played the DJ who introduced a song. Then, rather than playing the song, it played 2 DJ intros over the top of each other. Then, rather than music, continued playing DJ intros, chatter and bumpers overlapping each other for like 5 minutes, including things like "it's 10 to 5, but it was only 3 something." And then there was silence for a few seconds, and then it played music uninterrupted for a long time, except for station identification, which must be automated on a different system. Blew through 2 hours of a DJ's hard work in 5 minutes. Grocery store bakeries do not bake the cakes they decorate. That stuff comes in frozen. I can't bake you a carrot cake. On top of that, most of the baking in grocery store bakeries are just pulling frozen pastries or muffins or whatever out of a box, panning it up, and putting it in the proofer or oven. We don't really make things anymore. A friend of mine is a bakery girl for a supermarket. When I worked there, I'd spend half my shift on dead nights talking to her while she puts little frozen bagels or rolls out for the morning crew to bake. They all come in little frozen boxes nowadays. If something comes in fresh, it's a limited special and costs probably 3 times as much. Midway games at carnivals or fairs purposefully let people win early on in the day. This way people carry around the prizes and advertise them for the rest of the day. Guess I should mention I volunteered at my local fair for several years. Midway game attendants use misinformation through internet forums to get people to play their carnival games early in the day during their biggest downtime. Record labels and producers sometimes use ghost vocalists for pop stars who really can't sing. Ghost vocalists are like singing impressionists who come into the studio and re-sing the song in the style of the pop star, but better. Often the pop stars in question don't even know that their vocals have been replaced. Oh, and for the record, no pun, terrible singers can't be fixed with autotune. It is only used to polish slightly untidy vocals. This is why ghost vocalists are used. I know an engineer who would routinely re-record guitar parts himself after the band left because it sounded sloppy and he didn't want his name attached to it. I played the bass parts for 2 or 3 re-recorded tracks he did because the bass player demanded he use his amp and his setting, but it sounded absolutely muddy. Every programmer in the world occasionally writes a very bad code that sticks with the app or program forever. You can also guarantee that code doesn't have any comments either. That one, or the best comment I've seen, something along the lines of, "Don't even try to understand something in the following lines, move on." I work in the trucking industry, and it's frightening how much food product is sold and resold after being rejected. Had a customer have a load of cheese refused because it was too warm, but took it back to another warehouse, cooled it down, and resold it to another customer. I've seen it done with cheese, juice, meat, and seafood. Only seen it done about 4 to 5 times out of 10,000 plus loads I've moved, but that is still too high. Same here, most people would be shocked at how much of a beating freight takes. I also know which electronic products not to buy because of the number of returns we ship.